Chapter 1 8,000 invaders surround the village. Just after my arrival, Amita perish. On September 15, 1937, in the northeastern part of Shanxi, at Chufamala Fort, the disoriented Chufenga his expression only of bewilderment. What on earth? After working overtime for an entire month, I finally had a constra sleepin', and no ivy crossed over, absorbing the memories of the original body on left Chufengotali astonished. Yet, after the initial shock, how quickly I gained his composure, a hint of relief crossing his face. Old how his transition was abrupt and entirely unprepared. I am fortunate her verved in the bodjo fast student Hosheris my name, and moreover, I have become a their glor dofus Chu family fort. The original owners further high sparst away, leaving him in charge of the household. Most importantly, Ivy crossed over into Therauf War of Resistance. Had I landed in Thetamus of the Ming, Tang, Han or Song dynasties, I would likely have met my Indinthespit, life Nancy and time as far from easy. Ansehai's motion settled, Chufeng rose from the beat and moved to unabitable, pouring himself a glass of water while replied lie sorting through the memories of the original owner in his mind. It was no September 15, 1937. Just Wearmouth prior. He had been studying in vaping, but without break of the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a full-scale Warbird Winchiner in Japan had erupted. Continuing his studies was no longer an option, as a passionate youth, the original owner had joined the Japanese force, but with their fall of vaping anti-engine, his unit had been disbanded. In desperation, the original owner returned to Hishimettown, Chufamala Fort, intending to relook support and form Mizan into Japanese troops. After a month of tireless effort, he hard managed to gather a march force of about 100 men, amid with only around 5 firearms, no artillery, and barely over 2,000 grenades. Just 4 days prior, the fall of Yungan put Chufamala Fort, located not far from there, a T-mine in risk of invasion by the Japanese. Resistance. Having organized the original owners' memories, Chufeng grasped the current situation. Rather than feeling anxious or defeated, he was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Damn it, before I crossed over, I was took an Aiden job working over to me or preparing to work overtime, earning barely enough, burdened with endless responsibilities, and dealing with a obnoxious manager. If he were in the instance, it be nothing more than a traitor slacky. Now, Ivy crossed over to the time he offers a stancy chance I could only dream of. After 26 years of living gamelessly, I can finally fight the invaders and engage in the noble deeds that'll offer compatriots iron for both their Vatori allies. Let's wipe out host Japanese burst outs. I will not squander this opportunity. If I do not stain me hands with the blood of a million invaders, it would be disgrace to existence. As Chufeng contemplated his next steps, a sudden flurry of footsteps broke his train of thought. Thud, thud, thud. Then, Aknoki koid at their door. Lord Young Master, bad news. Our brothers report that over 1,000 Japanese soldiers every acht Guari ZPU, less than 30 miles away from us. Thila Riviet Chu family for Tenomerith and Rahors. Hearing this, Chufeng sprang to his feet, his heart racing. What hell? The opening scene isn't of certain doom? A Japanese battalion, over 1,000 soldiers surrounding the village, with just over 50 brokengons in my possession and a force of 100 men. This is a recipe for disaster. Honorably to remain still, Chufeng resolved to act swiftly, preparing to evacuate its sidings of Chu family forto thinner by mountains and forests, clearing the area of an sources grains, gold, and valuably staking what they called Andy Ding or burning what they called not. No matter what, they could not leave anything for the enemy. Moreover, Chufeng understood that with the just beginning, the Japanese would be to advance toward Guancheng, showing little interest in small villages. The aim era to defeat Jin Sui army swiftly, fulfilling the arrogant promise to annihilate China within 3 months. But just as Chufeng stood up to voice his plan, he suddenly felt the old freezy round him is a modification echoed in his mind, and his surroundings blurred, transporting him to an unfamiliar realm. Ding emergency situation detected system activation conditions met. The Divine National Defense System is now activated. Ding congratulations, host, the Divine National Defense System has been activated. You have received a Norvasagif package. With 2 consecutive visa stem notifications skimming, Chufeng was momentarily stunned, yet, as surveyed his strange surroundings, instead of panic, a radiant smile broke across his face. Fourth essential golden finger of Fatraverser hey Daraft. Har har har. Whatever I wish Ed for Askometru me golden finger has finally arrived. Suppressing Guy's excitement, Jufeng began to economize the information regarding divine national defense system. Wow! The information was concise within a minute, heard finish eating, heckled nothel but exclaim, goodness, this system is straightforward and powerful. According to the details, the divine national defense system will reward him for defeating enemies and performing acts of national defense. Their words were read, encompassing not only weapons and equipment but also personal machinery, and skills anything Jufeng could imagine and eventing she could not. Impressive! A sheep saw about these systems description, an involuntary exclamation of admiration escaped Jufeng's lips. With this system, staining me hands with the blood of our million invaders is no longer dream. Japanese bastards, Yoda is imminent. His gazi turned edisi, and his shirt began to race with anticipation. However, considering the over 1,000 Japanese soldiers, particularly the light eventrons of their assistants, here may need confident but not arrogant. Hegland see dat thetum section where an OVC give package lay waiting. System, I want to pin the OVC give package. Taking a deep breath, Jufeng wasted not I me and co set up in the nerviscov package, silently praying, System, please grant ma strength. I daran art wish for anything grand like het great Ivan beautify colgit some ether merberik bombs or narparm that would be more than welcome. As Jufeng held his breath in anticipation, these a stem modification chimered again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opened the nerviscov package. Please make your selection from 3 words. Option 1, a new infantry battalion with a complete artillery in it, comprising over 45,000 newly recruited soldiers fully equipped. Option 2, a German infantry division with an artillery battalion, consisting of 15,000 soldiers who have trained for a Batavian Efesine combat, fully equipped. Option 3, an light Soviet mechanized battalion with an artillery company consisting of 3,000 soldiers with over 10 years of combat experience, fully equipped. Hearing these stems prompt and seeing the 3 options laid out before him, Jufeng's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he'd cried, System IQ set the 3rd option. Chapter 2, the elite Soviet battalion arrives, an ambush at Longyu Gorge. Ding! As Jufeng's verse fell, the 3 options vanished and the sister modification chimered again. Soviet tel it battalion successfully summoned. It will arrive in a minute, please prepare to receive them. Upon hearing thesis dematification, Jufeng's sparkled with excitement, he immediately exited thesis stem space. Creak! Jufeng stood up and opened at a door, looking at the messenger had come at one for him. Uncle Jiawu, I'm already aware of the situation, there is no need to worry. I received news yesterday that reinforcements will derive towdy, and it seems they're just about on time. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiawu was momentarily stunned. Reinforcements? Does young master know some money important? Before Jiawu could inquire further, Jufeng continued, you need to maintain order with our dudes. We've had quite a few people coming in from the surrounding areas lately, and I fear this rascals might take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Understanding the urgency, Uncle Jiawu's expression darkened a dash quickly applied, I'll take Hekario Fitrick away, young master. At that moment, another person Rashidin, shouting, young master, a foot-housing soldier shaver of a dude side the fort, driving vehicles and Korean guns and artillery, seeking you out. Hearing this, a smile broke across Jufeng's face. Har there hur, our reinforcement shaver of. He promptly headed outside. After taking a few steps, suddenly remembered something and turned back to Uncle Jiawu. Uncle Jiawu, you first go on jet the security, after that, come direct light out fort and trans. Yes, young master. Uncle Jiawu nodded in understanding without further ado. The arrival of their my quickly drew the attention of many, and people flocked to see what was happening. Commander. As Jufeng approached, the Toliatus at forefront saluted him respectfully. Reporting, Commander. I'm Deputy Commander Ji Dayong. Reporting, Commander. I'm Chief of Staff Wang Chiju. Jufeng returned their salute with a smile, his gaze shifting to the troops behind them, his excitement barely contained. Though Chufeng lacked military experience, recognized quality when he saw it, the troops exhibit had discipline and morale, and even standing still, the coup de Dane are a formidable strength, like Apakov Tigus Reed I top hands. Dies wage undoubted lie I'll train Edelight in it. A phrase from our play flash at thruft Chufeng's mind in the past when my own unit warmed, we barely hard a dozen men and 7 or 8 goons, his wasn't restrained. Forcing himself to calm down, Chufeng turned to Ji Dayong, please introduce the situation of the troops' personnel, weaponry, models, and soon. Yes, Commander. Deputy Commander Ji Daeng responded crisply and began his report. Commander, our battalion consists of 3,000 men organized into 3 infantry regiments with a logistics regiment typed lie under the battalion command. We also have Vigwood Company, a reconnaissance company, an artillery company, an engineering company, a communications platoon and a medical team. We're equipped with 2 100 Mosin Nagin rifles, including some sniper rifles, with each squad having gunner-designated marksman. We have 100 heat pistols, 230 PPD 34-38 submachine guns, 129 deep light machine guns, and 33 M1930 Maxim Havemer guns, with each soldier carrying 5 grenades. There are 12 82 mortars, 6 45 anti-tank guns, and 6 120 mm Haver mortars. 50 GAZ-5 trucks, 35 GAZ-6 trucks, and 3 GAZ-M1 command vehicles, along with 32 radio sets. Ji Daeng pours it for a moment before eating. In addition to the pumps and equipment mentioned, we also carry all necessary spare parts, fuel, and ammunition, with each category fully stocked. Upon hearing this, Chufeng out a sigh of relief, and as Miley broke out in his face. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Repeated the word excellent 3 times, then turned to Uncle Jiao Wu, who had approached. Uncle Jiao Wu immediately cleared out our Haitian story excess ammunition, supplies, and fuel. Then he looked at Ji Daeng and Wang Chizu have the logistics unit start moving the supplies and right away. Their remaining groups will follow Mu'll go meet the approaching Japanese. Understood. 3. Hearing Chufeng's orders, the 3 men responded in unison, including Uncle Jiao Wu, her hard-ons being a soldier himself, familiar with military protocols. 5 minutes later, under the watchful Isufuri one, Chufeng the unit clad in Soviet military uniforms out, leaving over 600 men under Uncle Jiao's command to bring the supplies into the fort. 5th brother, worry these people, I've never seen them before. I read the from the Jinsui army, but your uniforms don't match. Goodness, so many gun artillery, just a glance from those soldiers and satchel down the spine of the seem red-eye to kill. As Chufeng Gant his party departed, then Lucas Ho Harbin Silenten or Birgen to voice of their shouts. Among the crowd, several groups had peculiar expressions. In a group, Angman Cordenthal Butte whisper, squad leader, Arethis or pupil, widow they avialitolid stare on the hats. And look at the Cecil dears, exu dinger fiercer, impeccably dressed, their weapons and equipment are impressive, their combat capability must be extraordinary. There are no to people, replied a nomino Faber 2304, shaking his head gently, the Zimtobi from a rolled brother side. Ash spoke, Thouman Cordenthal Buttermark, thy uniforms look so good, especially that little star. Ash said this, he instinctively reached for his forehead, and Lito grasped emptiness, leaving Galuka frustration and dissatisfaction in his face. Unbeknownst to Chufeng, Ash departed. Events unfolded in Chu family fort. Half an hour later, his group arrived at Longyu Gorge, where had already briefed Ji Daeng and Wang Taijun the situation and dispatched reconnaissance settings in advance. Standing in Therage, Chufeng surveyed here and remarked, "This is an excellent spot for an ambush." Hearing his words, Ji Daeng and Wang Ti's Hunodi did an agreement. Ji Daeng got it. If it's a Japanese infantry battalion, this terrain is perfect for ensnaring the completely. All right. Without hesitation, Chufeng commanded, order 1st Battalion, 1st and 2nd Companies, to establish an ambush position at Heffront. 1st Battalion, 3rd Company, and 2nd Battalion, 4th Company will set upon the left flank, while 2nd Battalion, 5th and 6th Companies will take position on their right flank. 3rd Battalion, 7th and 8th Companies prepare to ambush. Onset the battle commences, they will strike immediately to cut off the Japanese retreat. 9th Company of 3rd Battalion, the Guard Company, and the Engineering Company will service the battalions of The entire battalion will begin constructing the ambush positions immediately. The engineering company will utilize explosives, shells, and detonators to create a vast minefield that we want to send those Japanese bastards skyward at the onset of the battle. With Chu Feng's orders ringing out, the entire battalion sprint into action, busily preparing. Half an hour later, as their connaissance arms returned, the Japanese infantry battalion finally made its appearance, marching bold line to the embuscade. The Japanese troops, overly confident, had neglected to send out scouts or even conduct fiery reconnaissance, by ease of victory a shaving breed arrogance. Those dumb Japanese are too arrogant. Seeing the Japanese Cecil de Hubris, Deputy Commander G.E. O'Cowden felt but cuss under his breath. Har. Hearing G. Daring's low mutter, Chu Feng's mirked coldly, well so and show them tha pride leads to death. Ash spoke his gazetteer Nedisi regarding the Japanese odious as if they were corpses. With their 3,000 troops of his command, not only did they possess superior weaponry, but each soldier was also among the best in the world. In this battle, Chu Feng's forces shelled the advantage in timing, geography and morale. The Japanese, har. Chapter 3 The battle commences, Chu Feng exclaimed, "Is this it, annihilating an entire Japanese battalion in merely half an hour?" Among the ranks of the Japanese battalion, Major Ichiro Meikawa reined in his horse, observing the troops that marched past him with a smile of satisfaction and delight. At that moment, a junior officer approached him, beaming with obsequiousness, and remarked, "Commander, at our current pace, we shall reach Chujir Fort in another half-hour." Chujir Fort may be modest in size, yet it provides ample opportunity for our troops to replenish supplies and rest. Once we regroup, we shall advance southward from Chujir Fort and, by nightfall, arrive at Yuan County. Yoshi. Upon hearing the junior officer's words, Major Meikawa nodded in approval, stating, "Relay the order to the valiant soldiers." Upon reaching Chujir Fort, they shall be permitted 2 hours of leisure, provided they do not neglect their duties. Once we arrive at Yuan County, I will grant them 3 days of unrestricted activity. With this command from Major Meikawa, the spirits of the Japanese soldiers soared, and their pace quickened considerably. They were all too aware of what this leisure entailed, a license to pillage, burn, and commit unspeakable acts. However, oblivious to the peril that surrounded them, they pressed on, unaware that thousands of eyes were fixated upon them, and that numerous machine guns, rifles, and mortars were trained upon their ranks. Observing the sudden acceleration of the Japanese troops, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju could not help but pose a rhetorical question: are these Japanese so eager for death? Why this sudden haste in their march? Har har har. Both Chu Feng and Ji Daeong burst into laughter at the remark. Ever since the Japanese troops had set foot in the ambush zone, the operational staff beside Chu Feng had been relaying updates. "Commander, the vanguard of the Japanese forces has entered our ambush zone." "Commander, 1/3 of the Japanese battalion has now entered our ambush zone." "Commander, the entire Japanese battalion is now within our ambush zone." "Commander, the vanguard of the Japanese forces is merely 200 meters from our 1st Battalion's position." Upon hearing the last report, Chu Feng wasted no time in drawing his exquisite Browning M1935 pistol. Bang! The sharp report of the gun echoed through Longyu Valley. The gunshot served as a signal. Hidden within the surrounding ambush positions, several engineering squad leaders, gripping detonators, pressed the triggers with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The moment the Japanese soldiers instinctively dropped to the ground in response to the gunfire, they were met with the earth shaking beneath them, followed by a barrage of flames and shrapnel raining down upon them. Many soldiers, having just taken cover, were propelled upwards in a chaotic display of aerial disarray. Fire! Eliminate the Japanese. Open fire. The concealed landmines, explosive charges, and artillery shells detonated, plunging the Japanese battalion into utter chaos. As they scrambled for safety, the sound of gunfire erupted alongside their frantic movements. Over 100 machine guns, more than 1,000 rifles, hand grenades, 82mm mortar shells, and 120mm heavy artillery shells formed a merciless curtain of steel that ravaged Major Meikawa's battalion. Faced with the sudden ambush, even the most elite troops were left disoriented and overwhelmed by the relentless barrage, resulting in over one-third of Major Makarwa's forces being incapacitated within a brief span. Barker. Is this the Jinsui army from China? It shouldn't be possible. Could it be the German-equipped division of the Chinese government? Their firepower is astonishing. Yet, a German-equipped division could not possibly be here. It defies logic, utterly implausible. As he lay on the ground, having transitioned from arrogance to despair in a mere moment, Major Makarwa furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition arising within him. However, bolstered by his confidence in his own capabilities and his understanding of the Chinese forces, he instinctively exhaled, nevertheless, even if it is a German-equipped division, their firepower cannot be sustained indefinitely. Once their barrage diminishes, that will be my moment to counterattack. Major Makarwa's intuition was not entirely misplaced, though it was misguided in its direction. With ample ammunition and formidable firepower at his disposal, Chu Feng had no intention of conserving his resources. Coupled with the prowess of seasoned veterans, not only were the artillery strikes executed with precision, but the infantry transformed into exceptional marksmen. Any Japanese soldier daring to show their face would certainly not survive beyond 3 seconds. Moreover, each infantry squad boasted a dedicated sniper. The machine gunners excelled at pinpoint accuracy, rendering Major Makarwa's battalion, despite its combat prowess, utterly overmatched by a force that was more ruthless, possessed greater firepower, and displayed superior skill. They were left with no option but to endure the onslaught. Time passed, second by second, as 10 minutes elapsed. The 120mm heavy mortars ceased firing, while the 82mm mortars' rate of fire diminished, and the sounds of machine guns became sporadic. However, the rifle fire remained relentless. Under the relentless barrage of artillery and bullets, within a mere 10 minutes, an entire battalion had suffered a two-thirds reduction in strength, leaving only a third to fend for themselves in the ambush zone. Not only were they unable to regroup, but even the slightest congregation of a squad would invite a mortar shell to rain down upon them. Another 10 minutes passed, and the resistance from the Japanese dwindled further, with the count of surviving soldiers plummeting to less than 100 from a total of 1,100. Commander, shall we launch a full-scale assault? Observing the minuscule remnants of the Japanese forces, Vice Commander Ji Daeong could no longer restrain himself from suggesting. Patience. Chu Feng shook his head, responding, since we can resolve this with bullets and shells, why engage in a melee? You are all my precious gems. I would be pained to lose even one, let alone have any injured. This sentiment was not mere theatrics but stemmed from genuine concern. Such an elite battalion might never be acquired again. Even if he could not currently obtain personnel rewards from the system, he could rapidly expand his forces from 3,000 to 6,000 without significantly affecting their combat effectiveness. Worry not about the expenditure of ammunition. Instruct the artillery units to expedite the process of enemy elimination with precise targeting. With Chu Feng's command issued, the previously subdued artillery fire erupted once more. Boom, boom. 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 Combined with the snipers and the suppression from machine guns, the remaining Japanese soldiers found themselves with no means of resistance, swiftly extinguished. Meanwhile, Major Makarwa, who had managed to survive the chaos, experienced a complete mental breakdown as the mortars unleashed their fury once more. Barker, the Chinese lack martial virtue. How dare they shy away from close combat, relying solely on artillery bombardment? That is not the work of a true warrior. As he uttered these words, he too fell silent, silenced by the impact of an incoming shell. What a farce, as the saying goes, when in dire straits, one resorts to tactical maneuvering. When prosperous, one simply bombards the enemy. Chu Feng, backed by the system, had no qualms about his stockpile of weapons and ammunition, especially with an additional threefold reserve at his disposal. When the final gunshot rang out, the battlefield lay devoid of any Japanese presence. Chu Feng remarked, "Is this it, annihilating an entire Japanese infantry battalion in half an hour?" The swift and seamless conclusion of the battle left him with an almost surreal sensation. Yet, as he surveyed the ground littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, Chu Feng could not suppress his laughter, feeling an exhilarating thrill as he thought, eliminating a battalion at the outset, just as the nationwide resistance erupts, this battle will surely etch my name into the annals of history. With that thought, Zhu Feng decisively turned to Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu, commanding Taizhu. Commander. Wang Taizhu responded promptly to Zhu Feng's call. Have our communications unit send a coded message to the nation announcing our victory. Inform them that our Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment has annihilated an entire Japanese battalion at Lonyu Valley. Draft the telegram as you see fit, but ensure it is bold, audacious, and resounding. I want the entire nation to remember our Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment. Chapter 4: The Eruption of System Rewards. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu immediately responded with excitement and turned to draft a telegram. Daong, direct the troops to secure the battlefield. Zhu Feng glanced at the ambush site and instructed Ji Daong at his side, strip the uniforms from the little devils and incinerate all the corpses. Understood, Commander. Ji Daong replied respectfully and promptly turned to command the troops to commence their tasks. Whoosh! After accomplishing these tasks, Zhu Feng finally settled himself onto an ammunition crate, his mind stirring as he entered the system space, the system notification resonating in his ears. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 123 Japanese soldiers and receiving the following rewards: 3,000 Mosin-Nagant rifles, 2 million rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, $200,000, 300 units of the Type 11 sniper grenade launcher, 30 units of the 120mm heavy mortar, 1 package of second-hand rifles, 1 basic militia corps, 1 intermediate infantry command training card. As the system notification resonated in his ears, Zhu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness gracious, goodness gracious, goodness gracious! He exclaimed thrice in disbelief. I've struck gold. I have truly struck gold. He couldn't help but glance at his infantry. His gaze swept past the 3,000 water-connected beads and 2 million rounds of ammunition, along with the $200,000. Although these rewards were commendable, they failed to capture Zhu Feng's attention. Type 11 sniper grenade launcher. This is a lightweight semi-automatic sniper-type grenade launcher, capable of firing 35mm grenades, designed to engage in simple offensive operations and target light armored vehicles, serving as essential equipment for infantry combat. Length: 1,225mm. Weight: bipod 12. 9 kg. Tripod 23 kg. Maximum effective range. Point target 1,000 meters. Area target 1750 meters. Magazine capacity 3, 5, or 7 rounds. Note: each sniper cannon is equipped with 5 basic grenades. Upon reading the system's description, Zhu Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Wow! What did that online joke say? You use a large caliber sniper rifle, and I use a large caliber sniper cannon. Har har, this is truly a remarkable piece of equipment. At a range of 1,000 meters, one shot, no, one cannon shell, can turn a person into mere fragments. What a splendid item. I absolutely adore this. Gazing at this individual sniper cannon, Zhu Feng beamed with delight. Once I return, I'll equip the troops. The little devil's guns may pierce a hole, but with this shot, we can obliterate them entirely. As he spoke, Zhu Feng's gaze shifted to the next item. Goodness, 30 120mm heavy mortars, not to mention the 6 from the Soviet equipment battalion, 36 heavy mortars in total. This is essentially a heavy mortar battalion. Moreover, each cannon carries 5 basic rounds of ammunition. This firepower is formidable. It's not just a Japanese regiment that we can contend with, even a brigade would find it challenging. Filled with excitement, Zhu Feng continued to peruse second-hand rifle gift pack. After use, it grants 10,000 second-hand rifles, each 7/10 new, bearing signs of previous usage but well maintained, thus not affecting accuracy, though they do exhibit considerable wear. Note 1. The host may freely choose the rifle model. Note 2. As it is a rifle gift pack, the system does not provide ammunition. Upon reading the system's announcement, Zhu Feng was initially taken aback, then scratched his head. Wait, what am I supposed to do with 10,000 second-hand rifles? Am I supposed to recruit soldiers? Ear. But I can't support that many people right now. He glanced at the 3,000 brand new water-linked rifles he had just acquired. Even if I wanted to, having 3,000 is more than sufficient for now. Perhaps I should sell them? Chu Feng had little interest in the second-hand rifles and could only seek out potential buyers. His gaze then moved onto the next system reward. Junior Militia Unit. This consists of 800 personnel who have undergone 5 years of military training, with 45 days of training each year, equipped with rifles, light and heavy machine guns, submachine guns, pistols, grenades, and either 12 60mm mortars or 6 82mm mortars. Note: the host may choose the types and models of weaponry for the militia. Wow. The system's introduction made Chu Feng's mouth drop wide open. Are these truly militiamen, even with just a month and a half of training each year? 5 years is quite substantial. This is an exceptional source of troops. And I can also choose the types and models of weaponry, which adds even more flexibility. With the addition of these 800 personnel, plus the 3,000 elite Soviet equipment battalion troops, if I recruit just 200 new soldiers, the total strength could reach 5,000, equivalent to a brigade. By consolidating the artillery from both battalions, we could easily form a heavy mortar battalion. As he spoke, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile, saying, indeed, standing independently against the Japanese is quite gratifying. There are no constraints of organization, and as long as one has the capability, expansion can proceed uninterrupted. With sufficient numbers, one can aspire to be a battalion commander or even a brigade commander. In the future, one could even aim for divisional or army command. Without hesitation, he declared, System, I wish to recruit the Junior Militia Unit, selecting Soviet weaponry, and opting for the 82mm mortars, swish. As Chu Feng's words fell, a system notification chimed. The Junior Militia Unit has been recruited, and will rendezvous with the host in 5 minutes. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Feng turned his attention to the final reward. Intermediate Infantry Command Training Card. Upon use, the host will undergo infantry command training within the system space, aiding the host in becoming a qualified battalion-level officer. The system's description was concise yet clear. Hiss. Upon seeing this reward, Chu Feng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This is incredibly timely. I have never served in the military. All my knowledge of military command and information comes from television dramas. This ambush battle is relatively straightforward, but countless challenges await in the future. If I lack military acumen, would I not become an outsider commanding experts, akin to the next logistics captain and micromanipulation master, Shinkai? He then allowed a smile to grace his face. This reward is truly opportune. Even being a qualified battalion-level officer is sufficient for now, and we can address future needs later. Without hesitation, he stated, System, I wish to use the Intermediate Infantry Command Training Card. As Chu Feng's words concluded, he felt a flicker before being transported to an unfamiliar space, where he transformed into a military academy student. He studied military theory and training for 3 years, participated in a year of internships, and then directly entered the battlefield, commanding over 100 battles at the battalion level over a decade. Ultimately, he passed the system's evaluation and emerged as a seasoned battalion-level officer with extensive real-world experience. Phew. Exiting the system's training space, Chu Feng couldn't help but exhale deeply, his mind swirling with memories, and he couldn't help but exclaim, truly remarkable is the system. It is immensely powerful. No one knew that through this training, Chu Feng evolved from a novice into a competent battalion officer. When he returned to the system space with experience, he effortlessly identified numerous flaws and shortcomings in the recent ambush at Longyu Valley. In conclusion, he summarized his inaugural battle with a single phrase: this battle was entirely a matter of weaponry, terrain advantage, first mover advantage, and numerical superiority. It was a comprehensive display of hard power, devoid of any tactical finesse, leaving the Japanese in a most humiliated defeat. Having reviewed all the rewards, Chu Feng glanced at his infantry and declared, System, I wish to extract all rewards. Ding dong. Host, rewards have been extracted, and will be delivered to the host's base in 3 hours. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the system notification followed suit. Observing the now empty inventory, Chu Feng turned his attention to his attribute panel. Host, Chu Feng position, village chief of Chujie Fortress physique, strong military skills, non-command skills, intermediate commander, battalion, infantry. Gazing at the attributes and information displayed on the panel, Chu Feng was left utterly astonished, a series of question marks seemingly floating above his head. Chapter 5, The announcement shakes the nation, forces rush in. Is it not so? I command a Sioux-style elite regiment and a junior militia, am I not still the commander? And the village head of Chujie Fortress, how dare you? With a furrowed brow, Chu Feng could not conceal a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. It was evident that the outcome displeased him greatly. Host, self-proclaimed titles are insufficient, the system only recognizes official identities issued by authoritative or significantly influential local forces. Sensing Chu Feng's fury, the system promptly provided its explanation. A. Upon hearing this clarification, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. It can be done this way. System, if I refuse to accept these identities and develop independently, what will be the consequences? Will it affect the acquisition of system rewards? Chu Feng could not help but inquire. It will not impact your development, nor will it affect system rewards. However, when you obtain a substantial identity, you will receive system achievement rewards. Of course, you may also develop autonomously, and upon reaching a certain level, such as becoming a significant local force, system achievement rewards will be automatically unlocked. Listening to the system's explanation, a look of realization dawned on Chu Feng, followed by a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. System achievement rewards. So, I can not only eliminate the enemy and receive rewards, but also elevate my official identity and gain additional rewards. Understanding this, his previously indifferent attitude toward official identities shifted, as he became eager to see what kind of achievement rewards the system would offer him. Having grasped these insights, Chu Feng glanced at the empty item panel without lingering, his mind suddenly prompting him to exit the system space. The frozen reality resumed its normal course. Moments later, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju arrived, accompanied by two young men clad in Soviet-style military uniforms. Commander, they claim to be from the militia, having heard about our fight against the enemy, and they wish to join us. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju hurriedly conveyed. He then introduced the two young men, saying, "This is our commander, Chu Feng. Commander Chu, we are from the Yuan County Militia. I am Commander Wang Darhu, and this is Chief of Staff Luo Qianming. We heard you are fighting the enemy, so we came to pledge our allegiance to you." The foremost young man respectfully saluted Chu Feng and spoke loudly. Yuan County Militia. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng realized that they were indeed the junior militia he had just called forth. First displaying a look of surprise, he then returned their greeting warmly, extending his hand to shake with Wang Darhu and Luo Qianming, smiling as he said, "On behalf of the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment, I welcome your arrival." With the inclusion of the militia, the pace of cleansing the battlefield increased significantly. Half an hour later, the troops, bearing captured weapons and the attire of the enemy, departed, leaving behind a platoon responsible for incinerating the bodies of the fallen foes. As noon approached, Chu Feng led the troops back to Chujie Fortress. Meanwhile, his clear announcement had already spread across the expanse of Huaxia. Annihilated an entire enemy battalion. What is this Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment? Is it part of the Jin Sui army? Chu Feng. I have never heard of him. Victory is certain. Long live the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment. Now, even the most trivial of individuals dare to speak out. Is it feasible for a single regiment to wipe out an enemy battalion? I do not believe that the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment could eliminate an entire battalion of enemy troops. Looking at this announcement, all recipients of the news had mixed reactions, some filled with joy, as ever since the July 7th incident, the news from both the North and East China battlefields had been one of defeat after defeat, with the enemy continuously claiming victories. Suddenly, an independent regiment that had never been heard of before emerged, claiming to have annihilated over 1,000 enemy troops. How could this not evoke skepticism, in Dayuan City, at the residence of the miserly Yang? Yang gazed at the announcement with curiosity and inquired, "Do we have any such formation as the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment?" Hastily responding to Yang's inquiry, the aide reported, "We have investigated and found no such formation. However, we did uncover information on Chu Feng, who is the young lord of Chujie Fortress in Yuan County. After the July 7th incident, he fought alongside the 29th Army, but returned home after the fall of Beiping, where he gathered a troop of over 100 men to combat the enemy." Although the aide merely recounted the situation regarding Chu Feng, Yang understood the implications. This so-called announcement was likely fabricated. An army of a mere 100 men annihilating over 1,000 enemy troops was no jest. Moreover, this was a newly formed unit of merely 100 individuals. Such a force could be easily dispatched by a single company of the Jin Sui army. The prospect of a battalion of enemy troops could hardly be said to be easily subdued, even by a full regiment of the Jin Sui army. Upon hearing this, Yang tossed the telegram into the trash, exclaiming, "This little brat, in these trying times, still engages in such petty tricks, bringing disgrace upon himself." Not only Yang, but also the 8th Route Army, the Nationalist Army of the Second War Zone, and other factions across the nation paid little heed to this announcement. Bang! At the temporary headquarters of the Japanese Char Expeditionary Corps in Yungang City, General Tojo Hideki, in a fit of rage, swept everything off the table. "Damn it! Major Maichuan, that fool, how could he, a distinguished captain of the Imperial Japanese Army commanding over 1,000 brave soldiers, be entirely wiped out by a security regiment that no one has ever heard of? Fool! He is unworthy of being called a lieutenant of the Imperial Japanese Army. He is a disgrace to the Empire." Seeing the furious General Tojo, the surrounding soldiers dared not utter a word, scarcely breathing. However, anger flares quickly and fades just as swiftly. Before long, General Tojo regained his composure, massaging his temples as he pondered, "We will publicly declare that the Huaxia forces are spreading baseless rumors. It was merely a poorly staffed battalion of 400 to 500 men. Moreover, this incident is unforgivable. We must retaliate. Order the Special High Command to swiftly ascertain the location of this Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment. It must be located in the shortest time possible, as I do not wish for this matter to escalate further." With General Tojo's command, the Japanese began their actions. While skepticism lingered among the Huaxia side regarding Chu Feng's achievements, the declaration and response from the Char Expeditionary Corps swiftly clarified matters for those harboring doubts, leading them to realize that it was likely true. What? This is indeed true. Incredible, utterly unbelievable, a regiment that no one has heard of truly annihilated an entire battalion of enemy troops. I admit my shallow understanding, I apologize for my naivety. Long live the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment. General Chu Feng is magnificent. Victory is certain, Huaxia shall not perish. Long live the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment, long live General Chu Feng. The enemy is not invincible. General Chu Feng's independent regiment has recently vanquished an entire battalion of foes. In the midst of joyous cheers, there were also some disparaging voices. What does victory matter, in comparison to our Imperial Japanese Army? You Huaxia people possess nothing. How could you possibly defeat Japan? In the end, will you not face defeat? I say, surrender directly and join the Imperial Japanese Empire. Becoming third-class citizens is not so bad. I recognize you, Wang Dabian. I was previously known as Wang Dabian. Now I am Wang Bendabian, and I am in the process of applying for nationality in the Imperial Japanese Empire. Please do not refer to me as Huaxia. There is a traitor here. Brothers, beat him to death. Fool, damn it, grandpa, do not strike, for the sake of being fellow Huaxia people, spare my life. Bar, traitor, you are no Huaxia, you are unworthy, die. In an instant, reporters could no longer remain idle, rushing towards Jinbei, undeterred by the imminent danger posed by the advancing enemy. They refused to miss this monumental event, as the outcome of this battle held immense significance. Should it be confirmed as true, it would undoubtedly inspire the entire nation with renewed resolve for the fight against oppression, shattering the myth of the enemy's invincibility. It must be said that General Tojo, despite his often outrageous remarks, had unwittingly provided Chufeng with the perfect assist. The nationalist government, the Second War Zone, and the 8th Route Army could no longer sit idly by. Without General Tojo's assistance, they would have dismissed the idea as fanciful, yet his response represented a significant endorsement. Quickly dispatch someone to Chujie Fortress to find Chufeng. I need to know the specifics. Also, take my appointment document, appointing him as the commander of the Jinbei Independent Regiment, granting him the rank of colonel. Just an hour ago, Yang had looked down upon the matter, but now he rose to his feet, shouting, "We must act swiftly, lest the nationalist government seizes the opportunity. Our Jinsui army is in retreat, and public opinion is turning against us. We need a battle, a victory." As Yang took action, the nationalist government's telegrams were dispatched to their forces in Jin province, as well as to military intelligence personnel, echoing Yang's sentiments, all eager to claim this unexpected glory. In contrast, the 8th Route Army remained relatively subdued, though they promptly dispatched reporters and military personnel to seek counsel from Chufeng. They were well aware that an independent regiment capable of annihilating an entire enemy battalion would not join a penniless 8th Route Army. In no time, the small village of Chujie Fortress garnered the attention of the entire nation, as various factions hastened towards it with great speed. Chapter 6: The Reorganized Forces. 1 regiment, 6 battalions, and 300 men. Following the conclusion of the public announcement, the fervor that swept across the entirety of Huaxia had yet to reach the quaint locale of Chujie Fortress, and thus, it had no bearing on Chufeng. When he returned at noon, accompanied by his men and bearing the spoils of war, captured weapons, military uniforms of the enemy, command sabers, and firearms, the little fortress erupted in a commotion. The townsfolk gazed at the treasures Chufeng had brought back with a sense of wonder akin to witnessing a spectacular show. Excitement and exhilaration were etched on every face, many unable to contain their eagerness as they eyed the soldiers under Chufeng's command with envy. "Our young lord is indeed formidable. He has single-handedly dispatched over 1,000 enemy soldiers. I've heard that the enemy is quite formidable themselves, capable of chasing a regiment of the Jinsui army with just a handful of men. Those uniforms on the vehicle must belong to the enemy. And those firearms, my goodness, just looking at them suggests they are of exceptional quality." The villagers engaged in enthusiastic discussions, their lack of understanding overshadowed by their excitement. The cheers and celebrations did not cease with Chufeng's return. Although no one took the initiative, it wasn't long before the sound of firecrackers and jubilant shouts filled the air, mingling with the sounds of weeping. During this period, many outsiders had flocked to Chujie Fortress, some having left their homes, while others were sole survivors of the enemy's brutal onslaught. Witnessing the annihilation of a substantial enemy force filled these individuals with a sense of vengeance fulfilled, leading many to tears. Upon returning home, Chufeng entrusted the management of the troops to Ji Daon and Wen Taizhu, while his family had arranged accommodations for the newcomers. Looking towards Uncle Zhao Wu, he inquired, "Uncle Zhao, is everything well at home?" "All is well," Uncle Zhao Wu replied with a wave of his hand. "Although many outsiders have arrived at Chujie Fortress, the long-standing reputation of our family prevails. Those who attempted to cause trouble were swiftly dealt with by me." "Indeed," Chufeng nodded slightly. "In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. We cannot allow disorder to reign in Chujie Fortress. On one hand, we must ensure that our weapons, ammunition, and provisions remain secure. Furthermore, if chaos ensues, the morale of the people will wane, making governance exceedingly difficult." After a brief contemplation, Chufeng added, "These outsiders pose a potential threat, hence, Uncle Zhao Wu, please take the initiative to assess these individuals. Those with skills we should endeavor to retain, as we will need capable hands in our fight against the enemy. Additionally, we should identify those of good character and ascertain their willingness to stay. Whether as soldiers or in other capacities, we can offer them work. As for the remaining individuals, we must guide them to depart. I suggest they continue southward, as Jin province is no longer safe. Once they cross the Yellow River into the Sanqin province, they will find natural barriers like the Zhongqiao and Eliang mountains, along with the Yellow River itself. Though they may be leaving their homes, at least the enemy cannot breach that territory." Uncle Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. "Young lord, your concerns are valid. with so many people remaining, a misstep could lead to chaos. The most prudent course of action is to send them away. Leave this matter to me, I shall lead a team to handle it tomorrow, aiming to resolve it in the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Very well, Uncle Jiao Wu. You shall take charge of this matter. If necessary, you may mobilize troops to assist, and I will also instruct the forces to set up checkpoints along the route to Chujie Fortress. Chu Feng refrained from showing undue compassion by allowing all the individuals gathered at Chujie Fortress to stay, even the elderly, weak, and women. Instead, he prepared to persuade them to migrate southward or westward across the Yellow River into Sanqin province. The rationale was clear. In times of chaos, the first to suffer from misplaced benevolence would be oneself. He required talent, genuinely useful individuals, as his current forces numbered fewer than 5,000, insufficient to protect everyone. Thus, he could only offer selective protection. Moreover, during the selection process, he would distinguish between those willing to stay and those who were disobedient, firmly rejecting the latter. After assigning this task to Uncle Jiao Wu, Chu Feng began to occupy himself with other matters. Currently, he commanded 2 forces, one elite regiment equipped with Soviet weaponry, and a junior militia regiment, alongside a security team of over 100 individuals formed from the original body. Altogether, they comprised nearly 4,900 personnel. To ensure the combat effectiveness of his forces, the optimal strategy was to center around the Soviet elite regiment, blending the junior militia and security team into the elite regiment, thus maximizing combat efficiency while maintaining operational coherence. Therefore, in the days following his return, Chu Feng dedicated himself to restructuring the military organization. After 2 hours of intense planning, he summoned Uncle Jiao Wu, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu. During this time, the weapons and equipment rewarded by the system had all been delivered and stored in the warehouse by Uncle Jiao Wu. Uncle Jiao Wu, Daong, Taizhu, I have called you here to discuss an important matter. Addressing his corps subordinates, Chu Feng proceeded without preamble. To ensure the combat readiness of our forces, I have prepared some adjustments to the military organization. Upon hearing this, Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of anticipation and intrigue. In the new organization, our Jinbei Independent Regiment will comprise 6 battalions, including 3 infantry combat battalions, namely the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, each consisting of 1,050 men. The reconnaissance company, security company, and engineering company will be merged into a special operations battalion, responsible for the protection of the regiment headquarters, reconnaissance, and special operations, totaling 800 personnel. The artillery battalion will be expanded to include 6 artillery companies, equipped with 36 heavy 120mm mortars, comprising 850 men. There will also be a logistics battalion, which currently has only 30 officers. Once new recruits are enlisted, the battalion will grow to 1,500 personnel, becoming the largest battalion within the regiment. Excluding the logistics battalion, the total personnel count for the regiment, including the 50 at the headquarters, will amount to 4,850. Once the logistics battalion is fully staffed, the total will reach 6,350. As Chu Feng detailed the new military structure and the personnel allocations for each battalion, the eyes of the 3 men widened in astonishment. Commander, is 1,050 men per battalion perhaps a tad excessive? Ji Daong inquired, struggling to contain his surprise. It was not that he was opposed to having a larger number of troops. Rather, it was that typically, a battalion consisted of 400 to 600 men, and suddenly finding themselves with over 1,000 felt somewhat overwhelming. Not at all, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. An enemy company consists of 100 men. We are actually 50 men fewer than them. In my plan, each of our battalions will be equivalent to an enemy company. The 3 men fell into a thoughtful silence, their initial incredulity giving way to a sense of exhilaration. After all, their battalion was nearly the size of an ordinary regiment in the Jinsui army. On the surface, they were battalion commanders, yet they were effectively shouldering the responsibilities of regiment commanders. Chapter 7, The Resolute Hideki Tojo, the 11th Brigade strikes. Daong, Taizhu, your positions remain unchanged. One of you will continue as deputy regiment commander, while the other serves as the chief of staff, overseeing the daily training and management of the troops. Chu Feng's voice resonated once more. Additionally, the battalion commanders shall remain the same. Battalion Commander Liu Ian of the 1st Battalion, Battalion Commander Zhang Erniu of the 2nd Battalion, and Battalion Commander Li Hogu of the 3rd Battalion. However, the deputy battalion commanders of the 1st and 2nd Battalions will be adjusted. The two previous deputy battalion commanders will transfer to the Special Operations Battalion, with Zhang Depao assuming the role of battalion commander and Li Daniu as the deputy battalion commander. The new deputy battalion commanders for the 1st and 2nd Battalions will be the militia commander Wang Darhu and Chief of Staff Luo Qianming. The artillery battalion will also remain unchanged, with Jiao Changfar continuing as battalion commander, while the artillery company commander of the militia will take charge of the 6th Company of the Artillery Battalion. The logistics battalion and communications detachment will remain the same. Zhao Yuyuan will lead the logistics battalion, and Li Qianliang will oversee the communications detachment. Upon hearing Chu Feng's arrangements, Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu expressed no dissent. Your immediate task is to complete the reorganization of the troops in the shortest possible time. Chu Feng continued, we have also acquired a new batch of advanced equipment, known as the Type 11 Sniper Grenade Launcher. This device possesses formidable power, with a range exceeding 1,000 meters, capable of inflicting significant damage on machine gun positions and enemy tanks. My intention is to equip each platoon with 3 of these. You are responsible for selecting the personnel. Pay close attention to the artillery battalion, ensure that it is adequately staffed to maintain its combat effectiveness. With that, Chu Feng waved his hand at the two, stating, time is of the essence, and the tasks are pressing. We cannot predict when the enemy's retaliation may strike, so you may now attend to your duties. The system personnel displayed unwavering loyalty to Chu Feng, standing at 100%. Yes, Commander. Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu rose respectfully, saluting as they departed with the new organizational structure and personnel appointment list to prepare the troops. Next, Chu Feng turned to Zhao Wushu and said, Uncle Zhao, I plan to appoint you as the logistics director of the Jincheng North Independent Regiment. Your primary responsibilities will include managing Chujiabao and overseeing future recruits from our village, as well as procurement and collection of rations. Essentially, you will serve as our chief steward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wushu accepted without hesitation, nodding in agreement, no problem, this is my forte. As he spoke, Zhao Wushu presented a list, stating, Young Lord, after our recent sales, we have successfully liquidated our external assets. Moreover, earlier today, we received a shipment of weaponry and $200,000. With this addition, we now possess $1,500,000. Our food reserves are limited. Combined, we have approximately 350,000 pounds of oats, buckwheat, wheat flour, and millet, in addition to 200,000 pounds of corn. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Uncle Zhao, the food supply is insufficient. While the enemy is preoccupied with rapid advances, the grain prices have yet to soar, and the situation remains relatively stable. From the $1.5 million, we will set aside $100,000 for our daily operations, utilizing the remaining $1,400,000 entirely for food purchases. We must acquire all available food. At this point, Chu Feng recalled something and remarked, did I not recently retrieve the enemy's uniforms, command knives, and weaponry? Please get in touch with the Nationalist Army and the Jinsui Army to see if they are interested in purchasing these items for the sake of glory. If they are, you may determine the price, but we will not accept cash, we will trade for food or machinery from factories. The enemy's offensive momentum is fierce, and the transfer of the Daban city arsenal will not occur swiftly. Uncle Zhao, please assign a clever team to monitor the situation closely and report any developments to me. Chu Feng had set his sights on the machinery at the Daban arsenal. Although Yang Laoku had not carelessly relinquished everything to the enemy like Zhang Xiaoliu, he had still surrendered a significant amount of machinery and purchased raw materials due to the urgency of time. Understood, young lord. Oh no, Commander. Zhao Wushu initially intended to address him as young lord but quickly corrected himself. As Chu Feng outlined the major assignments, by that evening, the troops had completed personnel classification and reorganization, commencing joint drills the following day, the smoothness of which exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. The date was September the 18th, 1937. After 2.5 days of anticipation, the fervor ignited across the land of China by the Xinjiang North anti-Japanese independent regiment's broadcast finally reached the small locality of Chujiabao. A throng of reporters, along with personnel from the Second War Zone, the Jinsui Army, and the national government, descended upon the area. Simultaneously, the enemy Special High Command effortlessly acquired detailed information about Chu Feng and pinpointed the location of his stronghold, Chujiabao. Barker. Upon learning that Chu Feng was merely a student, a young lad who had never served in the military, and that his regiment had annihilated one of his battalions, Major General Hideki Tojo felt a profound sense of humiliation. Furthermore, having located Chujiabao, Tojo scrutinized the map and traced the attack route of the Maichuan Brigade, instantly comprehending why the brigade had met with utter destruction. It could only be said that everything was incredibly coincidental. Had the Maichuan Brigade chosen a different route to Yuancheng, avoiding Chujiabao entirely, they might have accomplished their mission without incident. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. Before this event transpired, no one would have believed that a regiment of Chinese troops could easily obliterate a field infantry battalion of the Empire of Japan, nor did they know that Chu Feng happened to possess such a regiment. Chief of Staff, take note. Now that Tojo had discovered Chu Feng's location, he wasted no time, resolutely issuing orders, command the independent mixed 11th Brigade, the 11th Regiment, to depart immediately, targeting Chujiabao. My only demand is to annihilate Chu Feng's entire force, leaving no survivors in Chujiabao. As he uttered these words, a fierce glint flickered in Tojo's eyes. With Tojo's command, the 11th Regiment of the independent mixed 11th Brigade, under the leadership of Colonel Kikabunton Udai, swiftly completed the resupply of ammunition and materials. As Colonel Kikabunton departed, Major General Suzuki Shokyo, commander of the independent mixed 11th Brigade, allocated one squad each from the mountain artillery and field artillery battalions to form a temporary artillery detachment, enhancing the firepower of the 11th Regiment. A night passed without incident, and on the following morning, the 11th Regiment and the temporary artillery detachment, totaling 300 men, set forth from Yungang City under the command of Colonel Kikabunton, rapidly advancing toward the southeast to Chujiabao. As soon as the 11th Regiment exited the city, they were detected by reconnaissance units dispatched from the Special Operations Battalion. After a period of confirmation, it became clear that these 300 enemy troops were indeed headed their way, prompting the reconnaissance team to relay this intelligence back via radio. While Chu Feng was engaged in discussions with representatives from the national government, the Second War Zone, the Jinsui Army, and the 8th Route Army, he was abruptly interrupted by the serious entrance of Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu. Commander, the reconnaissance team reports that there are 300 enemy troops in Yungang City, equipped with 6 Type 92 infantry cannons, 4 Type 41 75mm mountain cannons, and 4 Type 38 75mm field cannons, advancing towards Chujiabao. As Wang Taizhu finished speaking, before Chu Feng could respond, the room erupted in chaos. Wow, that's a lot of enemy troops. This group of enemies does not come with good intentions. It seems they are targeting Chu Feng and his Xinjiang North anti-Japanese independent regiment. The enemy's thirst for revenge is as strong as I expected. The attendees gasped collectively, some instinctively voicing their thoughts. However, while some spoke, others remained silent, their eyes betraying a hint of fear and wavering resolve, which quickly transformed into determination as a voice suddenly thundered through the room. Commander Chu, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The speaker was none other than the senior advisor from the national government's Second War Zone, Major General Wang Gao. As his words echoed, all eyes converged on him, filled with disbelief, disdain, shock, and cold indifference. Chapter 8, Confronting the 11th Regiment, the Ambush at Daxigu. Come on, my friends, is it truly necessary to display such blatant cowardice? The enemy has yet to launch their assault, and you are already contemplating retreat. Even if they do come, fleeing is hardly an arduous task. Take your leave, no need for formalities. In contrast to the myriad expressions of those around him, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing the remarks, he merely cast a cursory glance before waving his hand dismissively and turning to Uncle Zhao Wu, saying, Uncle Zhao Wu, please see off Senior Advisor Wang. Of course, Commander. Uncle Zhao Wu responded with a smile, gesturing to Wang and his entourage. Senior Advisor Wang, esteemed members of the national government, please follow me. As Wang Gaochan sensed the scornful gazes of the onlookers, he opened his mouth to offer an explanation but ultimately chose silence. At this juncture, any further justification would be futile. For Wang Gaochan, the maxim, "a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall," was paramount. With 5 concubines and a fortune of $1 million, his life was too precious to be jeopardized. He did not perceive his actions as cowardly but rather raised his head in pride, leading his group out of the regiment's headquarters under Uncle Zhao Wu's courteous escort. Wang Gaochan, if we leave like this, how shall we fulfill the tasks assigned by the national government? A voice suddenly rang out as they exited the headquarters. It was a major from the military intelligence, who looked at Wang Gaochan with a hint of surprise and queried, "And moreover, does this not convey to outsiders that we are merely a band of cowards?" Since the major belonged to a different department, he felt no need for decorum while addressing Wang Gaochan. Wang Gaochan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the major's inquiry, recognized his own cowardice but understood the necessity of maintaining his facade. He raised his voice, with 4,300 Japanese soldiers advancing, accompanied by over a dozen artillery pieces. How can Chu Feng hope to withstand such an onslaught? With his mere 5,000 men. If he could vanquish 1,000 Japanese soldiers, it would be due to their numerical superiority. Now that the advantage is negligible, do you truly believe Chu Feng can emerge victorious? Furthermore, today's discussions have made it clear that this man is exceedingly obstinate and unwilling to abandon this land. In my view, this battle is destined to be a one-sided massacre. Once this so-called Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment is annihilated, what value will he hold for us? Listening to Wang Gaochan's words, the military intelligence major scoffed. What kind of logic is that? If the Japanese are indeed so formidable, should we not surrender immediately? Why resist at all? I truly cannot fathom why the national government would send a coward like you. With that, he halted his steps, ordering those from military intelligence, return with me. Our mission is not yet complete, and we are men of integrity. Even if this negotiation fails, we shall assist in any way we can. After spitting dismissively at Wang Gaochan, he exclaimed, "You spineless coward, Yuan turned back towards the headquarters with his men. How dare you insult me?" Wang Gaochan seethed, his face flushed with indignation. "Just wait, I will report you for this insolence." Having never endured such humiliation, he was incensed and began to shout threats. Uncle Zhao Wu interjected coolly, "Wang Gaochan, you must leave quickly. The Japanese are approaching. If you do not depart now, you may find it impossible to do so later." Upon hearing this, Wang Gaochan, who had intended to retort, was momentarily silenced. He shot a fierce glare at Uncle Zhao Wu before cursing under his breath and leading his group away. With the cowardly Wang Gaochan dispatched, the previously awkward atmosphere among the crowd lightened considerably, and laughter began to ripple through the ranks. Initially, the military intelligence personnel were not well regarded, but the major's actions had earned him a measure of respect from the others. What kind of soldier is one who cowers in fear? Chu Feng nodded at the military intelligence major before addressing the others. "Esteemed colleagues, the situation is urgent. You are free to leave if you wish. I cannot guarantee your safety at this moment. Commander Chu, there is no need for concern." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Major Zhang from the Jin Sui army smiled and said, "If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I brought a company with me." Yang Wu, the commander of the 115th Independent Regiment from the 8th Route Army, also chimed in, "Indeed, Commander Chu, I too have brought a company. Should you need help, I can send a telegram immediately. The 8th Route Army will certainly assist." Listening to their assurances, Chu Feng expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your understanding and support. The Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Regiment can manage for now, but we will reach out if the need arises." After soothing the concerns of his comrades, Chu Feng wasted no time in reviewing the intelligence gathered by the reconnaissance units before swiftly making his way to the operational map. Before long, he identified a strategic location along the route from Yungang City to Jujie Fort. Daxigu. It lies 20 kilometers from Chujie Fort and 45 kilometers from Yungang City. Given the Japanese forces' pace, they will arrive around 5 o'clock this afternoon. I plan to set an ambush at Daxagu. Once the battle commences, darkness will soon follow, preventing the Japanese aircraft from providing aerial support, thereby mitigating the threat of bombardment. Additionally, the Japanese will be fatigued after a long day of travel, whereas we will be well rested. Furthermore, we possess the advantages of terrain, initiative, numbers, superior weaponry, and the fortuitous alignment of time and place. We hold all the cards. If the Japanese seek revenge, I shall ensure they meet with a bloody reckoning they will not soon forget. With that, Chufeng clenched his fist and slammed it down upon the map of Daxagu, his words laced with a fierce determination. As Chufeng finalized his battle plans, the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment began to mobilize, distributing weapons and ammunition. Those who had initially harbored doubts about Chufeng's strategy, including Major Zhang from the Jin Sui Army and Commander Yang Wu from the 8th Route Army, were struck with clarity upon witnessing the array of Soviet-style equipment, the imposing 120mm heavy mortars, and the various machine guns and artillery pieces. Observing the spirit and resolve exuded by the soldiers of the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment, they exchanged looks of realization. Now it makes sense, no wonder he is so confident. With this level of armament, if they donned Japanese uniforms, they would be no inferior. Good heavens, I had assumed we were dealing with a mix of inexperienced troops, but it appears we face an elite force. If only we, too, had access to such weaponry in the 8th Route Army. The troops swiftly set out, with Commander Yang Wu, Major Zhang, and Major Luo from military intelligence accompanying them. Simultaneously, several journalists expressed their desire to join the expedition, a request to which Chufeng readily acquiesced. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the troops arrived at Daxagu. I command. After surveying the terrain, Chufeng wasted no time and issued orders. 1st Battalion, Companies 1, 2, and 3, along with the Machine Gun Company, will establish the ambush position at the front. 4th Company of the 1st Battalion, 5th and 6th Companies of the 2nd Battalion, and the 2nd Battalion's Machine Gun Company will form the ambush position on the left flank. 7th and 8th Companies of the 2nd Battalion, 9th Company and Machine Gun Company of the 3rd Battalion will establish the ambush position on the right flank. 10th, 11th, and 12th Companies of the 3rd Battalion, along with the Special Operations Battalion's Machine Gun Company, will be responsible for blocking the escape routes. Once combat ensues, they must prevent any Japanese soldiers from fleeing. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Companies of the Special Operations Battalion will serve as the regiment's reserve force. Company 3 of the Special Operations Battalion will leverage their strengths, utilizing grenades, landmines, explosive packs, and shells to create several minefields within the ambush area, ensuring the Japanese experience a devastating surprise. With that, Chufeng looked at the battalion and company commanders, reiterating, I wish to emphasize once more that we possess the advantage in this ambush, while the enemy is at a disadvantage. My singular objective is the complete annihilation of these 4,300 Japanese soldiers. I demand total extermination. A mere rout is unacceptable. Do we have confidence in this mission? Chufeng surveyed the room, his voice booming with authority. Chapter 9, The ambush begins. The 36 heavy mortars unleash their might, leaving the bewildered Japanese forces in shock. Yes, 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 shouted the battalion and company commanders, their voices ringing out. Excellent. Chufeng nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with his hand, prepared to proceed. At his command, the bustling crowd of Daxagu became animated, each individual diligently attending to their duties amidst a palpable atmosphere of focus, devoid of chaos. In no time, an hour and a half had passed, and the ambush position was fully established. The cooking team had also prepared hot water, serving warm meals to the troops on the front lines. In the makeshift command post, Chufeng, Ji Daong, Wang Taiju, along with Major General Zhang of the Jinsui Army and Commander Yang of the 8th Route Army, engaged in light conversation while dining. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the Japanese to take the bait. As time slipped by unnoticed, it was soon 4:50 in the afternoon. The reconnaissance soldiers from the Special Operations Battalion returned to Daxagu just 3 minutes earlier. Through binoculars from the command post, Jufeng and the others observed the distant Japanese forces advancing steadily towards them, with the leading squadron less than 500 meters from the ambush zone. Let us not mince words, the Japanese weaponry is indeed impressive. Commander Yang remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Though we have yet to engage them directly and are unaware of their true capabilities, their armaments are far beyond what our 8th Route Army can compare to. Upon hearing Yang's words, Jufeng, Major General Zhang, and the others remained silent. Perhaps among the armies of the world, the Japanese weaponry could be considered second-rate, but in Asia, it was undoubtedly unrivaled. Even the high-priced German-equipped divisions of the nationalist government could only match the Japanese forces. And how many such divisions were there? Under the watchful gaze of all, the leading Japanese troops plunged headlong into the ambush zone. This contingent continued the audacity of the Maichuan Brigade, neglecting thorough reconnaissance and instead opting for a cursory firepower check. "Colonel, should we not conduct a reconnaissance?" asked his aide, accompanying him with the main force. "No need." Colonel Kickaboter instinctively rejected the suggestion. The intelligence clearly indicates this is merely a local security regiment. Last time, they only leveraged their advantageous terrain and numbers. We have over 4,000 men, what can these Chinese resist with? Colonel Kickaboter displayed unwavering confidence regarding the upcoming battle. Understood. Upon hearing the commander's words, the aide felt reassured, nodding, "Commander, once we capture Chujiabao, shall we allow the soldiers to roam freely for a day?" Agreed. Colonel Kickaboter pondered briefly before nodding. "I think that's a good idea. The warriors have been in constant combat without a chance to relax. Should we succeed, it would be a well-deserved respite." As the two Japanese officers conversed, the main force began to dive into the ambush zone. With the preliminary firepower reconnaissance completed, the pace of the main unit quickened. "Report to the commander, the Japanese forces have completely entered our ambush zone." "Report to the commander, the leading Japanese unit is 300 meters away from the 1st Battalion's position. 200 meters. 150 meters. Within the makeshift command post, upon hearing the report, Jufeng suddenly waved his hand at the mention of 150 meters, declaring, "Commence fire." At his command, a soldier drew a signal pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a red signal flare soared skyward. Upon seeing the signal flare, the soldiers clutching detonators acted without hesitation, pressing down forcefully. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The earth erupted in violent explosions, red flames bursting forth as countless unsuspecting Japanese troops were thrust into the air by the shock waves, while others were pierced by shrapnel, succumbing to their agonizing fates. As the mines detonated, the Japanese, caught off guard, were met with a torrent of fire from the concealed troops who no longer hesitated. Heavy and light machine guns, rifles, submachine guns, grenades, grenade launchers, as well as the battalion's 92mm infantry guns and 82mm mortars, all opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Bang. Bang bang. Boom bang boom bang. The iron hailstorm enveloped the panicked Japanese forces, relentlessly claiming their lives. Barker. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Colonel Kickaboter of the 11th Regiment instinctively dismounted, taking cover on the ground to avoid stray bullets while cursing under his breath. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment would not dare to engage them, fully assured of his own strength, only to be swiftly proven wrong. "Quick! Send a telegram to the brigade commander, informing him that we are encountering an ambush by Chinese forces in the direction of Daxigir." Though taken by surprise, the enemy's firepower was still within Colonel Kickaboter's tolerance. However, as he finished speaking, a sudden wailing sound filled the air. Huh! The noise instinctively drew Colonel Kickaboter's gaze upward, his expression shifting from confusion to horror as he exclaimed, "Evade, evade, enemy artillery." But amidst the cacophony of gunfire, his voice could not penetrate the chaos. Boom. 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 The delayed arrival of 36 120mm heavy mortars finally joined the fray mere seconds after the battle erupted. Each shell traced a graceful arc through the sky, their warheads tearing through the air with a spine-chilling shriek, plunging into the ranks of the ambushed Japanese forces. Boom. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted in fiery bursts, each detonation sending shockwaves and shrapnel sweeping through the vicinity. It is noteworthy that the 120mm heavy mortars, famously known as their Big Spitters, possess a staggering lethal radius of 34 meters. With all 36 artillery pieces firing in unison, within a mere 5 minutes, over 300 heavy shells rained down upon the ambush position, plowing through the ranks of Japanese troops. Hiss. My goodness, these large-caliber artillery pieces truly pack a punch. After this barrage, the Japanese must be utterly stunned. Whether it was during the First Battle of Seonghu or the Great Wall Resistance, the Japanese have always relied on artillery to bully us. Now, they too are experiencing the taste of devastation. The artillery demonstration ignited a fervor within Major General Zhang of the Jinsui Army and Commander Yang of the 8th Route Army, their excitement palpable as they gestured animatedly. Chu Feng remained silent, yet the smile gracing his lips spoke volumes about the exhilaration swelling within him. At that moment of heightened emotion among Chu Feng and his comrades, Colonel Kikuboter, battered by the bombardment, wore a dazed expression, muttering, "Barker, impossible, how can the Chinese troops possess such an abundance of artillery?" Since the September 18th incident, Colonel Kikuboter had frequently clashed with Chinese forces, yet this was the first time he had encountered such ferocious artillery fire. He found it hard to believe, rendered utterly bewildered. Chapter 10, Call for Reinforcements, Tactical Guidance. Chu Feng commanded, "Bugler, sound the charge." And they possess such an array of heavy artillery, could they possibly be the main force of the Jinsui Army? Surely not that Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment. A thought surged into his mind. It must be so. The cunning Chinese have indeed summoned reinforcements. What a disgrace. Colonel Kikumoto Udai trembled with rage as he felt the relentless rain of shells and a hail of bullets. He sensed he had been deceived. Not only was he furious at being outsmarted by the Chinese, but he was also incensed at having been misled by the Toko, Special High Police. Colonel Kikumoto felt like a complete fool, caught in a web of manipulation. "Commander, the firepower of the Chinese is overwhelming. What shall we do?" Miraculously, his aide had survived and crawled over to him, inquiring loudly. "Send a telegram to the brigade commander, requesting tactical guidance." This statement snapped Colonel Kikumoto back from his shock and rage. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Inform them that we are already facing at least one division of the Jinsui Army, along with an ambush from a heavy artillery regiment." "Yes, sir." The aide responded, "Those cunning Chinese have plotted this all out. No, I must consolidate my forces and strive for a breakout and counterattack." Soon his aide returned, and without questioning, Colonel Kikumoto stated, "We cannot continue to be passively beaten. We must initiate a counteroffensive and attempt to regroup our troops for a breakout. Otherwise, if we remain in this passive state, we may not last until reinforcements arrive." As Colonel Kikumoto's orders were issued, the battlefield erupted in chaos with artillery and bullets. After much commotion, only a few hundred of the enemy began to gather. This movement of the enemy was quickly noticed. 2nd Battalion Commander Zhang Erniu narrowed his eyes and remarked, "These little, even under such concentrated fire, they still think of counterattacking." Saying this, he turned and shouted, "Tell our battalion's artillery to adjust their aim and concentrate fire on this group of gathering enemies. Also, let each squad's Type 11 sniper grenade." Meanwhile, the 60 Type 11 sniper grenade launchers also repositioned their aim. Fire! Fire! Boom! The resonant sounds of artillery explosions reverberated as high explosive shells were unleashed, detonating among the enemy ranks. Hiss! The temporary command post quickly detected the situation, and everyone raised their binoculars to observe. They were unaware of Commander Zhang Erniu's orders, but through their binoculars, they witnessed the shocking scene involving Major General Zhang and Colonel Yang. One by one, the enemy soldiers exploded into fragments as they were struck by the bombardment. I cannot disclose the specific model, but you can think of it as a large-caliber anti-tank gun. Chu Feng's response initially startled Major General Zhang and Colonel Yang, but they soon grasped the essence of his words. "This can penetrate tanks?" inquired a major from the military intelligence. "Yes," Chu Feng affirmed, nodding with a smile. "This weapon, when paired with special ammunition, can penetrate 80mm armor. Those little devil's tanks won't withstand a shot." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone instinctively nodded, acknowledging the impressive capabilities of this anti-tank weapon. However, the cost of the ammunition must be substantial. If we aren't targeting tanks, what then? Colonel Yang's words were couched in politeness, yet all understood the underlying concern, casting complex glances at Chu Feng. "Not to worry." Chu Feng waved dismissively. "The enemy's tanks are few, and we have plenty of ammunition here. If there are tanks, we will target them. If not, we will use it against infantry. Besides, our weapon is quite powerful, and the enemy soldiers will perish swiftly without experiencing much pain. We can consider it a good deed." Listening to Chu Feng's inhumane rationale, everyone fell silent. A good deed. Those little devils would thank his entire family. If given a choice, they would prefer to be shot by a barrage of bullets rather than blown to bits by a single shell. This was a sentiment they could only keep to themselves, yet strangely, as they watched the enemy disintegrate under the bombardment, an unsettling sense of satisfaction washed over them. The ambush in Daxagu continued, and Major General Suzuki Shokyo, originally enjoying his dinner, received the distress telegram from the 11th Regiment. "Brigade Commander, the 11th Regiment has sent a distress signal. They are encountering an ambush from a division of the Jinsui Army, accompanied by a heavy artillery regiment in Daxagu." As he elegantly lifted his wine glass, preparing to take a sip of red wine, Major General Suzuki was momentarily dumbfounded. "Narni." In the next instant, he hurled the cup aside, exclaiming, "Barker. That Kikumoto Udai, apart from the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment around Yungang City, where else can he find the Jinsui army? This coward, I should never have allowed him to go." Clearly, Major General Suzuki Shokyo was incredulous about the telegram. However, after his initial outburst, he calmed himself and pondered. "Send a telegram to Kikumoto Udai, informing him that reinforcements are on the way, and he must hold off the Jinsui army until they arrive." Having said this, he stood up to report this matter to Lieutenant General Tojo Hideki. The large-scale troop movements were beyond his control, and at that moment, Lieutenant General Tojo was leading his forces southward into battle, leaving only the engineering and supply battalions of the 11th Independent Mixed Brigade in Yungang City. However, just as Major General Suzuki Shokyo returned after conversing with Lieutenant General Tojo, he was met by a subordinate with a look of panic, reporting, "Brigade Commander, we have been unable to establish contact with the 11th Regiment." "Narni?" Major General Suzuki was instantly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on the ambush front in Daxagu, the battle raged on, and the radio of the 11th Regiment had been destroyed by a 120mm heavy artillery shell. At this point, unbeknownst to them, the fighting had been ongoing for over 40 minutes, and within the ambush zone, the enemy troops were decimated under the relentless onslaught, leaving only a handful scattered across the battlefield. The enemy had no capability to counterattack, forced to endure the assault passively. "Bugler, sound the charge." Witnessing this situation, Chu Feng no longer hesitated and issued the order for a full-scale assault. Chapter 11, The Explosive System Rewards. Chu Feng exclaimed, "What the hell, I'm striking it rich." Ding 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 ding. The resounding call to charge echoed across the ambush battlefield of Daxagu. The officers and soldiers of the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment surged forth from their trenches the moment the call sounded, roaring as they charged towards the remaining enemy troops. "Kill the Japs! Charge, brothers! Follow me, let's wipe out the little devils!" As they witnessed the dark mass of Chinese troops pouring in from all sides, the remaining enemy soldiers scrambled to their feet, desperate to mount a final resistance, with many attempting to retrieve light and heavy machine guns, as well as grenade launchers. Bang! Boom! Bang! The crisp gunfire, or the ominous silence of gunshots, rang out, and those who dared to resist were swiftly gunned down. Some enemies met their demise with a single bullet to the head, while others were blown apart by artillery fire. Each squad was equipped with a professional sniper, who now unleashed their menacing presence. Under the intimidation of the snipers and grenade gunners, the charging troops pressed on relentlessly, overwhelming the remaining enemy forces. Victory! Upon witnessing this scene, Major General Zhang of the Jinsui army couldn't help but utter these three words. His declaration left everyone momentarily dazed, their expressions somewhat bewildered. Indeed, victory. In just 1 hour, we have annihilated over 300 enemy troops. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Listening to the conversation around him, Zhu Feng smiled silently, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed the exhilaration surging within him. Ding dong! Just as everyone was reveling in this exhilarating yet somewhat unbelievable victory, a system notification chimed in Zhu Feng's mind. Whoosh! A flicker of anticipation coursed through him, and he found himself in the system space, the real world freezing in time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 311 enemy troops. You have received the following rewards: 1,000,000 silver dollars. 1 Intermediate American Artillery Regiment. 1,000 napalm bombs. 1 Elite German Anti-Aircraft Battery. 1,000,000 pounds of flour. 20,000 sets of 65 style military uniforms. 2 basic new recruitment cards. 192 type infantry guns. 100,000 70mm infantry shells. 1 complete production line for M260mm mortars. 150cc KW352 military trucks. 1 advanced automobile maintenance battalion. 200 tons of gasoline. 50 tons of diesel. 5 diesel generator sets. 50 military radios. As he listened to the system notification and witnessed his previously empty inventory now brimming with rewards, Zhu Feng was utterly astonished. What the hell? This is a massive jackpot. The system rewards are explosive. 300 enemy troops paid with their lives to enrich me. This is a windfall. I'm rich, I'm rich. In his excitement, Zhu Feng's gaze turned to the infantry, his eyes scanning the rewards as system descriptions materialized before him. Intermediate American Artillery Regiment. This is a standard artillery regiment trained for 3 years and with 2 years of combat experience. The regiment comprises 3 battalions of 105mm howitzers, each with 12 guns, totaling 36. There is also 1 battalion of 155mm howitzers, consisting of 12 guns, including the headquarters and artillery logistics battalion. The total personnel is 160. Note: the artillery regiment comes equipped with artillery towing vehicles. Elite German Anti-Aircraft Battery. This is a unit trained for 3 years and with 7 years of combat experience, boasting a remarkable record of shooting down 300 enemy aircraft. The entire battery consists of 3 operational platoons, the headquarters, and a dedicated logistics platoon, totaling 160 personnel. Note: the host can choose the desired weaponry. Basic new recruitment card. Upon use, it allows for the recruitment of 1,000 new soldiers, with 80 being regular infantry and 20 technical troops. Each recruit is not only physically fit and possesses a junior high school education but has also undergone 3 months of basic training. Advanced Automobile Maintenance Battalion. This is a battalion with 10 years of experience in repairing tanks, cars, and armored vehicles, consisting of 140 personnel, equipped with 15 maintenance vehicles, 5 support vehicles, 2 cranes, and 10 trailers. Upon reading the descriptions of the 4 rewards from the system, Zhu Feng opened his mouth in awe. Incredible, I'm absolutely amazed. Just the artillery regiment is impressive enough, and they all wield large-caliber artillery. What else more outrageous is that I don't even have to prepare the vehicles for towing the artillery. The system has provided them. How considerate, truly too considerate. Touched by the system's thoughtful actions, Zhu Feng quickly declared, "System, I want to summon the American Artillery Regiment." During this ambush battle, Zhu Feng had experienced the dominance brought by 36 heavy mortars. Now, having acquired 48 more, he possessed 2 artillery regiments solely based on large-caliber artillery. In total, he had a staggering 84 large-caliber guns, and with such firepower density, he was confident he could handle an entire Japanese brigade. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the American artillery regiment vanished, and the system notification chimed. The American artillery regiment will arrive at Chujie Fortress within 24 hours. Listening to the system notification, Chu Feng turned his attention to. Next, he turned his gaze towards the third reward, his eyes lighting up. This is excellent. 2 new recruitment cards mean 2,000 new soldiers, 600 infantry and 400 technical troops who have undergone 3 months of training and can join the ranks, integrating into regular training. Furthermore, this automobile maintenance battalion may be small in number, but given the high mechanization of the current forces and the large number of vehicles, along with the recently acquired 12 modified anti-aircraft vehicles, combined with the elite Soviet unit, the American artillery regiment, and the German anti-aircraft batteries maintenance crew, I can recruit an additional batch of personnel. At the very least, I won't have to worry about any of these vehicles or tanks breaking down. At this point, Chu Feng couldn't help but glance at the German anti-aircraft battery, a smirk creeping onto his lips, with 12 anti-aircraft vehicles lined up, targeting not just enemy aircraft but also enemy infantry. The image is simply too beautiful to contemplate. I can't wait for the opportunity to test it out. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but chuckle, he. After examining the 4 rewards, Chu Feng's eyes continued to scan ahead, and the next moment, a stunned exclamation escaped his lips, his face alight with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, artillery, artillery, artillery. My artillery. Chapter 12, Powering Up the Nation Again, the Silent Hideki Tojo. The complete production line for the M260mm mortar. This encompasses 2 artillery production lines and 3 ammunition production lines, with an annual output of 3,000 mortars. It includes the design and production blueprints for the M260mm mortar, as well as the manufacturing processes. The exhilaration of acquiring weaponry from the system is undeniable, yet the prospect of mastering production materials and establishing one's own production line fills Chu Feng with even greater joy and enthusiasm. His ultimate goal regarding his armaments is to assemble a comprehensive military-industrial system, thereby producing a standardized weapon with unified ammunition caliber. Otherwise, with a mix of Soviet, American, and Japanese equipment, despite their efficacy, the lack of a common caliber for ammunition would impose overwhelming logistical burdens on his troops. This is precisely why Chu Feng has set his sights on the machinery at the Dahan arsenal, first addressing the question of availability, then contemplating the quality and capability of the equipment. Remarkable. Chu Feng couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with excitement and eagerness. Though it consists of merely 5 production lines and the caliber is only 60mm, which is suitable for battalion-level support fire. But this signifies hope. With this batch of machinery, if we can also procure additional equipment from the Dahan arsenal, we might even attempt to standardize the caliber for light weapons, culminating in the production of our own standard light weaponry, which would be quite delightful. At this point, Chu Feng gazed at the rewards, his eyes filled with anticipation. This $1 million has arrived just in time. It will enable Uncle Zhao Wu to send people to the Dahan arsenal to recruit some workers. Machinery is a treasure, but these seasoned skilled workers and technicians are the true gems. Shifting his excited and expectant gaze from the artillery production line, Chu Feng's attention turned to the remaining rewards, 150 military trucks. This is also quite advantageous. Fuel is a significant concern, whether for logistics or base construction. Machinery is essential, and the transportation capacity of vehicles will expedite our development. The diesel generator set has also come at an opportune moment. Electricity, as the cornerstone of the second industrial revolution, is indispensable for true industrialization. 100 pieces of the 92 infantry cannon are also valuable. They can temporarily serve as battalion-level support fire. The military uniforms have arrived just in time as well. The 65 is classic. The troops currently wear Soviet-style uniforms, and once the American artillery regiment arrives, it will be American uniforms, followed by German artillery units, which will require German uniforms. With 20,000 sets of the 65 military uniform, we at least have our own standard military attire. Having a unified standard uniform will present a more formal appearance to the outside world, otherwise, with a hodgepodge of various uniforms, it all seems rather disjointed. As he spoke, Chu Feng's gaze fell upon the 1000 incendiary bombs. These are indeed valuable. They can incinerate vast areas, whether against enemies or targeting certain fixed positions of the Japanese. They are quite effective. Alas! Chu Feng shook his head and remarked, but these require bombers for deployment, making them somewhat superfluous at this stage. At that moment, a thought crossed Chu Feng's mind. What if we target a Japanese airfield? Our current strength is sufficient. We could potentially seize their aircraft. However, finding pilots may pose a challenge. Once we return, I will speak with Uncle Zhao Wu to see if we can recruit a batch of pilots from the Dahan arsenal or elsewhere. Chu Feng was indeed keen on the idea of assaulting an airfield and seizing aircraft from the Japanese. After all, what is one's own is inherently more satisfying, and taking from the Japanese would provide an added sense of accomplishment. After reviewing the system rewards, Chu Feng smiled in delight, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. The 300 Japanese soldiers had effectively financed his endeavors, yielding highly valuable rewards. His forces had made significant strides towards the goal of reaching 10,000 troops, and most importantly, their firepower had not diminished but rather substantially increased. The light and heavy machine guns could be replenished with the spoils acquired, be it from this operation or the previous Meituan detachment's captures, and there was no need for rifles, as 3,000 brand new water-cooled rifles remained available. System, I wish to extract all rewards. As Chu Feng's words resonated, the items in the rewards section vanished, accompanied by the system's notification, ding. All rewards have been extracted. The materials and personnel will arrive at Chu Family Fortress within 24 hours. Gazing at the now empty rewards section, Chu Feng glanced at his status panel, momentarily pausing at the identity category. First, we annihilated a Japanese battalion. Now, we have decimated a regiment along with an artillery battalion. Upon our return, I can engage in fruitful discussions with the national government and the individuals associated with Yang. I eagerly anticipated. Just as he emerged from the system space, he heard the jubilant cheers of the soldiers at the ambush site. We have triumphed, we have triumphed. Har har har, victory in the war of resistance is assured, we have won. Those damn Japanese devils, let us eliminate them. Victory in the war of resistance. Victory in the war of resistance, victory in the war of resistance. Listening to the jubilant voices of the soldiers, Chu Feng joined in the celebration, raising his arms in unison, the atmosphere electric with enthusiasm and joy. Meanwhile, the accompanying reporters were busily weaving through the crowd, capturing these moments for what would undoubtedly become genuine headlines. After several minutes of celebration, Chu Feng glanced at the sky and commanded, "Order all battalions to begin clearing the battlefield. Strip the Japanese of their clothing and equipment, and incinerate the bodies." Upon hearing Chu Feng's orders, General Zhang, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Commander Chu, let us retain the body of the Japanese colonel leading the unit. We will need it for propaganda." General Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the battle had been fought by Chu Feng's troops, he too was a Chinese national, and should they successfully recruit this individual, he would effectively become one of their own, contributing to the accomplishments of the Jinsui army. Upon hearing General Zhang's suggestion, Chu Feng readily agreed, stating, "Very well, let us keep the body of the commanding Japanese colonel." As he observed his troops commencing the battlefield cleanup, Chu Feng turned to his chief of staff, Wang Taizhu, and said, "Taizhu, continue to broadcast this good news through clear and open channels, ensuring that our compatriots and fellow townsfolk are informed of this joyous news, while also boosting the morale of our allies currently engaged in battle." Wang Taizhu nodded in affirmation, replying, "Understood, Commander." He was well versed in this responsibility. Simultaneously, General Zhang, Commander Yang Wu, Major of Military Intelligence, and the reporters who had completed their interviews, all realized the significance of Chu Feng's statement and hastily sought to borrow the radio equipment to report and relay this message. Minutes later, the clear message was transmitted nationwide, reaching all active radios, including those of the Japanese. Having received the news of the 11th Regiment's loss from Major Suzuki Shinkatsu, General Hideki Tojo's expression shifted from pale to flushed, then deep crimson, finally culminating in a furious roar, "Barker! Chufeng, you have gone too far, I will kill you." Yet, after his outburst of rage, General Tojo fell silent, gazing at the map, fixating on the prominently marked Wuhan city. Chapter 13, The Clam and the Heron Struggle, and Chufeng reaps the benefits. After a considerable time had elapsed, General Heihachiro Tog let out a deep sigh and instructed, "Order the troops to bypass Chujie Fortress and make a direct assault on Yuancheng. At present, the most crucial objective is to coordinate with the other forces and seize Taoyuan City, thereby annihilating the living forces of the Jinsui army and compelling the Zhejiang to surrender." Having uttered this, General Tog took a couple of quick breaths to alleviate the pent-up frustration within him and continued, "We shall remember our grudge against Chufeng. This treacherous thorn in the side of the Empire of Japan shall meet his end at my hands once we have the opportunity, avenging our fallen valiant warriors." As he concluded, these words seemed to be squeezed from between his clenched teeth. The Japanese forces fell into a profound silence in response to General Tog's decision. In contrast to the skepticism that had prevailed before, this time, with a clear signal received, there was no room for doubt among them. Simultaneously, reporters and relevant personnel swiftly dispatched telegrams back home. In Taoyuan City, within the residence of the Zhejiang. "Commander, we have received a coded telegram from the Jinbei Anti-Japanese Independent Brigade. They ambushed the 11th Japanese Regiment and an artillery battalion at Dashi Gorge, annihilating over 300 Japanese troops and killing the regiment commander, Colonel Kikumoto. General Zhang has also sent a telegram, stating that he witnessed this battle firsthand. Chufeng's forces are exceptionally formidable, comprising over 5,000 troops along with the 120mm heavy mortar battalion. In this battle, the heavy mortar battalion performed extraordinarily well, managing to eliminate the 11th Japanese Regiment in just 1 hour, earning great credit for their achievement." The aide respectfully reported to the Zhejiang. Hiss. Upon hearing the aide's words, Yang could no longer remain seated. He rose, his eyes filled with profound astonishment, compared to the Japanese field brigade from a few days prior. This time it was 300 Japanese troops. It could be said without exaggeration that a regiment of Japanese soldiers, combined with an artillery battalion, could easily overwhelm a single army of the Jinsui forces. "This Chufeng is quite remarkable, truly an impressive young man." Realizing the true value of Chufeng and his forces, Yang could not help but praise. "Send a telegram to General Zhang, stating that I personally invite Chufeng to join our Jinsui army, and for this, we shall bestow upon him the rank of Major General. Moreover, isn't Chujie Fortress located around Yuancheng? Let him also serve as the county magistrate of Yuancheng." After a moment of contemplation, Yang continued, "Furthermore, in my name, reward Chufeng with 200,000 silver dollars, along with a battalion, of weaponry, in addition to 500,000 rounds of ammunition and 100,000 grenades. Inform General Zhang that we must bring Chufeng into our Jinsui army. Once he joins, everything will be negotiable." As he uttered these words, Yang felt a twinge of regret. As Yang invested heavily on one side, the head of military intelligence also received a telegram from a military major. Not daring to delay, he promptly exited with the telegram, and soon a gathering of high-ranking officials, after reviewing the coded telegram and confidential reports, including the matter of the advisor Wang, erupted in outrage. "Scoundrel, scoundrel! To be so cowardly and selfish, utterly disgraceful." After perusing the telegram and listening to the reports, the officials of the national government were incensed. "Send a telegram to the Second War Zone and suspend Wang for investigation. The military intelligence will handle this matter." "Yes." The head of military intelligence responded hastily, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Typically, this would be the responsibility of the Central Intelligence, but given the rivalry between the military and the Central Intelligence, he did not mind assisting. "This Chufeng is impressive." After the reprimands, the officials could not help but exclaim, "We have no commendable achievements on the battlefield, which leaves the national government at a disadvantage in public opinion. We must incorporate Chufeng into our ranks. Doesn't Chufeng's force boast over 5,000 men and a heavy artillery battalion? Let us grant him the rank of Major General and bestow upon him a 4th-class Cloud Banner Medal. After a brief hesitation, he added, for the battalion organization, let's designate it as a Type A battalion. Furthermore, in the name of the national government, reward Chufeng with 300,000 national currency. Should he join our ranks and accept our organization and jurisdiction, we will also retroactively provide 3 months military pay, along with an additional 2,000 rifles, 30 light machine guns, and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. I trust the Jinsui army is also making efforts. My sole requirement is to bring Chufeng into the national government, or at the very least, ensure he falls under the Second War Zone, and must accept the national government's management. In their endeavors to win over Chufeng and claim the accolades associated with him, both Yang and the national government spared no expense. As telegrams continued to pour in, a night passed without incident, and on the morning of the second day, as Chufeng was just rising, Major General Zhang and Major Qin from military intelligence came to visit. Major General Zhang, Major Qin, what brings you here? Observing the two men arriving together, Chufeng regarded them with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing Chufeng's inquiry, Major General Zhang and Major Qin exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward, clearly aware of each other's intentions. He. Major General Zhang chuckled lightly, handing over a telegram. Commander Chu, Commander Yang has received news of the victory at Dashi Gorge and has sent you a commendation telegram overnight. As soon as Major General Zhang finished speaking, Major Qin, not to be outdone, presented his telegram, stating, Commander Chu, the national government has also sent a commendation for you overnight. Oh. Chufeng's interest was piqued as he took both telegrams, swiftly scanning them, only to reveal a conflicted expression. Both Commander Yang and the national government are quite generous, each offering me a position as a battalion commander. I am sincerely grateful for their recognition. Upon uttering this, both Major General Zhang and Major Qin's expressions tightened, their eyes fixed intently on Chufeng. Chufeng continued, as for the additional weaponry and financial rewards, it is only natural for the national government, given their resources, to be a bit more lavish. With his words, Major General Zhang furrowed his brow, inwardly muttering, is he dissatisfied with the commendation? Meanwhile, Major Qin displayed a smile. However, before Chufeng could finish, sensing the tension between the two, he added, regrettably, Commander Yang knows me well enough to understand that people from Jin province have a strong attachment to their home. Thus, he has offered me the position of county magistrate in Yuancheng, which I find quite intriguing. Indeed, Major General Zhang, who had previously frowned, instantly broke into a broad smile, while Major Qin's expression soured, his smile vanishing. Commander Chu, if you seek any governmental positions, we in the national government can certainly accommodate. Unable to bear the sight of Major General Zhang's smug expression, Major Qin promptly interjected, I will consult with the national government immediately. Given your capabilities, a mere county position is clearly insufficient. I will strive to secure a special commissioner role for you. Even if there are no suitable positions, I will ensure to find you an appropriate one. As soon as Major Qin made this assertion, Major General Zhang could no longer contain himself, thumping his chest and declaring, Commander Chu, our Commander Yang holds a particular fondness for talent and has stated that you are a leading figure among the younger generation of Jin province. Rest assured, I will promptly inform Commander Yang to establish the Jinbei Special Zone, appointing you as its Commissioner and Chief of Security, granting you full authority over all military and political affairs in the Jinbei region. Isn't this merely a competition? Who fears whom? Observing the rivalry between the national government and the Jinsui army, Chufeng naturally raised both hands in agreement. Chufeng was acutely aware of one truth, whether it be the Jinsui army or the national government, their generosity stemmed from their fervent desire to claim his military accomplishments and draw him under their respective banners, thereby alleviating the pressure on their public image from this significant victory. Supply and demand dictate the market. Chufeng was engaging in a business transaction. He had no qualms about joining either the national government or the Jinsui army, but his sole condition was that the highest bidder would prevail. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron struggle, it is the clam that benefits. Chufeng was determined to reap the greatest rewards. Without competition, how could he possibly achieve that? Let them compete fiercely. That was precisely what Chufeng relished witnessing. Chapter 14. The good news from Uncle Zhao Wu. Colonel Yang Wu remarked, "Commander Chu, I wish to express my sentiments as well." Just as Major General Zhang and Major Qin had departed, Colonel Yang Wu of the 8th Route Army's 115th Division arrived. "Commander Chu." Upon spotting Chufeng, Colonel Yang greeted him with a smile and presented a telegram, saying, "This is a message from our 8th Route Army headquarters." Oh. Chufeng was momentarily taken aback, accepting the telegram and perusing its contents. It contained congratulations and commendations from the commanders and deputy commanders of the 8th Route Army, celebrating the victory of Chufeng and the Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment, as well as expressing a desire for future collaboration in the anti-Japanese struggle. Hee. After quickly reading the telegram, Chufeng set it aside with a smile and stated, "We are grateful for the congratulations and commendations from the 8th Route Army. Naturally, I welcome the idea of uniting our efforts against the Japanese. The war of resistance is not solely my responsibility, nor is it merely the concern of the 8th Route Army. It is the shared duty and obligation of the 40 million people of China. I am wholeheartedly eager for us to join forces in this endeavor." With this, Chufeng articulated his stance, prompting a smile from Colonel Yang Wu in response. While Chufeng and Colonel Yang Wu were engaged in conversation, Uncle Zhao Wu hurriedly entered, his face brimming with joy. As he prepared to speak, he hesitated upon noticing Colonel Yang's presence. "What is it, Uncle Zhao Wu?" Chufeng inquired, observing Zhao Wu's reluctance to voice his thoughts. After a glance at Colonel Yang Wu, Zhao Wu finally spoke, "Commander, our sale of the Japanese military uniforms, command knives, and weaponry has been exceptionally well received. In just a few days, we have sold 23 sets, with prices ranging from a modest 300 yuan to as much as 10,000 yuan, yielding a total of 50,000 yuan in cash and various materials worth 100,000 yuan. Many buyers are opting for the damaged equipment, and the reason is simple. These items are affordable, allowing them to claim rewards and advance in rank upon their return." Oh. Upon hearing this, Chufeng's expression brightened as he exclaimed, "Excellent, splendid. Let us amplify our efforts. After all, we currently have no immediate need for the Japanese weaponry. Aside from the artillery and both light and heavy machine guns, the rest can certainly be sold. Those damaged weapons are of no use to us. If they can be sold, then we are effectively repurposing waste." Acknowledging Chufeng's words, Zhao Wu nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, Commander, I understand. By the way, Commander." Zhao Wu's voice rang out again as he looked at Chufeng. "There is one matter on which I am uncertain." "Please, go ahead." Chufeng replied, somewhat astonished that there was anything Zhao Wu, the logistics chief, was unsure about. The 22nd Army Group of the Sichuan troops was ordered to come to Jin Province for the resistance, correct? They are still en route, but some have arrived ahead of schedule. During a recent transaction, we established contact with them, and they expressed interest in purchasing a batch of weaponry, approximately 2,000 rifles, 50 light and heavy machine guns, and 300,000 rounds of ammunition. At this point, Zhao Wu gazed at Chufeng with a hint of concern and said, "Commander, should we proceed with such a substantial order? Moreover, our weaponry is in high demand, and we need not worry about sales. The Sichuan troops are only just embarking on their resistance effort. By the time they reach Jin Province, it may be late October or November. If they choose not to purchase, we will be left with excess infantry." Upon hearing Zhao Wu's apprehensions, Chufeng decisively stated, "Sell, the brothers from Sichuan have traveled a great distance to join us in the fight against the Japanese. In a narrow sense, we, the people of Jin Province, ought to express our gratitude to them. While profit is important, we must not focus on it alone. Establish contact with the Sichuan troops and inform them that I will reserve this batch of weaponry for them, pricing the rifles at 10 yuan each, the light machine guns at 100 yuan each, the heavy machine guns at 300 yuan each, and 10,000 000 rounds of ammunition at 100 yuan. In terms of payment, they may choose to settle in cash or with provisions such as grain and salt. Moreover, if the Sichuan troops are amenable, I would be willing to exchange 1,000 rifles, 150,000 rounds of ammunition, and 2 radios for every 3,000 newly trained Sichuan recruits. The Sichuan troops. They are a prestigious force forged through patriotic conviction and countless bloody battles. If given the opportunity, Chu Feng aspired to infuse his own troops with the resilience and spirit of the Sichuan soldiers. Hearing Chu Feng's propositions, Zhao Wu exhaled in relief and promptly remarked, "Commander, I know what to do. I will return immediately to communicate your thoughts to the brothers from Sichuan." With that, he hurriedly left, his eyes gleaming with. He looked at Chu Feng with anticipation, seeking clarification. "Indeed." Chu Feng replied with a smile, nodding. "As you can see, our Jinbei anti-Japanese independent regiment is relatively small, and our weaponry primarily consists of Soviet and American arms. We have no current intention of utilizing light weapons such as rifles. Keeping them in storage merely occupies space. It is far more beneficial to sell them for currency or other resources. Value is realized through the circulation of resources, otherwise, if they remain in the warehouse, they are merely sticks for kindling lifeless objects." With Chu Feng's clear answer, Colonel Yang Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm as he asked, "What are the specific prices? Can our 8th Route Army purchase them?" The 8th Route Army's weaponry is notoriously subpar. They cannot afford artillery, but they are willing to buy rifles and light and heavy machine guns if the prices are reasonable. Light machine guns are 100 yuan each, heavy machine guns are 300 yuan each, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition are priced at 100 yuan. Colonel Yang, as you have heard, the prices are identical to those offered to the Sichuan brothers, and we are open to both monetary and resource-based transactions. Furthermore, if your 8th Route Army is able to assist me in training new recruits, I would be willing to exchange 1,000 rifles, 150,000 rounds of ammunition, and 2 radios for every 3,000 new recruits. Of course, beyond new recruits, if you are willing, I would also warmly welcome seasoned soldiers, military officers, and political workers from your ranks." While Chu Feng did not intend to join the 8th Route Army and preferred to maintain his independence in the anti-Japanese struggle, he recognized the importance of fostering good relations with them. For instance, the Japanese weaponry he had captured could be traded with the 8th Route Army in the future. Most importantly, Chu Feng was deeply intrigued by the seasoned veterans of the Red Army, who had endured the long march. Each of them was a treasure. They were not only versatile in both literature and martial prowess, but also crucial for Chu Feng's efforts to solidify ideological work within his troops. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Colonel Yang Wu could no longer contain himself. This was an incredible bargain, truly, an astonishingly good deal, and the best part was that if funds were lacking, other resources could suffice. If all else failed, manpower could be exchanged. "Commander Chu." After his initial excitement, Colonel Yang Wu hesitated, looking at Chu. "On one hand, I trust in the credibility of your 8th Route Army, recognizing you as an excellent partner. On the other hand, I require your formidable ideological mobilization capabilities to bolster the patriotic education of our troops. This matter must be conducted in secrecy, and we cannot allow outsiders to be privy to it." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Commander Yang Wu fell into a moment of silence before raising his head and stating, "Commander Chu, I shall report. Regardless of the circumstances, please ensure that a batch of weaponry is reserved for our 8th Route Army." "Certainly." Chu Feng responded without hesitation, readily agreeing to the request. Commander Yang Wu departed in haste. After review, the leadership promptly forwarded it to the 8th Route Army's General Headquarters. Subsequently, the General Headquarters relayed the telegram to the leaders in the border region. Upon reviewing the telegram, the leaders fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, one leader smiled and said, "This Chu Feng is intriguing. He has directly recognized our most precious asset. From our interactions with Chu Feng, and his attitude towards our party and the Sichuan Army brothers, it is evident that he harbors little malice towards us, making him a potential ally we can strive to unite with. Since he is willing, we need not be secretive. In my opinion, we should directly dispatch a regiment of seasoned Red Army soldiers. We must select individuals of robust capability and strong ideological conviction. The comrades responsible for leading the team should ideally have a history of leadership in divisional or brigade. One of our elite Red Army regiments, how many might we acquire? Simultaneously, the commander of the 22nd Group Army of the Sichuan Army also received the telegram. What? Chu Feng has agreed. And not only to sell us weaponry but also to exchange troops for equipment. This is unprecedented. The commander was quite exhilarated, for the Sichuan Army's weaponry was severely lacking. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Respond to the telegram, indicating that our 22nd Group Army is willing to dispatch 3,000 veterans to join the anti-Japanese independent regiment in Jinbei." Given Chu Feng's graciousness, the commander was not one to dawdle. Moreover, while many disparaged the Sichuan Army, Chu Feng extended an olive branch, willing to half sell, half give them weaponry, which deeply moved the commander. Though Chu Feng requested 3,000 new recruits, the commander could not muster such a number. Instead, he selected 3,000 veterans from the army to send. At noon, Uncle Zhao Wushu and Commander Yang Wu arrived together. Upon hearing their words, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy. He turned to Uncle Zhao and said, "Reply to the commander of the 22nd Group Army, expressing gratitude for the support from the Sichuan brothers. 1. 500 rifles, 30 light machine guns, 10 heavy machine guns, along with 250,000 rounds of ammunition, 50,000 grenades, and 5 radio sets. In appreciation for the Sichuan brothers' long journey to Jin province for the war effort, I personally extend an additional gift of 20,000 winter uniforms, 100,000 Jin of grain, and 3 sets of military maps of Jin province to the 22nd Group Army." At this, Chu Feng turned to Uncle Zhao, saying, "Uncle Wushu, I entrust this matter to you. The weaponry will be transported from our location, while the grain and uniforms will need your preparation in Jinnan." Chu Feng held immense respect for the Sichuan Army. The resources he offered far exceeded the value of 3,000 Sichuan veterans, yet he proceeded with his generous gesture. Regardless of whether it be the national government or Yang's faction, while they may yearn for your 8th Route Army or the Sichuan Army to fight for them, they are unwilling to offer any support. As a native of Jin province, I cannot remain indifferent to the plight of the Sichuan brothers who have traveled so far, even if the national government and Yang's faction may treat them as expendable for profit. Upon reaching this point, Chu Feng lost interest in continuing the discussion, remarking, "Let us not dwell on them." He. Commander Yang Wu nodded with a smile, presenting the telegram, stating, "The General Headquarters has responded, expressing deep gratitude for Commander Chu's trust and has decided to allocate a regiment of 3,000 Red Army soldiers to support you." Really? Chu Feng's eyes brightened at this news. A regiment of Red Army troops was far better than he had anticipated. In his mind, even if the 8th Route Army agreed, he expected no more than a battalion of support. Yet, they were indeed providing an entire regiment. The Sichuan Army's 3,000 strong regiment would take some time to assemble, but there was no such delay with the 8th Route Army. The substantial rewards from the annihilation of the Japanese 11th Regiment had resulted in technical troops constituting 60 to 70 of the entire regiment, which was not ideal. Thus, Chu Feng was in urgent need of combat-ready forces. He had no time to train new recruits, or while he could enlist new soldiers, he lacked the time for their development. However, with the addition of these 3,000 seasoned Red Army soldiers, he would have a formidable fighting force. With the 2,000 new recruits summoned by the system, an influx of 5,000 combat-ready troops would resolve the issue of an overabundance of technical personnel. By then, he could train new recruits while awaiting the arrival of the 3,000 Sichuan veterans, preventing any decrease in combat effectiveness due to an excess of trainees. Indeed, it is true. Observing Chu Feng's surprise, Commander Yang Wu smiled, saying, "If you require it, they can report to you within 3 days." "Absolutely." Chu Feng eagerly nodded, replying, "In gratitude for the 8th Route Army's support, I shall provide 500 rifles, 100 light and heavy machine guns, 50 grenade launchers, 20 Type 92 infantry guns, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, 100,000 grenades, 1,000 infantry shells, 3,000 grenades, 10 radio sets, and 5 military maps. Listening to Chu Feng's generous offer, a look of excitement crossed Commander Yang Wu's face. The scale of Chu Feng's contribution was somewhat beyond his expectations, as the light weapons alone could form 2 regiments, not to mention, he was also providing an artillery battalion, which was a tremendous boon for the 8th Route Army, who were in dire need of heavy firepower. Commander Yang Wu immediately patted his chest, stating, "Commander Chu, the personnel will certainly arrive within 3 days." After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Commander Yang Wu, just as Chu Feng was preparing to have his meal, he spotted Major Zhang and Captain Qin approaching, their faces bearing expressions of assured victory. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim, "Good gracious, today brings 3 joyous tidings. First, the acquisition of a regiment of Sichuan veterans, and now, a prized Red Army regiment. This is a trifecta of fortunate events leading to my imminent rise in rank and prosperity, filling me with a sense of happiness that feels almost surreal." Chapter 16. The first achievement reward from the system, Chu Feng exclaimed, "Wow, this reward is incredible." His speculation was indeed correct. When Major General Zhang and Major Qin arrived, the 3 parties continued their negotiations. After numerous discussions throughout the afternoon, an agreement was reached between the government, the Jin Sui Army, and Chu Feng. In terms of military position, the Jin Sui Army granted Chu Feng a structure under the independent 1st Brigade of the Jin Sui Army, officially bearing the army's name but subordinate to the 2nd War Zone. Regarding government appointments, after mutual concessions between the government and Yang Laoku, it was ultimately decided that Chu Feng would serve as the Commissioner of the Jin Cha Special Zone and Chief of Security, responsible for all military and political affairs and the appointment of officials within the area. The Jin Cha Special Zone governs 7 counties: Yuan County, Guang County, Wei County, Yangyuan County, Yangge County, Tianjin, and Yin County. In addition to his position, Chu Feng received a total of 4,000 rifles, 100 light and heavy machine guns, 500 Mauser military pistols, 300 submachine guns, 20 82mm mortars, 20,000 mortar shells, 1.5 million rounds of ammunition, 150,000 grenades, military salaries, and commendations, totaling 3.8 million yuan. He also earned a second-class Yunhui medal for his contributions. Chu Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. Under normal circumstances, receiving 1/5 of such rewards would be remarkable, especially since he was neither a direct subordinate of the government nor the Jin Sui Army. The substantial gains were primarily due to the desperate need for a victory by both the government and the Jin Sui Army, with Chu Feng cleverly positioning himself as the beneficiary amidst their contention. Once the agreement was reached, Chu Feng wasted no time and directly inquired, "When will the awarded materials and appointment letters arrive, and my supplies will not be shortchanged, will they?" Upon hearing his questions, the military intelligence major promptly reassured him, saying, "The awarded materials will be allocated within a fortnight at the latest, and I will personally oversee the transfer from the 2nd War Zone. As for any potential shortchanging, rest assured, Colonel Chu, I will personally ensure that this batch of supplies is delivered to you without any discrepancies." As soon as the major finished speaking, Major General Zhang smiled and retrieved the appointment letter from his briefcase, stating, "As for the appointment letter, it requires the government's signature for the Jin Cha Special Zone, which will take at least a month to arrive. However, the letters for your role as brigade commander and the county chief of Yuan County are already stamped, and I will fill them out for you now." Watching the appointment letters in Major General Zhang's hands, Chu Feng was somewhat taken aback. Following a brief ceremony, he finally acquired his new official identity. "Welcome to the 2nd War Zone, Colonel Chu." Major General Zhang extended his hand with a smile, expressing, "I hope we will have the opportunity to fight alongside each other in the future." Hearing the major's words, Chu Feng also smiled and extended his hand, replying, "It will certainly happen." Meanwhile, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, announcing the achievement reward. Chufeng felt a jolt of excitement and entered the system space, causing the real world to freeze. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring an influential official identity for the first time. The system grants the following rewards: 30 tons of potassium nitrate, 10 tons of sugar, 1,000 bolts of cotton cloth, 30 tons of new explosives. Ding, congratulations, host, for becoming the county chief of Yuan County. The system grants the following rewards: 500 tons of cotton, 1 small textile factory, 3 textile worker summoning carts. Ding, congratulations, host, for becoming the brigade commander of the independent 1st Brigade. The system grants the following rewards: 1 advanced flying squadron, 1 advanced flamethrower battalion, 4,000 Type 38 rifles. Upon seeing his inventory, which now boasted a new row of system rewards, Chufeng could hardly contain his joy. What a marvel! I can hardly believe it. He glanced at the inventory, muttering, "Ehem." As he focused on the first 2 rewards, confusion washed over him, followed by a realization: potassium nitrate? Sugar. Potassium nitrate seems to be a fertilizer, while sugar is a strategic resource. Yet, why do I feel a sense of familiarity when pondering these 2 items? At that moment, a vivid image flashed in his mind: a simple launching platform with a crude rocket soaring into the sky towards an unknown target several kilometers away. Wow! The scene froze, and Chufeng could no longer sit still. His exclamation was filled with sudden clarity as he exclaimed, "No wonder it feels so familiar. This is precisely the propellant for the Cassini rocket. Potassium nitrate mixed with sugar. Could I potentially replicate the Cassini rocket?" Realizing this, Chufeng smiled. This system is truly remarkable, seemingly fearing my fear of insufficient firepower and continuously enhancing my firepower density. Next, Chufeng's gaze continued downwards. 30 tons of explosives are also useful. The arms factory can produce explosive packs, landmines, and grenades, and even 60mm mortar shells. He murmured to himself but did not linger on the explosives, shifting his focus further down. Textile worker summoning card. Upon use, it summons 100 experienced textile workers. Small textile factory. Upon use, it grants a facility equipped with 30 various textile machines and a technical team of 15, along with a team of 5 for equipment maintenance and repair, all utilizing the most advanced textile equipment currently available. Observing the detailed descriptions of the rewards, Chufeng nodded slightly and remarked, 3 summoning cards mean 300 textile workers, complemented by a small textile factory and 500 tons of raw cotton. Beyond the arms factory, I can establish my first civilian factory. With some recruitment and the purchase of sewing machines, a clothing factory will soon be operational. In the future, the military uniforms and gear for my troops can be produced and designed in-house. Chufeng was exceedingly pleased with these 3 rewards. Military industry must advance, weaponry must be manufactured, and civil industry must not stagnate. The textile industry is undoubtedly the foremost industrial sector that any nation aspiring for industrialization should vigorously develop. There is no exception. Without pausing, Chufeng's gaze continued downward, and upon seeing the last 3 rewards, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, my heavens! What a marvel! I can hardly believe it. More technical units are coming. There are not only pilots but flamethrower troops as well. I was initially considering sending Uncle Zhao to the rear to recruit pilots, waiting for them to arrive to seize aircraft from the enemy's factories, yet the system has graciously provided them. And what about the flamethrower troops? Is it the flamethrower unit I envision? If so, the lethality of this weapon is certainly beyond humane standards. As he expressed his astonishment, the system quickly provided details for the 2 rewards, while the final reward of 4,000 Type 38 rifles was completely overlooked by Chufeng. It wasn't that the Type 38 rifles were inadequate, rather, they simply lacked the same level of intrigue. Advanced Flying Squadron. This unit has undergone 2 years of training and 3 years of combat experience, with each pilot logging a minimum of 1,500 flight hours and achieving at least 1 confirmed aerial victory. The entire squadron comprises 23 pilots and 150 ground personnel. Ear. Advanced Flamethrower Battalion. This is a highly trained battalion with 5 years of training and participation in 20 combat missions, consisting of 560 personnel, 3 combat companies equipped with 81 flamethrowers, and a logistics support company armed with 100 submachine guns and 25 military support vehicles. Chapter 17. Discovering system bugs, a near-crashing system. Holy moly! Upon witnessing the intricate details of the 2 rewards presented by the system, Chufeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he involuntarily exclaimed, "The flight squadron consists of not only pilots, it even includes ground crew. Incredible system, simply incredible, and this flamethrower battalion, it is truly invincible in urban warfare, capable of demolishing bunkers and fixed defensive positions." Without further hesitation, Chufeng gazed at the rewards in his infantry and declared, "System, I wish to extract all rewards and summon all system soldiers." As his words echoed, the system notification chimed in, "Ding dong. Host, all supplies have been dispatched and will arrive within 48 hours. Please select the weaponry and equipment for the flamethrower battalion." Accompanied by the system's prompt, a new interface materialized before Chufeng, showcasing various flamethrowers. There were the Japanese models from World War II, the American M2A1 flamethrower, the Soviet LPO-50, and China's replica Type 58 flamethrower, along with the subsequently developed Type 78, Type 02 flamethrowers, and the Italian T-148 flamethrower, among others. Amidst the dazzling array of choices, Chufeng decisively opted for China's Type 02 flamethrower. Although the flamethrowers from other nations could discharge flames a dozen times, the Type 02 could only fire twice. Yet, its range was unparalleled. Not only could it reach a distance of 100 meters, but it could also maneuver around corners, offering enhanced safety and reliability. Given the availability of such advanced options, why settle for the outdated? The production of one's own model could be developed gradually. The immediate concern was to ascertain availability before addressing efficacy. Perhaps, in due course, while combating the enemy, the system would reward him with the production blueprint, manufacturing process, and complete assembly line for the Type 02 flamethrower. Though the flamethrower is indeed a powerful individual weapon in specific scenarios, it tends to be somewhat niche. System, I choose the Type 02 flamethrower produced in China. With his declaration, the system's notification resounded once more. Ding dong, flamethrower selection complete. The system will provide 81 flamethrowers along with 100 sets of maintenance and replacement components. Each flamethrower comes equipped with 5 base units of fuel. Following the system's announcement, the infantry host, Chufeng position, County Mayor of Yuanxian, Commander of the Independent 1st Brigade Physique, stalwart military skills, non-command skills, intermediate commander, battalion and regiment, infantry. Not bad. Observing the system attribute panel, Chufeng nodded in satisfaction. As for the reason why his appointment as the Commissioner of the Jinzhou Special Zone and Supreme Security Commander had not yet taken effect, it was likely due to the appointment letter not yet being delivered. A month's time was something Chufeng could patiently await. Now, as a county mayor and brigade commander, receiving such generous rewards, he eagerly anticipated what rewards would accompany the arrival of 2 appointment letters in a month's time. Suddenly, a thought struck Chufeng as he gazed at the attribute panel, and he could not contain his excitement. I am currently the county mayor of Yuanxian, and the system has granted me an achievement reward. Once the appointment as Commissioner of the Jinzhou Special Zone and Supreme Security Commander arrives, I shall receive 2 more achievement rewards. Could I perhaps approach Major General Zhang now and request him to issue the appointment letters for the other 6 county mayors? I noticed he had quite a few appointment letters in his bag. The Commissioner's position is not a lowly one, and considering the cross-province nature, the national government's deliberation might take longer, but surely the county mayor's appointment should not pose a problem. If that is the case, wouldn't I gain 6 additional achievement rewards? A radiant expression of joy illuminated Chufeng's face. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a system bug, pondering whether he could exploit it further in the future for more rewards. Just as he was immersed in his elation and prepared to exit the system space to solicit Major General Zhang for the 6 county mayor appointment letters, leaving no stone unturned, even considering township appointments, ding dong. The system notification suddenly chimed. System bug detected. Repairs are underway. This unexpected notification left Chufeng in a state of bewilderment. Wait, system, can you not be so unreasonable? I just discovered a bug, and you instantly fix it. That is unacceptable. This is your error, and it should not incur losses on my end. Chufeng was furious, truly furious. He had not anticipated the system to be so sly. He immediately protested vociferously. Host's protest received. System is undergoing repairs, rebooting, system crash. Listening to the system notification, Chufeng was left utterly perplexed. What is this? Such a mind? What is your memory capacity? Is this trivial program beyond your capabilities? The system offered no reply, and after a full half-minute of silence, just as Chufeng believed his system was on the brink of failure, the notification chimed once again. Ding dong, the system bug has been repaired. Regarding achievement rewards, the host will no longer receive repeated rewards for obtaining official identities of the same level. Only high level or multiple levels of official identities will yield achievement rewards. In light of the host's timely discovery of the system loophole, which could have caused certain impacts and losses, the host will be granted a compensatory reward. The compensation rewards are as follows. Special reward, temporary super training buff 1, random talent 1, artillery gift pack 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy smokes, system, you truly are something else. With this setting, if I become a major general next time, that means the achievement reward for the brigade commander would be consumed by you. You're quite the clever one. Chufeng could not help but jabber excitedly, as the system opted for silence in response to his animated outburst. Oh, you charming little rascal. As Chufeng continued his tirade, he turned his attention to the compensatory rewards. Temporary super training buff. Once activated, both the host's troops and the host himself will gain a buff lasting 60 days. Buff effects include learning ability 200, physical recovery ability 1. Just from the first compensatory reward, Chufeng's eyes could not help but widen. My goodness, what an extraordinarily powerful item. With this buff, even a fool could transform into a prodigy. An ordinary person could elevate to a genius with an IQ of 160, and that genius would become a super genius. 60 days may not be long, but it's certainly not short. 2 full months. I can hardly fathom how much my team will grow in that time. Does the system possess such remarkable offerings? System, I admit my previous volume was somewhat excessive. I shall refrain from such exuberance in the future. If you have more of this delightful item, please grant me more. I could not be more grateful. Chufeng chuckled like a fool, reveling in the prospect of this super buff. Losing one achievement reward was not daunting, rather, this compensation was simply phenomenal. At worst, when the national government dispenses rewards, he could request a Major General's appointment, ensuring they first issued a Brigade Commander's appointment before finalizing the Major General's. Chufeng had a habit and a virtue. He was exceedingly adaptable. Chapter 18, Expansion of the Troops. Chufeng remarked, 1 brigade, 27,000 men, seems flawless, doesn't it? This buff is rather formidable. One must be adequately prepared prior to its deployment and cannot afford to use it carelessly. At the very least, we ought to wait for the arrival of that veteran regiment from the Sichuan army. In the meantime, I will recruit more new soldiers. With an increase in personnel, we will require a greater supply of provisions. Otherwise, when the buff is activated, we may find ourselves lacking in food and sustenance, which would be utterly disastrous. As he spoke, Chufeng's gaze shifted towards the remaining 2 compensatory rewards provided by the system. Random talent. Upon usage, the host can acquire a random talent. Artillery gift pack. Upon usage, one can receive 500,000 rounds of ammunition, with the caliber and model available for selection. After reading the descriptions of the two rewards, given my current combat strategy, 5 basic units of ammunition won't last long. Moreover, artillery is not solely for wartime, training requires ammunition as well. 500,000 rounds is quite significant. On average, each type will have at least 50,000 rounds in reserve, and for certain models with larger quantities, we can certainly afford a bit more. With this in mind, Chufeng addressed the artillery gift pack directly. System, I wish to utilize the artillery gift pack. 30mm anti-aircraft shells, 35mm howitzers, 3,000 rounds each, 50mm mortars, 50,000 rounds, 70mm infantry shells, 80,000 rounds, 82mm mortar shells, 30,000 rounds, 75mm mountain artillery, 30,000 rounds, 105mm shells, 70,000 rounds. 120mm heavy mortars, 130,000 rounds, and 155mm shells, 50,000 rounds. As Chufeng's words concluded, the artillery a mere glance is sufficient to commit it to memory. The system was straightforward, dispensing the result of the random selection without any elaborate spinning wheel. Not too shabby. Chufeng nodded slightly. While this talent may not render him an academic genius, its utility is broad, and as the size of the troop expands, possessing a photographic memory will undoubtedly ease his responsibilities. With that, Chufeng examined his attribute panel and infantry, felt a surge of inspiration, and exited the system space. That evening, Chufeng hosted a banquet for Major General Zhang, Major Qin, and Commander Yang Wu, along with a number of journalists. The following morning, everyone departed. Before their departure, Chufeng instructed Uncle Zhao Wu and Major Qin to coordinate the procurement of weapons and equipment for the Sichuan Army and 8th Route Army, drawing from the rewards received from the national government and the Jinsui Army. If insufficient, additional supplies could be transported from Chu Family Fortress. The same applied to finances. With the rapid devaluation of currency, Chufeng directed Uncle Zhao Wu to convert all legal tender into various goods without retaining any. 2 days later, the Red Army Regiment arrived. At the headquarters of the independent 1st Brigade of Chu Family Fortress, Chufeng, Ji Daong, Wang Taizhu, and Commander Li Mingqiang of the Red Army Regiment convened, with Li Mingqiang currently serving as the political department director of the independent 1st Brigade. Uncle Zhao Wu personally returned to Dayuan City alongside Major General Zhang and Major Qin. Externally, Uncle Zhao Wu held the position of Logistics Director at the Independent 1st Brigade, tasked with overseeing materials for the Sichuan Army, the 8th Route Army, as well as procuring food and recruiting technical personnel, among other responsibilities. The veteran soldiers from the 8th Route Army have arrived to assist us. I have also drafted the organization of our brigade over the past few days. Let us discuss it together and see if there are any additions needed, Chufeng said with a smile, presenting his new organizational structure to his 3 colleagues. Upon hearing Chufeng's words, Ji Daong, Wang Taizhu, and Li Mingqiang examined the organizational structure. Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu remained composed, occasionally nodding in agreement or furrowing their brows in contemplation, while Director Li Mingqiang merely glanced at it twice, unable to conceal his astonishment. Old Li, do you have any questions? Observing Li Mingqiang's expression, Chufeng waited a moment before inquiring with a smile. Upon hearing Chufeng's question, Li Mingqiang raised his head, his expression a mix of shock, admiration, and joy. He looked at Chufeng and said, Brigadier, I was aware beforehand that our brigade was well equipped, and I knew we had a heavy mortar regiment, with each battalion and company having its own artillery support. However, it was only after witnessing our brigade's firepower firsthand that I realized how conservative my previous assumptions were. Brigadier Lao Ji, Lao Wang, I must admit, my perspective was limited. Seeing Li Mingqiang's astonished expression and tone of exclamation, Chufeng, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu all chuckled, not out of mockery, but rather in understanding that anyone witnessing the firepower of the independent 1st Brigade would be taken aback. With a heavy mortar regiment and a howitzer regiment, along with various artillery systems such as the 92 type infantry cannon and the 82mm mortar, combined, they equated to 2 regiments. In essence, the independent 1st Brigade now boasted an astounding for artillery regiments, with nearly 200 pieces of artillery, all within a single brigade. Yet, what of the 8th Route Army? A single regiment possesses just one 82mm mortar, treating it as a prized possession. The firepower of one brigade surpasses that of the entire 8th Route Army combined. It truly resonates with the saying, in comparison, one perishes. When evaluating goods, one is cast aside. Old Lee, our independent 1st Brigade, has its own channels to acquire weapons and ammunition, so it's entirely normal that our brigade is better equipped. Chu Feng consoled Li Mingqiang with a smile before playfully asking, "Old Li, do you have any thoughts on our organizational structure?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Li Mingqiang shook his head and replied, "I have no objections. In fact, I am eagerly anticipating when we can engage in battle with the Japanese. With our current armament and personnel, we wouldn't fear even a division." Har har har. Watching Li Mingqiang instantly shift to a battle-ready demeanor, a multitude of artillery signifies our formidable firepower, yet the core of our brigade remains the main infantry regiment. This is why I am undertaking such a bold and extensive expansion. In my plan, including the flying base under construction, our entire brigade will consist of 5 regiments, 6 battalions, 1 company, and 1 flying base, totaling 26,900 personnel. Let us round that off. The brigade will have approximately 27,000 men. 1 brigade, 27,000 men, seems flawless, doesn't it? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, though they had seen the organization and specific figures, the sheer impact of these numbers, articulated by Chu Feng himself, left Li Mingqiang, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu gasping in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a lingering shock. Chapter 19, On the Eve of the Battle of Xinkou, Yang Laoku's plea for aid. 27,000 men. Ji Daong couldn't help but exclaim, a typical Japanese first-class division comprises about 25,000 troops, yet we boast an excess of 2,000 soldiers compared to their division. As Ji Daong finished speaking, Li Ming could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Our brigade leader has directly expanded it to 27,000 men. If the national government were to learn of this, they might very well suffer a myocardial infarction." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Chu Feng, their sentiments towards the national government were rather indifferent, and they paid little heed during their banter. After the laughter subsided, Chu Feng continued, "In my plan, we will form an infantry regiment comprised of the 2 companies from the 1st and 2nd battalions, supplemented by 3,000 new recruits and 500 veteran Red Army soldiers. The regiment headquarters will directly supervise a reconnaissance company, a guard company, a communications platoon, and a maintenance support company, totaling 5,000 personnel. The 2nd and 3rd regiments will follow suit, relying on the remaining troops of ours. The company-level firepower platoons will primarily feature 82mm mortars, with 3 82mm mortars and 3 Type 11 grenade launchers. The platoon-level firepower will once the line is operational and personnel and materials are in place, we can independently produce 60mm mortars, thereby replacing all company-level artillery firepower with these mortars. The artillery regiment will largely consist of American-made howitzers, totaling 2,160 personnel. The logistics regiment will comprise 6,000 personnel, organized into 6 1,000-man battalions. Currently, we only have the framework in place, but there's no rush, as we have many vehicles equipped for the troops. I've already instructed Uncle Jiao Wu to recruit personnel skilled in driving. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the other 3 nodded in understanding. We will disband the Special Operations Battalion, expanding the Reconnaissance Company into a Reconnaissance Battalion consisting of 550 personnel. The Guard Company will be expanded into a Guard Battalion with 600 personnel, while the Engineering Company will become an Engineering Battalion with 550 personnel. The Communications Platoon will be upgraded to a Communications Company, consisting of 220 personnel. In addition, I have established a new Air Defense Battalion, a Chemical Defense Battalion, and an Automotive Maintenance Battalion. The Air Defense Battalion will comprise 450 personnel, equipped with 12 air defense vehicles. I am also having the Ordnance Factory modify a batch of heavy machine guns into anti-aircraft guns. The Chemical Defense Battalion will consist of 560 personnel, divided into 3 combat companies equipped with 81 flamethrowers, along with a logistics support company with 100 submachine guns and 25 military supply vehicles. The Automotive Maintenance Battalion will have 3 maintenance companies, totaling 500 personnel. Having outlined the specific organizational structure, Chu Feng began to discuss the current status of the troops, stating, however, "We are currently facing a significant personnel shortfall. Including the newly recruited 2,500 soldiers and 3,000 veteran Red Army commanders, along with 3,000 Sichuan Army veterans yet to arrive, and our existing troops, including the American Artillery Regiment, we have a total of 16,700 personnel, leaving us with a shortfall of 9,300. At this point, Chu Feng turned to Li Ming and said, "Old Li, I entrust you with the task of recruiting new soldiers. Our current shortfall of new recruits is at least 10,000. However, as the troops continue to grow, the recruitment of new soldiers must be both selective and expansive. As long as they pass the assessment and meet the standards for physical fitness and age, we should accept them. Recruit 2,000 soldiers for me, and I can sustain them." Upon hearing Chu Feng's ambitious recruitment plan, Li Ming, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu all displayed expressions of astonishment, yet none voiced opposition or concern. Li Ming, with a hand on his chest, declared, "Brigade leader, leave it to me, recruiting soldiers is our forte." Indeed. Chu Feng was well aware of Li Ming's capabilities, and there was no one more suitable for this task. "This is our organizational plan. Do any of you have questions or misunderstandings?" Chu Feng inquired once more, gazing at his 3 partners. As soon as Chu Feng posed his question, Ji Daong chimed in, "Brigade leader, I have a question. I am quite curious about the purpose of the Chemical Defense Battalion we are forming." Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Wang Taizhu also displayed expressions of curiosity. With a smile, Chu Feng explained to the 3, "This unit can be classified as a special force. The Chemical Defense Battalion is its formal designation, but you may also refer to them as flamethrower troops. They are equipped with flamethrowers capable of projecting a fire stream with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees over a distance of 100 meters. Consider this. In the face of fortified positions, urban warfare, trench warfare, or assaults, this can be regarded as our formidable weapon." Noticing the changes in their expressions, Chu Feng added, "You may visit the Chemical Defense Battalion to personally observe the operational tactics and destructive capabilities of the flamethrower troops." The 3 men were intrigued. Even after merely hearing Chu Feng's brief introduction, they envisioned the vivid scene. "We should go and take a look." Ji Daong exclaimed eagerly. Chu Feng did not respond, instead turning to his 3 companions, "The troop organization will proceed as discussed. Old Li will oversee the recruitment of new soldiers. Daong and Taizhu, you 2 will manage the reorganization of the troops. The primary focus for now will be on the 3 infantry regiments and the artillery regiment. As for the development of other units, we can gradually address those once the framework is established. After all, we are taking considerable strides this time. If we can complete the reorganization within 3 months and have the personnel in place, our progress will be remarkably swift." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Ming, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu all responded in unison, turning to embark on their tasks with the new organizational structure. However, before proceeding, the 3 made a visit to the Chemical Defense Battalion. After witnessing the power and devastation caused by the flamethrower troops firsthand, they departed with excitement, discussing their observations as they walked. "These flamethrowers are incredible. That long stream of fire shoots out in an instant, and the flames cling so fiercely that they cannot be extinguished once they adhere to a target. It's somewhat brutal but undeniably effective," exclaimed Ji Daong. "Exactly. Just watching it makes me want to pick one up and unleash it on those Japanese bastards," interjected Wang Taizhu. "I think we should set aside some time to train with the Chemical Defense Battalion. Next time we have the opportunity, I want to personally scorch those Japanese devils," Li Ming suggested, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "I think that's a splendid idea," agreed Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu. Li Ming's proposal received unanimous approval from Ji Daon and Wang Taizhu, and the three exchanged smiles, each reflecting the anticipation and excitement in their eyes. As time passed, 5 days slipped by unnoticed. The Japanese forces circumvented Chujie Fortress, and Chufeng remained quietly training the troops without launching another offensive. By September 23, the Japanese assault was in full swing, and the Jinsui army along with the main forces of the Second War Zone began organizing defensive lines in Xinkou, preparing for the encirclement of the northern gateway to Daiyuan City. The preparations for the Battle of Xinkou were proceeding with great urgency. On this day, having just returned from inspecting the site of the newly established textile factory, Chufeng encountered Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu, who was holding a telegram. Brigade Leader, Commander Yang has sent a telegram. The pressure on the front lines is quite substantial, and he hopes we can launch some attacks from the rear to alleviate the strain on the frontal battlefield. Without further ado, Wang Taizhu handed the telegram to Chufeng. Chapter 20. The 8th Route Army comes seeking assistance, continuous combat, the first battle at the Little Devil's airfield. Report to the brigade commander, the 115th Division of the 8th Route Army has sent a telegram, indicating their readiness to ambush the supply troops of the Japanese Itagaki Division at Pinxingquan, providing support for the front lines in Shaanxi Province, and requesting our brigade's artillery support for the operation. Just as Chufeng received the telegram and prepared to read it, the communications company commander hurried over with another telegram in hand. Well, listening to the communication officer's telegram and glancing at the message from General Yang of the Second War Zone, Chufeng couldn't help but smile. It seems our brigade has become quite sought after. Hearing this, Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu also chuckled. Indeed, our General Yang is so keen to defend Shaanxi Province and protect his territory that he seems to favor anyone who can wield a weapon. Our independent 1st Brigade has already eliminated over 5,000 of the enemy's hardened troops in 2 battles. It is true that we are not bound by direct orders. He cannot command us directly to the battlefield at Xinkou, otherwise, we would have already been dispatched there to engage the enemy in trench warfare. At this point, Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu appeared to have an epiphany and said, Commander, I believe this is an opportune moment. Although our forces are undergoing reorganization, our combat effectiveness remains intact. I think we should take our troops out for a little exercise. It would be best to let the new recruits see some action. As he spoke, a slight smile crept upon the corners of Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu's mouth, clearly unperturbed by the potential disadvantages of having too many new recruits. As the Chief of Staff, he was well aware of the unit's training and combat capabilities. The reorganization period had been brief, only 5 days. At this moment, the Corps 3 infantry regiments and 1 artillery regiment of the independent 1st Brigade had completed their preliminary personnel adjustments. Each regiment had approximately 3,000 new recruits, which would impact the unit's combat power. However, to ensure the fighting capacity of each regiment, the new recruits were not dispersed but instead concentrated within 1 infantry battalion and a supply battalion of each regiment, while the remaining 2 companies were composed entirely of veterans. The personnel were not structured according to the usual scale of 1,200 but rather organized into battalions of 800, with plans to restore normal composition once the new recruits were adequately trained. Thus, the combat effectiveness of the 3 infantry regiments could be maintained at around 70%. Given the troop strength and equipment configuration of the independent 1st Brigade, they could engage a Japanese regiment without losing ground. Hee. Listening to the Chief of Staff, Chufeng chuckled in agreement. All right, have someone notify Daon and Old Li. We shall convene upon our return to discuss how to deploy troops to cooperate with the forces on the front lines and provide them with the most advantageous support. Additionally, please send a telegram to the 115th Division of the 8th Route Army, stating that I will dispatch a regiment along with a heavy artillery battalion to assist them in this operation. Furthermore, I kindly request that the brothers of the 8th Route Army take our new recruits under their wing, allowing them to experience the atmosphere of the battlefield, hear the sounds of conflict, and witness the reality of combat. For Chufeng, the Battle of Pinxingquan represented an excellent opportunity for training. This training was not merely about combat, but rather about immersing the new recruits in the battlefield's ambience. The 8th Route Army would take center stage in the fighting, while our role would be to provide support without overstepping. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu nodded emphatically and replied, "Understood, Commander. I will send the telegram at once." Watching Wang Taizhu depart, Zhu Feng turned and entered the brigade headquarters, positioning himself before the operational map to identify his targets. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Mingqiang, Ji Daong, and Wang Taizhu returned. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point," Zhu Feng said with a smile, looking at his three comrades. "The 115th Division of the 8th Route Army is preparing to ambush the supply troops of the Japanese 5th Division at Pingsingwen and has requested our troops to cooperate in the operation. I have already instructed Taizhu to send a telegram, preparing to dispatch a regiment, along with the new recruits from each regiment and other recently recruited soldiers, plus an artillery battalion to participate in this ambush." At this juncture, Zhu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang and said, "Old Li, you will lead the team this time. Our objective is to allow the new recruits to experience the battlefield atmosphere. After the battle concludes, they should witness the brutality and bloodshed of war, becoming accustomed to the acrid scent of gunpowder. As for the combat participants, they will consist of the artillery battalion from the 1st Regiment, along with the artillery units from each battalion, while the remaining personnel from the 1st Regiment will be tasked with educating the new recruits, providing them with a vivid observational lesson in a real combat scenario." Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, Li Mingqiang nodded decisively and replied, "No problem, Commander." He had joined the independent 1st Brigade, but he was also a member of our party, so his temporary assignment to the army felt quite fitting. Indeed. With Li Mingqiang's agreement, Zhu Feng's finger traced the operational map as he continued, "Supporting the 8th Route Army is one aspect. To alleviate pressure on the forces at the front, here is my plan. I will lead a reconnaissance battalion, an engineering battalion, a chemical defense battalion, a flying squadron, and a transport unit consisting of 100 vehicles to stealthily infiltrate the Japanese airfield at Yungang. Our airbase is still under construction, but the runway has been completed, allowing for aircraft takeoff and landing operations. Thus, I propose we seize the Japanese airfield, capturing their aircraft and the fuel, ammunition, and other supplies stored there. On one hand, this would eliminate the awkward situation of having an operational flying squadron without aircraft, effectively establishing our flying unit. On the other hand, by taking out this airfield, we can prevent Japanese aircraft from rampaging over the battlefields around Daisian and Pingsingwen for a considerable time, thereby alleviating the pressure on the units at the front and achieving our objective of supporting the main battlefield." At this point, Zhu Feng paused momentarily before adding, "This is merely the first step. After all, it would be a shame to let such a vital force as the independent 1st Brigade remain idle. Therefore, I plan to have Daong lead the 2nd Regiment and the 2nd Artillery Battalion southward to reclaim Jiayuan, then advance westward towards Yingxian. We do not need to capture Yingxian, a feigned attack will suffice, and the greater the show of force, the better. Taizhu will lead the 3rd Regiment and the 3rd Artillery Battalion to launch an offensive northwest, displaying an intent to attack Huaren County, thereby supporting the 2nd Regiment in cutting off the enemy's retreat route, forcing a portion of the Japanese forces to return for reinforcement, thus relieving pressure on the frontline positions. Simultaneously, the 3rd Regiment will have the additional task of providing support for my unit attacking the airfield. If necessary, Taizhu, you will need to lead the troops directly into Yungang, compelling the defenders there to retreat. As for Chujia Fort, we will leave the anti-air battalion and the guard battalion to maintain vigilance and safeguard our position." As he spoke, a smile crept across Zhu Feng's face, and he declared, "This battle will be a continuous engagement, marking the first instance of our independent 1st Brigade operating in coordination. Such circumstances will not be infrequent in the future. The greater our numbers, the stronger our might, splitting forces for strikes will become routine, serving as both a test and a learning opportunity for your independent command." After a break of over 20 days, Zhu Feng felt an itch to take action. Since they were to deploy troops, he might as well make a bold move. Though he did not intend to quantify the number of enemies to be eliminated, he at least aimed to turn the entire northern Shaanxi region into a chaotic battleground, instilling a sense of constant threat in the Japanese forces regarding their supply lines. Chapter 21, The Arrival of Divine Weapons. The battle for the airport commences. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's battle plan, The three companions contemplated briefly and, finding no issues, nodded in agreement. Commander, I believe there are no objections. Commander, I concur. Very well. Seeing everyone's approval, Chufeng wasted no time and stated decisively, then let us promptly send a telegram to the 2nd War Zone Command, informing them that my independent 1st Brigade will be poised to strike at the opportune moment. Simultaneously, the troops must prepare for action immediately. We will coordinate with the 8th Route Army's 115th Division. The night they initiate their ambush is when we shall launch our assault on the airport. Once we secure the airport, Daeyang and Taiju, you will act without delay. With Chufeng's command, the independent 1st Brigade swiftly entered a state of combat readiness, halting their training as various units began to collect ammunition and supplies. At the headquarters of the 8th Route Army's 115th Division, the division commander and his fellow leaders beamed at the telegram from the independent 1st Brigade. When we sent the telegram to the independent 1st Brigade, we were somewhat apprehensive, yet we never anticipated their response would be so prompt, the commander remarked with surprise. Indeed, responded the Chief of Staff, filled with anticipation. We have heard from Yang Wu about the formidable weaponry of the independent 1st Brigade. With 2 artillery battalions dispatched, along with the firepower from their infantry regiment, they boast the equivalent of an artillery group. With such an arsenal at our disposal, our confidence in this battle has significantly increased. The political commissar, who had remained silent until now, smiled and added, we must certainly assist Chufeng in allowing their new recruits to experience the battlefield. After the battle, we shall take them to the front lines to witness the reality of war. Before long, the 115th Division commenced operations, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from the independent 1st Brigade while arranging for the allocation of the brigade's new soldiers. Meanwhile, the 2nd War Zone received the telegram as well. Yang Laoku perused Chufeng's message, nodding slightly. Since Chufeng has agreed, we shall wait and see what surprises he has in store for us. In recent times, the enemy's offensive has been quite formidable. We must express our gratitude to Chufeng for annihilating over 5,000 Japanese soldiers, otherwise, our burden would be even heavier. Order the frontline troops to intensify their defenses, reinforcements are en route. The nationalist forces led by Vice Commander Wei are on their way. We must thwart the enemy's advances and protect Daoyuan City. Safeguarding Daoyuan City means preserving our province of Jin. At this point, Yang Laoku suddenly recalled something and inquired, where has the 22nd Army of the Sichuan troops reached? Upon hearing the inquiry, the aide pondered for a moment and replied, it is said they have arrived in the Sanchin province and are currently traveling by train towards us. Very well. Yang Laoku's anxious demeanor eased somewhat. As the ruler of Jin province, he welcomed any forces willing to combat the enemy. Naturally, while he was open to their assistance, the prospect of funding and exerting effort was out of the question. On the morning of September 24th, the troops supporting the 8th Route Army's 115th Division, under the leadership of Director Li Mingqiang, headed south towards Pinxingguan. The following day, on the morning of September 25th, Chufeng set out with the Reconnaissance Battalion, Chemical Defense Battalion, Engineer Battalion, and Flight Squadron, traveling northward in 150 vehicles towards the airport in Yungang City. The old fox Tojo Hideki had learned it well, or perhaps he had been wounded by Chufeng. He stationed no troops towards Chujiabao, fearing they would be eradicated by Chufeng. Thus, Chufeng's journey proceeded smoothly, aided by the reconnaissance battalion scouting ahead. As they departed in the morning, Chufeng was aware that the Waste Station ambush had commenced the previous day, led by his old friend, Colonel Yang Wu's independent regiment. Not long after their departure, he received a telegram from his comrade Li Mingqiang, indicating that the main battlefield of the Pinxingguan ambush had officially begun, along with the Chiago ambush. Around 4 in the afternoon, while leading his troops on the march, Chufeng received another telegram from Li Mingqiang, reporting that the Pinxingguan ambush had successfully concluded, with over 1,000 enemy soldiers annihilated and a substantial cache of weapons and supplies seized. Before Li Mingqiang's telegram arrived, Chufeng had already received a notification from the system. Ding dong, congratulations to the host's troops for their collaboration with the 8th Route Army, earning the following 300,000 taels of silver, 300 bolts of cotton cloth, 10 tons of salt, 50 tons of pork, and 300,000 rounds of 7mm ammunition. In response, Chu Feng smiled as he extracted these rewards and sent them back to the Chu family fortress. For him, this was merely an effortless task. After sending a congratulatory telegram to the 115th Division, he continued to lead his troops forward, simultaneously sharing this delightful news with the commanders and soldiers. Upon hearing this splendid news, the morale of everyone soared, their strides imbued with newfound vigor. By that evening, the troops arrived at the designated location. Report to the brigade commander, the enemy airfield has been thoroughly reconnoitred. While the troops rested at the makeshift camp set up by the reconnaissance battalion, the battalion commander, Li Darniu, began to relay the reconnaissance findings to Chu Feng. The airfield is situated approximately 15 li from Yungang City, housing 20 various types of Japanese aircraft, guarded by an augmented squadron and over 300 ground personnel. The nearest Japanese battalion is located about 5 kilometers from the airfield. Upon hearing Li Darniu's report, Chu Feng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Indeed, it appears the little devils have not suffered any losses. Their defenses appear stringent but are, in fact, rather lax." At this juncture, Chu Feng summoned several battalion commanders to devise a combat plan, stating, "The main force for the assault on the airfield will consist of Company 1 from the Engineering Battalion and Company 1 from the Reconnaissance Battalion, with 2 companies from the Chemical Defense Battalion providing fire support. The artillery of the Reconnaissance Battalion will be responsible for fire cover. Reconnaissance Company 2, along with Company 3 from the Chemical Defense Battalion, will collaborate with Company 2 of the Engineering Battalion to intercept reinforcements coming from Yungang." As he spoke, Chu Feng turned to Li Darniu, instructing, "Darniu, you are tasked with leading the team to intercept the reinforcements. Remember, you must hold your position for over 3 hours to secure time for our troops to transport supplies." "Understood." Li Darniu responded with a vigorous nod, signaling his comprehension. Furthermore, while sniping at the enemy, maintain flexibility in combat. Learn to coordinate with the engineering troops and effectively utilize the weaponry from our Chemical Defense Company, employing a segmented sniping strategy. Ensure that while accomplishing your mission, the troops incur minimal casualties." When Chu Feng arrived, he brought along a batch of heavy machine guns and 92 type infantry. After briefing Li Darniu, Chu Feng continued, "We shall initiate the assault on the 26th at 5 a.m., just before dawn, when the enemy's vigilance is at its lowest. By the time we seize the airfield, the first light of day will just be breaking, coinciding with the takeoff of the aircraft squadron." At this point, Chu Feng looked towards Captain Gao Yuan of the flying squadron and said, "Captain Gao, confer among yourselves. If conditions permit, you may carry ammunition to support Captain Li Darniu." "Yes." Captain Gao's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He had initially thought that simply returning the aircraft to base would suffice, but now he realized he could also execute bombing missions. Without hesitation, he saluted and responded loudly, with the combat orders issued. Everyone had their dinner before setting off. That night, Chu Feng enjoyed a restful sleep. At 3 a.m. on the 26th, he led his troops stealthily towards the airfield. At 5 a.m., during the darkest hour of the night, just before dawn, the enemy airfield lay eerily silent, save for the vigilant Japanese sentries scanning with searchlights, revealing no other signs of activity. Under the cover of darkness, Company 1 of the Reconnaissance Battalion and Company 1 of the Engineering Battalion, 2 elite units from the system, swiftly advanced towards the airfield under the command of their respective company leaders. The soldiers of Companies 1 and 2 from the Chemical Defense Battalion closely followed. As time passed and the clock struck 5, a signal flare shot into the sky, prompting the ambushed troops to launch their assault on the airfield. The battle for the airfield officially commenced. Chapter 22, Swift Resolution. "The little devils," exclaimed Barker, "the Huaxia people are attempting to seize our aircraft." Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Thud-boom. The artillery opened fire at once, aiming directly at the fixed emplacements of the airfield, while the airport's searchlights quickly became the focus of attention. In an instant, the once tranquil airport erupted into chaos amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, as bewildered little devils rushed out, caught off guard and unable to don their uniforms. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Bang! The formidable firepower of the independent 1st Brigade was unleashed, with the assault troops clearing the path while the support units provided covering fire. The 35mm sniper artillery, alongside the snipers and riflemen, took aim at the Little Devils barracks. A young lieutenant of the Little Devils, brandishing a command sword, had barely emerged when, boom! He was blown into several pieces, causing those following closely behind to flinch. Barker. The enemy's firepower is ferocious, take evasive action. Conceal yourselves, conceal yourselves. Amidst the shouts, the Little Devils fell back, while some prepared to rush forward, yet they were systematically picked off by their hidden snipers. Barker. Witnessing their comrades being suppressed and unable to lift their heads, the responsible Little Devil major at the airport cursed angrily, unable to see the enemy through the windows. Send a telegram to the garrison at Yungang, requesting reinforcements. The Little Devils could no longer afford to hesitate. The telephone lines had been severed at the onset of battle, leaving them reliant solely on radio communication. At that moment, the pilots of the Little Devils surged toward the aircraft, despite the inauspicious night for takeoff. They were determined to fight back, as it was evident from the external assault by the Huasher forces that their objective was to destroy the planes. If they could manage to get the aircraft airborne, they might save them. If luck allowed, they could even execute a counterattack, coordinating with ground troops to drive the Huasher forces back. Snip! Snip! Amidst the din of explosions and gunfire resonating throughout the airfield, the assault troops deftly utilized their pliers to cut through the barbed wire, swiftly creating breach after breach. Squad leader, lead your men towards the Little Devils ammunition depot. We must secure it at all costs, commanded the deputy battalion commander of the reconnaissance unit. 2nd and 3rd squads, collaborate with the chemical defense unit to methodically eliminate the stubborn Little Devils. As the deputy battalion commander issued his orders, hundreds of officers and soldiers seamlessly melded into the night, racing towards their respective targets. In the living quarters, the Little Devils trapped inside their rooms heard the approaching footsteps and the voices of Huasher soldiers. Realizing the enemy had crept closer, just as they prepared to burst forth, a fiery dragon erupted through the window, violently invading their space. Barker. Help me, I'm on fire. It's burning, Barker, it hurts so much. Barker, what kind of weapon is this? How can the Huasher forces use fire? Despicable Huasher, they are not warriors, they lurk in the shadows to launch sneak attacks. The flamethrowers were deployed for the first time in combat. Though unseen by the Little Devils, Jufone and the forces on the periphery maintained effective fire suppression. As fiery tongues surged forth, the anguished screams and curses of the Little Devils echoed from within the rooms. Subsequently, the tightly shut doors burst open, and one by one, flaming Little Devils stumbled out, rolling on the ground in vain attempts to extinguish the flames that only intensified, ultimately leading to their fiery demise. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, all personnel of the independent 1st Brigade gasped in astonishment, including Jufone. Dominant. Absolutely dominant. This weapon is superb for both firepower and clearing out remaining enemies in rooms. My heavens, Commander, may I request to join the chemical defense unit? I feel this weapon is perfectly suited for me. Burn. Burn these bastards, let them taste the consequences of invading our nation. Listening to the collective or unrighteous indignation, Jufone's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, it is worthy of being a psychological weapon that can penetrate the enemy's defenses. I am now eagerly anticipating the power of the flamethrowers. Once the flying squadron is established and the napalm is deployed, what a splendid scene that will be. The assault proceeded remarkably well, the overwhelming firepower preventing the Little Devils from lifting their heads, while the chemical defense unit's flamethrowers hastened their elimination. 20 minutes later, the airfield was nearly secured, with the exception of the final 20 Little Devils in the small two-story building. At this juncture, the ground crew and pilots of the flying squadron began to enter the scene, as the eastern horizon began to glow with the first light of dawn. Narni. This scene was quickly observed by the remaining Little Devils, who watched in disbelief as personnel climbed in and out of their aircraft, only to witness the engines of their planes begin to roar. The little devils were left dumbfounded. Barker. Finally, the little devils grasped the situation, their expressions a mix of terror and disbelief, exclaiming, "The Huashier forces are not here to destroy the planes. They intend to seize them. No, these are Imperial aircraft, they must not fall into the hands of the Huashier. Even if we must destroy them all, they must not be allowed to fall into Huashier hands." The remaining little devils, in a frenzy, charged out in a desperate attempt to thwart the Huashier forces' intentions with suicidal attacks. Yet, what could 20 of them accomplish? The first wave of little devils that rushed out were mowed down by a volley of submachine gun fire. Those who retreated were met with fiery death from the flamethrowers. Initially, they could have held their ground longer from the small 2-story building, but by voluntarily rushing out to their doom, they were eliminated in mere minutes. Fools! Observing the fallen bodies, riddled with bullets and those burnt at the entrance, the deputy battalion commander of the reconnaissance unit couldn't help but spit in disdain. As the last little devil on the airfield was eradicated, a notification chimed in Chufeng's mind. Excellent! Hearing the system's prompt, Chufeng beamed with joy, glancing at his watch and remarking, "In 25 minutes, we have taken a Little Devil airbase, annihilated all the Little Devils, and preserved all the resources, including aerial bombs and aircraft." Truly, this combat unit produced by the system boasts unparalleled individual and collaborative combat capabilities. Facing these Little Devils, a secondary combat force is akin to riding roughshod over them, with nary a hint of pressure. Chapter 23. Have the Japanese minions lost their nerve? Chufeng declared, "I shall initiate an assault on the Tongpu Railway." After this profound sentiment, he refrained from hastily examining the system rewards. Instead, he commanded with authority, "Quickly locate backup lighting to restore power and illumination at the airport. Combat units, extend your vigilance to a 1-kilometer radius. Transportation units and remaining personnel, expedite the transfer of supplies. Send another telegram to Chief of Staff Wang and Deputy Brigade Commander Ge, instructing them to take immediate action." With Chufeng's command, everyone busily and methodically went about their tasks. The 2nd and 3rd Regiments, lying in ambush towards Yuan County and Huairan, launched their attack with the support of the Artillery Regiment. In an instant, the Japanese forces in northern Shaanxi were engulfed in panic. Both General Tojo Hideki, commanding on the front lines, and Major General Suzuki Shigesu, stationed in Datong with the independent mixed 11th Brigade, received alarming telegrams from Huairan, Yuan County, and the airport. "Barker!" General Tojo exclaimed upon reading the telegram. "It must be that Chufeng. How dare he attack the great Japanese Empire? This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. Send a telegram to Major General Suzuki Shigesu, instructing him to ensure the smooth operation of the Tongpu Railway. We cannot allow Chufeng's forces to seize Huairan and threaten our vital supply line. Also, send a telegram to the Kanto Army Headquarters, requesting additional troops to support our Chahar Expeditionary Corps due to our personnel shortages." General Tojo found himself in a difficult position. He longed to turn back and deal with Chufeng. On one hand, the offensive against the Jinsui army and the capture of Shaanxi province was paramount. On the other hand, Chufeng's forces were formidable, requiring at least 2 brigades, along with air support, artillery, and armoured vehicles, essentially a division, to be decisively defeated. However, reallocating a division was not a simple task nor solely within his authority. The best he could do was to treat this as an invisible threat, avoiding provocation while safeguarding his supply lines. Meanwhile, receiving the orders, Major General Suzuki Shigesu viewed the plea for assistance from the airport alongside General Tojo's telegram. Gritting his teeth, he decided, order the Koizumi detachment to refrain from engaging and to swiftly retreat to Yungang City. Command the 12th Regiment to provide support to Huairan County. Major General Suzuki understood that while the airport could be sacrificed, the rear must remain stable. Chufeng, this Chinese man, was far too cunning. He could annihilate an entire regiment along with an artillery battalion. If a detachment were rashly dispatched, it would undoubtedly fall into Chufeng's trap. The priority was to ensure the safety of Yungang and the Tongpu Railway corridor. His available forces were limited, and he could not afford to lose another battalion to Chufeng. He recognized Chufeng's capabilities, and thus, Major General Suzuki dared not gamble. He could not afford to lose. During the transfer of supplies at the airport, Chufeng took a moment to claim his rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a series of victories, having eliminated 612 Japanese soldiers. You have earned the following rewards: 1 small high-quality oil field, 30 sets of oil extraction equipment, 3 sets of refining equipment, 3 intermediate oil worker recruitment cards. Seeing the rewards in his inventory, Chufeng's eyes lit up. By heavens, while the quantity may be modest, only 4 items, none of them are weapons. They are all related to oil. The system truly understands my needs. He could not help but examine the new rewards. Small high-quality oil field. This is a medium-sized oil field with a reserve of 7 million tons, characterized by low content of sulfur, nitrogen, heavy metals, and low production costs. Intermediate oil worker recruitment card. Upon use, it allows the recruitment of 200 intermediate oil workers, skilled in all aspects of oil extraction and refining. Note: the host may freely select the location of the oil field. Reading the descriptions provided by the system, Chufeng couldn't help but smile. Goodness gracious. I was initially concerned about what would happen to our vehicles once gasoline ran out. Importing fuel from abroad would become increasingly difficult as the war deepens, and my demand for vehicles would only grow. Now, with the oil field, extraction equipment, refining equipment, and skilled workers at my disposal, as long as I choose the oil field's location wisely, I can establish a third industry, petrochemicals, to complement the textile and military industries. Such a small oil field, along with the extraction and refining equipment, will adequately supply my troops and base. With this thought, Chufeng wasted no time and promptly extracted all rewards, subsequently selecting an appropriate location for the oil field. Shortly after exiting the system interface, he received news relayed by Li Daniu. What? Upon reading Li Daniu's telegram, Chufeng exclaimed in astonishment. The nearest Japanese detachment to the airport has not provided support, but has instead retreated to Yungang City. Chufeng was momentarily stunned by this revelation, and a thought crossed his mind: is this truly the same arrogant Japanese who claimed to eradicate China in 3 months? However, as another thought emerged, a smile crept upon his lips. It appears the Japanese have been sufficiently intimidated, realizing that it is our independent 1st Brigade launching this assault on the airport. They fear that if this Japanese detachment attempts to rescue the airport, they may be obliterated by us. Meanwhile, the bulk of the Japanese forces are currently engaged in offensives towards Pingsingguan, Dongpaoji, and other key positions along the inner Great Wall, unable to spare troops for reinforcements. The independent mixed 11th Brigade left behind has suffered losses, with insufficient manpower. With this realization, Chufeng no longer hesitated. He promptly ordered, send a telegram to Li Daniu, instructing him to lead a platoon to continue reconnaissance towards Yungang City. The remaining troops must return to the airport immediately. Also, send a telegram home, requesting the mobilization of all available vehicles, large and small, and organize a transportation team from the villagers. Once Director Li Mingcheng returns, he will be responsible for coordinating all new recruits and the transportation team to advance towards Yingkanti and Huairan. Additionally, send a telegram to the 2nd and 3rd Regiments, commanding them to hasten their actions. Especially the 2nd Regiment, after capturing Yuan County, they need not secure the battlefield, as that task can be left to the 1st Regiment. They should immediately advance towards Yingkanti. Since the Japanese have opted for defense, I shall not hold back. This time, I intend to unleash chaos in northern Shaanxi, conducting a large-scale raid along the Tongpu Railway, turning the region upside down and leaving the Japanese in disarray. Resolute in his decision, as he noted the Japanese had retreated rather than engage him in open battle, Chufeng was determined not to show weakness. It was not in his nature to refrain from sowing chaos upon them. He would ensure they felt his presence. Time was of the essence. Chufeng had no intention of squandering this invaluable opportunity. Chapter 24, A Tumultuous Uprising in Jinbei. The urgency of the Little Devils. With the issuance of Chufeng's command, the independent 1st Brigade sprang into action, bustling with activity. Under Ji Daiyong's leadership, the 2nd Regiment swiftly annihilated the garrison at Yuanxian in less than half an hour. They then rendezvoused with Li Mingqiang, boarded vehicles, and hastily transported their weapons and equipment westward towards Yingxian. Meanwhile, the 3rd Regiment, led by Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu, launched a feint assault on Huairan County. As the sound of artillery began to echo throughout Jinbei, the clock unknowingly struck 9 in the morning, with the last aircraft departing for the southeast direction of Chujie Fortress. Chu Feng, accompanied by the Reconnaissance Battalion, Engineer Company 1, and the Chemical Defense Battalion, rapidly advanced towards the 3rd Regiment. In an instant, over half of the combat forces of the independent 1st Brigade, totaling around 17,000 to 18,000 personnel, converged around the regions of Yungang, Huairan, Sharnian, and Yingxian along the Tungpu Railway. In addition, nearly 10,000 local villagers had been hastily assembled, each bearing eager expressions as they urged their donkey carts and horse-drawn vehicles, ready to join Chu Feng in a grand endeavor. At 3 in the afternoon, in Xiaonanzhuang, Chu Feng, Li Mingqiang, Ji Dayong, and Wang Taizhu convened. I will be brief. Chu Feng's voice resonated as he addressed his 3 comrades. The Little Devils, faced with our independent 1st Brigade's offensive, have opted for passive avoidance, seeking to concentrate their forces to safeguard the Tungpu Railway. This presents us with an opportunity. I intend to orchestrate a series of sabotage operations along the Tungpu Railway and the adjacent counties, aimed at disrupting the railway and damaging the roads. With that, Chu Feng issued a direct command: we will employ battalions as our attacking units, pairing each battalion with an artillery company and a flame-throwing platoon, targeting the Japanese strongholds and train stations along the railway. Subsequently, we shall transport all the rails and sleepers back, leaving nothing for the Little Devils. When the main forces withdraw, we will destroy the roads and bridges. This operation will last through the night, with all troops and transport units retreating from the battlefield by dawn. As the troop build-up continued, it became increasingly untenable to remain at Chujie Fortress. Having captured Yuanxian, Chu Feng resolved to transform it into the core of his stronghold. Upon the issuance of Chu Feng's orders, everyone departed to return to their respective units to allocate specific tasks. At midnight, the previously tranquil Jinbei region, having enjoyed a peaceful afternoon and early night, was once again filled with the cacophony of gunfire and battle cries. In Yungang City, observing that Chu Feng had not pressed the attack further, the garrison forces in Yingxian and Huairan reported that the Huaxia troops had retreated after a feigned assault on the county town. This news brought a sigh of relief to Major General Suzuki Shock, prompting him to indulge in an extra rice bowl before retiring early for the night. However, when the sounds of cannon fire jolted him from his slumber, he hurriedly donned his clothes and was met by his chief of staff. His face was etched with seriousness and urgency. Brigade Commander, reports from the train stations and strongholds along the Tungpu Railway indicate they have encountered an attack from Huaxia troops and are requesting assistance. As he spoke, the chief of staff marked the attacked locations on the operational map. Barker. Upon seeing that every stronghold along the Tungpu Railway, except for the county towns, had been targeted by the Huaxia troops, the usually composed Suzuki Shock could no longer maintain his calm. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his previously pallid face flushed a deep crimson. What does this Chu Feng intend to achieve, Barker? Despicable, shameless. What else can they do besides ambush and surprise attacks? If they have the guts, let us face them in a fair fight. In a fit of frustration, Major General Suzuki Shock immediately ordered, counterattack. I want a full counteroffensive. Chu Feng must pay a price. Otherwise, he will think the Empire of Japan can be provoked at will. Deep down, the Little Devils still harbored their inherent arrogance, believing themselves to be untouchable. Their momentary restraint was merely a ploy to avoid being deceived, but temporary patience does not equate to eternal forbearance. Indeed, after enduring a day of losses, having lost an airfield and a county, Suzuki Shock's tolerance had reached its limit. Now, as Chu Feng's forces continued to encroach upon their territory, he could no longer contain his outrage. Send another telegram to His Excellency Tojo Hideki, requesting the deployment of a portion of our troops to assist us. Our current forces are insufficient. While unable to suppress his anger, Suzuki Shock retained a semblance of rationality, recognizing that with so many locations under threat, their limited manpower was inadequate, necessitating the assistance of Tojo Hideki's main offensive forces to support the situation in Yingxian and Shanyin counties. With Suzuki Shock's command, the Little Devils, huddled within the county town, began to mobilize. This news was swiftly detected by the troops and promptly reported. Hee hee. Upon receiving this intelligence, Chufeng chuckled lightly, remarking, "Are they finally feeling the pressure? But is it of any use now? I am not fixated on you, my sights are set on your railway." With that, Chufeng immediately instructed, sent telegrams to each battalion, urging them to intensify their efforts. After securing their designated targets, they must fully obstruct any Little Devils approaching from the surrounding county towns. Do not focus solely on positional warfare, instead, heed the suggestions of the commanders from the 8th Route Army within each unit. Our strategy should prioritize guerrilla warfare and harassment, allowing us to buy time for the transport units while inflicting maximum casualties and disruption upon the enemy with minimal losses on our side. In an instant, the sounds of gunfire, artillery, and explosions across the expanse of Jinbei grew increasingly chaotic and frequent. The independent 1st Brigade, under Chufeng's command, relentlessly exchanged fire with the Little Devils, protected by their forces, the Logistics Regiment, various new recruit battalions, and transport teams composed of local villagers feverishly dismantled the railway tracks and sleepers. If one were to observe from a divine perspective, they would witness a bustling throng along the Tongpu Railway, illuminated by flickering torches, as military and civilian personnel joined forces in spirited shouts. They hurriedly loaded sections of rail and sleepers onto trucks and horse-drawn carts, once filled, hastily plunging into the nearby mountains. Deep within the mountains, another group was busy unloading supplies from the vehicles and carts, as they prepared to set off once more. This flurry of activity persisted throughout the night. By dawn, the transport teams and troops seemed to vanish as if they had never been there, disappearing into the mountains. Meanwhile, the Little Devils who had engaged in battle with Chufeng's independent 1st Brigade throughout the night, after suffering considerable casualties and becoming thoroughly disoriented, finally managed to piece together the events of the previous night with the rising sun. Barker. In Yungang City, at the headquarters of the independent mixed 11th Brigade, Major General Suzuki Shock, who had not slept a wink and was bleary-eyed from fatigue, could no longer contain his fury. His face flushed crimson, and his expression was one of sheer indignation. Those cunning Chinese, they managed to dismantle over 50 kilometers of our railway in a single night, while also damaging 60 to 70 kilometers of roads, even severing the roadbed and destroying over a dozen bridges, effectively crippling our transportation. As a consequence, we incurred nearly 1,000 casualties. Barker. We have fallen into their trap, those deceitful Chinese. A disgrace, a tremendous disgrace. Realizing that Chufeng's forces were not merely targeting others but were intent on incapacitating the Tongpu Railway and the roads of Jinbei, with the objective of disrupting their troop movements and supply logistics, Suzuki Shock's understanding came too late. Furthermore, he remained unaware that Chufeng now commanded a fighting force of 10,000 and, with a substantial artillery presence, was indeed capable of acting with impunity. It was fortunate that he had displayed cowardice the previous day. Had he confronted Chufeng directly, Chufeng would have shown no hesitation in annihilating a portion of his forces. I will seek revenge. Immediately send a telegram to Major General Tojo Hideki, requesting the deployment of air support to bomb Chufeng's stronghold, Chujie Fortress, in retaliation. With bloodshot eyes, Suzuki Shock bellowed in fury, having completely lost his reason at that moment. Chapter 25, Acquiring 12 more anti-aircraft vehicles. The enemy aircraft are approaching. While the enemy was in a state of utter despair, on the other side, Chufeng had successfully reunited with his troops. The weaponry and equipment seized from the enemy last night, along with the railway tracks and sleepers, were being gradually transported to Yuan County. The cooking teams of each company had prepared breakfast, which, though simple, was a staple for the people of Jin Province. One could not go without noodles. Early in the morning, a steaming bowl of sauced noodles awaited them, featuring diced meat paired with potatoes, the latter simmered to a tender consistency. With each bite, the noodles were delightfully chewy, enveloped in a hint of potato. Adding a splash of vinegar enhanced the experience, as one slurped the noodles and sipped the broth, leaving the diner sweating and utterly content. "Commander, although we did not engage the enemy in a direct confrontation last night, nor did we eradicate them in an organized manner, we executed our strategy with remarkable stealth, fully leveraging our firepower advantage." "The enemy was left disoriented, unable to find their bearings," said Deputy Commander G. Daong, chuckling at the thought. "Just thinking about it makes me smile," he added. "It seems this is the first time the enemy has encountered such a scenario." Despite their commendable individual prowess, they spent the entire time either on the move or being beaten by us. "I believe our achievements last night were quite significant," he continued. "Indeed, Commander, I have always felt that engaging the enemy in a head-on battle, where it is a matter of life or death, is the most exhilarating. However, I never anticipated that guerrilla warfare could be equally compelling," remarked Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu, joining in the laughter. Har har. Listening to his two companions, Zhu Feng let out a light chuckle before turning to Li Mingqiang beside him, saying, "Our brigade is fortunate to have numerous experts in guerrilla warfare and mobile operations. Whether it be positional warfare, annihilation tactics, ambushes, or mobile and guerrilla warfare, I do not shy away from any of them. This is precisely why I encourage our brigade members to learn from the brothers of the 8th Route Army. Adaptability is crucial. One must not rigidly confront the enemy simply because we possess superior strength. Instead, we should embrace flexibility and variation. There is a saying I wish to share: to preserve the people while losing the land, both people and land are saved; to preserve the land while losing the people, both people and land are lost. In combat, one must not be inflexible. Adaptability is of utmost importance." At this juncture, Zhu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang and stated, "Old Li, please organize training sessions every week for our brigade to study guerrilla and mobile warfare. I believe this is not only a hallmark skill of the 8th Route Army but also a vital expertise of our Huaxia forces. It deserves our utmost attention." Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, Li Mingqiang naturally did not object, recognizing this as the greatest acknowledgement of the 8th Route Army. Many had criticized the 8th Route Army for its guerrilla tactics, claiming they were merely evasive. Receiving Zhu Feng's endorsement affirmed the 8th Route Army's strategies, prompting Li Mingqiang to respond without hesitation, "No problem, Commander. Besides reallocating personnel from our brigade, I will request the 8th Route Army headquarters to send a batch of experienced comrades to lead the teams." "Excellent." Zhu Feng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he recalled the temporary super training buff he had yet to utilize and added, "Please check with the 8th Route Army headquarters. I am planning to conduct a 2-month intensive training session for our brigade upon the arrival of the veteran troops from Sichuan. I hope we can receive support in the form of military instructors from the 8th Route Army. We shall not do so without compensation. I will provide each instructor with a monthly stipend of $100, while also contributing some weaponry to the 8th Route Army." Li Mingqiang's eyes brightened at this prospect. Mutual assistance was expected, but acquiring additional funds and equipment would be a significant advantage. "Absolutely, Commander. I will report to the leaders at the 8th Route Army headquarters as soon as I return." After a brief discussion, Zhu Feng finished his meal first. With a sudden inspiration, he entered the system space. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, for eliminating 562 Japanese soldiers in this operation, and receiving the following rewards: 1 intermediate German anti-aircraft artillery battalion, 1 complete production line for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, 2 advanced militia recruitment cards, 100,000 rounds of 7mm ammunition, 200,000 rounds of 5mm ammunition, 30 Type 92 heavy machine guns, 1,060mm mortar tubes, $1 million. Listening to the system's notification and gazing at the rewards in his inventory, Zhu Feng's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, the reward information materialized before him. Intermediate German Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion. This is a unit that has undergone 3 years of training and participated in 1 year of combat, boasting a glorious record of downing 25 enemy aircraft. The battalion comprises 3 operational platoons, along with a headquarters and a direct logistics platoon, totaling 160 personnel. Note: the host may select preferred weaponry. Complete production line for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Upon utilization, the host will acquire 2 firearm production lines, 3 ammunition production lines, along with firearm design blueprints and production schematics. Advanced Militia Recruitment Card. Upon usage, this card allows for the recruitment of 1,000 militia members, each having undergone 5 years of military training and participated in 1 year of actual combat. Observing the information provided by the system, Zhu Feng smiled. Well, another German anti-aircraft artillery battalion. Without further ado, system, I wish to recruit the anti-aircraft battalion and select the spherical Lightning anti-air vehicle as the weaponry, assigning this battalion to Chu family fort. As Zhu Feng's words fell, the system's notification chimed. Recruitment of the German anti-aircraft artillery battalion is complete. Personnel and equipment will arrive at Chu family fort within half an hour. Zhu Feng nodded slightly, continuing to examine the other 2 rewards. First, I have acquired a complete production line for the 60mm mortar, and the arms factory has already commenced assembly and debugging of the production line. Now, yet another complete production line for the semi-automatic rifle, and a particularly classic Type 56, the first family member of the 5.6 rifle clan has arrived. As for the advanced militia recruitment cards, with 1 card allowing for the recruitment of 1,000 personnel and the system providing 2 cards, that amounts to 2,000 battle-hardened veterans joining the ranks, enhancing immediate combat readiness, thus expediting the final expansion of the troops. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Feng regarded the rewards and declared, extract all remaining weaponry and personnel to Yuan County. Upon completing these actions and gazing at the now empty infantry, Zhu Feng smiled with delight. With this batch of personnel, weaponry, and financial support, the development of the troops would proceed more smoothly, especially since funding for maintaining the troops and factories was abundantly available. Including the transactions from Uncle Zhao's dealings involving Japanese firearms and command knives, along with the monetary rewards from the system, the total funds in hand now exceeded $6 million. Exiting the system space, Zhu Feng commenced his journey home alongside his troops. Meanwhile, a similarly enraged Lieutenant General Tojo Hideki adopted the suggestion of Major General Suzuki Shoki, initially dispatching a telegram to the Kwantung Army headquarters, requesting the deployment of aircraft to bomb Chu family fort. The Kwantung Army headquarters concurred with this decision, and the promptness of their response was due in part to Tojo Hideki's position as the Chief of Staff of the Kwantung Army, as well as the fact that the Chahar Expeditionary Corps were also part of the Kwantung Army. Fueled by Zhu Feng's continuous disruptions to their plans and the considerable losses inflicted upon the Kwantung Army, Commander Major General Mahima Yoshiji was equally furious and promptly issued orders for the Air Force to launch an attack on Chu family fort. An hour later, a formation of 25 aircraft took off from the airport in Chahar province, heading directly towards Chu family fort. Chapter 26. The company commander shouted, "The Japanese planes are coming right for us." Zhu Feng had not anticipated the retaliation from the Japanese. At that moment, he was still in the valley with his troops, en route to Yuan County with the spoils of war. Chu family fortress, the system had just rewarded him with 12 anti-aircraft vehicles and a complement of soldiers for an anti-aircraft battalion, which were promptly received by the battalion commander, Chen Gang, who immediately deployed them on the surrounding hilltops of Chu family fortress. After the anti-aircraft company was expanded into a battalion, it was structured around the core of the original elite anti-aircraft artillery company, equipped temporarily with 12 anti-aircraft vehicles. As for the modified Maxim heavy machine guns, the arsenal was still in the process of research. Furthermore, the personnel allocation was primarily focused on 3 infantry regiments, so while it was officially an anti-aircraft battalion, it essentially consisted of just 1 elite anti-aircraft artillery company and a logistics company, now supplemented by an anti-aircraft company, giving the battalion a semblance of formality. With 24 anti-aircraft vehicles, it would soon be complemented by an anti-aircraft machine gun company, and the battalion would finally be fully equipped. As the newly promoted battalion commander, Jiangang had not been idle these past few days. Although Chu Feng had instructed him to focus on training, he had diligently scoured the hilltops surrounding Chu family fortress, selecting various positions suitable for establishing defensive positions. In addition to training his troops, he also oversaw land leveling, camouflage, and clearing firing lanes. This proactive preparation meant that when the 12 anti-aircraft vehicles arrived, Jiangang could swiftly designate their future gun positions and defensive sites without further deliberation. Just as Jiangang was mapping out the defensive and combat positions for the newly arrived anti-aircraft vehicles, an officer beside him inadvertently glanced at the distant sky. They were standing at a commanding height on the ridges around Chu family fortress, with an unobstructed view. "Commander, look, there are a number of black dots in the northeastern sky. Could those be Japanese planes?" Upon hearing this, Jiangang was momentarily taken aback before hastily turning his gaze towards the northeast. Indeed, he could see a cluster of black dots appearing in the sky, rapidly approaching. "They must be Japanese. That area over there is Chahar, in the Reihei direction. Our troops have long since vacated, and it's improbable that there would be any air force present. It must be the Japanese." As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement crossed Jiangang's face. "Relay my orders, and have the entire battalion enter combat readiness immediately. Although we are uncertain of the destination of these Japanese planes, their altitude is not high, and they should be passing through our area. If we have the opportunity, we shall strike." With that, Jiangang swiftly descended to send a telegram to Chu Feng, requesting permission to engage if the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, in the valley, Chu Feng received Jiangang's telegram. Japanese planes. Very well. Chu Feng did not overthink the situation, nor did he suspect that the Japanese would specifically deploy aircraft to retaliate against him. He merely assumed it was a consequence of his destruction of the temporary airfield in Yungang City, leading to bombings being redirected from the front lines. Inform Jiangang to proceed as he sees fit. Chu Feng held a strong trust in the elite company commander rewarded by the system. When Jiangang received Chu Feng's reply, the Japanese planes were drawing ever closer, the roar of their engines growing deafening. "Commander, something feels amiss." As Jiangang ascended the hill once more, the commander of the anti-aircraft company looked at the encroaching Japanese aircraft with a grave expression. "I have a sudden sense that these Japanese planes are not headed for the front lines. Their target appears to be us." "Really?" Jiangang was momentarily stunned by the remark, then grabbed his binoculars to take a closer look. Moments later, his expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, but alongside it, there was a spark of excitement and anticipation. "You are correct in your assessment." Jiangang acknowledged the company commander's speculation. "If they were headed to the front, the Japanese would exploit our lack of anti-aircraft weaponry and minimal air force, maintaining an altitude around 1,000 meters. However, their current descent seems suspicious, as they are hovering around 800 meters and continuing to drop. When those Japanese planes reach us, their altitude will likely be around 500 meters, a sufficient distance for bombing or strafing attacks." With that, Jiangang proclaimed, "Therefore, I surmise that the battle our brigade commander fought last night has incensed the Japanese." Unable to retaliate against him directly, they resorted to dispatching planes to bombard us at Chu family fortress. Hee. Jiangang chuckled, displaying no signs of fear. "Relay my orders, prepare all positions for battle. The Japanese are unaware that we possess anti-aircraft weaponry. We must remain calm and await my signal. Let us teach the Japanese planes a memorable lesson. While it may be difficult to annihilate them all, we must at least down 6 of their aircraft. This will be our anti-aircraft battalion's inaugural battle. Such opportunities are rare, and we must seize this chance to excel." The soldiers of the anti-aircraft battalion, upon hearing this, were invigorated and responded in unison. Quickly, the orders were disseminated across the various positions, and everyone hastened to enhance their camouflage and preparations, awaiting the arrival of the Japanese planes. In the sky, the approaching squadron of Japanese aircraft was led by a lieutenant colonel. He scrutinized the map in his hands, observing the terrain below, and a smile crept upon his lips as he compared the two. "Imperial warriors, for the glory of His Majesty the Emperor, prepare for action," he shouted, beginning to convey orders through a blackboard and hand signals. The squadron swiftly adjusted their positions according to the pre-established plan, readying themselves for the impending attack. Virum virum virum. Virum 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 virum. As the roar of the aircraft engines intensified, 25 Japanese planes split into 3 formations, the first of which began its dive under the watchful eyes of the anti-aircraft battalion. Meanwhile, the villagers of Chu family fortress had long since evacuated to the surrounding mountains. The lead captain of the first formation wore a cruel smile. Chu Feng, Chinese scum, prepare to die. 8 planes began their dive from an altitude of over 500 meters, descending rapidly while the twin machine guns on their wings targeted the ground, ready to open fire upon spotting a target. He envisioned the bombs decimating the homes of the Chinese and the machine guns turning them into mere sieves, intent on transforming Chu family fortress into a fiery inferno, sparing no one, neither the elderly nor the children. No, not just humans, anything that breathed must perish. 450 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. As they dove to 200 meters, the plane soared directly over Chu family fortress, prepared to unleash devastation, yet the pilots were astonished to find the fortress completely deserted. Narni. This scene left the Japanese pilots momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the second and third waves of Japanese planes commenced their dives, their altitudes plummeting swiftly. Fire! The anti-aircraft battalion commander, Qian Gang, who had been biding his time, saw the Japanese planes fully exposed before him, utterly unguarded. Without hesitation, he roared and exerted force with his hands. Boom, 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 boom. The twin-mounted 30mm cannons locked onto a Japanese aircraft, unleashing a torrent of ammunition at a staggering rate of approximately 500 rounds per minute. The air and ground battle had officially commenced. Chapter 27, The Japanese Pilot, Barker, Their Essen Ambush. An overwhelmingly one-sided aerial battle ensued. Narni. Their pilot from the first squadron, caught off guard, suddenly found shells soaring from the surrounding mountains and forests. Barker, Their Essen Ambush. Anti-aircraft guns. The Chinese have anti-aircraft guns. Barker, I've been hit. Chow do mar die, chow do mar die. Boom. One Japanese aircraft, unresponsive, was directly struck in the fuel tank, erupting into a fiery blaze amidst the despairing screams of the pilot. The deafening explosion and the rising flames, coupled with the sudden barrage of shells, caught the Japanese off guard. Boom, boom. Woo boom. In the blink of an eye, half of the 8 Japanese aircraft of the first squadron were downed. The remaining planes, in a frenzy of panic, desperately climbed and maneuvered, attempting to evade the incoming shells. Faster, faster, evade, evade. Climb, climb. Barker Yuru. The first to open fire, Captain Qian Gang of the anti-aircraft battalion, gritted his teeth. After achieving the first record for his battalion, he ceased paying attention to the first squadron of Japanese aircraft and redirected his fire towards the second and third squadrons. Tat-atter, tat-atter. With deft skill and precise artillery, he locked onto a Japanese bomber, which, in contrast to the nimble fighters, was considerably more cumbersome. Boom. With the power of the spherical Lightning anti-aircraft vehicle's 30-meter cannon, just 3 or 4 shells could obliterate an aircraft. Despite the bomber's desperate attempts to evade, it remained firmly within the sights of Qian Gang's anti-aircraft vehicle. Boom. Under Qian Gang's watchful gaze, the bomber first emitted black smoke, spiraled out of control, and finally erupted in flames with a thunderous explosion. Second one. A slight smile crept across Qian Gang's lips as he took down 2 Japanese planes in quick succession, propelling him further into the fray. Tat. Tat-tat-tatter. Without wasting words, he swiftly identified a target among the panicking, rapidly climbing Japanese aircraft, and the cannon roared again, the recoil causing the vehicle to shake violently. Other positions mirrored this, with some engaging independently while others coordinated seamlessly. Boom. 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 Amidst the roar of cannons, more Japanese aircraft were blown from the sky, some were damaged, trailing black smoke as they crashed into the nearby mountains. Others, their pilots shot down, lost control and ultimately collided with the ground, resulting in explosions. The battlefield, initially imagined as a back-and-forth exchange, had been dominated by the Japanese arrogance and the ambush of the anti-aircraft battalion, along with the combined efforts of 24 anti-aircraft vehicles and 48 30mm anti-aircraft guns. The Japanese were not even able to drop their bombs, consumed by the need to flee, fearing they might be caught, yet the Japanese aviators were overconfident, and this very confidence led them to choose low-altitude bombing, exposing themselves to the anti-aircraft fire network. Furthermore, once an aircraft began to dive, regaining altitude required time. The 24 anti-aircraft vehicles of the battalion exploited this time gap, with the sounds of gunfire, shouts, explosions, and the roar of aircraft engines echoing over Chujie Fortress. The villagers of Chujie Fortress, hidden in the surrounding mountains, watched this thrilling spectacle with mouths agape and eyes wide, fearful of missing any moment. Good, well done, that's the fifth one, right. Look, that Japanese plane is dropping a white parachute, and there's a person attached. Could that be a Japanese? It should be. I heard Captain Chen of the anti-aircraft battalion say that pilots can parachute. Let us go, those damn Japanese. If they haven't died in the air, they still want to live. Let us catch that damn Japanese. Yes, grab your guns. The villagers spontaneously rushed towards the direction of the parachuting Japanese pilot. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the garrison battalion stationed at Chujie Fortress hurried towards the same location. Air battles typically do not last long. From the outbreak of combat to its conclusion, it is merely a matter of seconds to a minute. The anti-aircraft battalion had caught the Japanese completely off guard, downing 12 Japanese planes in one fell swoop, with 6 more damaged and beginning to smoke. After climbing to evade, they started fleeing to the northeast, a fact that Qiangang paid little heed to. Given the extent of the damage to the Japanese aircraft, whether they could return was still in question. It could be said that the single wave had effectively crippled the Japanese air squadron. Out of 25 planes, 18 had been lost, leaving only 7, which were now soaring at several thousand meters, keeping their distance. This was undeniably a lopsided ground-to-air battle, with the anti-aircraft battalion pressing the Japanese squadron hard. Hee. Qiangang observed the remaining 7 Japanese aircraft, circling at a distance, afraid to approach yet unwilling to leave. He scoffed, these Japanese must be suffering from a psychological blow from our attack. Hearing Qiangang's words, his deputy, an officer from the 8th Route Army, chuckled, the Japanese are indeed arrogant, thinking they can rampage through our skies without regard for us. But I must say, this anti-aircraft vehicle is truly formidable. The deputy, as he spoke, patted the steel behemoth in front of him, unable to restrain his admiration. His words were sincere. Despite their extensive combat experience, they had truly never seen or used such impressive equipment until arriving at the independent 1st Brigade. Just as Qiangang and his deputy were conversing, the surviving 7 Japanese aircraft revealed the expressions of the pilots, each reflecting relief from narrowly escaping death. The leading Japanese lieutenant colonel was among them. After his emotions settled slightly, anger crept onto the face of the lieutenant colonel. Barker, what is the Special High Command doing? The Chufeng unit possesses anti-aircraft weapons. Why weren't we informed? They are sending our brave army aviation warriors to their deaths. This is murder, Barker. I will return and report this. I will bring these bastards of the Special High Command to military court. When a person is filled with rage and shame, it is common for them to attribute all their anger and mistakes to another, in an effort to alleviate their own guilt. Clearly, the lieutenant colonel of the Japanese air squadron was no exception. He refused to acknowledge his own arrogance and disregard for the Chinese, believing that had he been more cautious, while victory might not have been achievable, he would not have suffered such a humiliating defeat, losing 2/3 of his force without a single return strike. Order, conduct high-altitude bombing on Chujie Fortress, drop all carried bombs, and then return. Having found a scapegoat, the lieutenant colonel's mood improved significantly. He glanced around, feeling that returning without dropping a single bomb would be somewhat embarrassing and unacceptable, and immediately issued the command. Chapter 28 Chufeng declared, one must reciprocate, let the aerial squadron launch their assault. 7 enemy aircraft ascended to an altitude of 5,000 to 6,000 meters, indiscriminately releasing their payload of bombs, indifferent to whether they would find their mark. Following this, the 7 enemy planes formed a tight formation, shaking their wings menacingly as they retreated northeastward, eager to report their grievances. As children of the heavens, they had never before endured such indignities. As for seeking trouble with the Huasher people, forget it. The formidable anti-aircraft firepower of the Huasher forces had instilled a psychological shadow over this batch of enemy pilots. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Chen Gang and his comrades, the enemy aircraft approached slightly before releasing their bombs from over 5,000 meters, hastily retreating without a hint of hesitation. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. As the distant echoes of explosions resonated through the mountainous forest, Chen Gang exchanged glances with his partner, ultimately breaking into smiles. Victory, victory. Har har har, did you see that? I shot down an enemy plane. Wow, our coordination was impeccable just now. What a pity, we were so close to claiming another. The enemy planes fled, and cheers erupted from the soldiers of the anti-aircraft battalion on the ridges surrounding Chujiabao. The Guard battalion and the local villagers joined in the jubilation, transforming Chujiabao into a sea of joy. Old Qian, the anti-aircraft battalion, performed excellently. In this ground-air battle, we shot down 12 enemy planes and damaged 6. Such a scale and success has not occurred since the outbreak of the full-scale war. Our independent 1st Brigade is about to shine before the entire nation. Guard Battalion Commander Zhang Depao and others rushed forward, loudly congratulating Anti-Aircraft Battalion Commander Chen Gang, each face brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. Hee hee. Listening to Zhang Depao's congratulations, Chen Gang couldn't help but beam, stating, "All of this is thanks to the brigade commander providing us with such excellent equipment. Without these 24 anti-aircraft vehicles, we would not have achieved such a victory. I must admit, I am quite impressed with our brigade commander. Before this morning, we only had 12 anti-aircraft vehicles, but who would have thought he sent us another 12? Had we relied solely on our original 12, we likely would not have achieved such glorious results and might have faced counterattacks from the enemy, resulting in significant casualties." Upon hearing Chen Gang's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Engaging the enemy could not rely solely on fervor. The quality of weaponry was also a crucial factor in securing victory. As an elder, Guard Battalion Commander Zhang Depao proposed with a smile, "Let us quickly send a telegram to the brigade commander to share in the joy, as this marks an unprecedented victory in our full-scale war. Moreover, it is your anti-aircraft battalion's first battle and first victory, making it even more significant." Upon hearing Zhang Depao's reminder, the elated Chen Gang suddenly slapped his forehead, somewhat vexed, and exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. I was so overjoyed that I nearly forgot." He then expressed gratitude towards Zhang Depao. Turning to scan the crowd, he spotted the communication squad leader from the battalion and called out, "Squad leader Wang, hurry, send a telegram to the brigade commander and report our achievements. Let them share in our joy." Upon hearing this, squad leader Wang promptly saluted and rushed off to send the telegram. Commander, we have captured a live one." Just as the celebration was in full swing, a commotion erupted from a distance. Everyone turned to see a group of soldiers, flanked by dozens of villagers, escorting a bound enemy pilot towards them. "What?" Upon hearing this, both Zhang Depao and Chen Gang, along with the others, were momentarily stunned as they beheld the enemy pilot, tightly bound and with a filthy sock stuffed in his mouth. Their astonishment quickly transformed into delight. No one had anticipated such a surprise. Come, let us go see the enemy pilot." Zhang Depao, intrigued, beckoned everyone to follow him. This time, Chen Gang had learned his lesson. He pulled over a soldier and instructed, "Go find squad leader Wang and let him know that we have captured a live enemy pilot." "Yes." The soldier responded and quickly turned to locate squad leader Wang. In a mountain valley, Chu Feng, who had been assisting soldiers with a cart, suddenly heard someone calling for him. Brigade commander, good news, good news." Chu Feng did not immediately let go. After helping to push the cart out of the pit, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to see Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu approaching hurriedly with a telegram in hand. Li Mingqian and Ji Daong also came over upon hearing the commotion. "Taizhu, what is the matter? You seem so cheerful." As he warped, Chu Feng inquired. Brigade Commander, the anti-aircraft battalion has sent a telegram reporting that the enemy aircraft were targeting us at Chuchiabao, seeking revenge against our independent 1st Brigade. This fellow Chen Gang remained composed and commanded effectively, catching the enemy aerial squadron off guard. The anti-aircraft battalion shot down 12 enemy planes and damaged 6, the remaining 7 enemy planes hastily fled. Furthermore, we have captured a paratrooping enemy pilot. As he spoke, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju reached Chu Feng's side and handed him the telegram. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Feng quickly read through the telegram, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Excellent, splendid work," he exclaimed, unable to contain his smile, saying, "This not only marks the first battle for the anti-aircraft battalion but also our independent 1st Brigade's inaugural ground air conflict, achieving such a remarkable record. The soldiers of the anti-aircraft battalion are truly commendable. Old Li, you are in charge of this matter. Determine an appropriate reward for the soldiers of the anti-aircraft battalion. Taiju, immediately send the results of our raid in Jinbei and this ground air battle to the 2nd War Zone and the national government, then send a public telegram to widely promote this ground air victory. Although we have achieved several victories, this ground air battle is different. It signifies that we can not only engage the enemy on the ground but also bring down their aircraft in the sky." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Mingqiang and Chief of Staff Wang Taiju nodded vigorously in understanding. "Brigade Commander, it seems the enemy is desperate. They are unable to contend with our infantry and can only retaliate through aerial bombardment." The Deputy Brigade Commander, Ji Daong, who had remained silent until now, remarked with a smile. "Indeed." Chu Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "If the enemy had any viable options, they would not resort to aerial bombardment as a form of retaliation. Now they have attempted to steal a chicken only to lose the rice." With a hearty laugh, Chu Feng, filled with vigor, declared, "As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. Since the enemy has deployed aircraft to bomb us, we cannot merely endure their assaults without retaliating. That is not my style. We must strike back and use our aircraft to bomb the enemy, otherwise, I shall remain unsatisfied." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. A gentleman may wait 10 years for revenge, but Chu Feng was no gentleman. He never delayed retribution, believing that grievances must be addressed without hesitation. Chapter 29, The Momentary Eruption of the Great Land of China. Upon hearing that Chu Feng intended to bomb the little devils from the sky, the 3 excited companions had their smiles abruptly frozen on their faces. "Commander, have you considered this carefully?" Ji Daong inquired with a hint of concern. "Our airbase has just been established, and the aircraft only returned yesterday. The flying squadron has yet to undergo proper training. Is it not a tad reckless to undertake a mission so soon?" As Ji Daong's voice faded, Wang Taiju chimed in, "Indeed, Commander, we have already achieved significant victories in our ground air battles, imparting a lesson to the little devils. There is no need to take such a risk." Listening to Ji Daong and Wang Taiju, Li Mingqiang remained silent, though he shared a similar sentiment. Har har. In response, Chu Feng was unperturbed, laughing as he said, "I understand your concerns regarding the combat readiness of our airbase. However, what do you consider to be true combat capability? When is a unit adequately trained? Will the little devils afford us the opportunity to train our troops in the heat of battle? I am well aware of our squadron's ability to execute missions. When they returned from the Little Devils airfield, they showcased their capabilities to me. Furthermore, you underestimate our pilots. These are veterans of actual combat, each with a record of downing enemy aircraft. Even fledglings must leave the nest to confront the world. Why should we not place our trust in our own forces? Moreover, we have already sent a telegram to the airbase, inquiring whether they possess the capability to undertake this mission, thereby entrusting the decision to our troops." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Wang Taiju, Ji Daong, and Li Mingqiang exchanged glances, realizing that their commander had made up his mind. The trio fell silent. Chu Feng, noticing their reticence, continued, "We are uncertain whether it was the Kwantung Army's aircraft or those of the North China Front that bombed us, so for now, let us consider them as the little devils from North China." Send a telegram to the airbase, inquiring whether the recently recovered aircraft are fit for combat. If so, I wish to immediately refuel and load bombs. Do we not possess a stock of incendiary bombs? Let the aircraft carry these incendiary bombs and proceed to bomb the Little Devil's aircraft at Nanyuan Airport. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the telegram was swiftly dispatched to the airbase. Captain Gao, the commander has sent a telegram inquiring whether our squadron can execute a bombing mission, the communications officer reported to the squadron leader, Gao Yuan. Affirmative. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan replied, our squadron has thoroughly inspected the aircraft. There are no issues, and we are fully capable of carrying out combat operations. As he spoke, Gao Yuan's face illuminated with anticipation. Very well. The communications officer smiled as he handed over the telegram, saying, I shall respond to the commander at once. Please take a look at the telegram, it contains the bombing target. Upon receiving the telegram, Gao Yuan quickly located the target within Nanyuan Airport, he murmured, then commanded, order all pilots in the flying squadron to assemble immediately. We have a combat mission, simultaneously. Instruct the ground crew to swiftly load the aircraft with aerial bombs, ensuring that the bombers are equipped with incendiary bombs. With Gao Yuan's command, the entire airbase sprang into action. Gentlemen. Addressing the pilots he had personally trained, Gao Yuan pointed to Nanyuan Airport on the operational map and declared, the commander has just sent a telegram indicating that the Little Devil's Air Force bombed Chujiabao, yet our air defense battalion downed 12 enemy aircraft, damaging 6 more, with 7 fleeing. The commander believes that it would be discourteous to not reciprocate. As a nation of propriety, we must uphold this noble tradition, therefore, let our airbase carry out a bombing mission against Nanyuan Airport. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's words, the pilots erupted with excitement. Having previously lacked aircraft, they had only been engaged in repairing runways and facilities at the airbase. Now, with a fresh batch of aircraft at their disposal, their first combat mission was finally upon them. We will accomplish the mission, they chorused without hesitation, all rising to their feet. Excellent. Observing the high spirits of his comrades, Gao Yuan felt a surge of joy. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, everyone, proceed with your pre-mission preparations. In half an hour, all aircraft will take off to execute the bombing mission against the Japanese airfield. Understood. Following Gao Yuan's orders, all pilots saluted and swiftly set about their tasks. As the flying squadron prepared for the bombing mission, reports of triumph surged through the Second War Zone and the capital simultaneously, announcing the success of the independent 1st Brigade. Commander, we have received news from Chu Feng's unit. Yesterday, they obliterated the Japanese airfield at Yungang City during the day and launched a surprise attack on the Tongpu Railway, roads, and bridges from Yungang to Shanyan County at night. Both the railway and roads have suffered extensive damage. For instance, the Tongpu Railway will take no less than 2 months to restore. This morning, enraged, the Little Devils dispatched 25 aircraft to retaliate against Chujiabao, only to be ambushed by the Air Defense Battalion stationed there. They shot down 12 enemy aircraft, damaged 6, and captured 1 Japanese pilot, securing victory in the ground air battle at Chujiabao. Simultaneously, the capital and Yang Laoku listened to the report, their expressions mirroring one another despite the distance of thousands of miles. A wave of excitement and smiles spread across their faces. As the report concluded, the 2 men stood up in unison, unable to conceal their exhilaration, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, well done, bravo." The Jinswei army desperately needed such an uplifting victory to alleviate the pressure on the front lines, remarked Yang Laoku. The nation requires this victory. Our frontline troops needed to bolster their morale as they fight in the Magic City, demonstrating to the international community our resolve. This will aid us in garnering sympathy and mediation from the League of Nations, added the capital. Immediately send a telegram in the name of the capital, Second War Zone, to congratulate Chu Feng on achieving a monumental victory. On behalf of the capital and the Jinswei army, we express our gratitude for their efforts and congratulate them on their success. Shortly thereafter, news of the triumph from the independent 1st Brigade spread like wildfire across the nation, reaching the hearts of the people, the press, various organizations, and military units. At this moment, the capital and the Second War Zone commenced an enthusiastic campaign to promote the news. The 8th Route Army also assisted in this effort, with all news agencies that received the information promptly beginning their coverage. When the news fully disseminated, the entire nation erupted in jubilation. Those who had felt lost, helpless, and devoid of confidence in the resistance suddenly found a renewed sense of purpose, feeling an invigorating force rise within them. Ordinary citizens, passionate youths, and overseas Chinese all plunged into a sea of joy. People spontaneously flooded the streets, cheering, rejoicing, and celebrating this hard-won victory. Chapter 30, a delightful surprise from the system. The air squadron takes flight. Crack. Boom. Bang a pop, bang pop. Ladies and gentlemen, in celebration of the Chu family fortress downing 12 enemy aircraft, today the festivities are on us. Eat to your heart's content. Throughout the streets and alleys, amidst the jubilant cheers, celebrations, and speeches, many individuals spontaneously purchased firecrackers and fireworks to set off, transforming the entire land of Huaxia into a scene reminiscent of New Year festivities. Each face radiated genuine joy and happiness, and regardless of familiarity, all voices united in a single rallying cry, their hearts beating in synchrony at that moment. Victory in the War of Resistance. Long live the independent 1st Brigade. Long live General Chu Feng. Well done, General Chu Feng. He is the pride of Huaxia and of Jin Province. Down with Japanese imperialism. Victory in the War of Resistance. Long live the National United Front. As the nation celebrated, spontaneous donations poured in for the independent 1st Brigade, with numerous young men choosing to enlist and serve, some bidding farewell to their parents or spouses as they embarked on the journey to Jin Province, eager to join the anti-Japanese forces of the independent 1st Brigade. Chu Feng, this name once again became the focal point of the nation, hailed as a renowned general in the fight against Japanese aggression. The anti-aircraft battalion responsible for downing 12 enemy planes was affectionately dubbed their Hero Battalion, and its commander, Chen Gang, gained nationwide recognition for the first time, regarded as a towering hero by many youths and children. Amidst the nationwide celebration, Chu Feng felt a stirring in his heart and entered the system space. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a victory by annihilating 17 enemy aircraft. You have received the following rewards. 2 squadrons of advanced L-7 fighter jets, 10 B-17 bombers. 2,000 incendiary bombs, 20 Flak 36 88mm anti-aircraft guns, 50,000 multifunctional engineer shovels, 20 tons of sulfur drugs, $1 million silver dollars. Goodness gracious! Hearing the system notification, Chu Feng could not help but exclaim, his smile radiant. It was not merely the system rewards that thrilled him. Through the system, he learned that of the 6 enemy aircraft that had sustained damage, only 1 managed to return, while the remaining 5 had crashed. Advanced L-7 Fighter Squadron. This is a squadron equipped with 9 L-7 fighter jets, comprising 12 personnel. Each pilot has undergone over 3 years of training and possesses 2 years of combat experience, having downed approximately 3 enemy aircraft. Each squadron also includes 1 ace pilot who has shot down 5 enemy planes. B-17 bomber, known as the Flying Fortress, this bomber has a maximum payload capacity of 8 tons and is armed with 13 machine guns, making it one of the primary bombers of the Allied forces during World War II. Flak 36 88mm anti-aircraft gun. This artillery piece is one of the main anti-aircraft guns used by the Germans. Its most notable feature is its multifunctional capability, effective for both anti-air defense and direct fire against tanks, excelling in versatility. Multifunctional engineer shovel. This invention from the ingenious minds of Huaxia's later generations is capable of digging, cutting, peeling, and sawing, making it an indispensable tool for outdoor camping and adventurous mountain climbing. After reviewing the details of the 4 rewards that concerned him most, Chu Feng could not suppress his astonishment. Goodness, the system rewards are quite extensive. Fighter jets, bombs, anti-aircraft guns, and engineer shovels, culminating with a bounty of medical supplies. Reflecting on the medical supplies, he furrowed his brow and remarked, with such formidable firepower, perhaps we have sustained fewer injuries, thus our medical resource demands are not high. However, as the intensity of combat escalates, it will be imperative to have a strong medical team in place. This is my first time receiving medical supplies as a system reward. I cannot rely solely on the system, reality must also be prepared for. Currently, I am not short on funds, as each system reward includes a monetary bonus, and given that the War of Resistance hosts material rewards have been extracted and will be delivered within 24 hours. The recruitment of the 2 fighter squadrons has also been successful. They will land at the flight base in 30 minutes, with related ammunition, fuel, and spare parts following within 24 hours. Listening to the system notification, Jufeng nodded slightly. This round of system rewards has certainly provided me with a delightful surprise. Those 10 bombers cannot take off just yet due to a shortage of pilots. However, the newly recruited 18 L-7 fighter jets are ready for action, and with seasoned pilots, their capabilities are unquestionable. Considering that the flight base is merely half an hour away, by the time I arrive, the 2 squadrons will have already made their way there, enabling them to support the bombers effectively. With this thought in mind, Jufeng did not linger in the system space any longer, feeling a shift in his heart as he exited. Daong, Taiju, Old Li, I leave this to you. I am heading to the flight base to oversee the operation. Looking at his 3 comrades, Jufeng spoke succinctly. Commander, leave it to us. Upon hearing Jufeng's words, his 3 companions exchanged glances, and Ji Daong thumped his chest affirmatively. Bidding farewell to his companions, Jufeng mounted his horse and quickly set off towards the flight base with a squad of soldiers. Minutes later, at the flight base. On the runway, the pilots assembled, and Gao Yuan, serving as the squadron leader, addressed them. Everyone, this is our squadron's inaugural battle. Our Air Force has already proven its worth. We shall not lag behind, and we will demonstrate our strength through our actions. The independent 1st Brigade, from its inception, has inscribed its history with victories. As a member of the independent 1st Brigade, we too shall contribute to its honor. With this, Gao Yuan's gaze swept over the gathered pilots. He said no more, raised his hand, and commanded, board the aircraft. With that, he himself strode towards a plane. A few minutes later, as the roar of engines filled the air, aircraft began to ascend, forming formations in the sky before heading eastward. The independent 1st Brigade's air squadron was ready for action. Whoosh! The ground crew, combat personnel, and security staff at the flight base all stood at attention, saluting their comrades as they set forth, silently offering their blessings for the skyward heroes to successfully complete their mission and return home safely. Chapter 31, The Despairing Little Devil, Horishia Air Force. Brigadier. Just 10 minutes after the flight squadron set off, Jufeng hurriedly arrived, and the base commander promptly saluted. Has the flight squadron departed? Jufeng inquired solemnly, gazing at the empty airport. Yes, Brigadier. The base commander quickly responded to Jufeng's inquiry. Jufeng nodded slightly upon hearing this, glanced at his watch, and said, order the ground crew to prepare, clear and vacate the runway. In a few minutes, 2 Soviet-style flight squadrons and 1 bomber squadron will be landing. As soon as they land, immediately refuel them. Upon hearing this, the surrounding personnel were initially taken aback, but soon their faces lit up with joy, as they had not anticipated the arrival of 3 flight squadrons at such a critical time. Coupled with the recently seized 20 Japanese aircraft, they would possess at least 5 flight squadrons, nearly 50 aircraft in total. The airbase was finally living up to its name. Yes, Brigadier. The base commander promptly acknowledged, turning to instruct the personnel to get busy. Moments later, with the sound of aircraft engines roaring from the south, 18 LAR-7 fighters escorted 10 B-17 bombers into view, beginning a methodical descent after circling to adjust their direction. Soon, all 28 aircraft had landed, and under the guidance of the ground crew, they were parked neatly, with the crew commencing refueling for the 18 LAR-7 fighters. As for the 10 B-17 bombers, lacking sufficient pilots, they were towed aside. Report to the Brigadier, LAR-7 Fighter Squadron Leader Su Chiang. Report to the Brigadier, LAR-7 Fighter Squadron Leader Su Shan. At your service, too. Chu Feng smiled as he regarded the two squadron leaders, returning their salutes and stating, Captain Su, on behalf of the independent 1st Brigade, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival. Your presence will significantly bolster the air power of the independent 1st Brigade. Following a brief welcoming ceremony, Chu Feng turned to the 24 pilots before him and said, Our independent 1st Brigade's 1st and 2nd Flight Squadrons have already taken off, executing bombing missions against the Japanese Army's North China Front's Nanyuan Airport. These two squadrons are equipped with enemy aircraft, and should they encounter Japanese fighters, they will hold no advantage in aerial combat. I wish to ascertain whether your stamina can support another sortie to assist the 1st and 2nd Flight Squadrons. Upon hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, all the pilots exchanged glances and collectively shouted, Report to the Brigadier, we have no issues with our stamina. Excellent. Chu Feng responded with a smile, saying, The ground crew is currently refueling you. Once completed, you may take off immediately. As he spoke, Chu Feng noticed the additional 6 pilots and felt a stirring in his heart, asking, I wonder if you can pilot the bombers. Upon hearing this question, Su Qiong pondered for a moment and replied, Brigadier, are you referring to the 10B-17G bombers? That is no problem, our training encompasses not only flying fighters but also expertise in piloting bombers. However, we only have 6 pilots, and each aircraft requires a pilot and co-pilot, so we can only launch a maximum of 3. Positions such as navigator, gunner, and bombardier will require support from the brigade. Su Qiong's response delighted Chu Feng, who exclaimed, That's sufficient, absolutely sufficient, launching 3 aircraft is more than enough. As for the navigator, gunner, and bombardier, I will make the arrangements. The 2 squadron leaders Su will handle the pilots. Within a matter of minutes, the 1st squadron of LAR 7 fighters successfully took off, swiftly heading eastward. 10 minutes later, the 2nd squadron followed suit, forming a formation as they flew eastward. Another 10 minutes passed before 2B-17 bombers ascended into the sky, watching the 20 aircraft depart. Chu Feng could not suppress his anticipation, thinking, with 40 aircraft mobilized, including 20 of the world's most advanced, represented by the LAR 7 fighters, we have yet to begin our research. Our independent 1st Brigade is about to make a significant impression on the nation. Meanwhile, the first wave of 20 aircraft, under the command of squadron leader Gao Yuan, was now approaching the Japanese Nanyuan Airport. The Japanese garrison at Nanyuan Airport, at this moment, had dispatched aircraft to support the assault on Nyangziguan and was advancing along the Jingtai Railway towards Dayuan City, with the Hohishir Air Force concentrated on the front lines in Modu. There was almost no presence of the Hohishir Air Force in North China, leading to a rather lackadaisical demeanor among the Japanese ground crew. Suddenly, a distant roar of aircraft engines pierced the air. Narni! Hearing this sound, the Japanese soldiers looked up at the sky, quickly spotting a cluster of dark shapes rapidly approaching from the west. The west? Are there any aircraft on a mission to the west today? The Japanese soldiers, including the airport commander, were perplexed. He raised his binoculars and said, Do we have any crews dispatched to the west? Report, no, Lieutenant. A Japanese lieutenant promptly replied. Narni! This response left the Japanese lieutenant colonel somewhat baffled. If not, from where do these aircraft come? Moreover, they appear to be Imperial aircraft. I can see Type 95, Type 96, and Type 87 heavy bombers. They must have flown in from somewhere else. With this realization, the Japanese lieutenant colonel ordered, Instruct the ground crew to vacate the runway and prepare for the landing of the Imperial Air Force. Although unsure of the origins of this flight squadron, the lieutenant colonel did not dwell on it, promptly issuing orders to prepare for landing. As for suspecting that these were Hohishir's air forces, ridiculous, the Hohishir Air Force is not in this area. Furthermore, what even is the Hohishir Air Force? The Japanese soldiers at Nanyuan Airport, busily clearing the runway in preparation for the impending landing of the Imperial Air Forces, were unaware that Gao Yuan was issuing combat orders. Given the outdated performance of the Japanese aircraft, radio communication was impossible, necessitating the use of primitive hand signals and chalkboards to convey commands. According to the established plan, the attack will be divided into 4 formations, with the bombers positioned in the 3rd formation. The fighter formations will cover the bombers. The 1st and 2nd formations must ensure the destruction of the Japanese airport's anti-aircraft fire during the assault. Soon as the aircraft drew nearer, under Gao Yuan's command, they completed their pre-attack formations and began descending while preparing for the assault. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, below, the Japanese soldiers observed the approaching Imperial aircraft as they descended. Barker. Suddenly, the Japanese lieutenant colonel, through his binoculars, noticed that the Imperial flag had vanished from the aircraft, replaced instead by the insignia of the Hoshire Air Force. His pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively cursed, Air Force, Hoshire Air Force. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quick, sound the air raid alarm, the Hoshire Air Force is coming. As he shouted this, the voice of the Japanese lieutenant colonel was laced with fear and despair. He understood all too well that when enemy aircraft breached to this extent, and they were caught utterly unprepared, they were nothing but fish at slaughter, devoid of any means of resistance. Chapter 32, Aerial Dogfight, the performance of ace pilots. It was not only the Japanese lieutenant who sensed something amiss, the other Japanese personnel also realized the gravity of the situation. This squadron of Imperial aircraft was not descending for a landing. Rather, they were poised for an assault. Woo woo. Woo. In an instant, a piercing air raid siren echoed above Nanyuan Airport, leaving the bewildered Japanese momentarily stunned. Although they were unaware of the unfolding events, they hastily scurried to their respective posts. However, it was all in vain. As the planes entered a steep dive for an attack, their speed was astonishing. No matter how swiftly the Japanese fled, they could not outpace the aircraft. The 1st formation, personally led by Gao Yuan, was filled with exhilaration and anticipation as he piloted a state-of-the-art Type 97 fighter jet, descending from the heavens. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The two 7mm machine guns mounted on either wing unleashed a torrent of furious flames, transforming into twin whips of divine wrath that mercilessly lashed at the locked-on Japanese troops, as well as the positions of anti-aircraft machine guns and artillery. Many of the enemy soldiers, caught off guard, were mercilessly turned into a sieve. Woo! The aircraft soared over Nanyuan Airport as 2 25-kilogram aerial bombs shrieked through the air, accurately plummeting onto 2 anti-aircraft positions. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 pillars of fire reaching for the heavens, 2 37mm anti-aircraft guns were obliterated, claiming the lives of over 20 enemy soldiers. The remaining 3 aircraft of the 1st Squadron, closely trailing behind Gao Yuan, swept over Nanyuan Airport, where the sounds of machine gun fire and explosions erupted, transforming the once calm atmosphere into chaos. As Gao Yuan led the 1st Squadron over the airport and began to climb, preparing for a second wave of assault, the 2nd Squadron also approached the airspace above the airport. The sounds of explosions and gunfire persisted. Countless enemy soldiers perished under the barrage of machine gun fire and the detonations of aerial bombs. As the 2nd Squadron began to ascend and maneuver for their second attack, the 3rd wave of bombers arrived. Boom. 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 In stark contrast to the 25-kilogram aerial bombs carried by the fighters, the bombers were laden with incendiary bombs. Each incendiary bomb descended upon the Japanese barracks, airport, ammunition depot, and fuel storage, immediately erupting in a fiery spray of specially formulated fuel. In an instant, the entire Nanyuan Airport was engulfed in roaring flames. Not only were the structures consumed, but any enemy soldiers tainted by the incendiary bomb's unique fuel were also engulfed in fire, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, the more they struggled, the more the flames spread, burning with increasing ferocity. Throughout the airport, one could frequently witness enemy soldiers transformed into human torches, writhing, running, and leaping in their futile struggle, as the entire Nanyuan Airport became a hellish inferno for the enemy. With the anti-aircraft machine guns and artillery rendered impotent, the remaining enemy soldiers could only helplessly fire their light machine guns and rifles into the sky, attempting to defend against the aerial onslaught. However, such weaponry posed no threat to the aircraft. Among the chaos, a group of enemy pilots dashed towards their planes, desperate to take to the skies. Gao Yuan and his comrades offered no reprieve, unleashing bombs and machine gun fire upon these beleaguered enemy pilots and their aircraft. Barker. Witnessing his encircled subordinates perishing in the flames, the Japanese lieutenant colonel's eyes widened in despair. How could the Chinese Air Force appear here? This defies logic, it is impossible. How could the Chinese Air Force possess imperial aircraft? Oh. Amaterasu, have you forsaken your children? The lieutenant colonel, overwhelmed by the shock, began to lose his grip on reality. Just as he contemplated further words, an incendiary bomb fell from the sky. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion, the lieutenant colonel and the remaining soldiers nearby were doused in scalding fuel, igniting them in a conflagration, their anguished cries fading into silence. Gao Yuan remained oblivious to the enemy's plight. At that moment, he was consumed by boundless excitement and exhilaration, leading his 20 aircraft in a relentless barrage. Once, twice, thrice, the 4 squadrons executed 3 successive bombing runs, exhausting their payload of 425-kilogram aerial bombs. The bombers, too, completed their release of incendiary bombs, and the entire Nanyuan airport blazed with an inferno, with ammunition and fuel depots igniting and triggering cataclysmic explosions, accompanied by towering flames and billowing smoke. Splendid! Gazing upon the masterpiece he had wrought, Gao Yuan could not contain his exuberance and shouted aloud. This surprise attack had been executed with remarkable success, and without further ado, he noted that they still had 70% of their fuel remaining and prepared to return. Just as they ascended to 3,000 meters, a flicker caught his eye. In the southwestern direction, a dozen enemy aircraft appeared. This revelation startled Gao Yuan, prompting him to communicate orders through hand signals and a small chalkboard. Bomber squadron, immediately gain altitude and return swiftly to base. The remaining fighters, pair off into teams of 2, and follow me to engage this group of enemy aircraft. Following Gao Yuan's command, the 20 aircraft split into 2 formations. 15 fighter planes veered to rapidly ascend toward the suddenly appearing enemy aircraft, while the bomber squadron swiftly disengaged, climbing in the opposite direction. The enemy pilots had spotted Gao Yuan's forces as well. The Chinese Air Force. The leading enemy lieutenant was initially taken aback, but soon elated, he quickly issued counterorders. Both sides were nearly equal in numbers, yet the enemy held an advantage in aircraft models, primarily utilizing the more advanced Ki-97 and Ki-96, eschewing older models. However, air combat hinged not only on aircraft performance but also on the pilot's skill. Moreover, in aerial engagements, attacking from above conferred a significant advantage, thus the climbing performance of an aircraft was a crucial indicator of its combat effectiveness. Nonetheless, Gao Yuan acted swiftly. By the time the enemy realized the situation, his forces had already begun to ascend and secure advantageous positions. Tat-tat-tat-tat. Utilizing the cover of clouds, Gao Yuan emerged suddenly with a wingman, opening fire on an enemy Ki-96 fighter. The 2 aircraft positioned strategically, one to the left and one to the right, one in front and one behind. The enemy pilot, caught off guard, prepared to execute an evasive maneuver, only to find Gao Yuan's instincts were sharp, and as the sole ace among the seasoned pilots, he had ample combat experience and executed a surprise attack. Boom. The enemy's intentions were commendable, yet they were swiftly locked onto by Gao Yuan and his wingman. The enemy fighter was obliterated in midair. Splendid. With 1 enemy aircraft downed, Gao Yuan's spirits soared. However, his elation did not impede his operations. He and his wingman executed a rapid spiral maneuver, startling the pursuing enemy fighters, who attempted to follow suit. Yet, Gao Yuan and his wingman opened fire once more. Boom. They targeted one of the enemy aircraft, and despite the pilot's desperate attempts, he was no match for the seasoned aces. Before long, the enemy aircraft was reduced to wreckage. The adjacent enemy fighter, unable to evade in time, collided head-on. The aircraft's engine ceased, debris shattered the cockpit, and the enemy pilot was killed instantly, sending the aircraft spiraling uncontrollably downward. In this brief engagement, under the leadership of ace pilot Gao Yuan, 3 enemy aircraft were eliminated. Meanwhile, the other formations of fighters remained entangled in combat with enemy pilots, with no clear victor. The prowess of ace pilots is truly formidable. Chapter 33, The Onslaught of the Japanese Air Squadron. Highland, death, not a chance, reinforcements have arrived. Just as Highland and his wingmen seized an opportunity to down 3 enemy aircraft, they swiftly turned to seek new targets. In an instant, an aerial battle erupted between the Chinese and Japanese forces at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Although the Chinese Air Force faced a disadvantage in aircraft performance, under the adept leadership of Squadron Leader Highland, this performance gap was somewhat mitigated by their numerical superiority. After a prolonged engagement, they managed to down 2 more enemy planes. On our side, however, 1 aircraft had to withdraw due to damage, fortunately avoiding destruction. Damn it! As Highland led his comrades in expanding their slight advantage, pressing the enemy aircraft down, he suddenly spotted 7 to 8 more planes emerging from the same cloud cover, with several more lurking behind. Highland couldn't help but utter an expletive. Initially, he had thought he was facing a lost squadron of enemy pilots. Little did he know that this was merely a fraction of their forces. This must be at least a full enemy air squadron. With so many enemy aircraft in sight, it seemed that they would join the fray in 5 or 6 minutes. A sense of foreboding rose within Highland. He was not afraid of dying or sacrificing himself for his country. Rather, he was concerned about the aircraft he had painstakingly reclaimed from the enemy, and he felt a heavy responsibility to report back to his commanding officer, Brigade Commander Chu Feng, about their safe return. He could not bear to betray the trust placed in him. Highland and his comrades all shared the same apprehension, and even the beleaguered enemy pilots, who were struggling to evade capture, recognized the gravity of the situation. Har har har. With the arrival of their comrades, the enemy pilots let out a sigh of relief, laughing maniacally. Barker, Chinese. Are you stunned? Surprised, aren't you? The Imperial Japanese Air Force has arrived. No matter how brave you Chinese are, can you match our numbers? Prepare to perish, Chinese. In an instant, the once cornered enemy pilots regained their composure. No? Highland's expression turned grave. He knew this was no time for hesitation. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he could not allow his entire squadron to perish here. With that thought, he swiftly communicated orders to the surrounding aircraft using hand signals. My wingmen and I, along with those equipped with the Type 95 fighter, will stay back to provide cover. The rest must retreat quickly. As the squadron leader, Highland could not abandon his troops, even while piloting a Type 97 fighter. In response to Highland's command, the other pilots wasted no time in preparing for their escape, while Highland readied his remaining aircraft to provide cover. The incoming enemy planes accelerated towards them, resolute in their intent not to let a single one escape, dispersing in an attempt to create an encirclement. Barker, the Chinese Air Force will not escape. Bargar, Chinese Air Force. Let me see what you're made of. At that moment, those observing from the ground lifted their heads to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a small child standing atop an abandoned rooftop pointed towards the western sky and exclaimed, "Look! A group of planes is coming from that direction. Aren't they ours?" "Surely not," replied an elderly man nearby, concern etched on his face. "This is the first time in months we've seen our planes. The west is the territory of the Jinsui army. Do they even have aircraft?" Saying this, the old man ruffled his grandson's hair and added, "Let us head down to the village and find some of the elders. Even if our boys are defeated, we can at least retrieve their bodies and not let them lie unburied in the wilderness." With that, he took the child by the hand and descended from the rooftop to seek help in the village. Meanwhile, Highland, engaged in dogfights with 2 enemy planes, executed a barrel roll, deftly evading their pursuit and diving into the clouds. As he prepared to launch another attack under the cover of the clouds, he caught sight of 9 unfamiliar aircraft rapidly approaching from the distance. So fast. Highland marveled inwardly. His Type 97 fighter had a maximum speed of only 460 km per hour, yet these 9 planes were undoubtedly exceeding that. Wait. What, our planes? Are they also from the Chinese Air Force? Our comrades? But soon, with his keen eyesight and the approaching aircraft, Hyland discerned the emblem of the blue sky and white sun emblazoned on their fuselage. From the west, Jinswei Army. Observing the direction of the oncoming planes, Hyland initially speculated they were from the Jinswei Army. But that can't be right. The Jinswei Army doesn't possess such aircraft. A thought struck him, could it be the brigade commander, our reinforcements? As this notion crystallized, Hyland became convinced that these 9 planes were likely the newly acquired aircraft and pilots of his commanding officer. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, his earlier gravity replaced by excitement. I don't know how many reinforcements are on the way, but these 9 aircraft are undoubtedly faster than my Type 97 fighter. With superior performance, they could take on 2 or even 3 enemies. What did it matter how many enemy planes there were? Damn it! Hyland felt invigorated, his focus shifted from merely providing cover and drawing fire to actively engaging in combat and annihilating the enemy. The prowess of this ace pilot began to shine. My reinforcements have arrived, I have nothing to fear, bring it on, you bastards. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The pressure that had once loomed over the enemy pilots now returned, as they felt the dread of being dominated by Hyland. Virom. Virom. Virom, Virom, Virom. Indeed, those 9 planes were the first batch of LAR-7 fighters from Squadron 1. The LAR-7 had a maximum cruising speed of 450 km per hour and a top speed of 680 km per hour. After taking off, they had raced southward towards Nanyuan Airport. Due to their engagement with the enemy aircraft, Hyland and the Japanese planes had inadvertently drifted westward, moving several dozen kilometers away from Nanyuan Airport. The enemy pilots noticed this, but they dismissed it. They were an entire air squadron. How could 9 Chinese planes pose a threat? However, once they engaged, the exceptional performance of the 9 LAR-7 fighters left the enemy pilots utterly astounded. Barker. Where did the Chinese planes go? They just vanished. Barker, when did those Chinese planes get behind me? Barker. In the midst of the enemy's shock and outrage, Squadron 1 of the LAR-7 fighters showcased their superior capabilities, leaving the enemy pilots in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 34, The Rewards of Eruption. Chufeng, oh, is this an explosion of talent? However, just as the little devils rejoiced at the presence of only 9 Chinese aircraft, 9 LAR-7 fighter jets from the 2nd Squadron surged onto the battlefield. The arrival of these 9 LAR-7 fighters shattered the morale of the Japanese pilots completely. Barker, where did the Chinese Air Force get such advanced aircraft? Why are our latest planes outmatched by theirs? Why are their planes so fast? Ours are like tractors. How can they fly so swiftly while maintaining such formidable firepower? Barker. At this moment, regardless of how vehemently the Japanese pilots cursed or expressed their fury, they were utterly defeated in the face of sheer strength. Rout, this was the only path left for this Japanese flying squadron, and their defeat merely heralded the countdown to annihilation. Gao Yuan was exhilarated, the reinforcements' arrival alleviated his concerns, his sole thought was to eliminate every visible Japanese aircraft. The other pilots were equally electrified, each performing beyond their usual capabilities. In the sky, an extensive aerial battle erupted, involving 70 to 80 aircraft, with planes continuously being shot down and exploding mid-air. This aerial skirmish lasted nearly 15 minutes. As the remaining 20 or so Japanese aircraft fled eastward in disarray, Gao Yuan and his comrades refrained from pursuing. On one hand, their fuel reserves were dwindling, making it impossible to continue without risking a return. On the other hand, it was prudent to withdraw at a favorable moment. They had already downed over 40 Japanese planes, nearly crippling an entire Japanese flying squadron. Of course, Gao Yuan and his team also paid a significant price. While 18 LAR-7 fighters remained intact, half of the 15 aircraft that had accompanied Gao Yuan into battle were now lost, leaving only 8. It wasn't exactly a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses, but for the newly established independent 1st Brigade Air Force, it was still a considerable toll. Nevertheless, Gao Yuan did not return with his LAR-7 fighters. Accompanying them were 2 B-17 bombers, so Gao Yuan led the remaining 8 Japanese aircraft back to the airbase. Meanwhile, the 2 LAR-7 fighter squadrons escorted the 2 B-17 southward, dropping their payload of napalm and aerial bombs on the heads of the Japanese forces, thereby providing robust support to the Jinsui army and nationalist troops on the front lines. At the airbase, watching Gao Yuan land with his 8 aircraft, Zhu Feng immediately had a large red flower prepared as a temporary tribute. Gao Yuan, well done, you showcased the spirit and prowess of our Chinese Air Force in this battle. Zhu Feng gazed at this pilot summoned from the system, his words of praise flowing forth, revealing just how elated he felt at that moment. Brigade Commander, it's regrettable that I could not bring all my brothers back. However, as Gao Yuan felt joy, the thought of the 7 brothers who had spilled their blood over Chinese skies cast a shadow over him. They are heroes, Zhu Feng said, patting Gao Yuan's shoulder firmly, then addressing the other pilots, I have already sent people to recover the remains of our fallen brothers. Additionally, I will establish a heroes' memorial cemetery next to our airbase. Though they have sacrificed their lives, they did so on the battlefield defending our nation. They are all valiant sons of China, our heroic pilots, and their names must be remembered throughout the country. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, the expressions of Gao Yuan and the other slightly sorrowful pilots softened. All right, everyone, go rest for a while. When the 2 LAR-7 fighter squadrons and the bomber squadron return, we shall hold a grand celebration feast at the airbase tonight. Zhu Feng's words dispelled the somber atmosphere, and cheers erupted. Although comrades had fallen, those who survived must look forward. Half an hour later, the 2 LAR-7 fighter squadrons, escorting 2 B-17 bombers, returned safely. Zhu Feng welcomed them in the same manner. After the welcoming ceremony, a thought struck Zhu Feng, and he entered the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host's forces for achieving new feats, destroying 1 enemy airfield, eliminating 38 Japanese aircraft, and annihilating 392 Japanese troops. The system rewards are as follows: LAR-7 fighters 15, M82FN engines 100, Intermediate Ground Crew Team 1, Junior Staff Team Summoning Card 1, PO, 2 Trainer Aircraft 20, Advanced Rifle Design Team Recruitment Card 1, Intermediate Mechanic Recruitment Card 3. Advanced Medical Team Recruitment Card 1, Intermediate Machine Gun Battalion 1, Junior New Troop 1, $2 million Ocean Dollars, Small Aircraft Repair Factory 1. Listening to the system's notification and observing the newly added rewards in the item inventory, Zhu Feng was momentarily perplexed, before a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Good heavens, have I struck a gold mine in the system's talent pool? Oh! Is this a super explosion of system talent? In addition to rewarding 35 aircraft of 2 different models, 100 aircraft engines, a repair factory, and $2 million Ocean Dollars, the rest are all rewards in the form of system personnel. No doubt about it. I hereby declare that the value of this system reward is the highest I have ever received. As a time traveler, Zhu Feng understood all too well that compared to weaponry and equipment, talent was the most invaluable asset. Weapons and equipment could be acquired through purchase, but talent could not. The cultivation of talent requires time, and recruitment demands opportunity and influence. Most importantly, everyone seeks talent, and the scarcity of skilled personnel makes the recruitment process exceedingly arduous. In a state of excitement and exhilaration, Zhu Feng immediately focused on the item inventory, eager to discover what surprises these system personnel rewards might bring. His gaze passed over the 15 LAR-7 fighters and lingered briefly on the M82FN engines. M82FN engine. The engine for the LAR-7 fighter, utilizing fuel direct injection technology, with a power output of 850 horsepower. Observing the system's description, Zhu Feng nodded slightly and remarked, not bad, the primary aircraft model of our airbase is the LAR-7 fighter. With 100 spare engines, we can ensure that the operational lifespan of the LAR-7 fighters is extended even without acquiring new aircraft. As he spoke, he continued to peruse the subsequent rewards listed by the system. Intermediate Ground Crew Team. This is a ground crew team comprising 200 personnel, proficient in the maintenance, repair, and upkeep of Soviet, Japanese, American, and German aircraft, as well as airport construction and maintenance. All personnel hold intermediate technician titles, with 10% having achieved the status of advanced technicians. Junior Staff Team Summoning Card. Upon use, it summons a 300-member junior staff team capable of serving as operational staff at the regiment, battalion, or company level, with 3 years of military academy training and 1 year of Army internship experience. Advanced Rifle Design Team Recruitment Card. Upon use, it allows the recruitment of a 60-member advanced rifle design team, experienced in independently designing rifles and having participated in numerous rifle design projects. The first 2 rewards elicited a faint smile of satisfaction from Chu Feng, but upon seeing the third, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, this is a complete production line for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. This means that, if everything goes smoothly, the troops could be equipped with the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle within 6 months. This is excellent, this has come at just the right time. Chapter 35. A great victory, once again electrified, the thriving Huaxier. At this moment, Chu Feng felt an immense satisfaction with the development of his troops. As long as the personnel allocation was met, the weaponry and equipment were already commendable, particularly with the independent 1st Brigade. He eagerly anticipated the implementation of a temporary super training buff once the personnel were complete, which would significantly enhance the combat capabilities of both seasoned soldiers and new recruits. At that point, with nearly 30,000 troops at his command, he was confident that they could decisively defeat even a division of the enemy. Thus, for Chu Feng, his foremost desire at present was to incessantly refine the capabilities of the army and other industrial sectors. At the very least, the army was primed to produce 60mm mortars and the Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. The system's rewards were inconsistent, and only through self-production could Chu Feng find solace. He was particularly pleased with the firearms design team, whose presence would expedite the production timeline of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Professionals adept at mastering the design and production techniques of the Type 56 would enhance efficiency tremendously. Excellent. Chu Feng couldn't help but praise the intermediate rifle design team again as he continued to peruse the rewards. Intermediate Mechanic Recruitment Card. Upon use, it allows for the recruitment of 200 skilled intermediate-level mechanics. Advanced Medical Team Recruitment Card enables the formation of a medical team of 300 personnel, including 120 doctors and 180 nurses. Intermediate Machine Gun Battalion. A contingent of 450 personnel, trained for 3 years and with 1 year of combat experience, proficient in the operation, disassembly, and maintenance of current machine guns. Basic Recruit Battalion, a battalion of 3,000 recruits, trained for 3 months. Small Aircraft Repair Factory. Comprising 120 workers, 10 engineers, 3 senior technicians, along with 50 various large, medium, and small machinery, and 10 engineering vehicles. Gazing at the remaining rewards, Chu Feng took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Incredible." 3 mechanic recruitment cards translate to 600 intermediate skilled workers, resolving the personnel shortage at the army. With the medical team supplemented by medical supplies, the field hospital framework is also underway. The Intermediate Machine Gun Battalion and Recruit Battalion will expedite troop construction. And the Small Aircraft Repair Factory is an asset beyond measure. It is a core component for the flight base and the Air Force's future development. With it, the flight base can be completed, serving as the final piece of the puzzle. As he contemplated these rewards, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions, both exhilarated and thrilled, but above all, filled with anticipation. He had chosen not to align with the Jinsui Army, the 8th Route Army, nor the national government, steadfastly pursuing an independent resistance, requiring him to build and develop everything himself. As the number of troops swelled, he knew that once the appointment documents arrived, his territory would correspondingly expand. To ensure the continued development of his independent 1st Brigade remained unaffected, and to maintain their victorious trajectory for a positive cycle of system rewards, the first thought that greeted him each day was strategizing how to combat the enemy. He contemplated how to navigate the realities of the world, planning to mitigate the uncertainties of system rewards and address the aspects they overlooked. Now, this surge of talent had afforded him a momentary respite. I must accelerate the pace. Simultaneously, I need to intensify efforts for Uncle Zhao Wu to recruit and attract talent from Jiayuan City and beyond. And prepare accordingly. Currently, personnel are not lacking, but we are still somewhat deficient in machinery. If Jiayuan City falls, I must seize the Jiayuan army and its factory equipment. Should that succeed, I would bypass the primitive accumulation stage and genuinely enter the realm of preliminary small-scale industrialization, acquiring substantial industrial capacity and capability, thus securing a promising future. Upon reviewing the rewards in his infantry, Zhu Feng extracted all resources and exited the system space. Send our recent achievements to the Chief of Staff, have them report to the national government and the Second War Zone, then announced this good news to the entire nation in a coded transmission. He instructed one of his aides before making his way to the conference room at the flight base. He needed to discuss the development of the flight base and Air Force, along with the new Air Force structure, with Jiao Yuan and squad leaders Su Qiang and Su Shan, as well as the base commander. After all, the system had rewarded him with 35 aircraft, along with ground support and aircraft repair facilities, with a total of 76 aircraft. It was indeed time to form an Air Force flight squadron. Yuan County, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong, and Director Li Mingqiang had selected the new headquarters for the independent 1st Brigade. Just as the three were engaged in conversation, a telegram from Zhu Feng arrived. Hiss. Wang Taiju took the telegram, glanced at its contents, and couldn't help but gasp, his face a canvas of shock, surprise, and excitement. What is it, old Wang? Seeing Wang Taiju's expression, Li Mingqiang and Ji Daong were both alarmed, with Ji Daong anxiously urging, what does it say? Telegram from the brigade commander. On hearing Ji Daong's inquiry, Wang Taiju passed the telegram over, saying, our flight base has not only successfully bombed the enemy's airfields in North China but also engaged their air squadron. In the course of eliminating 38 enemy aircraft, we also provided support for the frontline battle. As he spoke, Wang Taiju could no longer contain himself, expressing in an almost dreamlike tone, goodness, if it weren't for the brigade commander's telegram, I wouldn't dare believe it. When did our flight base become this formidable? Upon hearing Wang Taiju's words, Ji Daong and Li Mingqiang also lost their composure, eagerly taking the telegram to examine its contents. Meanwhile, Wang Taiju, laughing as he stepped outside, began to draft a coded transmission in his mind. Before long, 2 telegrams were dispatched to the Second War Zone and the national government. Upon receiving the telegram, both the national government and the Second War Zone experienced a moment of agitation. They had been pondering the sudden support from an Air Force unit at the front, which had launched a large-scale bombing campaign against the enemy, significantly alleviating their pressure. Just as they speculated on the identity of this Air Force unit, Zhu Feng's telegram arrived. Well then, the mystery was solved. It was indeed Zhu Feng's Air Force unit. In an instant, both the national government and the Second War Zone found themselves perplexed. How could Zhu Feng possess an air force? Is he wealthy? Where did he acquire the aircraft? Regrettably, this question could only remain unanswered, as they quickly realized this was an exceptional opportunity for publicity. Send the telegram to the Military Affairs Department, instructing them to promptly organize a press conference. This significant victory will undoubtedly astonish the world. It is our prime opportunity, har har har. As he spoke, he could not help but pace back and forth, and upon considering the situation at the front, he couldn't refrain from cursing, damn it, how can we be outdone by a mere Zhu Feng? If only it were our national government's troops achieving this. While the national government hurriedly prepared for the press conference, Wang Taiju's coded transmission swept across the nation once again, reaching all individuals, troops, and organizations with radio capabilities. Compatriots, our brave Air Force unit of the independent 1st Brigade, under the leadership of Captains Jiao Yuan, Su Qiang, and Su Shan, not only successfully bombed the enemy's airfields but also engaged the enemy's air squadron with composure, shedding blood in the skies. In a single stroke, we obliterated the enemy's air squadron, shooting down 38 enemy aircraft and achieving a monumental victory. The coded transmission from the independent 1st Brigade, combined with the national government's subsequent press conference, caught everyone off guard. Just as the public was reveling in the results of the independent 1st Brigade's sortie the previous evening, they were astounded to learn of more good news within mere hours. The nation erupted into a fervour, akin to a pot of boiling water, as excitement swept across the land. The sudden wave of joy was overwhelming. No one anticipated such happiness would arrive twice in such a short span. The sheer abundance of joy left everyone feeling somewhat numb. Chapter 36, Frantic. Teruchi Toshikazu, did the Kanto army strike you, and you strike back at me, Barker? Following the conclusion of the clear transmission, a multitude of groups, individuals, and organizations hastily sent congratulatory messages to the 1st Independent Brigade. At this moment, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, Li Mingqiang, and Ji Daong departed from Yuan County, heading straight for the airbase. They were exceedingly eager to behold the heroic air force that belonged to the 1st Independent Brigade, their own champions. Upon learning that Chufeng was to hold a celebratory banquet at the airbase, they brought with them an abundance of food and drink. Meanwhile, on the runway of the airbase, 35 newly acquired aircraft had arrived, bringing joy to the personnel present. Among them were the first batch of pilots from the airbase, including Jiao Yuan, who, having witnessed the prowess of the LAR-7 fighter jets, had developed a certain disdain for the enemy's aircraft. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to express this sentiment to Chufeng. After all, it was hardly appropriate to tell the brigade commander, "Commander, the enemy's planes are utterly inferior. We desire those new models." Such words were difficult to utter, especially considering that China did not manufacture its own aircraft, regardless of whether they were the enemy's or those from other nations. For a resource-poor China, they were all valuable assets. Now, with the arrival of 15 LAR-7 fighter jets, the thoughts of pilots like Jiao Yuan suddenly became clear. They had transformed their perception of the enemy's aircraft from cherished trophies to mere burdens. After receiving the new aircraft, Chufeng gathered a few individuals and returned to the conference room. "All right, let us convene a meeting." Observing the excited expressions of those present, Chufeng clapped his hands to regain their attention and continued, "The new batch of aircraft has arrived, which will allow us to retire the captured enemy planes. However, the retirement means you will not be equipped with them. I plan to recruit a new batch of pilots from within the country, along with a group of flight trainees, for which you shall serve as instructors." Coincidentally, among the newly arrived aircraft, there are also 20 trainer planes. Upon hearing this, no one objected. All nodded in agreement. "Of course, in addition to these aircraft, we will soon receive a ground support team, as well as mechanical equipment and personnel for a small aircraft repair facility." Chufeng's voice continued, "Therefore, we will close the door and hold a meeting, primarily to clarify the command issues at the airbase and discuss its expansion." His words rendered the attendees solemn. They understood the significance of this matter for the airbase's development. "The core of the airbase is the aircraft, with over 70 planes. I intend to establish a flight brigade. Jiao Yuan will serve as the brigade commander, Su Qiang as the deputy brigade commander, and Su Shan as the..." Chufeng's voice resonated once more. "Furthermore, Jiao Yuan will assume the role of the airbase commander, overseeing all operations at the airbase. Li Tang will be the deputy commander, assisting Jiao Yuan in managing the airbase." Upon hearing this, the original airbase commander, Li Tang, offered a salute without hesitation, stating, "Yes, Commander." There were no objections to Chufeng's appointments. "Our airbase is now robust, counting nearly 5,000 personnel when including the flight brigade, ground support team, air defense team, and logistics team, making it the largest independent combat unit of the 1st Independent Brigade. While our scale has increased, we remain quite vulnerable. Thus, the expansion of the airbase and airport must be prioritized, while also ensuring discretion. Until the air defense units and weapons are in place, we should maintain secrecy. The construction of hangars should ideally be carved into the mountains. Apart from the runway, all other structures should be relocated into the mountains to enhance concealment. With the brigade headquarters relocating to Yuan County, the Air Defense Battalion must follow suit, and thus, the airport must remain discreet for the foreseeable future. Achieving a single victory in aerial combat does not equate to mastering air superiority. compared to the enemy's industrial capabilities, he was still far behind. The system's rewards were random, and the only means to procure air defense weapons was through external purchases, not reliant on system rewards. The meeting lasted over an hour, and just as Wang Taizhu and the others arrived, it was just concluding. Wang Taizhu and his companions dumped the backlog of telegrams onto Chu Feng, urging him to respond to these messages from various entities such as the Second War Zone, the National Government, the 8th Route Army, and the 5th War Zone, while they excitedly rushed off to inspect the new aircraft. As China erupted in cheers due to Chu Feng's twice-daily clear transmissions at the headquarters of the North China Army, crash. Barker. General Teruichi Toshikazu's expression was far from pleasant. He swept the items off the table in frustration, cursing, "The Kanto Army's planes bombarded your Chu family fortress, yet it was not our North China Army that dispatched them to strike you. What does this have to do with us?" Barker. This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. Barker. Chu Feng, do you think of the North China Army as a soft persimmon? Receiving news that the Nanyuan airport had been bombed, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of the flight brigade, he was left utterly stunned. However, the report merely indicated that it was the work of the Chinese Air Force, without specifying which division was responsible. Yet, upon receiving the clear transmission from Chu Feng and reading its contents, particularly the reasons provided, General Teruichi's blood pressure surged. He knew that the Kanto Army had sent planes to bombard Chu Feng, but he did not expect that the consequences of their actions would fall squarely upon the North China Army. Barker. I cannot endure this. I shall not let this go unpunished. Order the Air Force to assemble immediately. I will launch a retaliatory bombing against Chu Feng's forces. Taking a step back only fueled his anger further. Enduring for a moment felt like a greater loss. General Teruichi became increasingly agitated, abruptly drawing the command sword bestowed by the Emperor, shouting for revenge. General. Witnessing the commander losing his composure, the Chief of Staff quickly interjected, "Our flight brigade has suffered heavy losses and is in no position to carry out bombing missions. Moreover, our primary objectives now are to assist the Kanto Army in securing Shaanxi province and to defeat the Chinese national government forces on the North China front. There is no need to make a huge fuss over a mere Chu Feng. I understand that you are upset, Commander, but to seek revenge, we first need to replenish our aircraft and air personnel. The aircraft models we have are quite outdated. This is an opportune moment to request the latest models from the homeland. Once we have replenished our aircraft and personnel, we can consider involving the Navy." The Chief of Staff's words were abruptly interrupted by General Teruichi, who raised a hand, stating, "This is our own affair. I will not seek the assistance of those naval rascals." Having said that, General Teruichi calmed himself and declared, "I will now send a telegram to the domestic headquarters. Aftermath negotiations with the Second War Zone of the national government. The Japanese forces in the North China theater harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chu Feng. General Majima Michihio of the Kwantung Army was equally incensed." Barker. The Toko are all fools. How could the Chinese people possess such crucial intelligence about air defense and remain oblivious? Barker. Barker. The sudden loss of a fleet of aircraft, while not substantial given the size of the Kwantung Army, was a significant blow to the self-proclaimed premier military of the Greater Japanese Empire, which had never before suffered such a setback. I order the Toko to intensify their infiltration into Chu Feng's unit, while also instructing the Air Force to devise a retaliatory operation plan. Our illustrious Kwantung Army cannot suffer in silence without making any response. Thus, unbeknownst to Chu Feng, both the commander of the Kwantung Army and the commander of the North China theater had set their sights on him. That very evening, the flight base held a grand celebration banquet. Although the pilots were the center of attention, Chu Feng, the brigade commander, was also excessively intoxicated and was carried off to rest, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, in Ohara Castle, the residence of the miserly Yang, a meeting was underway among the high-ranking officials of the Jinsui army. Chu Feng has brought forth numerous surprises. Not only does he command a plethora of large-caliber artillery and anti-aircraft guns, but he also possesses aircraft. A surprised Lieutenant General of the Jinsui Army remarked, "Given the current pressure on the front lines, I believe we should allow Chufeng's independent 1st Brigade to deploy their aircraft more frequently, thereby alleviating our burden somewhat." As soon as the Lieutenant General finished speaking, a senior official from Shaanxi could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "On what grounds? Chufeng is not one of our Jinsui Army personnel. He is merely attached to our 2nd War Zone, akin to a monkey who listens to orders but disregards proclamations. Aircraft require fuel to take off, and when damaged, they need spare parts. Bombing missions necessitate aerial bombs. Will you replenish these supplies?" Faced with this undeniable truth, the room fell into a profound silence. Indeed, the reality was clear. Deploying Chufeng's aircraft was straightforward, as long as the necessary supplies could be provided. However, the issue lay in the fact that while they could rely on the O'Hara arsenal for artillery shells, bullets, and rifles, they had no such provisions for aircraft. "Let us do this." Yang, who had remained silent until now, proposed, "Send a telegram to Chufeng to discuss how we might facilitate the deployment of his aircraft to provide fire support for the frontline troops. Speculating here is futile. It would be better to directly inquire with Chufeng. As long as it is negotiable and acceptable to us, securing air support would be a boon." While Yang convened his meeting, the conference room of the national government was equally well lit. Chufeng's independent 1st Brigade has achieved yet another victory, and these 2 victories are quite significant. We should deliberate on what kind of reward he deserves. While they were pleased with Chufeng's successes, which alleviated pressures on public opinion for the national government, they also began to fret over the nature of the reward. "I believe we could elevate Chufeng's military rank," proposed the Chief of Staff. "It is unwise to alter the troop structure, especially since it was just upgraded to a Class A brigade a mere fortnight ago. What more can we offer? A division. Given Chufeng's current combat effectiveness, one cannot predict when he might surprise us again. If we open that door, rewarding each victory with structural changes could lead to complications." The Chief of Staff's words resonated with the sentiments of the national government, and he nodded in agreement. How many adversaries had he personally dispatched? How many local warlords had he subdued? Chufeng had already demonstrated the potential to evolve into a regional warlord, and he was reluctant to cultivate a rival. While structural changes could be granted, they ought to be gradual. The meeting room fell into silence once more. "Let us proceed this way." Ultimately, the national government spoke up, stating, "We shall not increase the troop structure at all, which would be inappropriate. Does he not already possess an anti-aircraft battalion and an air force? We will upgrade the anti-aircraft battalion to a regiment and assign a flying squadron to his aviation unit, thereby adding 2 units that will receive military pay. Furthermore, we will provide a regiment's worth of weaponry, along with a reward of 500,000 yuan. Simultaneously, we will elevate Chufeng's military rank to Major General, and the officers under his command will be awarded the rank of Brigadier General. As for medals, let Chufeng submit a list, and we shall bestow a selection of accolades based on their merits. Additionally, in the name of the command, we will retroactively allocate 3 months' worth of supplies and military pay to the independent 1st Brigade. After all, Chufeng had brought honor to them. Even if he were not a direct subordinate, securing public favor and making a show of goodwill was worth this expenditure. Ultimately, both the 2nd War Zone and the national government finalized the related rewards, and telegrams were swiftly dispatched to the independent 1st Brigade. However, at this moment, Chufeng was utterly oblivious, deep in slumber. The following morning, Chufeng awoke, rubbing his aching head. Good heavens, this old baijiu is potent. While it's delightful, overindulgence leaves one feeling wretched the next day. These fellows relentlessly poured drinks down my throat. I suppose it's the exuberance of youth. After washing his face and enjoying a steaming bowl of knife-cut noodles, complemented by Shaanxi's aged vinegar and chili oil, he emerged from the meal in a sweat, his foggy head feeling significantly clearer. Brigadier, telegrams from the national government and the 2nd War Zone. After finishing his meal, Chufeng arrived at the office of the flight base. Just as he sat down, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, also rubbing his head, approached with 2 telegrams in hand. Observing Wang Taiju's discomfort, Zhu Feng felt a sense of balance return to him and reached out to accept the telegrams, first glancing at the one from the Second War Zone. Cooperation in operations. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Feng replied, "No problem, but our aircraft operations require fuel, and we cannot replenish aerial bombs. Thus, for each deployment, the Second War Zone must compensate us a sum. We cannot shoulder all costs. While we are committed to combating the Japanese, we cannot allow ourselves to be taken for fools." As he spoke, Zhu Feng turned to Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, saying, "Taiju, take notes." Hearing Zhu Feng's command, Wang Taiju quickly retrieved his notebook to record the details. For each deployment, the Second War Zone must pay us 100,000 yuan and provide 10 tons of explosives. Additionally, each aircraft corresponds to 100 rifles, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and 300 grenades. The Second War Zone may inform us of how many aircraft they wish to deploy, but we will decide which aircraft to send. This price was a gesture of goodwill, as the shortage of aerial bombs meant that each one was precious. Having stated this, Zhu Feng glanced at the rewards from Yang and remarked, "As for the mountain artillery in that battalion, let the Second War Zone exchange it for an anti-aircraft artillery battalion, or perhaps 2 companies of heavy machine guns. The ammunition in the rewards should all be converted to anti-aircraft shells or heavy machine gun rounds." Listening intently, Wang Taiju diligently recorded. Once he finished, Zhu Feng turned his attention to the rewards from the national government, stating, in the same vein, all weaponry from the national government's regiment should be exchanged for anti-aircraft artillery or heavy machine guns. I require 2 battalions of anti-aircraft artillery and 1 regiment of heavy machine guns. Ammunition shall follow suit, all converted to heavy machine gun or anti-aircraft ammunition. As for the personnel list requested by the national government, Taiju, please compile it and send it over. Given the urgency of acquiring anti-aircraft artillery and heavy machine guns, he could not afford to purchase them himself. Therefore, he had to source them from the national government and the Second War Zone. Although their supplies might be limited, he was confident that they could coordinate a portion for him. Having concluded these discussions, Zhu Feng waved his hand at Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, instructing, "Taiju, go reply to the telegrams from the national government and the Second War Zone." "Understood, Brigadier." Wang Taiju responded without further ado and promptly set off to carry out his duties. Chapter 38, Promotion to Major General, New Achievement Rewards. Zhu Feng declared, "I shall secure these 2 factories." Grant his request. In Dayuan City, at the residence of the elderly Yang, observing the telegram from Zhu Feng, Yang could not help but exhale in relief, a light smile gracing his lips. This Zhu Feng appears to be quite reasonable. I was worried he would be overly demanding. At this point, he gestured towards Zhu Feng's requests on the telegram, stating, "You should visit our troops and the logistics warehouse. Since Zhu Feng has not made exorbitant demands, we should reciprocate. We will initially reserve his services for 10 sorties, approximately 10 aircraft each." The affluent Yang, at this moment, was entirely generous. The total value of these provisions amounted to $2 million. However, such a sum could not procure 100 aircraft, nor the accompanying equipment, personnel, and fuel. To him, this expenditure seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Contemplating further, Yang added, "When the front requires air support, it is imperative that officers of Major General rank submit requests to the command headquarters. They must not take matters into their own hands." Although Yang felt Zhu Feng was not overly demanding, he feared his soldiers might not be as frugal. After all, he had just invested money, and a subsequent battle could easily squander it all. In the Second War Zone, there was no room for negotiation, while on the national government side, they received Zhu Feng's telegram. Although there was some hesitation, they ultimately acquiesced. Thus, 3 days later, Major Qin and Brigadier Zhang returned for another visit. Brigadier Zhang brought with him $2 million and the corresponding weaponry. As for Major Qin, he presented the appointment letters for the Commissioner of Jincha Special Zone and the promotion to Major General. The promised weaponry from the national government, however, would take 20 days to arrive. Zhu Feng expressed his understanding of this delay. Upon receiving the 3 appointment letters from Major Qin, a notification echoed in Zhu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to the rank of Major General. The system rewards you with 3,000 seamless 60mm cannon tubes, 10,000 seamless rifle barrels, 10 gas hammers of 150 tons each. Ding. Congratulations, host, on becoming the Commissioner of JinCHA Special Zone. The system rewards you with 100 tons of high-yield corn seeds, 100 tons of high-yield wheat seeds, 500 tons of urea. Ding. Congratulations, host, on becoming the Chief Security Commander of JinCHA Special Zone. The system rewards you with 5,000 Sten submachine guns, 5,000 military Mauser pistols, 1 bullet gift pack. Ding. Given that the host has become the Commissioner and Chief Security Commander of JinCHA Special Zone, it is noted that, aside from Yuan County, the remaining 6 counties are still under Japanese control. The system issues a time-sensitive mission. Please reclaim the counties belonging to the JinCHA Special Zone within 6 months and establish local garrison regiments. System reward: 1 large power plant, 1 medium-sized pharmaceutical factory. Listening to the system's notifications, Jufeng was momentarily taken aback, his face soon alight with joy. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This time, I not only received rewards but also a temporary mission from the system. Without hesitation, Jufeng focused on the time-sensitive task, particularly drawn to the rewards awaiting completion of the mission, which were of utmost importance and allure. Large power plant. This facility encompasses 10 200-megawatt generator units, complete with auxiliary equipment, and is supported by 200 trucks, employing a total of 5,000 technical workers, engineers, and laborists. Medium-sized pharmaceutical factory. This establishment features 30 production lines and employs 500 skilled workers, technical workers, research teams, and engineers. Note: the host can select the medications to be produced during extraction, provided they exist in the real world, even if not mass-produced. Gazing at the descriptions of these 2 rewards, Jufeng's eye sparkled with excitement. Impressive. These rewards are indeed remarkable. A large power plant can resolve the energy shortage. Industrial development hinges on electricity, while civilian life may manage. The progression of industry is fundamentally reliant on power. With the equipment and personnel from this large power plant, both military and textile industries, as well as the petroleum sector, can flourish. The medium-sized pharmaceutical factory is even more extraordinary. Penicillin production on a mass scale would typically take 5 to 6 years, but with this factory, I could produce penicillin directly. Once industrialized, this would be akin to a perpetual printing press for wealth. Contemplating these 2 rewards, and then the system's mission, Jufeng's resolve solidified. 6 months, is it? 7 garrison regiments, correct. Isn't it merely an expansion? Isn't he fighting the Japanese? I will risk everything, I will pour resources into this endeavor, and within half a year, I shall reclaim this base entirely. Jufeng steeled himself. There was no option, the system's offerings were too enticing to refuse. After reviewing the requirements for the rewards, Jufeng turned to his inventory. This time, 3 achievements had yielded 9 rewards: 3,000 60mm cannon tubes and 10,000 rifle barrels, along with 10 gas hammers of 150 tons each. These provisions will significantly expedite the research and mass production timeline for the 60mm mortar and the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. A slight smile graced Jufeng's lips as he shifted his gaze. High-yield corn seeds. This variety boasts the yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu, though it requires adequate fertilization and moisture management to achieve optimal results, with a normal yield around 800 kilograms. Note: seeds can be saved. High-yield wheat seeds. This type yields approximately 650 kilograms per mu, but achieving maximum yield necessitates optimal conditions for fertilization, moisture, care, pesticide application, and weather. The typical yield is about 500 kilograms. Note: seeds can be saved. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these high-yield grain seeds from the system, Jufeng smiled. Food is paramount. If grain supplies are insufficient, weapons and equipment are of no use. Civilians require sustenance, and soldiers must eat as well. With this batch of wheat and corn seeds, a fundamental guarantee of food supply could be established over the years. The only downside was that the region of Jinbei relied heavily on rainfall, with limited irrigation, primarily consisting of mountainous terrain dependent upon weather. This was why wheat cultivation was scarce, predominantly replaced by barley, which required less water. It seems I must return and establish an agricultural reclamation company dedicated to these high-yield wheat seeds. The system has also provided 500 tons of urea, which, combined with the potassium fertilizer obtained previously, holds great promise. With a hint of regret, Jufeng remarked, "If only I could exchange the wheat seeds for potatoes." Next, he examined the final 3 rewards. The Sten submachine guns and pistols held little interest, but he was particularly pleased with the bullet gift pack. System, I wish to open the bullet gift pack. As Jufeng's voice faded, the system notification resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000,000 rounds of 9mm ammunition. 1,000,000 rounds of 7.63mm ammunition. 1,000,000 rounds of 7.92mm ammunition. 1,000,000 rounds of 7.7mm ammunition. 1,000,000 rounds of 6.5mm ammunition. 1,000,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. Splendid, splendid. Observing the grand bounty of ammunition, totaling 6 million rounds of various calibers, Jufeng felt immense satisfaction. System, extract all rewards. After thoroughly reviewing the accomplishments rewards, Jufeng extracted everything. Gazing at the now empty inventory, he did not linger and exited the system space. Chapter 39, The Welcome Banquet. Jufeng proclaimed, "I firmly believe that we shall prevail in our resistance." Accompanying Major Qin and Brigadier General Zhang were numerous journalists, patriotic students, and representatives from various organizations. After discussing important matters, that evening, Jufeng hosted a welcome banquet in Yuan County. The following day, Major Qin and Brigadier General Zhang hastily departed, as they were also occupied with pressing duties. However, the journalists and representatives remained, eager to interview Jufeng. In response, Jufeng gathered everyone together for a discussion. Given his limited time and energy for individual interviews, he opted for a collective setting, allowing for both interviews and conversations with representatives from various groups and patriotic students, thus achieving multiple objectives at once. Having expressed our greetings yesterday, let us keep it brief today. After all, this is intended to be a relaxed gathering, Jufeng remarked with a smile, seated comfortably on the main sofa as he surveyed the attendees. If it becomes too formal, it may cause discomfort for you all, and I, too, would feel constrained. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. After a simple introduction yesterday, they had discerned the remarkable maturity of this young man, which belied his age. Today, with his casual demeanor, he showcased the liberality and ease of youth, devoid of the constraints typically associated with older individuals. Consequently, their fondness for Jufeng grew. Before we commence, allow me to introduce a few individuals, Jufeng continued after the laughter subsided. He gestured to either side and announced, "This is Major General Ji Daong, our Deputy Commander of the Independent 1st Brigade." Ji Daong smiled and waved at the audience. "This is my Chief of Staff, Major General Wang Taizhu. And here is my director, Major General Li Mingqiang." Following their brief exchanges, Jufeng elaborated, "Our independent 1st Brigade also has a logistics director, known as Zhao Shuo, whom I affectionately refer to as Uncle Zhao. He is the last Major General of our independent 1st Brigade. He is currently preoccupied with matters concerning the brigade and is not present in Yuan County. I hope there will be an opportunity for you all to meet him next time." After succinctly introducing his core team, Jufeng directly addressed the gathering, stating, "Today is a discussion session, yet every discussion requires a theme. I have given it some thought and decided we shall not prepare anything. Instead, let us hear your questions. We will respond to your inquiries, and once you have asked everything, we can address any gaps. We have been quite busy recently, so I kindly ask for your understanding, allowing us soldiers a moment to rest." The self-deprecating humor elicited another round of laughter from those present. When a person possesses capability, they garner the admiration of many. When that capable individual also possesses a sense of humor, their appeal multiplies. Chu Feng, the most renowned and celebrated general of the current anti-Japanese resistance, effectively seized the initiative of the gathering with his words, leaving a profound impression on everyone. "General Chu, since the onset of the full-scale war, we have consistently found ourselves at a disadvantage. The populace harbors doubts regarding our victory in this struggle. What are your thoughts on this issue?" A journalist soon posed a question. "That is an excellent question." Chu Feng responded with a smile, initially commending the inquiry before his expression turned serious. "The lack of confidence in our combat against the Japanese stems from a simple truth. Our strength is insufficient. This cannot be attributed to any single individual or organization. In my view, it is the result of our nation's prolonged state of poverty and weakness over the past century. I am quite direct, so I will state the outcome first, followed by the reasons and my thoughts. The outcome is unequivocal. We shall ultimately achieve victory in the war of resistance against Japan. This is indisputable and the only conceivable conclusion. No alternative result is possible. As for those who propagate the theory of national demise, they are nothing more than spineless traitors and fence-sitters. Their words should be taken lightly, for to treat them seriously would lead one astray. On paper, we may appear to be an agricultural nation, lacking the industrial output and scale to compete with the Japanese industrial power. However, one must consider that warfare cannot be solely assessed by superficial strength. We must analyze the specifics. Though our industrial capacity is lacking, our vast territory provides immense strategic depth, and our populous nation signifies tremendous potential for warfare. What does this imply? It signifies our vast war potential. The Japanese, constrained by their limited geography and scarce resources, audaciously claim they can annihilate us within 3 months. But why? It is because their resources cannot sustain a protracted conflict. They can only hope to swiftly extinguish our resistance and compel us to surrender or submit to appeasement. However, with the full-scale war now ignited, appeasement and compromise are no longer viable options. In the foreseeable future, we shall engage in relentless battles against the Japanese on our homeland. Numerous significant campaigns will erupt, and forces like our independent 1st Brigade, the 8th Route Army, and other resistance groups will remain active in the enemy's rear. This is our homeland, and wherever we are fighting on our own turf. Thus, I see no evidence to suggest that our struggle against the Japanese could ultimately lead to our defeat. As Chu Feng's words resonated, the conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. The attendees wore expressions of awakening, their previous doubts and hesitations replaced by a newfound conviction in the inevitability of victory in the resistance. "General Chu, if you believe we can ultimately triumph, what do you estimate the time frame for this victory to be?" a student representative could not help but inquire. "I cannot provide a definitive time frame. It could be 6 or 7 years, perhaps 8 or 9, or even a decade or more." Chu Feng mused momentarily before smiling. "Yet one thing is certain, as long as we unite as one, resolutely persevering in our struggle against the Japanese, the final outcome will undoubtedly favor us. I am steadfast in this belief. No, I am exceedingly confident." At this point, Chu Feng paused slightly, then tapped the 2 stars on his shoulder, stating, "My confidence stems not only from the troops and equipment at my disposal. It also arises from all of you, from everyone present." Chu Feng gestured to the assembly, saying, "In this room are the backbone of our nation, seasoned elders, and the youth. Your support, your unwavering belief in victory, and your collective determination are crucial. This is a significant reason for our eventual success, and it carries substantial weight. With such a multitude gathered here, 400 million people united in purpose, how can we possibly fail? The path of the resistance is illuminated, and victory shall ultimately be ours." Chapter 40. Another 6,000 Sichuan troops, all discovered. Clap, clap, clap. "Well said, General Chu. Victory in the war of resistance is assured, we will undoubtedly prevail. Chu Feng's impassioned words once again stirred a wave of approval among the attendees, with cheers, applause, and exclamations resonating throughout the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, the struggle against aggression is not a solitary endeavor. It concerns the entirety of the Chinese populace. I am immensely grateful for your affection towards the independent 1st Brigade, and I urge you all to extend your attention and support to our brother units as well. As far as I am aware, 2 army groups from Sichuan have already mobilized to engage in the fight, and I have been in contact with the commander of the 22nd Army Group. Due to our independent 1st Brigade's personnel shortages, the brothers from the 22nd Army Group have readily allocated 3,000 seasoned Sichuan veterans to support us. I believe many in the north, as well as those in our Shaanxi province, are aware that it is already October. The weather grows colder by the day. If anyone is able, please prepare a set of cotton clothing for each of our brothers from Sichuan who are fighting in this war, so that our soldiers do not have to face battle in thin garments. Upon hearing Chu Feng's remarks, the crowd momentarily paused, then quickly responded. One elderly gentleman promptly declared, "General Chu, I was unaware of this matter, but now that you've mentioned it, I shall arrange for preparations immediately. After all, the Sichuan troops are aiding us in Shaanxi province. We cannot allow them to suffer from the cold or hunger. I will organize a fundraiser at once to procure cotton clothing, food, and other necessities for our brothers from Sichuan. General Chu, had you not brought this to our attention, we would have solely concentrated on the independent 1st Brigade and neglected the needs of other units, not just the Sichuan troops. I will investigate further upon my return to ascertain the conditions of other units." Hearing the chorus of supportive voices, Chu Feng felt deeply moved. He rose to respectfully bow to everyone, saying, "Thank you all for your concern. I represent all our allied brothers in expressing our gratitude." Beside him, Ji Daong, Wang Taiju, and Li Mingqiang also stood to salute, conveying their thanks. This meeting proved to be a resounding success, with numerous thoughtful inquiries from the attendees, to which Chu Feng provided satisfying answers. The following day, these individuals departed, and the content of the meeting quickly disseminated through newspapers and other channels, becoming known to the entire nation. In a flash, a multitude of donation points emerged across the country. While the majority of public attention still focused on the independent 1st Brigade, other units also garnered significant interest. Notably, the 22nd Army Group, mentioned by Chu Feng, was rapidly advancing from the land of the Three Qin towards Shaanxi province. With this newfound attention, an influx of civilian assistance began to flow towards the 22nd Army Group. Initially bewildered, the 22nd Army Group, upon grasping the situation, had their commander exclaim, "Chu Feng, what a good brother! Send a telegram to the independent 1st Brigade and express my gratitude. And also, send a telegram home to recruit 5,000 new soldiers and transfer 1,000 veterans. After a month of joint training, we shall dispatch this contingent to Shaanxi province. While we may lack in weaponry and ammunition, we have an abundance of brave Sichuan lads willing to fight and sacrifice. Inform the selected young men that when they join the independent 1st Brigade, they must not bring shame upon our Sichuan troops. They must fight valiantly against the enemy, unafraid of sacrifice." With the commander's orders issued, 2 telegrams were promptly dispatched, one heading north and the other southwest. Upon receiving the telegram, the Sichuan troops wasted no time in mobilizing, selecting from the eager volunteers without requiring a recruitment drive. The quota of 1,000 veterans was fiercely contested among the various units. "Commander, the commander of the 22nd Army Group has sent us a thank you telegram." Chief of Staff Wang Taiju presented the telegram to Chu Feng. Har. After perusing the message, Chu Feng chuckled lightly and remarked, "Please extend my gratitude to the commander. I hope we can strengthen our collaboration and join forces against the Japanese." Undoubtedly, Chu Feng's sentiments benefited not only the 22nd Army Group but also the 8th Route Army and other resistance forces. However, Chu Feng had already shifted his focus elsewhere, after bidding farewell to the delegation and the press corps, he began to establish a dedicated unit to gather and recruit the young men eager to enlist, while simultaneously finalizing the selection of machinery and factory sites from the rewards they had received. A week passed unbeknownst to him, and one day, after returning from an inspection of the field hospital and just as he was about to have a meal, he was greeted by an exuberant Li Mingqiang. "Commander, Commander, great news, wonderful news." As Chu Feng was taking large bites of his food, he looked up with curiosity and inquired, "What is it, old Li? What has happened?" "Oil. We have discovered oil in Huangjiagu, south of Yuan County." Li Mingqiang plopped down beside Chu Feng, excitement radiating from him. "Our students and professors have confirmed that this is an easily exploitable, high-quality oil field. The oil extraction and refining equipment in our warehouses will finally be put to use, and our own oil extraction teams and workers are quickly mobilizing to the site. While the exact reserves are still being assessed, they are certainly substantial. With this oil field, we can produce gasoline and diesel ourselves, alleviating concerns about our vehicles and aircraft running out of fuel. Our munitions factory and textile mill need not fear shortages of diesel or electricity any longer." Listening to Li Mingqiang, Chu Feng's face lit up with excitement. He abandoned his meal and immediately stood up, exclaiming, "This is indeed splendid news, let us go and inspect the site." As he spoke, Chu Feng seemed to recall something and added, "Order the 1st Regiment to vacate Huangjiagu and secure a perimeter of several dozen miles around it, keeping the news contained. It must not leak out. Oil is of paramount importance. If the Japanese get wind of this, they will undoubtedly take action. Furthermore, instruct the Air Defense Regiment to dispatch a defense company to Huangjiagu to ensure protective measures against potential Japanese sabotage of our oil extraction and refining equipment. Also, send a telegram to Major Qin and General Zhang, urging them to expedite the delivery of anti-aircraft machine guns and artillery. Our air defense arsenal is woefully insufficient. We must also hasten the modifications of the anti-aircraft machine guns at the munitions factory. Lastly, let Uncle Zhao recruit additional talents. Now that we have discovered oil, we must establish an oil company for better management, extraction, and development." Upon hearing Chu Feng's directives, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, who had rushed in, quickly took notes and replied, "Yes, Commander, I will make the arrangements at once." Chu Feng nodded and, along with Li Mingqiang, hastily departed Yuan County, boarding a vehicle bound for Huangjiagu. Chief of Staff Wang Taiju also relayed the orders, and both the 1st Regiment and the Air Defense Regiment swiftly made their way to Huangjiagu. Chapter 41, Reinforcements arrive, and reorganization commences. As a Major General, it is quite normal for me to command an army of 40,000. Soon enough, Chu Feng and Li Mingqiang arrived at the site where oil had been discovered. At this moment, the drilling rig had already been brought in and was undergoing installation and calibration, thanks to the diligent efforts of the technical staff and oil workers. "Brigadier, Director." Upon seeing Chu Feng and Li Mingqiang disembark from their vehicle, the on-site supervisor hurriedly approached to offer his greetings. "What is the situation?" Observing the bustling crowd, Chu Feng and Li Mingqiang refrained from interrupting their work and instead inquired. "Brigadier, the situation is excellent. A preliminary investigation has revealed that this oil field is remarkably easy to exploit. We were able to make this discovery due to reports from local villagers who mentioned that something was seeping up from below. They were unsure what it was, but it could be ignited by fire." Coincidentally, a few professors and students from Daiyuan, upon hearing this, came to investigate and discovered the presence of oil. The supervisor spoke with palpable excitement, stating, "According to our experts and technicians' estimations, this appears to be a rich oil field, and it is capable of self-sustaining flow, making extraction relatively straightforward. We are currently preparing to drill the first well to assess the flow rate." At this point, the supervisor glanced at Chu Feng and added, "Brigadier, once oil extraction begins, it will be unstoppable, and our refinery will need to accelerate its operations. There is no issue with that." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng waved his hand decisively, declaring, "I intend to establish an oil company, fully responsible for extraction and refining, with personnel and funds allocated as necessary." With over 10 million in funding at his disposal, Zhu Feng exuded a bold confidence, his demeanor reflecting a man of considerable means. After a brief inspection and realizing he could not contribute further, Zhu Feng could only instruct the hastily arrived regiment commander, saying, "Liu Yiyun, I entrust the safety of this operation to you. In addition to ensuring safety, you must also safeguard the workers and technical staff, as well as logistics. We cannot allow anyone to go hungry or to be deprived of adequate rest. Should any issues arise, I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, Liu Yiyun immediately saluted and responded loudly, "Brigadier, you can rest assured, the 1st Regiment will fulfill its duties." Upon returning to Yuanyuan County, Zhu Feng convened a meeting with Wang Taizhu, Li Mingqiang, and Ji Dayong. "Brigadier, after this period of recruitment, we have successfully filled our personnel gap. However, these new recruits will require over 3 months of training before they can join the main force. Additionally, Uncle Zhao Wushu has sent a telegram indicating that our veteran troops from Sichuan have already rendezvoused with him and will return within a week at most. Furthermore, we have received word from the Sichuan military that they are interested in negotiating a deal with us," reported Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu. "That sounds promising." Upon hearing Wang Taizhu's update, Zhu Feng grasped the situation, stating, "With the addition of new recruits, our combined strength now approaches 30,000. However, we do not merely possess Yuanyuan County. We also oversee 6 other counties in the Jincha Special Zone. My vision is for our main force to expand, and we need to establish a garrison regiment in each of the 7 counties. Moreover, our ordnance factory, textile mill, and the rapidly developing oil refinery each require dedicated security forces. Given our current shortage of personnel, particularly those ready for combat, this collaboration with the Sichuan military aligns perfectly with our needs. You will be responsible for the specifics of this arrangement. We have an abundance of weaponry, especially from the enemy we have captured, which we do not intend to equip ourselves with. We can certainly trade surplus weaponry with the Sichuan military." At this juncture, Zhu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang and remarked, "Of course, it is not just the Sichuan military. If the 8th Route Army is also interested, they are welcome to participate." Li Mingqiang, upon hearing this, displayed a keen interest and nodded, saying, "Brigadier, I will send a telegram to the 8th Route Army's headquarters to inform the leadership of this opportunity." "Excellent." Zhu Feng acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Ji Dayong and Wang Taizhu, saying, "I have heard that we have recruited a promising group of individuals. You too must take greater care in the distribution of personnel. While regarding the garrison forces in the Jincha Special Zone, let us prioritize the establishment of the Yuanyuan Garrison Regiment first. The other 6 can wait. My only stipulation is this: ensure that the combat effectiveness of our independent 1st Brigade remains uncompromised." Hearing Zhu Feng's directive, Wang Taizhu and Ji Dayong nodded in agreement, responding, "Understood, Brigadier." As his ambitions expanded, he began to feel the weight of the responsibilities. Despite the independent 1st Brigade now exceeding 30,000 personnel, he still felt it insufficient. Additionally, the stockpile of weapons and equipment was dwindling, necessitating a solution to the personnel issues at hand. He believed that a proactive approach was warranted, suggesting a series of engagements, such as reclaiming Guang County and Weixian County, while also engaging the Japanese forces in Yungang. Furthermore, the puppet Mongolian army to the north had been unruly. He had yet to confront these forces and could dispatch aircraft to deliver a minor shock to them. Ultimately, if conflict were to arise, it would be prudent to initiate smaller skirmishes to train his troops and secure system rewards. 3 days later, Zhu Feng finalized a combat plan, commanding the air squadron to deploy 20 PO-2 training aircraft, complemented by a squadron of LAR-7 fighters and 5 B-17 bombers, to conduct airstrikes against the puppet Mongolian army and the Japanese forces in Yungang. This operation, at the cost of several tons of explosives and aviation bombs, as well as 30 incendiary bombs, resulted in the elimination of over 2,000 Japanese puppet soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating 341 Japanese puppet soldiers. The system rewards are as follows: 5000 Type 38 rifles, 150 Type 92 heavy machine guns, 300 Type 95 light machine guns, 1 Intermediate Soviet Infantry Regiment. $2 million. 200,000 gin of flour. The arrival of this cache of weapons and 1 Intermediate Soviet Infantry Regiment allowed Chu Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, 3,000 veteran troops from Sichuan, no, not just 3,000, but 6,000 veteran soldiers from Sichuan, alongside 3,000 veteran soldiers from the 8th Route Army, arrived. With the addition of a system infantry regiment and 9,000 seasoned troops, Chu Feng's forces swelled to an impressive 45,000, with 30,000 seasoned veterans remaining after accounting for 15,000 new recruits. Initially, he had intended to seize Guang County and Weixian County, but the arrival of these veterans prompted a temporary halt to those plans. The entire Yuan County transformed into a massive military camp, with Wen Taizhu and Ji Daong tirelessly occupied, eventually leading to Chu Feng's own involvement. It took a full 10 days to reorganize the troops. Currently, the independent 1st Brigade comprised 3 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, an air defense regiment, a logistics regiment, an automotive repair regiment, an engineering battalion, a reconnaissance battalion, a guard battalion, a chemical defense battalion, a communications company, and a regiment-level airbase. In total, the brigade consisted of 8 regiments, 4 battalions, and 1 company, amounting to 36,000 personnel. In addition to the independent 1st Brigade, Chu Feng divided the recently acquired Intermediate Soviet Infantry Regiment into 4 parts, with 3 serving as guard battalions responsible for the ordnance factory, oil refinery, and oil field. Each of these 3 guard battalions, centered around the Soviet Infantry Regiment, was augmented with 208th Route Army commanders and experienced comrades from the 8th Route Army's support departments. Each battalion consisted of 700 personnel, functioning as reinforced units equipped with mortars and both light and heavy machine guns. The final division formed a company, comprising 800 new recruits and 500 veteran 8th Route Army soldiers, establishing the Yuan Garrison Regiment, totaling 1,900 personnel. This regiment was tasked with maintaining public order, security, and safeguarding the textile mill in Yuan County. Thus, including the garrison forces and the main troops, Chu Feng's army reached a formidable scale of 40,000. Observing the final results of the reorganization, Chu Feng smiled slightly, exclaiming, "As a major general, having an army of 40,000 is quite normal, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 42, The opportunity to scheme for the Daoyuan arsenal has arrived. The influx of new recruits is considerable. However, once allocated to various divisions, the proportion of new soldiers in each regiment or directly subordinate battalion hovers around 20%, a figure that does not compromise the combat effectiveness of the troops. Time continues to pass, and before long, it is October 27th. At this juncture, the Japanese forces are engaged in combat with the Jinsui Army, national government troops, and others in the vicinity of Shinko. After more than a month away, Uncle Zhao has finally returned. "Uncle Zhao, you must be exhausted." Observing Zhao's weathered face, Chu Feng could not help but express his concern. "Not at all. It was merely a matter of travelling about. You are the ones who have truly labored." Zhao waved his hand dismissively upon hearing Chu Feng's concern, subsequently presenting a prepared list to him. "Commander, I have spent a total of 1.2 million taels of silver and an additional 5 million in legal tender on this trip. I procured over 1.5 million pounds of grain, thousands of livestock, and more than 300 assorted machinery units, along with the recruitment of over 3,500 individuals. Among these are students as well as skilled workers and technicians from the Daoyuan arsenal, alongside talents from various fields, including doctors and teachers. Additionally, I acquired a significant quantity of materials and supplies such as salt, sugar, cotton, and iron." Chu Feng took the material list from Zhao and swiftly perused it, focusing primarily on the recruitment of talents, which took him nearly 10 minutes. In such a brief span, to procure such an extensive array of supplies, recruit so many individuals, and complete transactions with the Sichuan army, the burden on Zhao was substantial. "Uncle Zhao, this batch of recruits has arrived at the most opportune moment." Setting down the list, Chu Feng gazed at Zhao with a sense of admiration, saying, "Our textile factory, arsenal, oil company, and field hospital are in dire need of skilled personnel. Moreover, we have also obtained a batch of high-yield wheat and corn seeds, and I see that among the recruits, there are numerous experts, professors, and students in agronomy. With the addition of these individuals, our industries will be bolstered, allowing us to accelerate progress and expand rapidly. Chufeng acknowledged Zhao's contributions. Har har. Zhao chuckled heartily at the praise, responding, I merely followed your directives. You instructed me to find specific individuals, and that is precisely what I did, for otherwise, I would not have known where to begin. Har har har. Zhao's words elicited laughter from all present, creating an atmosphere of light-hearted joy within the brigade headquarters. After briefly recounting the work accomplished during this period, Zhao recalled something and retrieved additional documents from a nearby folder, handing them to Chufeng. Commander, regarding the Daiyuan arsenal that you asked me to monitor, here is the information I have gathered, along with the specific circumstances. Furthermore, upon my return, I left a team to keep a watchful eye on the Daiyuan arsenal. Indeed, Old Yang's assessment of the situation was overly optimistic, resulting in only a partial relocation of machinery, while most of the equipment remains unmovable. As he spoke, Zhao's expression became somewhat grim. I personally inspected the Daiyuan arsenal. There are indeed many valuable items within. Bear in mind, the arsenal is capable of producing rifles, ammunition, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, and mountain artillery. Moreover, it is not solely machinery that has been left behind. Many personnel are also stranded in Daiyuan City. As he said this, he pulled out a telegram, stating, this was just received today from our team stationed in Daiyuan City. Millimeter. Chufeng nodded gravely, initially reviewing the documents before asking Ji Daong, Wen Taiju, and Li Mingqiang to take a look, while he himself pondered over the telegram. Since his arrival in this era, Chufeng had been scheming regarding this matter. Now, upon reviewing the information and intelligence Zhao had brought back, he realized that the opportunity to orchestrate the takeover of the Daiyuan arsenal had finally presented itself. Should he successfully retrieve the machinery and personnel from the Daiyuan arsenal, his own arsenal would experience exponential growth. His arsenal would truly come into its own, potentially becoming the largest in the rear of enemy lines, providing crucial support not only to his own troops but also facilitating cooperation and trade with the 8th Route Army and other anti-Japanese forces, ultimately benefiting the resistance efforts across multiple provinces, including Shaanxi, Charhe, Suiyuan, and Hebei. This could be described as a significant windfall. No? After a few moments, Chufeng lifted his head from his contemplation, his expression serious. The Daiyuan arsenal has been built through the blood and sweat of the people of our province. We must not allow these resources and personnel to fall into the hands of the enemy. Upon hearing Chufeng's words, both Zhao and the others, Ji Daong, Wen Taiju, and Li Mingqiang, raised their heads to look at him, their eyes filled with anticipation. I intend to lead our independent 1st Brigade personally to Daiyuan City to dismantle this batch of machinery that could not be transported. If we cannot take it, we must destroy it rather than leave it for the enemy. Otherwise, should these resources fall into enemy hands, not only would our investment be squandered, but we would also fear that the enemy might use these materials to produce weaponry against us, directly aiding them. We cannot allow a second incident akin to what transpired in the northeast. We must resolutely avoid being like the foolish Zhang Xiaoliu, who sells off his father's fields without a care. Upon hearing Chufeng's declaration, Zhao and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the resolve in one another's eyes. Commander, I concur. Ji Daong was the first to agree. I also agree. Wen Taiju followed suit. We must take this course of action. Even if it means destruction, we cannot allow the enemy to benefit. Li Mingqiang asserted. I have already made preliminary arrangements and contacted several individuals from the Daiyuan arsenal. Once we finalize our plan, we can dispatch a telegram to instruct them to take action. Zhao added. Listening to the words of his four comrades, Chufeng's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he stated, since everyone is in agreement, let us discuss the details of this raid and how we will transport the spoils back. We also need to decide which troops will accompany us. The idea was promising, yet the logistics of transporting these items back would not be a trivial matter. Moreover, it would involve a long-distance operation spanning several hundred kilometers, necessitating a meticulous plan and, if necessary, the support and assistance of Allied forces from the 8th Route Army. With the 5 of them in consensus, they began to mobilize staff officers to draft a battle plan. Chu Feng also articulated his thoughts, saying, given the volume of machinery, transporting them via road will undoubtedly be inefficient. I propose that we pursue 2 avenues concurrently. We will collaborate with the 8th Route Army. They will handle the transport of personnel and smaller machinery and supplies via road. As for the larger items, I suggest we utilize the railway for transport, aiming for a surprise element. When the time comes, the enemy will likely be at a loss to comprehend our true intentions. Chapter 43. The deployment. After 2 days and 3 nights of rapid advance, we shall launch a surprise attack on the Daoyuan armaments factory. Our operation will coincide with the moment the Japanese forces breach Daoyuan City, and there is no need to mobilize an entire brigade to Daoyuan City. Thus, we shall allocate elite troops to Daoyuan City to create chaos and maintain security, while the remaining forces will coordinate with the 8th Route Army. On the night and day of transportation, we will strike at the Tongpu Railway. The enemy's forces are concentrated on the front lines, leaving the rear vulnerable. Their troops are primarily stationed along the railway and highways. If we can transport our supplies under the cover of night, we will catch the Japanese off guard. By the time they react, we will have already departed by train. Upon hearing Chu Feng's audacious plan, the 4 men were momentarily taken aback and instinctively inclined to object. However, upon further contemplation, they realized that this indeed appeared to be the most effective approach. They had not considered this possibility, nor would the enemy. However, Brigade Commander, if we proceed in this manner, the involvement of the 8th Route Army will be significant. Will they agree? Ji Daong expressed some hesitation, glancing at Chu Feng and then at Li Mingqiang. As soon as Ji Daong raised this concern, Li Mingqiang opened his mouth, eager to assert that the 8th Route Army would pose no issue, yet he recognized the gravity of the situation and felt incapable of making such a decision. Let us discuss it. Chu Feng responded with remarkable composure, stating, we will draft a combat plan, and I will personally visit the headquarters of the 8th Route Army to negotiate with them. With this inspiration from Chu Feng, the group endeavored to refine their strategy regarding the highways and railways. By that evening, the operational plan was finalized and promptly dispatched to the headquarters of the 8th Route Army, with Chu Feng leading the charge. Few were privy to these developments, and Chu Feng remained at the headquarters of the 8th Route Army for a day, during which amicable negotiations ensued, focusing on specific operational coordination and the allocation of post-battle spoils. Ultimately, an agreement was reached. The 8th Route Army was willing to join forces with Chu Feng and support the independent 1st Brigade in combat. The operational plan was further enhanced with the assistance of the 8th Route Army. As the date approached November 7th, the 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, Artillery Regiment, Supply Regiment, Automotive Repair Regiment, Reconnaissance Battalion, Engineering Battalion, Chemical Defense Battalion, and Communication Company of the Independent 1st Brigade, totaling over 28,000 personnel, quietly departed from Yuan County under the leadership of Chu Feng, Ji Daong, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, and Logistics Director Zhao Wushu. Li Mingqiang remained in Yuan County with the brigade's security battalion, the Yuan County Garrison Regiment, the Air Defense Regiment, the Flight Base, and 3 other security battalions. En route, the Artillery Regiment joined forces with the 8th Route Army in units of companies, while the 2nd and 3rd Regiments coordinated with the 8th Route Army in battalion formations. Their objective was to launch an immediate assault on the towns, train stations, highways, and bridges along the Tongpu Railway as soon as the battle for Daoyuan City commenced, not with the aim of annihilating the enemy, but rather to distract and immobilize them, allowing the trains and convoys to pass unhindered. The primary attacking forces responsible for the assault on Daoyuan City would comprise the 1st Regiment, along with artillery, reconnaissance, engineering, and chemical defense battalions, totaling 8,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Supply Regiment and Automotive Repair Regiment would also participate, coordinating their actions after the battle concluded, with the Automotive Repair Regiment ensuring the operational readiness of the hundreds of vehicles belonging to the Supply Regiment. Their communication company would oversee all command communications. Time passed, and reports from the front lines continued to arrive. On the morning of November 8, under Chu Feng's command and with the assistance of personnel from the 8th Route Army, the troops stealthily infiltrated the northeastern direction of Dayuan City. By this time, the positions in front of the armaments factory had been breached, and it had fallen into enemy hands. The troops had already entered Dayuan City, and the defending forces were beginning to feel encircled. A day passed, leading to the afternoon of the 9th at 3 o'clock. Dayuan City had fallen, and the Japanese were reveling in their pursuit of the defending forces. Report to the brigade commander, we have ascertained the situation at the armaments factory and train station. Utilizing the 8th Route Army and the previously stationed troops, despite the chaos within Dayuan City, they successfully gathered the desired intelligence. Chu Feng's spirit surged upon hearing this. He took the information and, with a smile gracing his lips, remarked, "It appears our assumptions were correct. Although the enemy has gathered in Dayuan City, they are utterly unprepared. Their troops are preoccupied with pursuing the Jinsui army and the Second War Zone forces, leaving only a few thousand in Dayuan City, with the armaments factory manned by less than a full company. As for the train station, the ongoing war and the railway workers' strike have resulted in a significant number of trains and carriages idling at the station." At this point, Chu Feng could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly fortuitous, it seems the heavens are aiding us." By now, the sun had set, and armed with the enemy's detailed intelligence, Chu Feng swiftly issued combat orders. This battle consists of 3 core components. The 1st Regiment's 1st Battalion, in conjunction with the artillery and engineering battalions, will assault the armaments factory. Once the battle commences, it is imperative to clear the Japanese presence in the factory within 1 hour. The Reconnaissance Battalion, supported by the Chemical Defense Company's 1st Platoon, will attack the train station. After eliminating the enemy forces there, they must quickly seize the surrounding terrain to repel any incoming adversaries, holding their ground until dawn. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 1st Regiment, accompanied by an artillery battalion and the 2nd and 3rd Companies of the Chemical Defense Battalion, will advance southward and eastward, launching attacks to create confusion and disarray among the enemy, preventing them from discerning our true objectives. With this, Chu Feng turned to the Supply Regiment and Automotive Support Team, stating, "Once the armaments factory is secured, you will immediately spring into action, collaborating with the workers to swiftly transport machinery towards the train station." He then looked towards the representative of the 8th Route Army. Sensing Chu Feng's gaze, the representative promptly replied, "General Chu, we have mobilized workers, students, and numerous troops, totaling over 10,000. Once the message is dispatched, they will surely arrive within half an hour." "Excellent." Chu Feng beamed with delight, having meticulously planned for this substantial prize, the Dayuan Armaments Factory. After the troops' grueling 3-day, 2-night march, the moment of reckoning had finally arrived. "All units, organize a meal at once. We shall launch our assault promptly at 5 o'clock this afternoon." In November, the days grow short while nights lengthen. Though it is quite cold, the cover of darkness lasts longer. Half an hour later, the various units began to mobilize. As the clock struck 5, the once dwindling sounds of gunfire in Dayuan City erupted into a tumultuous roar. With the command post positioned in the rear, Chu Feng gazed through his binoculars at the 1st Regiment's 1st Battalion launching their assault on the armaments factory, murmuring to himself, "Japanese, your nemesis Chu Feng has arrived." Chapter 44. The bewildered little devils, Chu Feng commanded, "Move it," in Dayuan City, as Chu Feng's forces commenced their assault on the arms factory, railway station, and the southeastern fronts. The stationed Japanese Major General reacted as if his rear were set ablaze. Barefoot, he rushed out, exclaiming, "Barker, where is the gunfire coming from? Why are they shooting? Quickly, go investigate. Could it be the Chinese are attacking us again?" The Japanese Major General's response was swift, and his orders were promptly issued, yet they seemed futile. The cacophony of gunfire echoed everywhere, making it challenging to ascertain the situation. What was needed was time, yet time was the one resource he lacked most desperately. Report to the Chief of Staff. It's chaos. The entire Dayuan City is in turmoil, teeming with Chinese troops, filled with the sounds of gunfire and artillery. It seems the main Chinese forces have returned, among them, the northeast direction of Taoyuan City, the railway station, as well as the southeastern fronts, are experiencing the most intense cannonade. Upon hearing this, the Japanese Major General's chief of staff was rendered speechless, Barker. He instinctively cursed, rebutting, "Impossible, the Chinese have been driven down the Fen River by our main forces, and the Chinese troops within Taoyuan City have all been annihilated. How could there possibly be any Chinese forces left? At this moment, the Chinese troops are like startled birds. How could they possibly mount a counterattack, unless the Chinese must be executing some special mission?" At this juncture, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon the Japanese Major General's chief of staff, his eyes betraying a glimmer of horror as he shouted, "Barker, this is bad. The Chinese forces are headed straight for our arms factory. Quickly, order the troops to assemble rapidly. We must immediately support the arms factory. We cannot afford to lose it." The Major General was not foolish. Though he had not grasped the entire situation, he had managed to piece together some of it. Upon receiving these orders, the Japanese general turned to organize his troops. However, most of them were scattered across various locations, amounting to less than a full battalion. 10 minutes later, the Japanese Major General, leading around 800 to 900 troops, hurried towards the arms factory. Simultaneously, the gunfire from Taoyuan City drew the attention of the main Japanese forces, who were pursuing the Jinsui Army and the Second War Zone troops to the south. Lieutenant General Tojo Hideki glanced back in surprise, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why is there chaos in Taoyuan City again?" As he spoke, he muttered some unsavory remarks to express his inner dissatisfaction and agitation. One nearby Japanese colonel, stepping forward respectfully after Tojo's comments, inquired, "Lieutenant General, should we divert a unit to provide support?" Concern flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing this suggestion, Lieutenant General Tojo pondered briefly before nodding slightly. "Send back 3 companies to investigate. Our most pressing task is to pursue and annihilate these Chinese troops. Destroying them equates to eradicating the Chinese's fighting strength." Clearly, Lieutenant General Tojo did not grasp the gravity of the situation in Taoyuan City at that moment. His primary focus remained on pursuing the troops from the Second War Zone, and he could spare no more than 3 companies, which was already the limit of his allowance. Simultaneously, others such as Lieutenant General Sakaguchi Seishiro and Lieutenant General Kawakami Bunzaburo shared Tojo's perspective, neglecting the significance of the battle erupting in Taoyuan City. Yet, they could not remain indifferent. Ultimately, they dispatched less than a battalion of troops to Taoyuan City for a symbolic show of support, or more accurately, to check on the situation. In their view, with over 3,000 Japanese troops in Taoyuan City, even if a Chinese division were to arrive, it would not stir any significant upheaval. Even if a corps arrived, combined with their reinforcements, the situation in Taoyuan City could be easily resolved. These overconfident veterans had not anticipated that they were not encountering the conventional Chinese forces but rather the independent. As thousands of Japanese troops approached Taoyuan City from the east and south, they collided head-on with the 1st Regiment's 2nd and 3rd Battalions, which were on the offensive. These 2 battalions boasted formidable firepower, now further augmented by 2 artillery battalions and 2 flamethrower companies, their combat effectiveness amplified by their seasoned soldiers. The 1st Company, as the vanguard of the entire battalion, met the 3 infantry companies sent by Lieutenant General Tojo in the darkness. As the encounter began, the 1st Company, equipped with a plethora of submachine guns, unleashed a torrent of fire. Da, tut, pupper. Neither the Japanese troops nor the 1st Company were prepared, yet the latter managed to seize the upper hand through sheer automatic firepower. Over 500 Japanese soldiers from the 3 companies found themselves overwhelmed by just over 200 men from the 1st Company. The 1st Company has opened fire. Upon hearing the gunfire, the 2nd Battalion commander was invigorated, immediately calling out, "Quickly, support the 1st Company." Following his command, he led the 2nd and 3rd Companies to advance rapidly. The artillery company under the 2nd Battalion swiftly set up their 92 type infantry guns, and before the 2nd and 3rd Companies could engage, shells rained down upon the heads of the Japanese reinforcements. In a state of bewilderment, the 3 Japanese infantry companies were swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated by the 2nd Battalion, with only 50 or so managing to escape, leave a platoon to collect the enemy's weapons and equipment. The remaining personnel will continue the assault. The 2nd Battalion commander was pleased with this outcome, promptly issuing orders to advance further. The conflict escalated as the 2nd and 3rd Battalions engaged in battle, which had been raging for over half an hour. At the Daiyuan City Arms Factory, the 1st Battalion, under the leadership of Commander Liu Yiyan, was actively clearing out the Japanese forces, while the Engineering Battalion lay in ambush along the essential route from Daiyuan City to the arms factory. Soon, the 800 to 900 Japanese troops led by the Major General stumbled into the Engineering Battalion's encirclement. Utilizing their expertise, the Engineering Battalion had set up a minefield with explosives, shells, bullets, and landmines. When the Japanese troops charged in, a violent explosion erupted. Flames and debris engulfed the 800 to 900 Japanese soldiers. Once the explosion subsided, the surviving Japanese troops, still dazed, beheld the Engineering Battalion soldiers charging in with submachine guns and light machine guns, unleashing a fierce assault. Having just received 5,000 Sten submachine guns and 5,000 military Mauser pistols from the system, the troops were fully equipped for this mission to enhance their fire density. An hour later, the Daiyuan Arms Factory and railway station had been successfully secured, and the reconnaissance battalion was also making swift progress, beginning to clear the surrounding Japanese forces and ambushing small contingents of reinforcements. The only mobile Japanese force within Daiyuan City was entirely annihilated by the Engineering Battalion, and the command post was subsequently eliminated. Chaos reigned throughout Daiyuan City, as telephone lines had been sabotaged by the 8th Route Army operatives hidden within the city, severing communication with the Japanese forces outside. Faced with this perplexing situation, the previously unconcerned Tojo Hideki, Sakaguchi Seishiro, Kawakami Bunzaburo, and other veteran officers found themselves utterly bewildered. They sensed something was amiss, yet could not discern the reason. The battlefield appeared so strange, and they were unable to fathom the intentions of this suddenly emerging Chinese force. The Japanese troops' confusion was precisely the outcome Chu Feng sought. His chaotic strikes were intended to ensnare the Japanese in a web of uncertainty regarding his true motives. Evidently, he had succeeded in his objective. Har, entering the Daiyuan Arms Factory with purposeful strides, Chu Feng approached Liu Yiyan, laughing heartily as he patted his trusted officer's shoulder, saying, "Well done. Leave the vigilance and defense to the reconnaissance and engineering battalions. You must immediately take your troops to support the 2nd and 3rd battalions. Our success in transporting these supplies hinges on how long your 1st battalion can hold out." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Commander Liu Yiyan immediately saluted, declaring, "We in the 1st battalion will ensure the mission is accomplished." He then hurriedly led his troops towards the 2nd and 3rd battalions. Just as Liu Yiyan and his troops departed, the Logistics Regiment and Automotive Repair Battalion arrived, accompanied by a large contingent organized by the 8th Route Army for the transportation efforts. Brigadier 2 General Chu, the 2 battalion commanders and the 8th Route Army representative saluted Chu Feng. Observing the 3 men and the vast throng of nearly 20,000 personnel, Chu Feng grandly gestured, "Move it." Chapter 45, The 8th Route Army. Tojo Hideki exclaimed, "Impossible, it cannot possibly be the 8th Route Army." At Dahan Castle, night had fallen, yet the munitions factory and the train station were abuzz with activity. A multitude of mechanical equipment was being loaded onto trucks with the assistance of workers and technicians from the Dahan munitions factory, subsequently dispatched to the train station for loading onto trains. As for the train drivers necessary for operating the locomotives, they had also been summoned back. Upon learning that it was the independent 1st Brigade led by Chu Feng, the workers and loaders were filled with enthusiasm, bustling about energetically. With tens of thousands laboring together, the moment a few dozen carriages were filled, the train would promptly depart, its whistle echoing as it journeyed northward. While the munitions factory was in a frenzy of activity, Chu Feng took the opportunity to observe the Dahan munitions factory, one of the largest in the nation during the Republican era. Someone nearby introduced to Chu Feng, "Brigade Commander, all the weaponry produced by the Dahan munitions factory has been taken away by the Jinsui Army. However, there remains substantial mechanical equipment that could not be transported in time. We are currently moving some machinery from the artillery factory." For many years, Old Yang has consistently invested in the Dahan munitions factory. There are both outdated and numerous state-of-the-art devices. The individual providing the introduction was Shalei, the the factory director who had been recruited by Zhao Wushu for Chufeng. An elder of the Dahan munitions factory, he had witnessed its development, but had departed for various reasons. Upon hearing that his brigade commander was undertaking significant endeavors, he had come to assist. Although Chufeng had managed to acquire a complete set of mortar and rifle production lines, along with considerable materials and machinery, there remained a disparity when compared to the Dahan munitions factory. As Shalayi spoke, he patted a disassembled piece of equipment and remarked, "This apparatus is for processing cannon barrels. Our munitions factory can produce 60mm mortars, but we are incapable of manufacturing larger caliber artillery. Producing large caliber artillery and their respective shells cannot be achieved merely with a blacksmith's hammer. It necessitates advanced machinery. If we transport these back, we will possess the capability to produce larger caliber mortars, such as 82mm mortars and 75mm mountain guns. Moreover, a wealth of technical documentation remains, along with a multitude of workers and technicians. These are invaluable assets." At this point, Shalayi's eye sparkled with anticipation. "Brigade Commander, your unexpected strategy in this operation has proven immensely worthwhile. You have seized the greatest achievements amassed by the Jinswei army over many years." Har har har. Listening to Shalayi's words, Chufeng chuckled heartily. "Old Sher, this is the first time I've heard such flattering praise from your lips." Hee hee. Shalayi chuckled in response, unperturbed by the teasing, and sincerely stated, "This is no jest. In all your endeavors, which of them has been insincere? Though I, Old Sher, am straightforward and disdain superficiality, I hold deep respect for those grounded in reality. While I may not be impressed by others, I am 100-fold in awe of you, Brigade Commander." In light of Shalayi's heartfelt words, Chufeng smiled softly and waved his hand, saying, "My actions stem from a desire to secure these valuable resources and prevent them from falling into the hands of the little devils. Furthermore, it is also for our own benefit. I am no saint, merely an ordinary person." Upon saying this, Chufeng gazed at the bustling crowd and remarked, "Very well, Old Sher, I shall not disrupt your work any longer. As always, time is of the essence, and the mission is critical. Ensure that everything that can be dismantled and transported is taken away, and for what cannot be moved, destroy it to leave nothing for the little devils." Leaving Old Sher to oversee operations, Chufeng proceeded to the train station to observe the ongoing work, subsequently establishing a temporary command post. As Chufeng gained control over the situation in Dahan Castle, when the first train departed, the 8th Route Army and the independent 2nd and 3rd Regiments, lying in ambush along the North Tongpu Railway, launched an attack on their target. They did not immediately engage in an all-out assault, but instead commenced their offensive from the location nearest to Dahan Castle. In an instant, chaos ensued among the little devils along the North Tongpu Railway and the surrounding roads near Dahan Castle, with explosions and battle cries resonating throughout. Within Dahan Castle, the Jinswei army remnants and intelligence personnel from the Second War Zone were somewhat at a loss amidst the turmoil. They longed to ascertain the situation but dared not act recklessly, opting instead to relay the chaos back via radio. What? The discontented Yang Laoku, having lost Dahan Castle, received a telegram from the intelligence personnel and felt somewhat confounded. Other troops. Do we still have forces that have not evacuated from Dahan Castle? With a perplexed expression, Yang Laoku was uncertain about the current circumstances. Commander, there are no remaining troops in the Dahan Castle area, or the entire northern front, came the hasty response from his subordinate upon hearing Yang Laoku's inquiry. What does this mean? Yang Laoku pointed to the telegram and asked. This remains unclear. The Major General shook his head, equally puzzled. Meanwhile, as Yang Laoku stood bewildered, the national government was equally perplexed. They too were unaware of which unit had appeared in Dahan Castle, and regarding the outbreak of combat along the Tongpu Railway, neither Yang Laoku nor the national government had received any reports. On the other side, Tojo Hideki and Sakagaki Seishiro, along with several other senior Japanese officers, received word that the reinforcements they had dispatched to Dahan Castle had been routed by a Chinese force, which was reported to be advancing towards them with several units. Narni! This astonishing news left the senior Japanese officers even more bewildered. Bakuyaru! Tojo Hideki suddenly drew his command sword, exclaiming, "Quickly, investigate and ascertain which audacious Chinese unit this is." Anger notwithstanding, Tojo Hideki swiftly issued orders, "Relay my command to assemble 2 battalions immediately. I wish to see just how formidable this Chinese unit is. Could it possibly surpass the prowess of Chu Feng's independent 1st Brigade?" As Tojo Hideki seethed, communication from the Tongpu Railway arrived. Upon receiving the update, the Chief of Staff, not daring to hesitate, rushed over and reported, "Report, Your Excellency, the garrison at Shinju has sent a telegram stating that our train station and the city of Shinju are under attack by Chinese forces. During the engagement, they spotted the 8th Route Army. These Chinese troops are exhibiting formidable firepower." Upon hearing the Chief of Staff's words, the enraged Tojo Hideki was momentarily taken aback. The 8th Route Army. He pondered many possibilities regarding this mysterious adversary, even considering that Chu Feng's independent 1st Brigade might be involved, but the 8th Route Army had never crossed his mind. Even faced with the evidence, Tojo Hideki instinctively retorted, "Impossible, it cannot possibly be the 8th Route Army. What could they possibly use to fight us? How many artillery pieces do they possess?" Chapter 46. The sudden enlightenment of the little devils, Chu Feng remarked, "It's too late, I'm leaving, farewell." Listening to the words of General Tojo Hideki, the expressions of the other little devils around him mirrored his disbelief. Clearly, they too were skeptical that the 8th Route Army would launch an offensive. "General, what should we do?" The Major General Chief of Staff also found the notion of the 8th Route Army attacking the Tongpu Railway rather absurd. However, they could not disregard the telegrams from the troops. "Respond to the telegram, forbidding any offensive action, hold your positions firmly, after dawn, we will send in air support, the 8th Route Army lacks firepower and cannot pose a threat to us." After contemplating for a moment, General Tojo realized there was little he could do, his reach was limited. Furthermore, the Tongpu Railway was currently of little value, the sections previously damaged by Chu Feng were still under repair. There was no need to mobilize significant forces for a railway that was temporarily out of commission. After addressing the communications from the rear, General Tojo scrutinized the operational map, his brow furrowed deeply, exclaiming, "This situation is chaotic, utterly chaotic. I am completely at a loss as to what the Chinese forces intend to do." He then turned to his Chief of Staff, saying, "Our main forces must continue their advance southward. You are responsible for directing 2 infantry battalions toward Daiyuan City. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow Daiyuan City to descend into chaos, nor can we afford to remain passive. Alas, I can only allocate 2 battalions for this purpose. I have no more to spare." Hearing General Tojo's words, the Chief of Staff acknowledged, "Understood." On this side, General Tojo, in his fury, dispatched 2 understrength battalions to support Daiyuan City. Meanwhile, General Sakanishi Seishiro and Kawakami Bunzaburo reacted similarly, reallocating approximately 1 battalion of Little Devils to reinforce Daiyuan City. At this juncture, the clock approached 11 o'clock in the evening for the forthcoming operations. Whether it was General Tojo, Sakanishi, or Kawakami, all recognized the necessity of allowing their troops to rest and recuperate for the ongoing combat. Thus, they refrained from further contemplation. Since clarity eluded them, they would wait until dawn. If the Chinese forces did not retreat by then, they could coordinate with air support to deal with this contingent of Chinese troops. As time trickled by, the remaining Little Devils in Daiyuan City refrained from hasty actions, steadfastly holding their positions. The reconnaissance and engineering battalions also refrained from offensive maneuvers, instead dispatching a portion of their forces to harass the enemy. The remainder focused entirely on ensuring the safety and smooth operation of the route from the armaments factory to the train station, with a considerable number of personnel and a multitude of vehicles, along with the assistance of the vehicle maintenance units. The transportation proceeded exceedingly smoothly and swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, 6 trains had already departed from the train station, while the 8th Route Army and the independent 1st Brigade 2nd and 3rd Regiments, upon capturing several train stations, promptly sent all discovered trains to Taoyuan City. The northern Tongpu Railway bustled with activity during the night, as trains continuously departed from and entered Taoyuan City, resulting in an abundance of train cars and locomotives. During this interval, the Communications Battalion played a pivotal role, establishing a comprehensive, smooth, and efficient communication network that facilitated seamless coordination among the forces. At the 8th Route Army's headquarters, the chief commander remarked with a smile that Chu Feng, his disruptive tactics have indeed proven successful. Thanks to the formidable combat capabilities and superior weaponry of Chu Feng's forces, we alone are aware that the troops attacking Taoyuan City number fewer than 10,000. Had the Little Devils been privy to this information, their main forces would have turned back, forcing him to retreat from Taoyuan City. Upon hearing the commander's words, the other senior officers of the 8th Route Army chuckled. The Deputy Chief of Staff added, "Such a combat model can only be employed once, it won't work again. The Little Devils may fall for it once, but can they be deceived twice?" Nevertheless, it must be said that this time, the Little Devils have truly been intimidated. In an instant, the atmosphere within the 8th Route Army's headquarters became lively and jubilant. Although they collaborated with Chu Feng in combat, they received considerable gains from this evening's operations through feedback from their troops. In discussions with Chu Feng, all captured weapons and equipment would be claimed by the 8th Route Army, with Chu Feng taking none for himself. The direction toward Taoyuan City remained uncertain, but the weapons and equipment seized from the strongholds along the Tongpu Railway were sufficient to equip 3 regiments. Meanwhile, the Little Devil reinforcements heading to Taoyuan City encountered the 3 battalions of the independent 1st Brigade, resulting in a nighttime skirmish where both sides, blinded by darkness, exchanged fire without either side gaining the upper hand. Each Little Devil unit comprised approximately 15 to 1,600 men, making rapid annihilation impossible. However, benefiting from their firepower advantage, the battlefield was predominantly under the command of Commander Liu Yian. Unbeknownst to them, midnight approached on the 10th, and at around 2 a.m., General Tojo received yet another telegram. He remained indifferent, and regarding the message from his chief of staff, he merely sighed. This Chinese force possesses commendable combat capabilities. They are indeed an intriguing adversary. Time continued to pass, and as it approached 3 o'clock, another telegram arrived. Awakened from his slumber, General Tojo felt a surge of irritation. He glanced at the What do the Chinese forces intend to do? First, they struck at Taoyuan City, then at the Tongpu Railway. One Jingju was not enough, and now they are on the verge of securing the entire northern Tongpu Railway. Though he sensed his rival's excitement, he could not comprehend what his old adversary Chu Feng was scheming. The armaments factory. His gaze fixed upon the map, and soon he identified the reason. Barker. The moment he noticed the Taoyuan armaments factory, General Tojo experienced a revelation. He understood completely. Unbidden, he recalled an ancient Chinese saying, to repair the road while secretly advancing troops. Sly Chu Feng, cunning Chinese. They are indeed targeting the Taoyuan armaments factory. Realizing this, General Tojo could no longer remain still. The Taoyuan armaments factory represented the wealth of the empire. When he had taken Taoyuan City, he had even visited the factory, sharing a laugh with Sakanishi Seishiro, Kawakami Bunzaburo, and others, saying, "This factory is a gift from Yang Lao to the empire." But now, this gift had caught Chu Feng's eye, who had undertaken a perilous journey of hundreds of kilometers to seize what belonged to the Empire of Japan. Regrettably, the Little Devils had come to this realization far too late. The relocation of the armaments factory was already nearing completion. Everything that could be moved had been transported, and those items that could not were being prepared for demolition with explosives. At the Taoyuan armaments factory, Chu Feng returned once more, listening to Director Shi's report, and chuckled. If the Little Devils were to realize this, they would surely be infuriated. They have been thoroughly outmaneuvered. At this, Chu Feng added with a grin, "Got it. Sorry, I'm done playing with you, goodbye, I'm taking my leave." Hearing Chu Feng's words and seeing his expression, everyone present burst into laughter. Chapter 47, The Enraged Little Devil. Chu Feng exclaimed with glee, "Har har, I have struck gold once again. Upon regaining his senses, General Tojo Hideki promptly dispatched a telegram to his fellow commanders, articulating his thoughts. While awaiting their responses, he commenced organizing his troops. Upon receiving Tojo's telegram, the likes of Kawakami Bunzaburo and Sakaguchi Seishiro were equally struck by a sudden realization. Barker Yuru. It's actually Chufeng. Something always felt amiss. Indeed, only Chufeng could create such a commotion while the main forces of the Second War Zone and the Jinsui army were absent. We've all been played. Yet, despite their frustration, the matter at hand required resolution. Their foremost military objective remained the pursuit of the Jinsui army and the Second War Zone troops, with the capture of Jin province and crossing the Yellow River being paramount. However, safeguarding the Empire's assets was equally crucial. After deliberation among the senior officers, they resolved to each send a battalion to support Tojo, who would command them while they continued their relentless chase with their main forces. Thus, as Tojo organized his troops and advanced towards Dahan City, the supporting units from the other commanders also arrived. The train station at Dahan City was utterly deserted. A multitude of vehicles sped along the roads, transporting personnel and supplies. In the surrounding mountains, teams of individuals swiftly retreated into the hills, disappearing from sight. As the independent 1st Brigade's 1st Regiment, under the command of Colonel Liu Yin, merged with a company from the Engineering Battalion, they received news of the approaching enemy forces. He immediately ordered the destruction of any equipment that could not be transported and initiated the demolition of public facilities such as the train station in Dahan City. In an instant, the Dahan Army, the Dahan Steel Plant, and the train station erupted with violent explosions. Narni. General Tojo Hideki, stationed at Dahan City, momentarily froze, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fury. Quickly, we cannot let the Chinese escape, nor can we allow the Empire's assets to suffer loss. With that, he hastened his pace. As preparations were underway to evacuate Dahan City, he spotted a building fiercely defended by enemy forces. What is this place? Liu Yin inquired, pointing at a site occupied by roughly 100 enemy soldiers and a few rogue samurai. Colonel, this is a bank, one soldier responded. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin's eyes lit up. A bank, which means there is money to be had. Indeed, but the specifics remain unclear. Observing Liu Yin's eager demeanor, the soldier continued. Regardless of what they have, we shall seize it. Liu Yin declared, waving his hand decisively. Captain of the 1st Battalion, take your men and secure this location with utmost speed. Yes, Colonel. The captain replied, promptly signaling for the 1st and 2nd companies to prepare for the assault, while the artillery positioned their cannons. Bang! Bang bang! With each explosive round fired, the troops charged forward. The enemy, already outnumbered, could not withstand the onslaught of the well-equipped and fiercely determined main force of the independent 1st Brigade. Within 10 minutes, the battle concluded, and both inside and outside the bank, the enemy forces were eradicated. Reporting to the colonel, we have discovered a significant amount of gold bars, silver ingots, and looted jewels. Upon hearing the report, Colonel Liu Yin beamed with delight. Observing the soldiers bustling about, Liu Yin made his rounds, instructing the troops to haul away anything of value. Half an hour later, the bank's assets had been completely cleared, and Liu Yin led his forces onward. Time passed once more, and an hour later, as the enemy regained control of Dahan City, General Tojo Hideki stood before the now ruined Dahan army, his complexion shifting from pale to red, then purple, and finally to black. Barker. After a prolonged silence, he finally erupted in anger, his breaths growing heavy. What was once a treasure trove had vanished entirely. Although the blame did not rest upon their shoulders, General Tojo felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Chufeng, Barker Yuru. You dare to toy with me like this? I will have your head. In that moment, had Chufeng dared to appear before Tojo, he would have been dismembered in a fit of rage. Surveying the desolate landscape of Dahan City, the furious General Tojo found himself momentarily lost. Chu Feng had vanished without a trace, and the resources had been lost. What was there for him to return to? With no other recourse, he could only reassess to Han City, leaving behind over 4,000 troops to form a temporary command post responsible for maintaining order before leading his forces southward once more. Though he longed to execute Chu Feng with fervor, his hands were tied. In the interim, he relayed the events in Han City to the Kanto Army headquarters, reiterating the necessity of retaliatory action against Chu Feng's forces. He then sent a telegram to Sakaguchi Seishiro and other commanders. Upon receiving the telegram, several senior officers reported this grim news to the North China Army. Barker. General Torochi Shuichi, upon receiving the telegram, was rendered speechless. He had believed that the campaign in Jin province was advancing smoothly, encountering some minor issues, yet overall quite favorable, especially the unexpected bounty from Han City. However, to his dismay, all that joy had evaporated in a single night. Chu Feng, the Empire's most pressing threat. At this moment, General Torochi's desire to eliminate Chu Feng intensified, as the Empire repeatedly suffered losses at his hands, tarnishing its reputation. Meanwhile, Chu Feng convened with the generals of the 8th Route Army headquarters, sharing a modest meal and discussing future collaboration before embarking on his journey back. 2 days later, on the afternoon of November 12th, Chu Feng returned to Yu County with his troops. This long journey had been less taxing in terms of combat, the only challenge being the extended duration and tight timeline. Upon returning home, Chu Feng felt utterly exhausted. After a brief meal, he retired to rest, entrusting the tasks of infantry and other responsibilities to the stationed Li Mingqiang. When he awoke again, it was already the evening of November 13th. Lying on the kang, Chu Feng did not rush to rise but instead felt a surge of inspiration and entered the system space. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for annihilating a total of 872 adversaries in this arduous long-distance battle. The system rewards are as follows: 1 advanced Soviet armament unit, 1 advanced military. He has been exceedingly gracious. Advanced Soviet Equipment Brigade. This is an infantry regiment comprising 3,000 personnel, fully equipped with Soviet armaments, having undergone 3 years of training and 7 years of combat experience. Note: the entire regiment is supplied with ammunition and fuel equivalent to 5 base units for each weapon and equipment. Advanced Military Instructor Corps. This is a cadre of 100 individuals, encompassing infantry, staff, engineering, cavalry, artillery, intelligence, and logistics, with each military instructor possessing extensive teaching and combat experience. Junior 63 Type 107mm Rocket Artillery Regiment. The regiment is outfitted with 48 rocket launchers, with each launcher accompanied by a jeep. The regiment consists of 3 battalions, 2 rocket artillery battalions, each with 24 launchers, and 1 logistics support battalion, equipped with 50 trucks and 20 fuel tankers. The entire regiment comprises 2,600 personnel, having undergone 3 years of training and 1 year of combat experience. Note: each artillery piece and vehicle is supplied with 5 base units of ammunition and fuel. Observing the rewards presented by the system, Chu Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Excellent, indeed. An infantry regiment and a rocket artillery regiment, both ready for immediate deployment. He then directed his gaze towards the Advanced Soviet Equipment Brigade and commented, "If I add another 2,000 personnel, it shall become the independent 1st Brigade's 4th Regiment. As for this rocket artillery regiment, renowned for its guerrilla warfare capabilities, it shall be designated as the 2nd Artillery Regiment. The numbers of our forces are increasing, yet the artillery remains centered around the American Artillery Regiment. While it does not fall short against the Japanese, what I seek is not mere parity, but complete dominance." Upon this realization, Chu Feng turned his attention to the Advanced Military Instructor Corps, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. Although we have established collaboration with the 8th Route Army, the temporary special training cards will provide only a limited number of military instructors. With these 100 personnel, combined with the instructors from the 8th Route Army and officers drawn from our ranks, the training of officers at the junior, middle, and senior levels will be well supported. I shall consult with my partners shortly. For the time being, the focus of our troops will be on development. It is time to implement a comprehensive training program lasting 2 to 3 months. Moreover, with winter approaching, once the training concludes, by the time spring blossoms the following year, I shall have captured the remaining 6 county seats. Chu Feng remained acutely aware of the system's 6-month time-limited mission. Next, he glanced at the other rewards, his gaze lingering on the small-tailed hen sheep. Small-tailed hen sheep, renowned as a national treasure of China, these sheep are characterized by early maturity, multiple births, and prolific lambing. Each sheep weighs approximately 50 pounds, with ewes comprising 80% and rams 20%. Note, the majority of the ewes are already pregnant, with a peak lambing period expected in 2 months. The host should prepare accordingly. Upon reading the system's introduction, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a remarkable opportunity! 100,000 sheep. With this herd, it would be sufficient to establish a breeding company, and if managed well, it would alleviate the meat supply issues for the troops. Most importantly, this is not merely a buy-one-get-one offer. Each ewe produces 2 lambs, effectively giving us 2 for the price of 1. At this point, Chu Feng couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. Well done, truly commendable. Weapons and equipment, alongside the personnel from the system, are the bedrock of Chu Feng's military strength. However, sustenance is paramount, especially for troops engaged in rigorous training and combat. Nutrition holds great significance. It could be said that the value of these 100,000 small-tailed hen sheep is not inferior to that of a 63-type rocket artillery regiment. One provides a continuous supply of meat and wool, while the other ensures immediate combat readiness and enhanced firepower. As for the remaining rewards of the 56-type light machine guns, 20-type 82mm mortars, and $2 million, while they are commendable, they pale in comparison to the worth of these for rewards. Having reviewed the rewards, without hesitation, he declared, "System, I wish to extract all rewards." As Chu Feng's words fell, the rewards in the infantry flashed, and except for the temporary super training, after rising, he promptly completed his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. Following this, he headed to partake in a meal, having been famished after a day and night of rest. Once he finished eating, Chu Feng ambled towards the brigade headquarters. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Li Mingqiang, whose eyes were bloodshot. Despite his evident fatigue, he appeared exuberantly animated. "Brigadier, we have struck gold. We are indeed prosperous." Upon seeing Chu Feng enter, Li Mingqiang could no longer contain his excitement, stepping forward to present a meticulously organized inventory list of the supplies. "This is the inventory of the materials we have sorted. In terms of machinery and equipment from the army, we have seized over 1,200 various machines and production lines, along with more than 500 tons of assorted materials. Furthermore, we have over 30,000 semi-finished products, such as gun barrels and cannon tubes. In addition, we have accumulated more than 120 power generation and iron refining devices. We also managed to recover a significant quantity of trains and tracks, which I did not quantify but directly sent to the army." Listening to Li Mingqiang's account, Chu Feng smiled and remarked, "This time, we have indeed profited handsomely. When the opportunity arises to meet Commander Yang again, I shall shake his hand and sincerely thank him. Were it not for him, our army would not possess such a wealth of machinery. The development and expansion of our army and others is due not only to the efforts of the local populace but also to Commander Yang's contributions." As Chu Feng's teasing words hung in the air, Li Mingqiang chuckled, and the chief of staff, Wang Taizhu, who had just entered, joined in the laughter. They could almost envision a day when Commander Yang would be left speechless. After the banter, Li Mingqiang continued, "Moreover, Regiment leader Liu Yin successfully captured a bank during the evacuation from Dayuan City. From this, we seized $3 million, over 700 kilograms of gold, 1.5 tons of silver, and various gold and silver jewelry valued at approximately $1 million, along with around 100 boxes of antiques and paintings." Upon hearing Li Mingqiang's words, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Liu Yin performed admirably. While we were preoccupied with the machinery and personnel in Dayuan City, we overlooked other resources. In the end, this lad's opportunistic endeavor yielded such a delightful surprise. Well done, indeed." At this point, Chu Feng raised his voice and declared, "Convey my orders. The entire 1st Regiment shall have an additional meal, with each soldier receiving 1 pound of Hengshui Lao by liquor, and Regiment Leader Liu Yin shall be rewarded with 10 pounds of Fenjiu." As his words concluded, someone immediately responded, "Yes, Brigadier, I shall inform Regiment Leader Liu Yin at once." Li Mingqiang did not object to Chu Feng's reward. After all, the unintentional yet fruitful actions of the 1st Regiment had culminated in significant gains, and compared to the rewards received, Chu Feng's offering was indeed modest. Chapter 49. The regiment commander Liu Yin exclaimed, "Japanese women. Quite pleasing to the eye, take them to the brigade commander." Li Mingqiang's voice resonated once more, "Brigade commander, aside from these devices and precious metals we've acquired, we have a significant number of personnel as well. We have brought back over 200 workers, and when including their families, that number exceeds 5,000. These are all skilled and technical workers, the kind that one cannot simply hire for money. Additionally, there are a considerable number of students, over 300 of them." Chu Feng placed great importance on talent. This talent was not merely based on practical skills, but also encompassed knowledge and education. In an era where 95% of the population was illiterate, those with education were exceptionally rare. Indeed. A smile graced Chu Feng's face as he remarked, "These are all treasures. As for the students, let us temporarily assign them to join the previous group of students. In a few days, I will assist them in finding employment. We must take good care of the workers' families. There is no rush for their jobs. First, let us arrange their accommodations. Given the unique nature of our munitions factory, we shall temporarily house them in Yuan County. When the spring blossoms next year, we will commence the construction of residential quarters across various factories. This will facilitate management and security, allowing our workers to reunite with their families." At this point, Chu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang and instructed, "You must organize personnel to clarify the stakes to our workers and their families, ensuring there are no misunderstandings." Li Mingqiang nodded solemnly in response, "Brigade commander, rest assured, I will handle this matter." Chu Feng had faith in Li Mingqiang but could not help but express, "We are still lacking in talent, particularly in the field of intelligence. It seems we must prioritize specialized training for our troops and the jurisdiction." Li Mingqiang had heard Chu Feng mention the need for specialized training for the troops, and he had even requested instructors from the 8th Route Army to assist. With the expanding scale of operations, such comprehensive training had indeed become necessary. However, this was not the time for idle chatter. Li Mingqiang continued, "Brigade commander, Old Shi at the munitions factory is overjoyed with the influx of machinery and personnel. I have heard that since his return, he has not taken a moment's rest, tirelessly overseeing the transportation and installation, and inspecting these devices. However, I must express my concerns. It is unacceptable for Director Shi not to rest. His health cannot withstand such strain. I have advised him, but to no avail." This was not merely a petty grievance on Li Mingqiang's part, he genuinely worried for Shilei's well-being. Upon hearing Li Mingqiang's words, Chu Feng's expression darkened. "That Shilei is utterly unreasonable." Saying this, he swiftly moved to the side, seized the telephone, and dialed with urgency, "This is Chu Feng. Connect me to the munitions factory, I need to speak with Director Shilei." Moments later, a weary voice came through the line, "Brigade commander, you are looking for me." As soon as Shilei's voice echoed, Chu Feng wasted no time in rebuking him. "Shilei, are you trying to throw your life away? If you have no regard for your own life, I will send you to the front lines tomorrow. Next time we engage the enemy, you can lead the charge. You are talent of mine, the director of the munitions factory. We can do without anyone else, but we cannot afford to lose you. Immediately, this instant, go to bed. If I catch you burning the midnight oil again, you can forget about being the director. I happen to be starting a pig farm, you can go be the director there." With that, Chu Feng hung up abruptly, leaving no room for Shilei to retort. On the other end, Shilei, listening to the tempestuous scolding from Chu Feng, was first taken aback, then his face flushed with indignation. When he heard that Chu Feng wanted him to raise pigs, he became agitated. Just as he was about to respond, he realized the call had ended, leaving him in silence for a few moments. "Director, what shall we do next?" a cautious voice inquired from one of his subordinates. "What do you mean, what shall we do?" Shalei glared with reddened eyes and retorted, "Tell everyone who has been working overtime to rest. Leave a portion to keep watch. If this continues, I'll really go raise pigs. Sleep." With that, he placed the telephone down and hurried off to rest. Shalei understood his brigade commander all too well. While he appeared amiable most of the time, when angered, he was no trifling matter. With the munitions factory now bustling with machinery and personnel, it was indeed a time of great development. Regrettably, Shalei would likely regret this for the rest of his life if he were to become a pig farmer. In the days that followed, Chu Feng was exceedingly busy, as a new infantry regiment and artillery regiment were added to the troops. Furthermore, he arranged for students and teachers from across the nation to be allocated according to their fields of study, positioning them in various roles. For instance, those studying metallurgy were assigned to work with professors in handling the machinery brought back from the steel plant in Dayuan City. Students of agriculture were tasked with researching a batch of high-yield seeds and the necessary experimental equipment. Chu Feng allocated some funds for Uncle Zhao to procure these items. Those studying mechanical manufacturing were sent to the munitions factory, while students of petroleum and chemical engineering were assigned to the oil company. Economics and accounting students went to relevant departments in the government and companies. Medical students were directly integrated into the field hospitals. For this purpose, Chu Feng even visited the field hospital to discuss matters with the doctors and nurses, ultimately establishing the Yuan County Medical Vocational School based on the field hospital. High school and middle school students were temporarily grouped together, guided by normal school teachers for a concentrated training session, preparing them for cultural education within the military. Once specialized training commenced. After the specialized training concluded, schools at various levels would be established across different regions, as education was of the utmost importance. To this end, Chu Feng allocated 300,000 silver dollars for investment and construction in education. It could be said that each individual was placed in the most suitable position for their talents. Although the immediate effects of deploying these intellectuals were not yet apparent, Chu Feng was confident that given them some time to adapt and integrate, the desired outcomes would soon manifest. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng busied himself, the command center of the North China Army was abuzz. "Commander, I believe it is unnecessary to persuade Chu Feng to surrender. He is a grave threat to the Empire and a die-hard element who will never bow to the greater Japanese Empire," a junior general vehemently opposed. "Indeed, Chu Feng poses a significant threat to the Empire, but I have heard he is quite young and unmarried. With someone so youthful, I do not believe he would be impervious to our charms if we employed the allure of women," the head of the Special High Command confidently countered the junior general's objections. Listening to the uproar below, General Torochi Shuishi rubbed his temples in annoyance and stated, "Enough, let us not quarrel. A decision has been made domestically, approving our military action against Chu Feng's forces. One division has already boarded ships and will arrive in Tianjin within 2 days. Another brigade is also boarding now. Once they arrive, we will coordinate with the 2 newly arrived air squadrons, and after a week to half a month of preparation, we will launch a sweeping assault on Chu Feng's forces." At this point, General Torochi glanced at the head of the Special High Command and, after a moment of contemplation, added, "Since you wish to attempt persuading Chu Feng to surrender, you shall take responsibility for this matter. The specific conditions should align with those offered to the traitors in Zhejiang. If he agrees, we are willing to support him in becoming the authoritative figure in Shaanxi province." Upon hearing this, the head of the Special High Command's eyes lit up, and he promptly stood, bowing deeply, "Yes, sir." After the meeting concluded, the head of the Special High Command set his plans in motion. 2 days later, a group of 4 men and 3 women, arrived in Yungang without pausing for rest, heading directly toward Yuan County. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after departing Yungang City, they were discovered by personnel from the independent 1st Brigade. The vicinity near Yungang City was under the jurisdiction of the 1st Brigade, and today, Brigade Commander Liu Yin was out on patrol when he fortuitously encountered them, seeing armed personnel from the independent 1st Brigade rushing toward them. A middle-aged man, adorned with the rank of Major, hastily stepped forward, bowing and saying, "You are the subordinates of General Chu, correct? This is Major Koider, the envoy of General Torochi Shuishi." Before this traitor could finish his words, Liu Yin was taken aback. "Japanese." His face then lit up with excitement as he shouted, "Japanese! Damn it, seize them!" Upon hearing this, the soldiers surged forward, swiftly apprehending the 7 Japanese traitors. As they struggled against their captors, Liu Yin delivered a slap to the first traitor who spoke, saying, "Damn it, why be a good Chinese person when you choose to be a dog for the Japanese?" With that slap, the previously struggling Japanese traitor, Liu Yin then approached the 3 Japanese women, scrutinizing them with a grin. "Hehe, look at these Japanese women, not bad at all. Come, let us take them back to the brigade commander." Liu Yin had not anticipated that his routine patrol would yield such a delightful bounty. Chapter 50, Chu Feng, Surrender. Do you want me to be a traitor? Take them out and execute them. At noon, 7 Japanese and puppet soldiers were sent to Yuan County, led personally by Regiment Commander Liu Yin. Brigade Commander, I've brought you some Japanese ladies." Regiment Commander Liu Yin burst in with exuberance, shouting as he entered, "Put." Just as Chu Feng was about to take a sip of water, he spat it out upon hearing those words. Brigade Commander, at that moment, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, who happened to pass by Chu Feng, was drenched by the spray. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Feng hastily set down his cup, apologizing profusely. "Taiju, it was unintentional. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Liu Yin had already rushed in, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the brigade commander's large foot aimed at him. Hey, brigade commander, why are you kicking me?" "I am not lying, I really brought you Japanese ladies." Liu Yin was oblivious to the chaos his loud announcement had caused. 2 individuals stand at attention, seeing Liu Yin still making a fuss and the many curious eyes watching. Chu Feng's face darkened considerably. "Ian, what is going on?" After wiping the water off himself, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju inquired with curiosity. "What Japanese ladies? Are they beautiful? Where are they?" Hearing Wang Taiju's eager question, Chu Feng's expression grew increasingly stiff. "Chief of Staff, they are outside." Regiment Commander Liu Yin grinned, pointing outside, yet he did not move, for Chu Feng was glaring at him intently. "Hurry, let them in, let us see what these Japanese ladies look like." Wang Taiju urged, his curiosity piqued. "Understood." Regiment Commander Liu Yin responded, turning to leave, but then hesitated, turning back with a hint of concern. "Chief of Staff, you aren't feeling unwell, are you? Shouldn't we have you checked at the hospital?" Liu Yin's sudden concern left Wang Taiju taken aback. He felt perfectly fine. Why would he need a doctor? Just as he was about to ask, he followed Liu Yin's gaze downward, realizing that the water Chu Feng had just sprayed was all over his pants. Liu Yin, unaware, thought the Chief of Staff had wet himself, and upon realizing this, Wang Taiju's face darkened instantly. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his mood lifting considerably. "Ian," Wang Taiju looked at Liu Yin with a benevolent smile, saying, "The 1st Regiment has been performing well lately. I plan to personally station myself there in a few days to oversee their training." Liu Yin was taken aback. He never expected that his casual concern would lead to such shocking news. "Chief of Staff, you have so much on your plate, I don't think that is necessary." Liu Yin replied cautiously, forcing a smile. What a joke, a brigade-level officer stationed at a regiment, wouldn't that be the death of him? Moreover, given his understanding of the Chief of Staff, should any issues arise, the Chief would not spare a word for the soldiers or lower-ranking officers, but would be exceedingly cordial. However, when it came to him, the regiment commander, it would be a different story altogether. If something went awry, he would undoubtedly be lambasted without mercy. Thus, for brigade commanders like Liu Yin, having high-ranking officers visit their regiments was "We can discuss this later, let us bring them in first." Wang Taiju waved his hand, dismissing the topic. At that moment, Li Mingqiang and Ji Daong also arrived, and as soon as they entered, Ji Daong exclaimed, "Brigade commander, I heard Liu Yin brought you some Japanese ladies." Initially in a good mood due to the banter between Wang Taiju and Liu Yiyan, Chu Feng's smile immediately froze upon hearing Ji Daong's words. The teasing comments ceased abruptly as the 7 Japanese and puppet soldiers were brought in. "Speak, I am Chu Feng." Looking at the 7 captives, Chu Feng inquired with a calm demeanor, showing no intention of inviting them to sit. "General Chu, this is Major Koizumi, a special envoy from General Torochi Shuishi." The traitorous collaborator, having been slapped by Liu Yiyan, had quieted down considerably and respectfully pointed to one of the Japanese soldiers. Then Major Koizumi began to speak rapidly in Japanese. "What is he saying?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng gestured to the collaborator. "Major Koizumi says he has come with sincerity from General Torochi Shuishi, who expresses that if General Chu can cooperate with the Empire of Japan, General Torochi is willing to appoint General Chu as the spokesperson for Jin province and is prepared to offer General Chu a sum of money, along with beautiful women from the Empire as wives." Afterward, the collaborator pointed to 3 Japanese women, stating, "These 3 are the Empire's finest, skilled in song and dance, fluent in the Chinese language, and all college graduates." Hearing the collaborator's words, Chu Feng's expression darkened ominously. So you want me, Chu, to be a traitor? Didn't you think to inquire before coming? You want me to be a traitor? Damn it!" As he spoke, Chu Feng waved his hand decisively. "Bring these 6 little devils and the collaborator outside and execute them." Understanding the intentions of these Japanese soldiers, Chu Feng lost all interest in continuing the conversation. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen soldiers burst in from outside, seizing the 7 individuals and ready to drag them away. Hey, the collaborator, taken aback by Chu Feng's readiness to execute without hesitation, panicked. Why had he surrendered to the Japanese? Wasn't he it for wealth and privilege? And now, before he could even enjoy it, he was to be killed. The collaborator struggled and cried out, "General Chu, General Chu." There's an ancient saying among us Chinese, one does not kill envoys in times of war. I'm just a translator. As the collaborator lamented, the Japanese soldiers, confused, continued to curse and struggle. The 3 Japanese women were terrified, their faces pale. They were ordinary civilians, not spies from the Tokubetsu KTK Satsu, merely recruited from the bars run by the Japanese. "General Chu, don't kill me. I have excellent skills. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet." Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged. Soon, 4 gunshots rang out from outside, then came the sounds of cleaning up and dragging, and before long, 4 corpses were added to the mass grave outside Yuan County, while 3 young female faces disappeared into the mountains surrounding the county. "Brigade Commander, what are these little devils up to? Why do they suddenly want to persuade you to surrender?" Regarding the Japanese soldiers' actions, the others were puzzled, and Li Mingqiang couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing Li Mingqiang's question, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju and Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong exchanged perplexed glances. First courtesy, then military action, Chu Feng replied calmly, "Our Air Force has been conducting reconnaissance flights daily, particularly over the Pingjin area. Yesterday, we received reports that a large number of Japanese soldiers were landing and assembling in Tianjin. Initially, I thought they were there to support the front line. But seeing the Tokubetsu KTK Satsu come to persuade us, I realized this batch of Japanese soldiers is definitely targeting us." Chapter 51, Growth in Battle, Chu Feng declared, "Activate the temporary super training buff." The LAR-7 fighter, hailed as the king of low altitudes, reigned supreme during the latter years of World War II. At present, the Japanese Zero fighter had yet to make its appearance. Even when it did, it would be significantly outclassed by the LAR-7. With its remarkable speed, the aircraft currently deployed by the Japanese forces were no match at all. Unable to engage or pursue effectively, the entire Pingjin region became the dominion of the independent 1st Brigade's Air Force, coming and going at will. Faced with the addition of a superior aircraft to Chu Feng's forces, the Japanese airmen had no countermeasures and were compelled to reinforce the air defense capabilities of various cities and airports. However, anti-aircraft weapons are not readily available. The Japanese had long regarded China as an adversary, and despite having a valiant group of elite warriors, their air force was woefully inadequate. This also rendered the Japanese anti-aircraft capabilities rather mediocre. When confronted with a sudden challenge, they found themselves flustered, resorting to utilizing captured Chinese anti-aircraft weapons, yet these measures provided only a semblance of deterrence and were insufficient to curb the brazen audacity of the LAR-7. Hiss. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Mingqiang, Wang Taiju, and Ji Daiyong's expressions turned grave. The Japanese military had mobilized forces from the homeland, and if their target was indeed the independent 1st Brigade, it would be far from favorable news for them. What are you so tense about? Sensing the seriousness among his comrades, Chu Feng chuckled, dismissively waving his hand, as the saying goes, when the soldiers come, we shall block them. When the water comes, we shall dam it. We find ourselves in enemy territory, surrounded by the Japanese and puppet forces. Such incidents may not occur daily, but they are certainly not rare. Our independent 1st Brigade is not to be trifled with, especially since we've recently established the 4th Infantry Regiment and the 2nd Artillery Regiment. Our troop numbers have increased, and our weaponry and firepower have been significantly enhanced. Counting the local forces, we boast a scale of 50 to 60,000 men. With our firepower, even if the Japanese were to send 100,000 troops, we could certainly hold our ground. Given the Japanese's arrogant nature, it was improbable for them to muster such a large force. In my estimation, should they launch an offensive against us, it would likely consist of at most 2 divisions, or perhaps 1 division paired with a brigade. Chu Feng remained remarkably calm, exhibiting no signs of anxiety or tension as he analyzed the situation for his comrades. Moving forward, I will instruct the air base to keep a keen eye on Tianjin. I had initially intended to wait for the arrival of the 6,000 new and veteran Sichuan soldiers before conducting a full-scale training session. However, given the current circumstances, I am preparing to commence today, with the training set to begin tomorrow. The training will last for 3 months. Even if the Japanese decide to attack during that time, we shall train through combat. At this point, Chu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang, saying, Old Li, send a telegram to the 8th Route Army's headquarters on my behalf, requesting a batch of instructors to be dispatched as soon as. In addition to the new recruits directly under the brigade, each regiment will establish its own new recruit unit, allowing them to train the main forces while also being responsible for new recruit training. Since the intention was to maximize the effects of the temporary super training buff, Chu Feng would certainly not let it go to waste. While the main forces were being trained, the new recruits must also undergo training. With the buff in effect, 2 months of training would equate to 6 or even 8 months of standard training. In other words, if everything goes smoothly, by the end of the 3-month training period, not only would the main forces experience a remarkable transformation, but there would also be several well-trained yet combat-untested new recruit units. These new recruits would serve as fresh blood for his forces, alleviating any concerns regarding personnel when expanding the main forces or forming garrison units in the other 6 counties. Understood, Brigade Commander. The 3 comrades responded in unison, indicating their comprehension. As Chu Feng made the decision to initiate training, the entire independent 1st Brigade became engulfed in a flurry of activity. Originally, Zhao Wusu had planned to return to the rear for purchasing supplies for the brigade, but he chose to send someone else in his stead while he remained to assist. An hour later, Wang Taiju and Li Mingqiang approached him together. Brigade Commander, the 22nd Army Group has replied, stating that the 6,000 Sichuan soldiers will arrive within a week at the latest. They are currently in southeastern Shaanxi and heading north. Wang Taiju reported to Chu Feng with a smile. Excellent. This was indeed good news, and Chu Feng felt elated. Unlike the Sichuan soldiers leaving their province, these were his own troops. For this reason, he communicated with the officials of Shaanxi province to facilitate their transportation. Otherwise, relying solely on foot would take an eternity. The 8th Route Army's headquarters has also confirmed that they will immediately dispatch 120 instructors, arriving in Yuanyuan County in 3 days. Li Mingqiang added, also smiling. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Chu Feng's joy intensified with the addition of the 100 instructors from the system, the 120 from the 8th Route Army, and those from his own forces. There would be no shortage of temporary military school instructors. As Yuanyuan County served as the headquarters for the independent 1st Brigade, many civilians had flocked there recently, ensuring an ample supply of recruits. Additionally, due to the brigade's esteemed reputation, many were eager to enlist. A significant number of newly recruited soldiers, after undergoing a rigorous selection process, were swiftly assigned to various regiments, and the new recruit unit directly under the brigade. An abundant supply of grain and meat began to be transported to the regiments for storage. Moreover, personnel responsible for procuring supplies delved into the surrounding counties, collaborating with locals, particularly in the 8th Route Army's base areas. With their assistance, a substantial quantity of grain and meat was gathered in Yuan County. Each day, it could be said that expenditures flowed like water, with a fortune of over 20 million taels at his disposal. In just a week, 5 million taels had been spent. A quarter of the funds had been directly depleted, causing Chu Feng to wince upon receiving Zhao Wusu's report. "Wusu, do not fret." After feeling the pinch in his pocket, Chu Feng consoled Zhao Wusu, saying, "All of this expenditure is for the purpose of combating the Japanese. The money spent is not squandered but transformed into the combat effectiveness of our forces. Rest assured, I am well aware in due time, we will receive a substantial influx of funds." After reassuring Zhao Wusu, Chu Feng eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Japanese forces. For by defeating the Japanese, he would unlock rewards from the system. Compared to previous encounters, should the Japanese launch an attack this time, it was certain that the scale would be considerable, indicating an unprecedented surge in system rewards. Finally, the 6,000 Sichuan soldiers arrived in Yuan County after traversing thousands of miles. The new recruit units of each regiment were now fully staffed, and the independent 1st Brigade, along with the Yuan County garrison and security battalions from various factories, had transformed into a colossal force of 80,000 soldiers. The various units had adjusted and integrated over this period, with training progressing smoothly, supplies had been adequately distributed, and the stored grain and meat were sufficient to sustain 100,000 men for 2 months. Moreover, this number continued to rise, as substantial purchases of grain and meat were ongoing daily. At midnight on November 24th, while the citizens of Yuan County and the soldiers stationed in the surrounding areas, along with factory workers and their families, were in deep slumber, Chu Feng remained wide awake and spirited. With a determined thought, he entered the system space, gazing at the sole reward in his infantry, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he proclaimed, "System, I wish to activate the temporary super training buff." Chapter 52. A strong alliance, 50,000 Japanese puppet troops on the offensive. Ding dong, the temporary super training buff has been activated, lasting for 60 days. The system's notification was succinct, prompting Chu Feng to involuntarily inhale deeply, exhaling slowly. How exhilarating. If all goes well, in 2 months, the accumulation I have amassed since my crossing will be thoroughly complete, with my forces reaching a significant scale and formidable combat capability. Moreover, the local development has also established a solid foundation. Having completed the preliminary accumulation, now is the time to truly expand and strengthen. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement as he exited the system space, rising to stand before the map. His gaze did not venture southward but instead fixated on the north, Shuyuan Province, Chara Province, Reihei Province, Hebei Province, the bountiful Pingjin region, along with the 3 northeastern provinces. This vast expanse holds immense potential. Chu Feng had never revealed his ambitions before others. At the onset of the all-out war, when the nation was facing repeated defeats and retreats, he had already begun to envision the future. After a while, having calmed his thoughts, Chu Feng nestled into the warm, inviting Kang to sleep, its comforting heat swiftly ushering him into a deep slumber. Not only Chu Feng, but all his subordinates enjoyed an exceptionally restful night. For the officers and technical researchers, a good night's sleep was a luxury, yet on this night, they experienced the bliss of deep rest, awakening the next day feeling remarkably rejuvenated. The system's temporary super training buff had commenced its effectiveness. Yesterday's sleep was truly magnificent. The following morning, at the headquarters of the independent 1st Brigade, Li Mingqiang stretched languidly, engaging in light exercise while smiling at Chu Feng. "It seems our recent business has finally borne fruit, allowing us to breathe easier." Hearing Li Mingqiang's words, Chu Feng smiled in agreement, knowing full well that the source was the system buff. For the next 3 days, Chu Feng remained in Yuan County, attentively listening to the feedback from various units and factories. Brigadier, all regiments report that the training outcomes have been remarkably positive, especially among the new recruits. Many who were previously dull-witted now seem to have had an epiphany. Brigadier, the munitions factory indicates that everyone is sleeping well and eating well. The morning physical training does not hinder work. In fact, it has improved overall health and boosted work efficiency. Brigadier, the field hospital also reports that many wounded have shown considerable recovery, with some severely injured even regaining consciousness and showing signs of improvement. Brigadier, the livestock company's report states that the animals have not experienced a decrease in appetite due to the cold weather. Instead, they are consuming more and gaining weight. The egg production of chickens, ducks, and geese has also increased. Listening to the reports, Zhu Feng expressed satisfaction, however, when he heard the livestock company mention that the chickens, ducks, pigs, geese, cattle, and sheep were voraciously eating and growing rapidly, and even increasing egg production. He could not help but lose composure. Wait a moment, system, did you not say this only applies to humans? Are these animals included as well? This unforeseen development momentarily caught Zhu Feng off guard, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Regardless, the growth of livestock and increased egg production signified an ample supply of meat and eggs, ensuring that protein would not be lacking, a favorable development indeed. Just as Zhu Feng's contingent of people and livestock continued to progress steadily, the North China Front Army headquarters was engaged in a phone conversation between General Turochi Shuishi and General Meijinji Mijiru of the Kwantung Army. Your Excellency, our North China Front Army is fully prepared, comprising 1 division along with 1 brigade, totaling over 32,000 personnel, along with 2 regiments from the Eastern Hebei Security Corps, totaling over 6,000 men, General Turochi Shuishi stated to General Meijinji Mijiru on the other end of the line. Understood, General Turochi. Here on the Kwantung Army's side, in addition to deploying 2 regiments from the 23rd Division, I have also dispatched a tank battalion, an artillery regiment, and an aviation battalion, totaling over 9,000 men. General Turochi was quite satisfied with this response. The North China Front Army was mobilizing 38,000 personnel, while the Kwantung Army was deploying over 14,000, culminating in a formidable force of 52,000 troops. Adding to this were more than 150 aircraft from 3 aviation battalions, leaving both generals pondering how Zhu Feng could possibly prevail against such a formidable military might. Excellent, General Turochi expressed his delight, addressing General Meijinji. We shall jointly deploy 52,000 men to assault Zhu Feng's forces. In my view, that will be more than sufficient. This time, we must completely eradicate Zhu Feng's unit, eliminating this persistent threat to the empire in one fell swoop. Deep down, General Turochi harbored a profound animosity towards Zhu Feng. The sentiment was mirrored on the other end of the line, as General Meijinji Mijiru had also suffered considerable losses at the hands of Zhu Feng. In fact, several of Zhu Feng's victories had come at the expense of the Kwantung Army, leaving General Meijinji humiliated, especially as the Kwantung Army prided itself on being the foremost force of the Imperial Japanese Army. Particularly now, with the Nomonhan incident yet to erupt, the Kwantung Army still held a fate of glory. After finalizing their troop numbers, the 2 commanders did not discuss command matters, as each held their own pride. Consequently, the 14,000 Japanese puppet troops of the Kwantung Army advanced southward along the route towards Yuan County, while the North China Front Army mobilized from Guang County, Yuxian, all the way to Yuan County, with 50,000 Japanese puppet troops splitting into 3 routes to launch their offensive. Thus, this formidable alliance between the Kwantung Army and the North China Front Army had a singular objective: to obliterate Yuan County and annihilate Zhu Feng's forces, thoroughly resolving this persistent threat. The 2 generals also conferred on the timing of their deployment, deciding on December 3rd as their strike date. Unbeknownst to Zhu Feng, the conversation between General Turochi and General Meijinji was unfolding, yet he remained perceptive through the daily reconnaissance conducted by the Lahr 7 fighters, sensing a shift. As November 29th arrived, several thousand Japanese troops stationed in Tianjin began boarding trains, heading westward, some towards Yixian, while others moved towards Zhongbei. Simultaneously, the Lahr 7 fighters detected significant troop movements near Yungang City. Realizing that the Japanese were making their final preparations, Chu Feng promptly dispatched reconnaissance battalions to investigate Yungang, Guang County, Yuxian, Yuan County, and Lingqiu, while also sending LAR-7 fighters to escort B-17 bombers, targeting train stations and areas of substantial Japanese troop concentration. The initial wave of surprise bombings yielded considerable results, and the system rewarded him with 10 additional B-17 bombers, 20 P-47-inch Thunderbolt fighters, and a squadron of intermediate pilots. Chapter 53 Chu Feng declared, "First, sever one of their fingers. The rest shall be crushed." The addition of these aircraft and pilots significantly augmented the strength of the airbase. At this juncture, the airbase boasted 33 LAR-7 fighter planes, 20 P-47 fighters, along with 20 B-17 bombers, and captured enemy aircraft, including 20 PO-2 trainers. Thus, the total number of aircraft at the airbase surpassed 100. Furthermore, they had acquired 200 M260mm mortars, 150 Czech light machine guns, and an impressive arsenal of ammunition comprising 1.5 million rounds, 300,000 grenades, and 50,000 mortar shells. The arrival of this batch of weaponry replenished and strengthened the unit's firepower once more. Concurrently, Chu Feng relayed the movements of the Japanese puppet troops to the 8th Route Army. Upon receiving Chu Feng's intelligence, the 8th Route Army's command was stirred into action. Although the Japanese and puppet forces had designated Chu Feng as their target, one of their 3 armies was advancing from Lingqiu, an area that lay within the jurisdiction of the 8th Route Army's Jinsiachag Military Region's 1st Division. After discussions between the 8th Route Army's command and Chu Feng, Commander Yang Wu of the 1st Division hastily set off for Yuan County. "Commander Yang, congratulations." Chu Feng greeted with a smile upon seeing Commander Yang Wu once again. "Thank you, General Chu." Commander Yang replied with a smile, both men being old acquaintances, thus sparing any formalities. Entering the operational room of the brigade headquarters, Commander Yang Wu addressed Chu Feng. "General Chu, the command has ordered me to follow your lead. This time, our 1st Division will fully cooperate with the independent 1st Brigade's operations." Chu Feng had already conferred with the 8th Route Army's command regarding a joint operation against the Japanese puppet forces. Not only would the 1st Division participate, but several other divisions from the Jinsiachag military region would also contribute troops. Additionally, forces from the 120th Division would be dispatched as well. Commander Yang's arrival was to facilitate coordination of the 8th Route Army's troops under Chu Feng's command. Har har. In response to Yang Wu's words, Chu Feng chuckled. "Indeed, we must extend our gratitude to the 8th Route Army for their unwavering support. The Japanese puppet forces harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. This time, we face not only the Japanese from the North China Army but also those from the Kwantung Army. When we factor in the puppet Mongolian troops and the traitors from Jidong, the total strength of the Japanese puppet forces exceeds 50,000. Their imposing advance poses a significant test for our independent 1st Brigade." Commander Yang Wu, listening to Chu Feng's words, noted the gravity of the situation reflected in his tone, yet he could not discern any concern in Chu Feng's demeanor. This stark contrast left Commander Yang feeling somewhat unsettled. "Wait a moment, Chu Feng, while you speak of such dire consequences, could you at least adopt a more serious expression?" Commander Yang silently grumbled, but he merely expressed his curiosity aloud. "General Chu, the Japanese puppet forces are advancing aggressively, yet you appear entirely unfazed." Har har har. At Yang Wu's inquiry, Chu Feng erupted in laughter, stating, "While their advance is indeed formidable, I am not without concern. However, anxiety serves little purpose, facing them with composure is far more advantageous." As he spoke, a slight smile graced Chu Feng's lips, revealing his inner thoughts. "Moreover, despite the overwhelming might of the Japanese puppet forces, our independent 1st Brigade is not easily intimidated. If they wish to annihilate us, they must first reckon with the resolve of our 40 to 50,000 soldiers. And let us not forget to inquire if our several hundred artillery pieces would consent to such an endeavor." Commander Yang Wu, envious of Chu Feng's audacious declarations, felt a pang of admiration. Despite having engaged in several private dealings with Chu Feng, particularly during the profitable expedition to Dayuan City, the disparity in their military equipment was stark. In terms of artillery alone, the total firepower of the 1st Division paled in comparison to that of a single infantry regiment from the independent 1st Brigade. Comparison is indeed a harsh reality. Without dwelling on this disparity, Commander Yang turned to Chu Feng. General Chu, this time, aside from our 2 regiments from the 1st Division, we have 3 additional regiments from other divisions and 2 regiments from the 120th Division, totaling over 18,000 personnel. The command has indicated that all operations will be under your direction. How do you propose we deploy our forces? Commander Yang Wu stated candidly. The rapport between the 8th Route Army and Chu Feng had flourished over several engagements, fostering a fundamental trust. Thus, they were committed to this collaborative effort. Upon Commander Yang's conclusion, Chu Feng promptly approached the operational map, saying, "The Japanese puppet forces are advancing from 3 directions, one from Yungang City, another from Yu County and Guang County, and the last from your 1st Division's territory. My strategy is to concentrate our superior forces to sever one of their advances, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy while alleviating our manpower dilemma, subsequently encircling and annihilating the remaining 2 forces. To sever one finger is not my ultimate aim. My goal is to crush them entirely." As he spoke, Chu Feng's palm struck the operational map with emphasis. This? Upon hearing Chu Feng's straightforward yet audacious battle plan, Commander Yang Wu was left bewildered and incredulous. "General Chu, is this not somewhat overambitious?" Faced with Chu Feng's audacious decision, Commander Yang swallowed hard, his voice betraying a hint of dryness as he inquired. "Absolutely not." Chu Feng countered, waving his hand dismissively. "We are not being overconfident. Our Chief of Staff, Wang Taiju, has conducted simulations, and the results have been very promising." As he elaborated, Chu Feng presented his reasoning to Commander Yang Wu. "Our independent 1st Brigade can mobilize 4 infantry regiments of 5,000 each, 2 large-caliber artillery regiments, along with the brigade's direct support units, the Yuan County Garrison, and the air base's 100 bombers and fighters. The total number of combat troops approaches 40,000, supplemented by over 8,000 personnel in logistical support. On the 8th Route Army side, there are 18,000 main forces, bringing our combined combat strength to 58,000. This battle is on our home turf, with the airbase ensuring we maintain air superiority, thus we need not concern ourselves with the aerial threats posed by the enemy. Of the 52,000 Japanese puppet troops, once we account for the 10,000 puppet soldiers, the Japanese forces dwindle to just 40,000. In terms of weaponry and equipment, Commander Yang should be well aware that our arsenal surpasses that of the Japanese, and given the home field advantage, we will also benefit from aerial support. When it comes to raw numbers, we are not at a disadvantage against the Japanese puppet forces. The only slight difference is that we have a few more recruits, which can be offset by our firepower. As long as we employ appropriate tactics, why should we not be capable of shattering the 3 fingers of the Japanese puppet forces?" With that, Chu Feng flashed a smile at Commander Yang Wu, inquiring with anticipation. Chapter 54. All set. The 3 routes of Japanese puppet troops launch an invasion. The precise strength of Chu Feng's forces has long been a topic of fervent speculation among the outside world. Even when the 8th Route Army collaborates with Chu Feng in battle, it can only be said that they have some understanding, but not a comprehensive one. For instance, not long ago, they had just captured Taiyuan City, and now, in such a short span of time, Chu Feng's troops have unexpectedly revealed the presence of an artillery regiment and an infantry regiment. The speed of this expansion is simply astounding, especially considering the formidable combat capabilities of these troops. Now, Commander Yang Wu has come to realize the true strength of Chu Feng's forces, and he is utterly astonished. My goodness, over 40,000 combat troops. Accounting for the more than 8,000 logistical support troops, that totals to 50,000. In just a couple of months, transforming from a single regiment to this scale. Commander Yang Wu gazes at the seemingly nonchalant Chu Feng and truly wishes to ask, "General Chu, did your men spring forth from the cracks in the rocks? Where did you procure your weaponry?" However, he understands that such inquiries would be futile, as Chu Feng would not divulge any information, and it might provoke further speculation. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Commander Yang Wu looks at Chu Feng and the others, saying, "To be honest, General Chu, I did not anticipate the rapid growth of the independent 1st Brigade. With the size of this force, you might as well be a corps commander rather than merely a brigade commander." Upon hearing Commander Yang Wu's jest, everyone bursts into laughter, including Chu Feng. Har 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 har. After the laughter subsides, Chu Feng gestures dismissively at Commander Yang Wu, stating, "To me, whether I am a brigade commander or a corps commander, even if I were merely a regiment commander, it would not hinder our fight against the Japanese. I, Chu Feng, am not in this for high ranks or salaries. My intentions are straightforward, to combat the Japanese with every ounce of strength I possess." Yang Wu, having observed Chu Feng closely, has no doubts about his sincerity. It is evident that his sole purpose is to fight the Japanese. If he were seeking a government position, he would be ingratiating himself with Yang Laoku and the national government, yet he seems indifferent towards them, not to mention his clandestine cooperation with the 8th Route Army. Once pleasantries are exchanged, Chu Feng's voice rings out again. Now, returning to Commander Yang Wu's original query regarding the deployment of the 8th Route Army, I have the following thoughts. In choosing to sever one of their fingers, I plan to strike first at the Kwantung Army stationed near Yungang City. Among the 3 armies, this contingent of Japanese puppet troops is the smallest in number. Even if they are equipped with a battalion of armored vehicles, the tiny tanks of the Little Devils do not even require anti-tank rifles to deal with. Our troops, armed with 35mm caliber grenade launchers, can easily handle them. Moreover, we also have a batch of 20mm caliber machine cannons, or 37mm anti-aircraft guns. If it comes to that, the 88mm anti-aircraft guns can be laid flat. They are excellent for both aircraft and tanks, as well as fixed fire points. At this point, Chu Feng refrains from mentioning the jest made by netizens in later years, laying an anti-aircraft gun flat, military tribunal. As he listens to Chu Feng's words, Commander Yang Wu contemplates the image of an 88mm anti-aircraft gun being used against tanks and cannot help but shudder. My heavens, that is utterly brutal. Yet, for some reason, Commander Yang Wu feels a surge of excitement within him. I really want to give it a try. What should I do? Unaware of Commander Yang Wu's thoughts, Chu Feng continues, hence, I intend to mobilize the Reconnaissance Battalion, the Chemical Defense Battalion, the 1st and 2nd Regiments, along with the 2nd Artillery Regiment, to launch a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of the Japanese puppet troops in Yungang City. The 3rd Regiment, 4th Regiment, and the 1st Battalion of the Artillery Regiment, in conjunction with the 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army's 120th Division, will be responsible for the Japanese puppet troops in Guangxian and Weixian. The direct subordinate units of the brigade headquarters, such as the Guard Battalion and Engineering Battalion, will cooperate with the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 1st Artillery Regiment, alongside the remaining 5 regiments of the 8th Route Army to confront the Japanese puppet troops from Lingqiu and Laoyuan. At this point, Chu Feng points to the operational map and declares, since we aim to utterly crush and dismantle these 50,000 Japanese puppet troops, before the annihilation battle commences at Yungang City, the other 2 routes of Japanese puppet troops must be slightly held back. Guangxian and Weixian are relatively close. Once the fighting concludes, our forces will immediately shift their focus here. At that time, I will allocate 2 regiments of the 120th Division to garrison Yungang City and the Shanyin and Yin County directions. As for the Japanese puppet troops from Lingqiu and Laoyuan, it will be Commander Yang Wu's responsibility to employ every possible means to delay their escape route. Once we secure Guangxian and Weixian, we will swiftly advance southward. After outlining the general operational tasks, Chu Feng looks at Commander Yang Wu, stating, at that moment, the Japanese puppet troops will undoubtedly be driven to desperation, attempting to retreat at all costs. Upon hearing this, Commander Yang Wu comprehends Chu Feng's intentions and responds without hesitation, General Chu, rest assured, it will be easy for these Japanese puppet troops to enter, but exceedingly difficult for them to depart. I assure you, I will not allow them to escape from the mountainous regions of northeast Shaanxi. Observing the solemn expression on Commander Yang Wu's face, Chu Feng does not harbor doubts about the combat strength and resolve of the 8th Route Army, nor about the capabilities and determination of Commander Yang Wu and the other commanding officers. If it were the national government and the Jinsui army, Zhu Feng might have concerns, but not with the 8th Route Army. Compassion does not command troops. Zhu Feng understands that such actions will inevitably result in significant casualties, but there are a considerable number of bullets and grenades, 200,000 rounds of various ammunition and 300,000 grenades, along with 10,000 explosive packages. Although the armaments factory is unable to produce firearms, the reloading of ammunition and production of grenades has already commenced. Commander Yang Wu did not expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise awaiting him. With this batch of weapons and ammunition, the firepower of the troops will receive a significant enhancement. What truly astonishes Commander Yang Wu is the supply of bullets and grenades. The term, 3 guns 8th route, is not without reason. The issue of ammunition scarcity has long plagued the 8th Route Army. With this replenishment of weapons and ammunition, Commander Yang Wu feels a greater sense of confidence. He earnestly bows to Zhu Feng, expressing, "General Zhu, thank you immensely. It is I. This batch of ammunition and weapons is not significant. Once the battle concludes, we can discuss the specifics." Zhu Feng's words are somewhat vague, but Commander Yang Wu understands what he means. It undoubtedly pertains to the distribution of captured supplies, which is one of the reasons the 8th Route Army is keen on collaborating with Zhu Feng. Besides their shared objective of combating the Japanese, Zhu Feng is genuinely generous. After their discussions conclude, Commander Yang Wu returns to the command post of the 1st District, taking the weapons and equipment with him. The next day, the relevant troops set out for the 1st District, and the 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army's 120th Division arrive by noon, heading directly towards the eastern mountains of Yuan County to rendezvous with the 3rd and 4th Regiments. The 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, 2nd Artillery Regiment, Reconnaissance Battalion, and Chemical Defense Battalion also mobilized towards the front line of Yungang City, with the Reconnaissance Battalion fanning out to monitor every movement of the Japanese puppet troops in Yungang. Time passes, and before long, it is December 3 road. Early in the morning, the 3 routes of Japanese puppet troops simultaneously mobilize, heading straight for Yuan County. Chapter 55, The Prelude to the Battle for Air Supremacy. Report to the Brigade Commander. A telegram from the 1st District has arrived. The Japanese and puppet troops from Lingqiu County have been fully mobilized and are advancing towards Yuan County along 2 routes. Report to the Brigade Commander. The Reconnaissance Battalion has sent a telegram indicating that the Japanese and puppet forces in Yungang City have already deployed, with a puppet regiment and a squadron of Japanese troops leading the charge. The Japanese and puppet forces from Weixian and Guangxin have also mobilized. They are expected to engage our defensive troops within 3 hours. In the command center of the independent 1st Brigade in Yuan County, a flurry of messages converged upon Zhu Feng. This time, as brigade commander, Zhu Feng remained at the command center alongside Li Mingqiang, while Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong headed towards Yungang City to oversee the 1st and 2nd Regiments. Chief of Staff Wang Taiju was dispatched to the Guangxin and Weixian front to manage the troops stationed there. Have there been any updates from the airbase? Listening to the constant stream of information, Zhu Feng felt no need to issue orders. Everything was already laid out in the pre-established operational plan, which could be entrusted to Commander Yang Wu, Chief of Staff Wang Taiju, and Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong. Noticing the lack of communication from the airbase, Zhu Feng could not suppress his curiosity. The significance of air supremacy need not be elaborated. Whoever holds it gains a definitive advantage in combat. Zhu Feng placed great hope in the airbase and the flying squadron. On one hand, he yearned for a victorious aerial engagement to firmly establish air dominance and safeguard the triumph of this battle. On the other hand, he sought to utilize the pilots as a technical force to gain insight into the advantages conferred by the system's buffs and the effects of auxiliary growth. It is worth noting that he had activated enhancements for all personnel, combatants and non-combatants alike. Their focus, learning capacity, memory, and recovery abilities had all been significantly augmented. Such enhancements inevitably bolstered their combat effectiveness, though the downside was a potential increase in casualties. None. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's inquiry, the operations officer responded promptly. Send a telegram to the airbase, instructing them to report any developments at the earliest opportunity. Chufeng nodded at the response, then took a sip from his cup, his expression remarkably composed. His mindset was stable, there was no need for haste. In small-scale skirmishes, the situation could be grasped from the command center, allowing for timely orders. Now, with combined forces exceeding 100,000, this was tantamount to a major campaign, and troop movements could not be executed lightly. In battle, not only the frontline commanders were engaged, the overall commanders in the rear were also in competition. The true contest lay in patience and strategic resolve, rather than incessantly micromanaging. The flames of war reignited across the land of Jinbei, swiftly capturing the attention of the entire nation, particularly that of the Second War Zone and the national government. Chufeng had kept them in the dark about the situation here. Despite having personnel stationed with him, they were entirely excluded from the loop. Until the battle concluded, he would reveal nothing. Conversely, the 8th Route Army's command center and the rear regions were privy to a continuous stream of updates from the front line. Why hasn't Chufeng reported such a significant development? Elder Yang, now aware of Chufeng's recent tumult in Daoyuan City and the relocation of his munitions factory's equipment, felt a mix of relief and regret. With the resurgence of the Jinbei conflict, he grew anxious. Chufeng was the most formidable fighter in the Second War Zone, now positioned behind enemy lines, and he dreaded the thought of Chufeng being eliminated by the Japanese forces. As long as Chufeng persisted, his own position would be somewhat secure, as the Japanese would be compelled to allocate troops to guard against him. Send another telegram to Chufeng, inquiring about the specific situation, Elder Yang insisted once more. Not only Elder Yang, but the national government shared similar sentiments. While Elder Yang sought to draw fire to himself, the national government feared Chufeng's potential demise at the hands of the Japanese, which would undermine the morale of the entire nation in their resistance efforts. Particularly during this period of relative improvement for the National Alliance, attributed to Chufeng's victories, their concern was heightened. However, in response to telegrams from the national government and the Second War Zone, Chufeng simply discarded them into the wastebasket. I have already engaged in combat. What is there to inquire about? Will asking yield me any support? At the airbase, in contrast to the ground forces engagements which required time, the struggle for air supremacy commenced with the break of dawn, marking aerial combat as the first clash of this grand conflict. Before the Japanese army had mobilized, both sides' aircraft took to the skies. As dawn broke, 3 Japanese flying squadrons launched from their airfield, en route to Yuan County, while the LAR-7 fighters, as always, ascended to conduct reconnaissance and patrol at the first light. The airbase had been on high alert since yesterday. Every aircraft had undergone multiple inspections, fuel tanks were filled, and munitions were loaded. The pilots were well rested and primed for battle. At 8 o'clock in the morning, following the reconnaissance LAR-7 fighters' report of a large-scale Japanese aerial presence, piercing air raid sirens blared across the airbase. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The airbase commander, Gao Yuan, promptly transferred command to Li Tang and personally led the squadron into combat. As the air raid siren sounded, the well-prepared pilots rushed from the duty room, and Gao Yuan swiftly assigned tasks with the assistance of ground crew to board their aircraft. One by one, LAR-7 and P-47 Thunderbolt fighters took to the skies, equipped with radios for coordinated communication and ground-air exchanges. 53 new fighters divided into 3 formations, one headed northeast, another eastward, and the last southwest. Captured Japanese aircraft, due to performance limitations, could not engage alongside the advanced fighters and were instead organized into several formations for aerial patrol above the airbase. Meanwhile, 20 PO, 2 trainers and 20 B-17 bombers remained on standby, awaiting operational orders from the brigade headquarters. An anti-air regiment also dispatched a battalion to bolster the airbase's defenses against any potential Japanese incursions. In the northeastern sector, Gao Yuan led 2 understrength LAR-7 fighter squadrons, comprising 16 aircraft, racing forward. Simultaneously, 2 reconnaissance LAR-7 fighters, upon discovering the Japanese squadrons, transmitted the information back immediately, with 2 daring pilots opting not to retreat, but to confront the enemy head-on. The exceptional capabilities of the La-7 fighters, even 6 or 7 years later, would still surpass global standards, let alone in the present, where they outclassed the Japanese by 2 generations. The Japanese pilots, of course, noticed these 2 advanced aircraft that seemed to mock them. The sight of their foes ignited a fierce animosity, enraged not only by recent humiliations, but also by the memories of past confrontations. The Japanese aviators, confident in their numerical superiority, believed they could triumph through sheer numbers. Thus began a mutual pursuit, as the audacious pilots coordinated their maneuvers, utilizing their superior performance to bewilder the Japanese aviators with a single deft maneuver. Barker, where did the Chinese planes go? How did they end up behind us? Narni. Evade, evade. The Japanese pilots found themselves bewildered. Upon engagement, they were swiftly outmaneuvered. Da. Circumventing the Japanese aircraft, the 2 pilots coordinated their fire, unleashing their onboard cannons, sending 20mm shells flying. Boom. 1 Japanese aircraft, failing to evade in time, was obliterated mid-air. This battle commenced with the thunder of cannon fire, marking the official start of hostilities. Most significantly, this was merely the initial wave of attacks, yielding the first victory and setting a promising tone for the entire campaign. Chapter 56, Chufeng, How Magnificent, Our Huaxia Air Force. The other Japanese pilots who witnessed the spectacle were left in a state of shock. Barker, hurry, the Chinese planes are too formidable. They aimed to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to force the Chinese pilots into making mistakes, while simultaneously preventing being picked off individually. However, the Japanese pilots were evidently overestimating their capabilities. Their planes resembled carts, while the La-7 fighters were akin to sports cars. No matter how many carts there were in the vast open square, they could never obstruct the furious speed of a racing car. Har. 2 pilots, filled with exhilaration, continued their coordinated assault after successfully downing a Japanese plane. Utilizing their maneuverability and speed, they left the Japanese pilots in disarray, as the Japanese squadron, despite its numerical advantage, was utterly helpless against the swift and elusive La-7 fighters. During this time, the 2 pilots relayed their messages back to the airbase via radio. At the airbase, Li Tang, who was stationed there, sat in silence, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked toward the sky. Report to the deputy base commander, we have received intelligence from the front. Our 2 La-7 fighters have engaged the Japanese air squadron and successfully shot down 1 Japanese aircraft. Li Tang, who had been sitting in silence, immediately leaped from his chair upon hearing this news. What? The calm and composed expression on Li Tang's face vanished, replaced by excitement and agitation. They had received the telegram from the brigade headquarters, but due to the lack of developments, the airbase had been unable to convey good news. Now, the first victory of this great battle had finally been reported back, signifying not only that their airbase had outpaced other units but also heralding the imminent escalation of aerial combat. With the pace of the air battle, the outcome, victory or defeat, would be revealed within the hour. Who would gain air supremacy? Li Tang felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Who? He exhaled deeply, quickly walking to the phone, grasping the receiver, determined to convey this good news. With a vigorous shake, he said, "This is Li Tang from the airbase, connect me to the brigade commander." Soon, a voice on the other end responded, "This is Chufeng. Li Tang, what is the situation?" Hearing Chufeng's steady voice, the excited Li Tang couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Report, brigade commander. We have just received news that our air squadron from the airbase has engaged the Japanese Air Force, and we have shot down 1 enemy aircraft." What? At the brigade headquarters, upon hearing Li Tang's voice, Chufeng was initially taken aback, but then a wave of excitement and exhilaration washed over him as he exclaimed, "Excellent! Well done, our exceptional pilots. Li Tang, you and your airbase have performed admirably, leading the charge in this great battle. This is the first victory we have received. You and your squadron have brought us great honor. Inform our pilots to press on and achieve even greater feats. I wait their good news here at the brigade headquarters." At this point, Zhu Feng paused and added, Li Tang, please send me the details of the 2 pilots. After the battle, I want to personally award them for their valor. Understood, Brigade Commander. Li Tang could sense Zhu Feng's excitement and joy, and he promptly agreed before hanging up the phone. As for the concerns weighing on his mind, Li Tang chose not to voice them. He knew the brigade commander was well aware of them too. Old Li Mingqiang, upon hearing the news, approached. Zhu Feng looked at Li Mingqiang and instructed, immediately send a telegram to our troops, sharing this good news with everyone. Our exceptional pilots have set the precedent, now we shall see how they perform next. With that, Zhu Feng couldn't help but smile. Li Mingqiang, equally elated, nodded vigorously, saying, Certainly, Brigade Commander, I will send the telegram right away. Cheers erupted throughout the brigade headquarters. Though only 1 Japanese aircraft had been shot down, it marked their first victory. The news spread swiftly throughout the military, with all personnel celebrating the success of their comrades in the air squadron. Brothers. In the 1st Battalion, 1st Company, the company commander addressed his men, You've all heard the news. The brigade commander has said that we should learn from our Air Force brothers. If we cannot claim the first merit for the entire army, then let us strive for the honor of our regiment and be the first in this battle. Do you have confidence? Upon hearing their commander's words, everyone shouted in unison, Yes, yes. We do. The scene shifted back to the northeastern airspace battlefield, where the 2 pilots were outsmarting the Japanese air squadron while simultaneously taking down another Japanese aircraft when a voice crackled through the radio. Upon hearing the message, one pilot responded with a grin, What's the situation? We're almost there. Commander, our aircraft performance is outstanding, the Japanese can't handle us. Another pilot's voice chimed in, That's right, Commander, hurry up, we've already surrounded the Japanese air squadron. Hee hee. Listening to their excited voices, the commander chuckled. Though he had only brought 2 squadrons, totaling 18 aircraft to confront over 50 Japanese planes, he felt no fear whatsoever. Having dealt with the Japanese numerous times, he was well aware of their pilots' capabilities. They might possess skill, but their aircraft were lacking. All right, hold on a little longer, we'll arrive in about 3 minutes. The commander replied over the radio before issuing orders for the 16 LAR-7 fighters to swiftly head towards the designated airspace while skillfully forming up. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and as the commander arrived with his 16 aircraft, the air battle was on the verge of ignition. Although the Japanese planes outnumbered them 4-1, sheer quantity alone would not guarantee victory. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The commander expertly operated his aircraft, and with the assistance of his wingmen, they rapidly ascended, utilizing the cover of the clouds to execute a maneuver that positioned them behind 2 Japanese planes. In an instant, the roar of cannons erupted, showcasing their overwhelming destructive power compared to the 7mm machine guns of the enemy aircraft. Our firepower is vastly superior. Boom, boom. 2 enemy planes, having absorbed several rounds from our cannons, were swiftly struck in their fuel tanks, erupting into fiery infernos. The sky became a chaotic spectacle. The once pursuing enemy flight squadron, upon the arrival of reinforcements from the plateau, experienced a dramatic turnaround. The enemy aircraft began to flee, their pilots emitting desperate cries. Barker. Why are the planes of the Huaxia superior to ours? Barker, those researchers back home are useless, damn it. The enemy pilots, increasingly engulfed in despair, witnessed their comrades' planes being shot down, and while some attempted to escape, they found themselves futile against the speed of our LAR-7 fighters. Desperation, helplessness, confusion, the enemy pilots acutely felt the disparity in aircraft performance. It was a battle they could neither win nor escape from. It seemed that death was the only option left. They were toyed with, subjected to a one-sided massacre. The confidence of the enemy pilots was shattered, their thoughts shifted from combat to mere survival. Damn it. You cowards, where is your samurai spirit? Come face me in a battle of 300 rounds, don't run. The enemy pilots fled, leaving our forces, led by Gao Yuan, momentarily dumbfounded. Their planes were swift, yet could only pursue one at a time. Even the slowest enemy aircraft managed to evade capture after a few minutes. Reluctantly, Gao Yuan ordered a free pursuit, urging his men to eliminate as many as possible. After several minutes, they regrouped and assessed the outcome of the engagement, prompting a smile from Gao Yuan. Old Li, report our success to the brigade commander. We have downed 36 enemy aircraft from the Kanto army and routed their squadron, with no losses on our side. Through the radio, the news swiftly reached the airbase, igniting a frenzy of jubilation. Subsequently, it was reported to the brigade headquarters, where Chu Feng, rarely losing his composure, paced back and forth with a flushed face, exclaiming in exuberance, "What a glorious day for our Huaxia Air Force, splendidly executed." Har 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 har. Chapter 57, The Triumphs Keep Coming, the Air Force victorious, securing air supremacy. As this confrontation unfolded between the airbase and the Japanese aviation forces from three directions, Chu Feng had yet to receive any notifications from the system. When the good news arrived, he was overwhelmed with excitement and exhilaration, although this was not the first victory for the Air Force, which had previously destroyed an airport and downed 38 aircraft. This occasion was different. This time, it represented a large-scale battle for air supremacy before his engagement with the Japanese. Despite the independent 1st Brigade's air forces being at a significant numerical disadvantage in terms of personnel and equipment, they held an advantage in aircraft quality. Prior to the conflict, Chu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety, even with the addition of a fleet of American P-47 Thunderbolt fighters. Whether they could maintain air supremacy would determine. However, with the transmission of good news from the plateau, Chu Feng's anxious heart was finally at ease. The results indicated that, while they may have been outnumbered, they could rely on the performance of their aircraft to suppress the enemy's air forces. The victory was decisive, with a score of 18-50, resulting in the destruction of 36 enemy aircraft without suffering a single loss. This could be described as a crushing victory. Even though he did not pilot a fighter himself, Chu Feng could still sense the despair of Japanese pilots facing the P-47S.AT that moment. The brigade headquarters erupted with jubilation, and soon the news spread throughout the entire county. The citizens of the county were equally ecstatic. Naturally, the Second War Zone and the national government representatives in the county received this news, eager to gather intelligence but having found no opportunity until now. Listening to the cheers from the county and the reports coming from the independent 1st Brigade's headquarters, they felt both thrilled and elated, quickly relaying the news. Regardless, they could finally provide an explanation to the Second War Zone and the national government. Li Tang, regaining his composure from the ecstatic moment, Chu Feng picked up the phone and connected with the airbase, saying, "First and foremost, on behalf of our brigade, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to our pilots for achieving a magnificent victory. However, the battle has only just begun. It is not yet time for celebration. Inform the plateau that I seek not just a single engagement, but air supremacy in this battle. I wish to see no enemy aircraft in our skies until this battle concludes." At this point, Chu Feng paused before continuing. "Moreover, the ground combat will soon commence, and your tasks at the airbase will become even more demanding. Upon receiving a telegram from the frontline forces, dispatch aircraft immediately for aerial support. When this battle concludes, I shall personally visit the airbase to confer awards and honors. Additionally, I have set my expectations for our pilots. I hope to witness the emergence of a new cadre of ace pilots from our airbase following this battle." On the other end of the line, Li Tang, upon hearing Chu Feng's words, declared loudly, "Brigade Commander, rest assured, I will ensure your orders are communicated effectively." After hanging up, Chu Feng's smile was hard to suppress as he turned to the operational map, surveying the enemy and friendly positions. "Old Li, if I had a 70% assurance of victory before this battle commenced, I now possess complete confidence." Beside him, Li Mingqiang beamed with delight, replying, "Indeed, Brigade Commander, once we truly secure our supremacy, the Japanese will find their tactics rendered ineffective. Without aerial support, the Japanese ground forces can only bully other Chinese troops. Compared to our independent 1st Brigade, they fall woefully short. Li Mingqiang had fully integrated into the independent 1st Brigade, consistently identifying himself as part of the unit. Correct, Chu Feng replied with a smile. The Japanese strategy hinges on airstrikes, artillery bombardments, and infantry assaults. If they fail, they simply repeat the cycle or attempt flanking maneuvers. Now that we have severed their aerial capabilities, the most significant threat from their strategy has been eradicated. With a cold smile, Chu Feng added, "This time, I intend to instill an indelible memory in the Japanese. 50,000 Japanese and puppet troops dare to challenge me, Chu Feng, and the independent 1st Brigade. They have no inkling of who truly wields power." Shortly after the good news from the plateau, additional reports of success arrived from the southwest. A squadron of 9 P-47 Thunderbolt fighters engaged 2 squadrons of 32 Japanese aircraft. Following a fierce aerial dogfight, the familiar scene unfolded once more. The Japanese pilots were outmatched. The disparity in aircraft performance could not be compensated for by pilot skill, particularly as the airbase's pilots were far from novices. After several minutes of combat, 12 enemy aircraft were destroyed, and the remaining Japanese pilots, their morale shattered, scattered in retreat. Following a pursuit, another 10 enemy aircraft were downed, culminating in an astonishing score of 0 losses to 22 victories. The fleeing Japanese aircraft, akin to frightened strays, dared not land at the Mingyang Fortress airfield but fled southward instead. After their victory, the 9 P-47s landed at Mingyang Fortress airfield, which had already suffered misfortune. Not long ago, it had been devastated by a nighttime raid from the 129th Division of the 8th Route Army, resulting in the destruction of over 20 aircraft and significant damage to the airfield. Having undergone repairs, Mingyang Fortress airfield faced further destruction and bombardment within a mere 3 months, with the Japanese forces rotating personnel twice. The situation in the east mirrored that of the southwest, with 20 P-47 Thunderbolt fighters making their debut. As a principal fighter aircraft of the beautiful nation during World War II, it was not only robust and secure but also possessed formidable firepower, equipped with 8 12.7mm machine guns and boasting an impressive 200 horsepower. In encounters with the Japanese Zero, a source of pride for the enemy, it could effortlessly secure victory. One cannot even begin to compare it with the inferior Japanese models such as the Type 96 and Type 95 aircraft. A squadron of 20 P-47 fighters, facing over 70 aircraft of various Japanese types, resembled wolves among a flock of sheep, ruthlessly penetrating their ranks and emerging victorious time and again, leaving the Japanese pilots utterly demoralized. Even when P-47 fighters were struck by enemy aircraft, their formidable armor rendered the 7.7mm machine guns of the Japanese forces akin to mere tickles. Their exceptional endurance allowed them to remain airborne for an astonishing 9 hours. Even in a contest of stamina, the Japanese aircraft proved no match. Over 70 Japanese planes fell victim during a protracted aerial engagement lasting several minutes, with 52 being downed, while the remaining adversaries fled amidst the disarray of their pilots. Numerous Japanese aviators, in a desperate bid for glory, attempted suicidal assaults, yet against the agile P-47s, they found their aspirations dashed, transforming from would-be heroes into mere jesters. Following their triumph in the aerial skirmish, they chose not to pursue the fleeing enemy but instead redirected their flight towards the Pingjin region, unleashing a wave of bombardments on Japanese airfields. Although the Japanese forces hastily redeployed anti-aircraft weaponry, they remained unable to withstand the onslaught of the P-47's. 3 decisive victories culminated in the annihilation of 4/5 of the Japanese aviation squadrons from both the North China Area Army and the Kwantung Army. Except for the airfields in the Rehe region, which narrowly escaped destruction, all others near Yuanyuan were obliterated, firmly establishing air superiority in the hands of the Chu Feng forces. Chapter 58. Chu Feng exclaimed, "What on earth, this system reward is absolutely incredible." As the P-47 fighter aircraft completed its bombing mission and began its return journey, a surge of excitement propelled him into the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a victory in the Air Force, having eliminated 110 Japanese aircraft and 587 enemy troops. You have received the following rewards: 1. 500 napalm bombs. 3,000 units of 200 kilograms aerial bombs. 5,000 units of 100 kilograms aerial bombs, 1 complete production line for the primary trainer 5. 500 complete sets of parts for the LAR-7 fighter. 100 units of the Type 41 75mm mountain gun. 50,000 tons of bird droppings. 1 complete production line for the Type 11 year 70mm howitzer, 5 aerial bomb production lines. 200 military radios, skill, advanced infantry command training card 1 small aircraft assembly plant. $5 million. Listening to the system's announcement and observing the plethora of rewards in his inventory, Jufeng couldn't help but gasp, what on earth? This system reward is absolutely phenomenal. Previously, there was a significant influx of talented individuals from the system, and now, it's a complete explosion of production lines, Jufeng thought, recognizing the immense value of the current rewards. He bypassed the first 3 rewards, whether it was the napalm bombs or the aerial bombs, they were undeniably advantageous, particularly the napalm bombs, which were lauded by all who utilized them. Though typically, Jufeng would have been overjoyed, he now shifted his focus to the other rewards. Complete production line for the primary trainer 5. Upon utilization, the host will gain access to the entire production line for the primary trainer 5, along with 500 associated industrial workers, technicians, and researchers, as well as complete design and production blueprints, with an annual output of 150 primary trainer 5s. Complete production line for the Type 11 year 70mm howitzer. Upon utilization, the host will acquire all design and production blueprints for the Type 11 year 70mm howitzer, alongside a team of 350 technicians and researchers, with an annual output of 1,000 units. Complete parts for the LAR-7 fighter. Upon utilization, the host will receive all parts necessary for constructing 1 LAR-7 fighter. Aerial bomb production line. Upon utilization, the host will obtain a production line capable of manufacturing 100 kilograms aerial bombs, along with accompanying design and production blueprints, and a technical team of 30 personnel. Advanced infantry command training card. Upon utilization, the host will undergo infantry command training within the system space, aiding in the development into a competent divisional and brigade officer. Small aircraft assembly plant. Upon utilization, the host will gain 3 aircraft assembly production lines, along with a team of 200 technicians and workers. Note: the host can specify the aircraft model. As Jufeng absorbed the explanations of the rewards, his eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, the primary trainer 5, the primary trainer 5. With the capability to produce the primary trainer 5, I can officially stake my claim in the aviation industry. Although it is merely a basic trainer, its performance is by no means inferior. With a few modifications, it could even serve as a fighter. Not to mention, there is also a small aircraft assembly plant and 500 complete sets of LAR-7 fighter parts, complemented by the aerial bomb production line. Isn't this a complete aviation industrial chain, encompassing aircraft production, aerial bomb manufacturing, and extending to aviation engines? With production lines established, skilled workers available, and researchers at hand, though each category may not be abundant, it is more than sufficient for my current scale. This marks yet another relatively complete new industrial sector I have acquired, following the petroleum industry, textile industry, and firearms and artillery manufacturing. It effectively fills a void in China's aviation sector. As Jufeng spoke, he became somewhat incoherent, revealing the depth of his excitement. In contrast to merely obtaining advanced weaponry from the system, he yearned to possess the capability to produce these sophisticated armaments. Advanced weaponry will one day exhaust its ammunition and become obsolete. Without production capabilities, the troops would be perpetually reliant on various weapons. However, mastering weapon production signifies the ability to possess standardized weapons and research capabilities, one representing the present, the other symbolizing sustainable development and the future. With uncontainable excitement and anticipation, Chufeng gazed at the rewards in his infantry, not even flinching at the complete production line for the Type 11-year howitzer. As the saying goes in our culture, first, address the issue of existence before pondering quality. Although the Type 11-year 70mm howitzer has a limited range and weighs over 60 kilograms, the armament factory can only produce 60mm mortars in a short span. Despite the Type 11-year 70mm howitzer lacking advantages in weight and range compared to the M260mm mortar, Chufeng understood that the true treasure lay not in merely producing the howitzer itself, but in acquiring the complete production line along with the skilled workers and researchers. This artillery piece, introduced into the Japanese forces in 1922, had long been outdated and would eventually become a weapon for second-line Japanese garrison troops. Yet, Chufeng recognized that with such a complete production line in the hands of our military talents, they could undoubtedly leverage their ingenuity to modify it, greatly increasing the likelihood of replicating the M2082mm mortar. In this way, not only would there be the 60mm battalion support mortar, but also the 82mm regimental support mortar. As his gaze swept excitedly over the rewards, Chufeng turned his attention to the Advanced Infantry Command Training Card, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Goodness, ever since I obtained an Intermediate Infantry Command Training Card at the outset, I haven't acquired any command skills until now. Finally, another one has arrived. As the number of troops continues to grow, the experience and theories gained from the Intermediate Infantry Command Training Card are no longer sufficient to support such a large-scale battle. During this time, I have been learning alongside military school instructors, but when it comes to Advanced Infantry Command, that knowledge cannot be imparted by military academy instructors. It requires further studies at a military university. Chufeng was immensely pleased with this reward, as it would help him compensate for his shortcomings. Although it is only at the divisional and brigade level, it is adequate for the time being. Further advancement will necessitate growth and learning through combat. Without hesitation, Chufeng immediately opted to utilize the reward. Once again, he found himself in the familiar system learning space, immersed in theoretical knowledge and practical combat. After an undetermined period, he completed the systems assessment. Upon returning to the system space, Chufeng exhaled deeply. Phew, truly worthy of Advanced Infantry Command. The previous study focused on tactics, while this time, I delved much deeper into strategy. This session included more strategic learning, as well as joint multi-unit command. Chufeng never doubted the system's capabilities. After his studies, he evolved into an experienced senior commander, proficient not only in infantry command but also in frontline tank command and joint multi-unit operations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chufeng had become one of the most exceptional divisional and brigade commanders in the world, possessing unparalleled command capabilities, extensive theoretical knowledge, and a wealth of combat experience, without exception. Chapter 59, Electrifying the Nation, A Boiling China, The Exploded Little Devils. At this juncture, Chufeng cast a glance at his inventory, his gaze lingering momentarily on the two rewards, bird droppings and $5 million silver. Bird droppings, you see, are a form of premium natural fertilizer. While they may seem inconspicuous and sound rather devalued, their abundance speaks volumes. Take, for instance, the most mundane paper. Once the quantity reaches 100,000 tons, its worth transforms entirely. With this batch of bird droppings as a foundation, coupled with high-yield seeds, if heaven grants us favor and spares us from devastating droughts or floods, next year shall undoubtedly herald a bountiful harvest. The seemingly trivial yet pivotal matter of sustenance will be secured. The $5 million silver arrive most opportunely. Under the recent training buffs, the expenses for the troops and factories have surged immensely, causing this sum may just salvage what remains of his precious locks. Having perused the system rewards, Chufeng hesitated no longer and promptly declared, "System, I wish to withdraw all rewards." Swish! As his words echoed, the rewards in his infantry vanished instantaneously, followed by the familiar chime of the system notification. All materials will arrive in succession within 24 hours. Please prepare for receipt. Subsequently, Chufeng selected a suitable location for the 50,000 tons of bird droppings, feeling a surge of inspiration before exiting the system space. "Commander, a great victory, a tremendous victory." At that moment, the 2 squadrons of P-47s reported back their achievements. Li Mingqiang, having answered a call from the flight base, could hardly contain his excitement as he shouted towards Chufeng. "What?" Chufeng was aware of the news, yet feigned ignorance, later pretending to recall something. "Is there good news from the east as well?" "Indeed, Commander." Li Mingqiang nodded vigorously while still on the phone. "The flight base reports that our pilots have downed over 50 enemy aircraft and destroyed 2 Japanese airfields. The 3 fully prepared squadrons of the enemy have been utterly routed. The little devils currently lack any aerial strength to contend with us. We have completely secured air superiority." Upon hearing this, Chufeng's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Well done, splendidly done. Inform Li Tang to meticulously tally the battle results, yet remain vigilant, ready to provide aerial fire support as needed. Additionally, instruct Li Tang to inform all pilots that once the battle concludes, I shall personally visit the flight base to celebrate their achievements." After ending the call with the flight base, Li Mingqiang approached, observing the beaming countenance of Chufeng, and inquired, "Commander, shall we promptly disseminate this good news?" "Indeed." Upon hearing Li Mingqiang's suggestion, Chufeng nodded emphatically. "This is imperative. On one hand, with the enemy forces pressing upon us, we have not revealed any information, leaving the populace deeply concerned. Thus, broadcasting this good news is essential to alleviate their worries. Furthermore, in that case, we need not fear their retreat." At this point, Chufeng scoffed, stating, had this been a victory for those first-rate military powers of the world, they would swiftly cease hostilities, acknowledging their mistakes and offering reparations. However, in the face of us, they will never concede defeat. They are resolute in their obstinacy, unwilling to retreat without a bloody confrontation, which conveniently plays into our hands. Turning to Li Mingqiang, Chufeng commanded, "Old Li, you shall oversee this matter." Upon hearing Chufeng's directive, Li Mingqiang nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Yes, Commander." After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Commander, shall we report to the Second War Zone and the national government?" "No need." Without hesitation, Chufeng waved his hand dismissively. "Inform the national government and the Second War Zone after all combat has concluded. At present, I have no desire to engage with them. Let them stew in their anxiety for a while. It will serve as a reminder that our allegiance to the national government and the Second War Zone is not born of necessity, but rather for the sake of the resistance." Clearly, Chufeng was not particularly pleased with the stern communications he had been receiving from the Second War Zone and the national government. "Understood, Commander." Li Mingqiang nodded slightly and proceeded to handle the matter. Swiftly, following the transmission of the good news, all individuals, organizations, and groups equipped with radio stations received the telegram from the independent 1st Brigade. Initially apprehensive, the citizens of the nation were taken aback by the news, only to erupt in joy, their hearts finally at ease. The message rapidly spread across the land, accompanied by jubilant cheers, plunging China into a sea of elation. What is this independent 1st Brigade up to? Why are they ignoring the inquiries from the national government? Simultaneously, the national government, infuriated by the telegram, resonated with angry voices throughout the room. Yet, no one dared to speak up. The room was filled only with the echoes of the national government's wrathful vitriol and discontented denunciations. What does Chufeng intend to do? Does he aspire to become a warlord? Is he aiming to be the second king of Shaanxi? Has he forgotten that it was the national government that granted him his current status? Listening to these shameless remarks, the loyalists of the national government felt a twinge of discomfort, while those from regional forces merely scoffed in disdain. "How dare you? UV provided a mere pittance of funds and fewer than 2 regiments' worth of equipment. Had we truly relied on your national government, the independent 1st Brigade would have long since been annihilated by the little devils. Of course, such grievances remained unspoken, confined to their thoughts. After their internal complaints, they could not help but raise their thumbs in silent admiration for Chu Feng, independent 1st Brigade, remarkable, truly remarkable. Following their anger, the national government could only grit their teeth in reluctant acceptance. They understood that Chu Feng was expressing his dissatisfaction and signaling that they should not meddle too much. They were not worthy of such interference. Immediately convene a press conference to publicly announce this good news, so that the members of the League of Nations may take note. We shall discuss them once the battle concludes. The Second War Zone, on the other hand, maintained a more composed demeanor. Yang Laoku had never considered Chu Feng one of their own. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, and thus there was no ill will. They promptly sent congratulatory telegrams to Chu Feng. Not only Yang Laoku, but other war zones, groups, and organizations followed suit. For instance, the 8th Route Army's General Command sent their congratulations without delay. The common folk of China rejoiced, no longer anxious about Chu Feng and the independent 1st Brigade. Before the victory, they had been intimidated by the formidable might of the Little Devils, but with this success, relief washed over them. Naturally, the Little Devils also received the telegram from Chu Feng. General Torochi, having been forewarned of the destruction of his 2 squadrons, struggled to maintain his composure. However, upon receiving Chu Feng's telegram and inquiries from his colleagues, he found it challenging to contain his emotions. When the domestic military command dispatched a stern query and the naval forces inquired if assistance was needed, the sarcastic tone of the telegram utterly infuriated Torochi. Barker Yuru. These naval scoundrels, even if I exhaust my forces, I shall never seek their aid, absolutely not. Barker Yuru. Chapter 60, the B-17 bombers take flight, a cannonade that bewilders the Kwantung Army. General Torochi Ichi stood there, cursing for quite some time, his words devoid of repetition, showcasing the literary prowess that lay behind him, a stark contrast to the uneducated Tojo Hideki, who possessed not even a speck of literary flair. Just as Chu Feng had speculated about the Japanese, once the tirade subsided, General Torochi adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "Send a telegram to the domestic military headquarters, stating that this is merely a minor setback. Even without our support, the valiant Imperial Japanese Army can still eradicate Chu Feng." As for the Navy's telegram, General Torochi casually discarded it into the wastebasket, showing no interest in responding. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Kwantung Army, General Maeda Michije maintained a relatively calm demeanor compared to General Torochi's fury, as he had only lost a single flying squadron. These were outdated models, and their loss could easily be justified to request new aircraft from the homeland. Simultaneously, General Maeda received reports from the returning aviators, revealing that the Chinese had equipped themselves with an extraordinarily advanced aircraft, surpassing that of the Empire. To minimize the impact of this revelation and to better distribute the blame, he telephoned General Torochi, the contents of their conversation remaining a mystery. However, it was evident that post-call, both men began to operate discreetly. The 2 old Japanese generals planned to drag the military-industrial sector, particularly the aircraft manufacturing plants and design institutes, into the quagmire, sharing the blame collectively. On the side of Yungang City, the 1st and 2nd Regiments, the Reconnaissance Battalion, and the 2nd Artillery Regiment, under the leadership of Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong, stood at the ready. The brigade headquarters had already announced the achievements of the airbase to the entire army. Everyone was invigorated by this victory, their spirits soaring, now with eyes ablaze. Report to Deputy Brigade Commander Ji, the Japanese and puppet troops have reached Mazopu. just 10 kilometers from our position. The Japanese and puppet troops are advancing swiftly, expected to arrive at our position before noon today. At this moment, the reconnaissance battalion also relayed the real-time movements of the Japanese and puppet forces. Good. Upon receiving the intelligence from the reconnaissance battalion, Ji Daeong nodded with a smile. The airbase has brought glory to our entire brigade by decisively defeating 3 enemy flying squadrons. As the main force of the brigade, we must not tarnish our reputation. With this, Ji Daeong addressed the commanders of the 1st and 2nd regiments, as well as the 2nd Artillery Regiment. When the Japanese and puppet troops arrive, our artillery battalions and the 2nd Artillery Regiment will open fire first, delivering a powerful shock of firepower from our independent 1st Brigade. At that time, the flying squadron will also come to cooperate, striving to suppress the enemy's arrogance with our initial barrage. Continuing, Ji Daeong turned to Regiment Commander Liu Yian, along with the commander of the 88mm anti-aircraft battery who had been reassigned by Chu Feng, and stated, "Yian, your regiment, the reconnaissance battalion, and the 3rd Battalion of the anti-aircraft regiment must block the northern escape route of the Japanese and puppet troops. Simultaneously, provide cover for the 88 anti-aircraft battery, ensuring that as soon as the battle commences, we eliminate that convoy of Japanese armored vehicles." Upon hearing Ji Daeong's orders, Regiment Commander Liu Yian confidently patted his chest, exclaiming, "Old Commander, rest assured, I've already spoken with Darniu, and we will not allow a single Japanese or puppet soldier to escape." Indeed. Ji Daeong felt reassured by Liu Yian, knowing he was the captain of the elite Soviet-equipped regiment and one of his trusted subordinates, fully aware of his capabilities, though his tongue tended to stir trouble. As time passed, approaching 11:30 in the morning, with the complete withdrawal of the reconnaissance battalion, the Kwantung Army and the puppet Mongolian forces could finally be seen on the horizon. Damn it, they've finally arrived. Regiment Commander Liu Yian could not help but curse from his position. Simultaneously, the independent 1st Brigade's positions were filled with the sounds of rifles being chambered. Behind the lines, the 2 artillery battalions and the 2nd Artillery Regiment were also bustling about, meticulously preparing shells, awaiting the command to attack. In the makeshift forward command post, Ji Daeong lowered his binoculars and declared, "Send a telegram to the airbase, informing them that the fish have appeared, they can come and bomb." Upon receiving the telegram, Li Tang's voice resonated through the loudspeakers. In an instant, the 7B-17 bombers, each laden with 8 tons of explosives, took to the skies from the runway. As the 7 bombers completed their ascent, they flew in formation towards Yungang City without the need for fighter escort. At that moment, the Japanese and puppet troops also recognized the independent 1st Brigade state of readiness. Yoshi. Observing the Chinese preparing for a positional battle, the leading General Fujiwara could not contain his delight, stating, "These Chinese never learn. Every time they engage in a positional battle with the Empire, they are no match for us. Order all units to prepare for battle, and simultaneously, the armored convoy is to advance. In half an hour, the artillery battalion will fire first, with the armored convoy and the 1st Battalion attacking in unison." General Fujiwara appeared to have done his homework. However, he overlooked the fact that the independent 1st Brigade was no ordinary Chinese force. Indeed, the movements of the Japanese and puppet troops were keenly observed, with 2 artillery battalions, the 2nd Artillery Regiment, and the hidden 88 anti-aircraft guns all aimed at the advancing enemy. Bang! Bang bang! With 3 signal flares shooting into the sky, the battle erupted in an instant, catching the Japanese and puppet troops off guard. Absent were the familiar sounds of machine gun fire and rifle shots, replaced instead by the commanding voices from the artillery positions. "Attention all guns, 5 rapid shots, fire. Attention all guns, prepare, fire. Hit them hard, strike fiercely." In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous roars filled the air as shells soared towards the ranks of the Japanese and puppet troops. As the main artillery force, the 2nd Artillery Regiment unleashed a barrage of 48 12-barreled 107mm rocket launchers, each rocket screeching as it was released, filling the air with smoke and dust. In a mere span of seconds, 576 107mm rockets descended upon the Japanese and puppet forces. As they prepared for battle, the Japanese and puppet troops were bewildered by the unfamiliar sounds echoing from above. The next moment, rockets rained down from the sky, falling like rain upon the ranks of the Japanese and puppet troops. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Flashes of fire erupted continuously among the ranks of the Japanese and puppet forces, followed closely by the artillery shells from other guns. For the first time, the Japanese and puppet troops encountered an onslaught of rockets, particularly in the span of mere seconds, with 500 to 600 rockets raining down, all of a substantial 107mm caliber. It was only then that the Japanese and puppet troops realized this was indeed the Chinese artillery fire. The Chinese possessed such an extensive array of artillery, the puppet Mongolian forces were left in a state of shock. The Japanese Kwantung Army was equally bewildered. Chapter 61, Artillery deployed, the Japanese, doubting tank, what grievance is this? Enemy attack. Artillery fire, quickly take cover. My goodness, the independent 1st Brigade, do we possess this many artillery pieces? Run for it, how can there be so many shells? Weren't we told there weren't many guns? The Japanese puppet troops were thrown into disarray, some crouching to evade, others dashing about, while some were flung into the sky, disintegrating in midair. The Japanese puppet soldiers cried out in anguish, their faces etched with terror and panic. This display of might truly intimidated them. Barker. Impossible, impossible. How can the Chinese forces wield such formidable firepower? Are there 5 or 6 heavy artillery regiments? Initially brimming with confidence, General Fujiwara was left dumbfounded by the rain of shells falling around him. Surrounding soldiers piled onto him, suffocating him slightly, yet failing to bring him back to his senses, as he muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. However, following a barrage from the 2nd Artillery Regiment, as the gunners busied themselves loading rockets in preparation for the next strike, the density of artillery fire diminished by half with the absence of the 2nd Artillery Regiment's contribution. The battered and blooded Japanese puppet troops finally caught a moment's respite, yet, it was merely a brief pause. The combined artillery from various regiments continued to rain down relentlessly, with hundreds of shells falling every minute. Prior to the commencement of this battle, buoyed by ample ammunition reserves, Zhu Feng had issued a command to bombard with utmost ferocity, the saying that would echo through history: when impoverished, employ tactical maneuvers. When affluent, unleash overwhelming firepower. With the support of a system and a substantial stockpile of shells, Zhu Feng aimed to secure greater rewards from the system, effectively clearing out his infantry in advance. Officers from various regiments and battalions crouched in their trenches, watching their artillery brothers sweat profusely as they shouted commands. What a thrill! Now this is artillery fire. The little devils never anticipated this day. They usually bomb us, but now it's their turn to be obliterated. Indeed, witnessing the little devils dance amidst our shells feels as refreshing as drinking ice water in the sweltering heat. This rare and grand spectacle left the Japanese puppet troops utterly exhilarated, while some even began to tally the destruction. Alas, this bomb lacked power, it only claimed 3 little devils, while the last one took out over a dozen. No, you must be mistaken, I distinctly saw 4. Impossible, I saw exactly 3. 4, it was definitely 4. You overlooked one that was vaporized. What about the 2nd Artillery Regiment? After one barrage, they've gone silent. That's unacceptable. If you say that in front of the 2nd Artillery Regiment, you might find yourself crawling back. As the saying goes, those who enjoy watching the show are often the least bothered. The Japanese puppet troops, positioned at a distance, were shielded from the heavy machine guns and bullets. Even the 60mm mortars and Type 92 infantry guns, however, emboldened by their comrades' jubilant firing, some could no longer contain themselves. Damn it! In the forward command post, Lieutenant Ji Daong, peering through binoculars at the Japanese puppet troops, suddenly noticed a number of figures stealthily approaching the front lines. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were lugging 60mm guns and dragging Type 92 infantry guns, quietly making their way forward. Clearly, they intended to join the fray while the Japanese puppet troops were still reeling from the bombardment. Call the forward position and tell those rascals to proceed with caution. We cannot afford for the little devils to retaliate and catch us off guard. Lieutenant G merely chuckled in mock reprimand, confident in his own artillery, knowing reinforcements from the airbase were imminent. By then, the Japanese puppet troops would be left praying for mercy rather than mounting a counterattack. Thinking of the aircraft, G quickly added, "Inform them not to get too close, our planes will be arriving shortly, and we must avoid friendly fire. Just fire a couple of shells." "Understood, Deputy Brigade Commander G." The operations officer responded, seizing the phone to relay the orders to the forward position. Soon, the Japanese puppet troops realized the density of artillery fire had increased once again. This was not due to the 2nd Artillery Regiment being prepared, but rather the artillery from various battalions joining the fray. However, they merely indulged for a brief moment, firing a dozen or so shells before stealthily retreating as the second wave of rockets from the 2nd Artillery Regiment approached. Meanwhile, General Fujiwara, rescued from the melee by his devoted troops, crawled out from the chaos, taking cover behind a large rock, surrounded by soldiers protecting him. "General, we must counterattack." "We cannot remain passive." The bombardment was dense but not all-encompassing. Although numerous Japanese puppet troops had perished in the initial chaos, they had regained a degree of composure. A throng of Japanese puppet officers, including several mates. "We cannot remain under bombardment indefinitely. Once the enemy's fire diminishes, your tanks must become our battering ram. Our ability to reclaim the initiative relies on your battalion's performance." In response to General Fujiwara's words, Lieutenant Koizumi of the Tank Battalion confidently replied, "Rest assured, General. Our tank battalion will not disappoint you." While the Japanese puppet troops deliberated on their counterattack, they were unaware that a battery of 10 88mm anti-aircraft guns was being positioned. Reconnaissance Company Commander Lee Darnew and the Deputy Commander of the 1st Regiment, Wang Darhu, stood together, surveying the formidable 88mm anti-aircraft guns. "These things, wow." Lee Darnew couldn't help but exclaim, "If it were a tank from the Bear Country or the Beautiful Country, I reckon we could withstand it, but against the little devil's doubting tanks, I fear a single shot would obliterate both the tank and its crew." "About right." Wang Darhu chuckled at Lee Darnew's vivid description. To call the little devil's doubting tank a tank is the highest praise one could bestow. If it weren't for Deputy Brigade Commander G's orders, we wouldn't even need to deploy these 88s. Our standard issue Type 11 howitzer would suffice. The commander of the anti-aircraft battery, who had been busy directing operations, chimed in, "Gentlemen, we've finally been assigned a combat mission. We can't let the infantry brothers have all the fun while we merely watch." Har har har. Hearing the young commander's protest, both Lee Darnew and Wang Darhu burst into laughter. Soon, with a command from the anti-aircraft battery commander, the 10 88mm guns, under the guidance of the officers and soldiers, aimed at the Japanese tanks on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, 88mm shells were unleashed, and the next moment, boom. 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 Instantly, 10 Japanese tanks erupted in dazzling flames, just as Lee Darnew had predicted. A single shot obliterated both tank and crew. The little devil's doubting tank. What grievance is this? Barker, this is too much. How can my 12mm armoured vehicle withstand an 88mm shell? Agayaru. Chapter 62, Colonel Koizumi, Overwhelmed by the bombardment, the artillery retreats, bombers approach, caught off guard by an unexpected barrage. Colonel Koizumi of the Japanese Armored Division was left bewildered. Wait, do the Chinese possess anti-tank weaponry? But the power of this weapon seems excessively formidable. Could it be the Chinese artillery? What a coincidence. Just as Colonel Koizumi began to question his existence, shells were once again loaded into the cannons, targeting the remaining Japanese tanks. Of course, the Japanese Armored Division was not merely comprised of the Type 94 light tanks, it also included the antiquated Type 89 medium tanks. However, one ought not to be deceived by the nomenclature of these vehicles. Whether they be light or medium tanks, by international standards, they should be categorized a tier lower. Moreover, even if a truly world-class medium tank were to arrive, it would still succumb to the might of the 88mm anti-aircraft gun, which was originally developed not for combating tanks, but for engaging aircraft. Yet, as later battles would reveal, employing it horizontally against tanks proved to be rather effective. The advantages are self-evident, but the drawbacks are equally apparent. The risk of court-martial is considerable. Boom. Boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. One by one, the Japanese tanks were singled out, with merely over 20 vehicles in total. Within a short span, 2/3 were rendered incapacitated. Barker. Barker Yuru. Kyudo Mar Dai. As he witnessed his beloved tanks being obliterated, transforming into fiery wreckage and debris, Colonel Koizumi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In his frantic state, he resorted to shouting futile exclamations. The Japanese tank crew, realizing the futility of escape, attempted to flee, but was it of any use? Ultimately, when the last tank was destroyed, a single battalion was annihilated by 10 88mm anti-aircraft guns. In despair, Colonel Koizumi knelt on the ground, crying out, "Our Amaterasu, the sun goddess. Will you forsake your faithful servant? My armored division, having done nothing, arrived all the way from Reihei province, and now, without firing a single shot, it is lost. Barker, I refuse to accept this." Having witnessed the demise of his forces, just moments ago he was the proud commander of the armored division. Now, he remained in that position but as a commander devoid of tanks, reduced to a mere figurehead. In that instant, Colonel Koizumi wept, his aspirations for glory shattered the moment the last tank was destroyed. General Fujiwara was equally taken aback, the other veterans were also left in disbelief. How could it be that the independent 1st Brigade had access to such an array of weaponry? Anti-aircraft weapons, numerous artillery pieces, and now even anti-tank guns. In General Fujiwara's original plan, this armored division was anticipated to play a pivotal role. Now, it had been utterly decimated. Unbelievable, he could scarcely fathom this reality, nor could the other veterans. Boom. Boom, boom. Following the elimination of the Japanese armored division, the anti-aircraft crew was in high spirits, eagerly reloading their shells. With no tanks left, the Japanese had artillery, didn't they? They had vehicles, didn't they? Hey, hey, hey. Observing this scene, Li Darniu and Wang Darhu could no longer remain passive and rushed to restrain the exuberant anti-aircraft gunners. This is outrageous. A moment's inattention, and 3 rounds of ammunition were fired. Hitting vehicles or artillery is one matter, but striking a crowd of people is entirely unacceptable. Rest, rest, your mission has been accomplished. Wang Darhu urged the anti-aircraft crew, there is no need to waste precious ammunition on the Japanese puppet forces. Next time there are tanks, we will need you again. Upon hearing Wang Darhu's words, the anti-aircraft crew's faces reflected a sense of unfulfilled excitement. Ever since the Air Force had grown increasingly formidable, this time having eliminated 3 Japanese aviation battalions, their anti-aircraft regiment had become somewhat superfluous. Their time was spent solely on training, with no real combat engagements. They had finally seized an opportunity. Even if it wasn't against aircraft, it was still a thrill for everyone involved. At this moment, the 3rd wave of rockets from the artillery regiment once again descended, and this bombardment had persisted for a full 20 minutes since the first shell had fallen. Continued artillery fire was unsustainable. On one hand, the cannons could not withstand it, and on the other, the gunners could not endure the strain. This grand-scale bombardment was nearing its conclusion, with the density of falling shells visibly diminishing. Just then, the sound of aircraft engines filled the sky. The old soldiers, gathered together contemplating their next course of action, could not help but look up. They had received news of the aviation unit's defeat, and now the only conceivable reason for the appearance of aircraft was the arrival of the independent 1st Brigade's planes. In an instant, the expressions of the old soldiers turned grim. They could palpably sense the reduction in artillery density from the independent 1st Brigade, indicating that the bombardment was on the verge of concluding. Yet, to their dismay, before they could rejoice, more planes appeared. Barker. Frustrated and enraged, General Fujiwara could not help but exclaim, "Those bastards in the Air Force, how could they be defeated by the Chinese Air Force? A bunch of worthless fools, they should all be sent to military court. No, it would be too lenient, they should commit seppuku to apologize to His Majesty the Emperor." The other veterans nodded in agreement with General Fujiwara's tirade, expressing their approval of the suggestion. Order the troops to prepare for air raids, especially the artillery units. Ensure they are ready to evacuate and conceal themselves. At the same time, instruct all divisions to organize defensive measures against air attacks. Barker Yuru. With the independent 1st Brigade's air force approaching, General Fujiwara found himself with little choice but to evade and execute limited counterattacks. As the saying goes, a command from above sends the subordinates running. Just moments prior, they had received orders to engage the artillery of the independent 1st Brigade in counterfire. The Japanese gunners had painstakingly set up their positions, laboring diligently in preparation. Now, they were met with the order to conceal and retreat, leaving the exhausted Japanese gunners in a state of utter disarray. Barker. Each Japanese artilleryman muttered the most contemptible curses, their tongues wagging like dogs as they began to pack up. There was no choice, the planes were coming, and without anti-aircraft protection, they were mere targets, but it was evident that at this juncture, it was too late to hide or withdraw. Soon, a squadron of 7 B-17 bombers appeared on the horizon. As the B-17s began to form their attacking formation, 10 fighter planes joined the fray. This time, accompanying the B-17s were P-47 fighters. Compared to the LAR-7 fighters, the P-47 possessed the advantage of being the most heavily armed fighter, equipped with the largest ammunition capacity and the greatest number of machine guns. A P-47 fighter aircraft has the capacity to carry a maximum of 1 tons of aerial bombs, thus, 10 such aircraft can collectively transport 11 tons of munitions. Each B-17 bomber is capable of loading 8 tons of bombs, so 7 of these formidable aircraft can deliver a staggering 56 tons, bringing the total to an impressive 67 tons of explosives. Moreover, this figure pertains only to a single sortie. It is inconceivable for the Air Force to deploy merely one wave during a combat operation. In terms of operational readiness, the remaining B-17 bombers and fighter planes are already in preparation. Chapter 63, The Collapse of the Enemy. Do not bomb us any further, I beseech you, launch your assault, I surrender. Of course, it was impossible for all forces to support the battle at Yungan. The other two fronts would also provide assistance, however, with each sortie delivering 6 to 7 tons of bombs. 3 sorties amounted to nearly 200 tons. This time, Chufeng flawlessly embodied the principle that wealth entails overwhelming firepower, as his acute fear of insufficient firepower was vividly manifested. The Japanese puppet troops were unaware of this situation. They were still anxiously preparing for a counterattack, completely oblivious to the aerial bombardment that awaited them. All crews, descend to the predetermined altitude. The voice of the squadron leader echoed through the skies, and the bombers began their descent. At this moment, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of anti-aircraft weaponry, there was no necessity to bomb from over 7,000 meters. Simultaneously, the weather was splendid, with no strong winds and excellent visibility. 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters. As they descended to 600 meters, the enemy's heavy machine guns opened fire. However, before the gunners of the B-17 bombers could react, some snipers on the ground, wielding rifles or 35mm grenade launchers, sported sly smiles. Bang! Bang bang! Boom boom boom! Amidst the explosion of shells and the roar of aircraft engines, the sound of gunfire and grenades was utterly drowned out. Puff! The assistant gunner, who had been supplying ammunition to a heavy machine gun, suddenly heard a sound akin to a watermelon bursting beside his ear. He then felt a spray of liquid on his face, along with numerous fragments flying past. What? The abrupt change left him momentarily stunned. In that daze, he caught sight of a familiar eye in a fragment, looking back at him in utter confusion. This eye, it resembles that of Murakara-Koen from the village. Just as this thought crossed the mind of the enemy's assistant gunner, he sensed the gunfire had ceased. Instinctively, he turned to the side and discovered that his main gunner, Murakara-Koen, had lost his head, leaving only a neck gushing with blood. Barker. R. This sudden, headless sight terrified the enemy's assistant gunner to the core. He instinctively cursed and began to scream in panic. Boom. Yet, before he could scream for a few seconds, the enemy assistant gunner too became a headless, gushing horror. Indeed, these two enemies met their demise at the muzzle of a 35mm grenade launcher. This was merely a commonplace scene on the battlefield. Simultaneously, numerous similar occurrences unfolded. Those grenade launcher fellows are quite repulsive. The snipers of the independent 1st Brigade, armed with rifles, could not help but mutter enviously. Due to the limited number of grenade launchers, aspiring to be a sniper wielding one required not only precision but also considerable physical strength, otherwise, the recoil would be too great. After expressing their envy, one sniper locked onto an enemy machine gunner within his sights. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the enemy machine gunner toppled into a pool of blood. Fourth one. The sniper muttered, simultaneously marking a tally on a nearby stick with his fingernail. The disruption caused by the snipers and grenade launchers left the enemy forces, already outnumbered, unable to effectively deploy the makeshift anti-aircraft defenses constructed from light and heavy machine guns before the gunners were neutralized. The B-17 bombers, now at an altitude of 500 meters, faced no pressure whatsoever. Meanwhile, the bombardiers seized the moment to commence their bombing operations. Bombs away! Canisters of napalm cascaded down as the B-17 bombers soared over the enemy positions. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The napalm, accompanied by a piercing whistle, descended, and upon contact with the ground, a violent flash of fire erupted, unleashing torrents of burning liquid. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. With each thunderous explosion, flames surged skyward, engulfing hundreds of meters around in an instant. Fire, a towering inferno, the flames roiled and raged uncontrollably. The enemy troops braced themselves for the aerial bombardment, yet they had not anticipated that the bombs dropped by the Chinese were not conventional explosives, but rather an unknown incendiary. All those engulfed in flames emitted horrific shrieks as they writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the fire upon them, only for the flames to intensify with their struggles. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to escape the clutches of this peculiar fuel found themselves akin to fish stranded on land, gasping for breath as the fierce blaze rapidly depleted the surrounding oxygen. The searing heat of thousands of degrees caused them to clutch their throats in desperation. They yearned for oxygen, but as they opened their mouths, they were met with scorching gusts that seared their faces and throats, ultimately leading to a fate of suffocation and roasting. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom. 7 B-17 bombers attacked in succession, continuously raining down standard large-caliber aerial bombs and napalm on the enemy ranks. The raging inferno and violent explosions claimed numerous enemy lives with each resounding detonation. Once the 7 B-17 bombers had expended all their munitions and began to circle in the sky, 10 P-47 fighter jets took to the stage point one by one. Aerial bombs fell, with the 10 P-47s delivering a total of 11 tons of ordnance. While this might sound substantial, a closer calculation revealed it to be merely 55 bombs, each weighing 200 kilograms. After the 10 P-47 fighter jets completed their bombing run, they did not return. Instead, they launched another assault on the enemy troops below. Indeed, the bombs may have been expended, but their machine gun ammunition remained plentiful. Taking the B-17 bomber as an example, a single bomber is equipped with 13 machine guns. Excluding the 2 anti-aircraft machine guns mounted on the rear of the aircraft, this leaves a total of 11. Thus, with 7 aircraft, there would be a total of 77. 50 caliber machine guns. The P-47 Thunderbolt, a formidable aircraft, is equipped with 6 12. 7mm heavy machine guns, resulting in a total of 60 guns for 10 planes, which sums up to an impressive 137 heavy machine guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. Pew pew pew. Rat-a-tat-tat. The remnants of the Japanese puppet army, still reeling from the recent bombardment, found themselves once again besieged by the fearsome aircraft of Washier, leading them to utter desperate cries. Barker! Barker Yuru! I want to go home. Please stop, please don't bomb us, I surrender. In that moment, the Japanese puppet troops, having just endured a round of aerial bombardment, were utterly shattered by the terrifying payload of the aircraft and the napalm bombs. Many of the young soldiers, overwhelmed with despair, shouted towards the position of the independent 1st Brigade, "Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not bomb us anymore. We surrender, I truly cannot take it any longer." Chapter 64, the final assault commences. The despairing Major General Fujiwara sent a farewell telegram to General Meijinshi. Hiss. Oh my God. The Air Force brothers are truly ruthless. Fortunately, they are our people. I can hardly imagine the situation if this were to happen to us. The commanders and fighters of the independent 1st Brigade, who witnessed the entire scene, were left in awe by the devastating impact of the Air Force bombardment, their mouths agape for an extended period. Likewise, at this moment, Ji Daong was equally astonished. He could not help but mutter, "No wonder the brigade commander would go to such lengths to develop the Air Force, this is simply brutal." For the first time, witnessing the terrifying lethality of bombers, Ji Daong felt profound admiration for his brigade commander. This was merely 17 aircraft. Had 20 B-17 bombers descended upon them, the resulting devastation would undoubtedly be even more staggering. Indeed, Deputy Brigade Commander G. A staff officer from the brigade headquarters, unable to contain himself, remarked, "While we did factor in the destructive capability of the aircraft when formulating our operational plans, I now realize we may have been somewhat conservative. However, this experience has certainly opened our eyes. We have truly grasped the formidable combat power of bombers. Should we encounter a similar situation in the future, we can be bolder in our operational planning." In the temporary command post, everyone marveled at the Air Force's destructive power. On one of the brigade's positions, Brigade Commander Liu Yin fidgeted restlessly. It was not fear that troubled him, but rather a growing concern stirred by the Air Force's overwhelming might. First, the artillery barrage wreaked havoc, claiming countless lives among the Japanese and puppet troops. Now, with our Air Force brothers delivering another wave of destruction, even more of the enemy has perished. I heard from Deputy Brigade Commander G that there will be several more waves of aerial bombardment. Given the Air Force's terrifying firepower, even a single wave could prove insurmountable for the Japanese and puppet forces. By then, how many of the over 10,000 enemy troops will remain? As a distinguished main force brigade, if this continues, won't we merely become a clean-up crew? With this thought, Liu Yin could no longer remain seated. He called out to his chief of staff, "Old Fu, I'm heading to the forward command post, keep an eye on things here." With that, he hurriedly made his way back. "What are you waiting for? Ensure the commander's safety." Chief of Staff Fu, having overheard Liu Yin's murmurs, suddenly grasped the situation and quickly connected the dots. He wholeheartedly agreed with the brigade commander's decision to seek out Deputy Brigade Commander G, exclaiming, "We are, after all, a formidable infantry brigade, the crown jewel of the independent 1st Brigade, meant to engage in fierce battles rather than merely collect corpses and capture prisoners. Who are we to hold accountable for this?" It must be said, Liu Yin's character mirrored that of his equally spirited partner. Liu Yin moved swiftly, bringing along several soldiers, and they sped towards the forward command post. "Liu Yin, what in the world are you doing here instead of holding the line at the front?" Upon seeing Liu Yin arrive in a hurry, Ji Daong could not help but scold him. Shrinking slightly at the reprimand, Liu Yin nevertheless voiced his concern. "Deputy Brigade Commander Ji, I have a question. If the air base continues to strike, what will be left for us? We are, after all, the main force of the independent 1st Brigade. I can understand the artillery bombardment, as it clears the way for us infantry and annihilates the enemy's living forces. But the Air Force is being excessively ruthless. If they unleash their might several more times, how many of the Japanese and puppet forces will remain? At that point, won't our main infantry brigade be reduced to a mere clean-up crew? A prisoner-capturing unit, what kind of main force brigade is that? Ji Daeong, initially indifferent, was taken aback by Liu Yin's words. At first glance, Liu Yin's argument seemed valid, and Ji Daeong found himself caught up in his absurd logic. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he could not help but burst into laughter out of frustration. Liu Yin, are you abandoning your post for this reason? Seeing his former subordinate, Ji Daeong couldn't help but rub his temples. Liu Yin was undoubtedly a capable strategist in battle, but sometimes he was burdened with too many ideas. Precisely, old commander. Liu Yin affirmed, standing firm in his inquiry. You fool. Ji Daeong could no longer contain his exasperation and kicked him, shouting, You are a premier infantry brigade, and what of the artillery? Are they not elite artillery forces, and what of the Air Force? How could you, as a commander, question the development and research of so many weapons and equipment? Isn't it all to better annihilate the enemy while preserving our own strength? What? Do you expect an entire brigade to single-handedly annihilate over 10,000 Japanese and puppet troops? How dare you come here to question me? What, do you want to conquer the world with a single brigade? Good heavens! Liu Yin, chastened, hung his head in silence and refrained from retorting. Once Ji Daeong had vented his frustrations, Liu Yin finally spoke up. It's not that we are eager for battle. We had hoped to engage the little devils robustly, but now that we see how few there are, it's only natural to feel anxious. Get lost. Ji Daeong retorted, exclaiming, Return to your post immediately. What, with superior weaponry at our disposal, you still insist on having our soldiers pay with their lives to showcase your greatness as Commander Liu? Liu Yin, who had come in with enthusiasm, left in a dejected silence. Ji Daeong sighed, thinking to himself, I was wondering why the brigade commander was so eager to conduct training. It seems he has recognized this issue. The brigade commander truly lives up to his title, with a foresight that surpasses mine. If it weren't for Liu Yin's interruption, I might not have realized it. The brigade is essentially a large contingent, akin to a division within the national government and the Jinsui army, with each being promoted from battalion or company commanders. Though they are fearless, their theoretical and strategic insights fall short. The rapid development of the troops has resulted in many officers being somewhat unworthy of their positions. Their capabilities need enhancement. Otherwise, with the current pace of troop development, should they rise another rank, like Liu Yin becoming a brigade commander with over 10,000 troops under his command, without a corresponding increase in mindset and capability, trouble is bound to ensue. In Yuan County, Chu Feng was oblivious to the fact that his partner Ji Daeong was harboring admiration for him. To be honest, Chu Feng had not thought much about it, rather, he had only recently begun to grasp the situation, thanks to the Advanced Infantry Command training card from the system. At the forward command post, after the Air Force had departed, Ji Daeong surveyed the dire state of the Japanese and puppet troops and concluded that it was time to initiate a full-scale assault. It was not merely Liu Yin's words that swayed him, the sheer scale of enemy casualties and their plummeting morale, particularly among the puppet Mongolian forces which had begun to see desertions, compelled him to act. With no time for hesitation, he commanded, Order all units to prepare for battle. In 3 minutes, we will launch a comprehensive assault. 3 minutes is a brief span, and as the time elapsed, 3 signal flares soared into the sky. After watching the display of fireworks for over an hour, the commanders and fighters of the 1st and 2nd Regiments, along with the reconnaissance battalion, were finally ready to take action. With pent-up energy surging within them, over 10,000 commanders and soldiers charged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, launching a total assault against the remnants of the Japanese and puppet forces. The battlefield echoed with cries of slaughter and the roar of gunfire. Severely wounded, Major General Fujiwara closed his eyes in despair as he beheld the approaching tide of Chinese forces, their morale shattered, and their ranks decimated. He murmured, Send a farewell telegram to General Mei Jinshi. This battle was the most desperate, perplexing, and frustrating he had ever fought. Without even having encountered the Chinese forces or launched a single attack, his troops had already been decimated under the terrifying onslaught of firepower. Chapter 65, A Resounding Victory, Complete Annihilation of 14,000 Japanese puppet troops at Yungang. Brothers, kill. Charge, follow me. Eliminate the little devil. Some chose to resist, while others opted to surrender. The flames continued to rage, and the sounds of gunfire and artillery persisted on the battlefield. The little devils were still putting up their last stand. Meanwhile, at the Kwantung Army headquarters, as General Fujiwara's telegram was translated, the expression on the little devils' faces shifted dramatically. What? How can this be possible? Despite their unwillingness to accept the grim reality, duty compelled them to deliver the telegram to their commanding officer without delay. At that moment, General Meijima Michijiro, the commander of the Kwantung Army, was indulging in the dulcet tones and graceful movements of the geishas, wearing an expression of utmost enjoyment. Perhaps buoyed by an overwhelming sense of confidence, he believed that mobilizing over 50,000 troops to encircle the independent 1st Brigade would surely lead to their demise. Thus, many gathered to witness the performance, not only the little devils but also a plethora of traitors and puppet soldiers. Not everyone found amusement in the dance of the grotesquely painted geishas, but since their superiors were entertained, those in servitude had little choice but to feign admiration and delight. Your Excellency, this time our Kwantung Army has truly made a grand effort, one traitor remarked with a grin. With over 40,000 imperial troops deployed, not to mention their superior equipment, even if Chufeng is formidable, he is nothing but a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for long. As the traitor concluded his statement, before General Meijima could respond, the surrounding old devils, traitors, and high-ranking puppet soldiers chimed in unison. Indeed, Chufeng is of no consequence. Previously, the Imperial Japanese Army was preoccupied with frontline battles, unable to spare focus on him. Now, he shall meet his end. Precisely, as General Yoshida has said, compared to the mighty Imperial Japanese Army, what is Chufeng? Merely a child, thinking he could take advantage of the situation and win a few battles to look down upon everyone. The Chinese are truly of such character, overly ambitious. This battle shall undoubtedly culminate in a resounding victory for the Empire of Japan. There can be no unexpected outcomes. Our imperial forces are invincible. Listening to the flattery that surrounded him, General Meijima's smile widened. However, after the praises subsided, he modestly waved his hand and stated, "We must remain humble, we must exercise caution in this battle." Chufeng possesses some genuine skill, albeit limited. Nonetheless, he has managed to inflict significant casualties and obstacles upon the Imperial Japanese Army, thus earning my respect as a worthy adversary. Having allowed others to sing praises, General Meijima refrained from self-aggrandizement. A display of modesty would serve to enhance his own illustrious image. For instance, Chufeng commands a commendable air force. Our Imperial Japanese Army has suffered considerable losses at their hands. At this juncture, General Meijima could not help but lament. One must admit that combat effectiveness relies not only on the soldiers' tactics and skills but also on the sophistication of their weaponry. The defeats suffered by the air forces had become common knowledge, and General Meijima could not turn a blind eye to the truth, as he prided himself on being a civilized and cultured individual. In the presence of his compatriots, he candidly acknowledged the losses of the air forces, yet a careful listener would discern his reluctance to concede. He insinuated that the victories of the independent 1st Brigade's air force were attributable to superior weaponry, rather than the prowess of the pilots. It must be said, when it comes to stubbornness, the little devils have never feared anyone. After all, when trouble arises, a bow of 90 degrees and a hasty apology are often attempted, as if to sweep blame and fault under the rug. I have bowed and apologized. If that is insufficient, I shall kneel. Yet after all the apologies, why do you still refuse to let it go? General Meijima's remarks garnered resounding praise and sycophantic adulation from the old devils, traitors, and puppet officials present. Just as they were engaged in mutual flattery and anticipation of victorious news, a little devil rushed in, bearing General Fujiwara's farewell telegram. The little devil's face was ashen, as he approached General Meijima with an expression of profound despair, delivering the telegram while whispering something in his ear. Witnessing this scene, the geishas continued their performance, yet the old devils, Traitors and puppet soldiers sensed something amiss. They were seasoned foxes. While they might struggle with practical matters, they excelled in reading the room and currying favor. With a cheerful demeanor, General Majima accepted the telegram, reading it while listening to the report. Upon hearing a single line, his smile froze, and his expression darkened rapidly. Whoosh! Without uttering a word, General Majima sprang to his feet, turning abruptly to exit. The geishas ceased their singing, while the old devils could no longer remain seated and followed suit. The traitors and puppet soldiers attempted to join, only to be halted by the little devils. Bakayaro. Bagatiru. Returning to the operations room, General Majima, suppressing his fury, could no longer contain himself and erupted in a furious tirade, while the old devils who trailed behind him remained subdued, not daring to speak. At that moment, the telegram began circulating among them, and soon incredulous gasps filled the air. What? Impossible, impossible, how can this be? The Kwantung army is invincible. What right do the Chinese have? What folly from Fujiwara! How could he claim the Chinese were annihilated without even seeing them? Bakayaro. In an instant, the operations command room of the Kwantung army erupted into a cacophony of curses. The scene had spiraled entirely out of control. As for General Majima, after venting his outrage, he slumped into a chair, rendered speechless. Anger, yes. Humiliation, yes. A desire for vengeance, yes. Confusion, yes. Why, yes. Yet amidst all this, a glimmer of relief flickered in General Majima's heart. Bakayaro, thank goodness I did not act arrogantly, or I would have truly struck my own face. It must be acknowledged, the fixation on pride and stubbornness is the last vestige of dignity for the little devils. Let us not dwell on the chaos that ensued at the Kwantung Army headquarters upon receiving this farewell telegram. An hour after the final assault commenced, when the last little devil fell, silence enveloped the battlefield. At that moment, a voice rang out. Victory, have we achieved victory? This exclamation left the commanders of the independent 1st Brigade, who had been engrossed in battle, momentarily stunned before elation surged across their faces, as the jubilant cries of victory swept over the entire battlefield. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. Har har har, we have annihilated 14,000 Japanese puppet troops. Those wretched little devils, dance for grandpa. Listening to the jubilant cheers from the battlefield, Ji Daong wore a broad smile, responding to the congratulations and celebrations around him, while addressing those nearby. Send a telegram to the brigade commander, informing him that we, on December 3rd. At this point, Ji Daong glanced at his watch and continued, at 12:17 p.m., we completely annihilated the invading enemy at Yungang, totaling over 14,000 Japanese puppet troops, Independent 1st Brigade, Ji Daong. Chapter 66, The Battle Resumes, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, Artillery Battalion 1, obliterate the enemy's artillery positions. As the general assault was launched towards the Yungang direction, the Japanese and puppet troops in the directions of Yu County and Guang County clashed with the defending forces composed of the 3rd and 4th Regiments, along with 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army. The Japanese and puppet forces from the North China Army were newly formed units assembled from the homeland of the Japanese, comprising both veterans and recruits. However, through propaganda, they were, for instance, an Imperial regiment could chase down a Chinese division, which inflated the arrogance of the Japanese soldiers. The attacking forces responsible for Guang County and Yu County were the Japanese 67th Brigade, paired with a regiment from the 57th Division, alongside a puppet army brigade, totaling over 15,000 men, which was slightly more than the forces stationed in Yungang. However, in terms of strength, they were somewhat superior, as the Yungang contingent comprised 5,000 puppet soldiers and only 9,000 Japanese troops, including a tank battalion and an artillery regiment. The genuine infantry strength was just over 5,000, while in Guang County and Yu County, excluding a reinforced artillery battalion, the infantry strength neared 10,000. Yoshi. Observing the poised independent 1st Brigade, Major General Heater Suburo of the 67th Brigade nodded in satisfaction without a frown and remarked to the regimental commanders beside him, how I relish engaging in positional warfare with the Chinese forces. Although the enemy's deployment indicates that the Chinese are indeed tactical experts, in the face of the iron heel of the Empire of Japan, even the most formidable fortifications will be crushed, reducing them to our defeated foes. I order the artillery units to immediately establish artillery positions. We shall first deliver a shock of the invincible artillery of the Empire of Japan to let them know the might of our gunners. Simultaneously, instruct the 135th Regiment and the 1st Pacification Brigade to prepare. Once the artillery commences bombardment, they are to launch an immediate assault on the Chinese positions. With the commands issued, the Japanese and puppet troops swiftly began their preparations, and this scene was keenly observed by the men of the independent 1st Brigade, who had secured the high ground. "Is that the enemy's artillery?" One officer clad in 8th Route Army uniform inquired through binoculars, unable to contain his curiosity. "Their artillery positions are a mere 6 kilometers away." Saying this, he turned to the operations officer and commanded, "Contact the forward positions and have them identify the model of the enemy's artillery." Moments later, the operations officer returned, reporting loudly, "Report to the Chief of Staff. The forward positions indicate that the enemy is utilizing the latest Type 94 75mm mountain guns, a total of 21 pieces." Har har. Upon receiving this information, Wang Taiju laughed heartily. "It seems I was overly concerned. The enemy is indeed bold, but more so, they have little choice, considering this artillery's range is a mere 300 meters. If they had positioned themselves a bit farther, they wouldn't even reach our forward lines." With this, Wang Taiju bellowed, "Inform Artillery Battalion 1 to target the enemy's constructing artillery positions and bombard them fiercely, let them feel the wrath." Hearing Wang Taiju's orders, the men of the 120th Division exchanged glances, each reflecting a wry smile. In Wang Taiju's eyes, the enemy's latest Type 94 75mm mountain guns were worthless, but to the other Chinese forces and the 8th Route Army, these were undoubtedly formidable weapons. Unavoidably, the men of the 120th Division mused, "This independent 1st Brigade is indeed extravagantly equipped." Unaware of his comrade's sentiments, Wang Taiju, after issuing the artillery orders, thought of something else and stated, "By the way, send a telegram to the airbase, instructing them to prepare for bombers to arrive in an hour, to give the Japanese and puppet troops a taste of our might. Ensure the airbase exercises caution. We do not want to frighten the enemy into retreat." The situation of the bombardment in Yungang had already been reported. The fighting there had yet to conclude, though they had sufficient forces to deal with these Japanese and puppet troops. Complete annihilation was still a stretch, thus necessitating restraint in their assault. Upon hearing Wang Taiju's words, the operations officer acknowledged and quickly dispatched orders and telegrams. Meanwhile, the men of the 120th Division felt increasingly discontented. What a predicament! Being part of the same Chinese forces, how had the independent 1st Brigade become so well endowed? With artillery and aircraft, they had yet to experience the privilege of calling in air support when battling the enemy. Simultaneously, at the position of Artillery Battalion 1. Upon receiving the orders, the battalion commander's booming voice rang out, "Hurry, hurry, all companies and platoons prepare for battle. Observers, confirm the enemy artillery positions with the forward lines immediately." The officers and soldiers of Artillery Battalion 1 worked fervently, quickly determining the precise coordinates, and the information was relayed to each company and platoon as the artillery began to bustle with activity. One by one, the men adjusted angles and parameters, while others worked together to transport the hefty 44-kilogram shells, fitting fuses atop each round. As the sounds of readiness echoed, the battalion commander, excited, waved a small red flag vigorously, instructing, "All positions, 5 rounds rapid fire, prepare, fire." With the command given, 12 155mm howitzers unleashed a tremendous roar, the ground trembling under the force, clouds of dust engulfing the artillery positions. Each shell, propelled at a speed of 564 meters per second, soared towards the Japanese artillery positions 7 kilometers away. At the Japanese artillery positions, numerous soldiers were busily engaged in constructing their setups and transporting ammunition. At that moment, the Japanese gunners deviated from standard protocol, placing ammunition uncomfortably close to the guns to conserve energy and facilitate convenience. However, their lazy approach turned into a scythe of death. When 12 155mm shells, accompanied by piercing sounds, descended upon them, the Japanese gunners were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to horror as a young Japanese major desperately shouted, "Barker, Chinese artillery, evade, evade!" But it was evidently too late. Prior to the engagement, Artillery Battalion 1 had conducted thorough reconnaissance, marking the range of the 155mm howitzers and executing trial firings, thus possessing complete data. Therefore, there was no need for adjustment. Upon confirming the target's location, they proceeded directly to the task at hand. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 67, all troops in position, encircle the Japanese 67th Brigade. 12 shells plummeted in succession, striking with precision upon the Japanese artillery positions. As plumes of fire erupted, they also ignited the enemy's munitions. In an instant, the cacophony of explosions intensified. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The Japanese artillery position was engulfed in flames. The relentless explosion, coupled with the detonation of numerous shells, debris flew wildly, turning the area within several hundred meters of the Japanese artillery into a scene of utter devastation and turmoil. This spectacle not only drew astonished gazes from the Japanese puppet forces but also captivated the attention of the commanding officers from the independent 1st Brigade and the 120th Division of the 8th Route Army. What is this? Narni? Just 12 shells had triggered such a significant chain reaction, leaving everyone momentarily stunned before comprehension dawned. Har har har. Our artillery brothers are truly fortunate. It seems they have set off the enemy's ammunition depot. Indeed, otherwise, such commotion from just 12 shells would not be possible. Incredible, our artillery brothers are magnificent. Kudos to the ferocity of the independent 1st Brigade. It was not only the officers from the independent 1st Brigade who were laughing. The soldiers from the 2 regiments of the 120th Division joined in the merriment, filling the atmosphere across various positions with a sense of jubilation. While the independent 1st Brigade revelled in their triumph, the Japanese puppet forces found little to celebrate. Barker. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. What a disgrace to the Empire of Japan. The expression of the Japanese brigade commander, a major general, turned ashen. He had anticipated witnessing the might of the Imperial Japanese Army's artillery, but instead found himself witnessing their collective demise. Here, demise referred to both physical destruction and the metaphorical obliteration of their morale. The major general seethed with rage, and the expressions of the other Japanese puppet soldiers mirrored his discontent. Their previously high spirits were abruptly severed by this unexpected explosion. Quickly, go investigate the situation. The 20 or so 75mm mountain guns represented the only heavy firepower in the Major General's possession. If they were all incapacitated by the Chinese forces, it would spell disaster. The battle had yet to commence, and without heavy artillery or air support, how could the Imperial Japanese Army charge forward? Though the Chinese forces may have been somewhat inexperienced, they undeniably held the advantage of terrain, and the Major General's confidence in his troops was waning. Nevertheless, after issuing the previous command, the Major General continued, "Order all regiments and battalions to consolidate their artillery." Despite harboring a glimmer of hope, he feared that the extent of the explosions meant few artillery pieces and gunners would remain. The fight must go on. The Major General could only focus on the 92mm infantry guns and the 70mm howitzers or mortars belonging to the various infantry battalions. Regardless, attacking without artillery support felt like an insurmountable challenge. As the artillery officers disregarded these concerns, the first wave of 12 shells had been launched, and after a brief adjustment, a second wave of 12 shells soared forth once more. The 12 shells, accompanied by a piercing whistle, descended from the sky, striking the Japanese artillery positions again. The already chaotic artillery site erupted into further pandemonium. The Japanese artillery battalion commander had just been away coordinating logistics, narrowly missing the first wave of bombardment. Upon returning and witnessing his beleaguered troops and artillery struggling amidst the inferno, despair washed over him. "No, no. My guns, Barker, my guns." As he spoke, the battalion commander attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by his quick-thinking subordinates. "Commander! Commander! We have already lost our artillery, we cannot afford to lose you as well. Ciao do mar die, ciao do mar die." Among those restraining the battalion commander, several wearing the ranks of... Although the artillery site had been subjected to bombardment, showcasing the prowess of the Chinese forces, the sheer scale of the disaster meant that many would share the blame. Should the battalion commander perish, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. Thus, for the sake of their futures, to avoid military tribunals and the wrath of the emperor, the Japanese artillery battalion commander simply could not afford to meet his end. Meanwhile, as Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu coordinated the artillery units and facilitated friendly exchanges with the Japanese puppet forces, the battle at Yungang City reached a decisive conclusion. Exuberant, Ji Daong first reported the good news to the brigade headquarters before issuing commands: "Relay my orders. The 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, Artillery Group 2, and Reconnaissance Battalion are to quickly assemble and regroup. Related ammunition expenditures will be supplemented by logistics units. The motorized regiment is prepared. In 20 minutes, the Reconnaissance Battalion, followed by the 1st and 2nd Regiments and Artillery Group 2, will board vehicles in quick succession, heading towards the battlefield at Guangxian and Yuxian." News of the annihilation of the Japanese puppet forces at Yungang would soon reach other Japanese and puppet troops, and fearing for their safety, they might choose to flee. To prevent such a scenario, swift action was essential. "Understood, Deputy Brigade Commander Ji." Following Ji Daong's orders, the troops concluded their celebrations and swiftly gathered, boarding the transport trucks of the motorized regiment. Amidst the roar of engines, convoy after convoy of troops departed with urgency. To ensure the rapid transport of forces, not only were all vehicles from the motorized regiment requisitioned, but logistics vehicles were also commandeered. Hundreds, even thousands of vehicles converged, and rather than descending into chaos, the soldiers maintained an orderly process as they awaited their transport. Returning to Chief of Staff Wang Taizhu's command post, a battle staff officer rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Report, Chief of Staff. The 120th Division has sent a telegram. Both regiments are now fully mobilized, effectively severing the retreat route of the Japanese puppet forces towards Guangxian." "Excellent." This timely news elicited an excited exclamation from Wang Taizhu. On the front lines, he arranged for the 2 regiments of the independent 1st Brigade to position themselves on either flank, while the Allied regiments lay in ambush on the sides, ready to advance as soon as the Japanese puppet forces arrived. With the 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army now in place, the retreat of the Japanese puppet forces was effectively blocked, akin to trapping a dog in a corner. "Report, Chief of Staff. Deputy Brigade Commander Ji has communicated that the Reconnaissance Battalion has set out, and the 1st and 2nd Regiments along with Artillery Group 2 are also departing in succession. The Reconnaissance Battalion will arrive within the hour." Good news, it seemed, came not one by one but in clusters. Upon hearing this, Wang Taizhu felt a surge of excitement, mirrored by the representatives of the 120th Division. Without waiting for Wang Taizhu to speak, one representative declared, "The encirclement has now been established. This time, the Japanese puppet forces will have no chance to escape. Once the reinforcements arrive, we shall completely annihilate 15 to 16,000 Japanese puppet soldiers. An entire reorganized brigade, plus an infantry regiment, my goodness." As he spoke, the representative from the 120th Division's voice trembled with anticipation. This was indeed a grand spectacle, a truly monumental event. Chapter 68, The Divine Assistance from the Old Demon Suyi in the Temple. Upon hearing the words of the representative from the 120th Division, Wang Taizhu nodded vigorously and replied with a smile, "Indeed, what we must do now is firmly hold onto this batch of Japanese puppet troops while we await the arrival of reinforcements. This battle is truly exhilarating. We have been meticulously calculating the movements of the little devils, and they have not disappointed our expectations. Whatever traps we set, they willingly walk into them. Har har har." Wang Taizhu could not contain his hearty laughter. The entire frontline command post erupted into a sea of laughter. not out of arrogance, but because the situation undeniably showcased that the advantage and initiative were in our hands. Send a telegram to the airbase, instructing them to prepare. Before dispatching the bombers, they should send out a squadron of fighter planes. The moment we detect any signs of the Japanese puppet troops retreating, they must immediately coordinate with the ground forces to suppress them. However, Wang Taiju did not allow himself to become overly complacent. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, he promptly issued further orders. Simultaneously, instruct the 3rd and 4th regiments to keep a close watch on the movements of the Japanese puppet troops and report any developments without delay. This marked Wang Taiju's first time commanding such a large-scale battle. Compared to the previous skirmishes involving 1,000 or 2,000 troops, this was, to date, the largest engagement ever undertaken by the independent 1st Brigade. No, it was the first battle of a campaign level. Wang Taiju felt immense pressure, were it not for the support of a highly skilled staff and the assistance from the cadres of the 8th Route Army, he would not have been able to manage such meticulous and comprehensive preparations. The artillery bombardment from the 1st Battalion of the Artillery Regiment swiftly came to an end, with hundreds of shells raining down upon the positions of the Japanese puppet artillery. Coupled with their own artillery fire, the entire area surrounding the artillery positions lay in utter devastation. Not only was there not a single surviving soul in sight, but the cannons were also overturned, with many rendered twisted and destroyed by the explosions. Barker. Upon receiving the feedback from the artillery brigade, the Japanese Major General, furious, delivered 2 resounding slaps to the captured commander of the Japanese artillery brigade. Barker. You foolish pig, my artillery has been ruined because of your stupid command. Barker, you should be court-martialed. No, you are not worthy of a court-martial, you should commit seppuku to atone for your failures before His Majesty the Emperor. The remaining officers of the artillery brigade, hearing the Major General's words filled with malice, lowered their heads like ostriches, fearing that they might be implicated. Casting a disdainful glance at the artillery commander, the Major General waved his hand, and the military police dragged the artillery commander away like a dead dog. Moments later, a scream pierced the air. The artillery commander was dead. Sir, after our assessment, we currently have 35 Type 92 infantry guns, 12 Type 1170mm howitzers, and 12 82mm mortars, reported the Chief of Staff of the 67th Brigade respectfully as he approached the Major General. Yosh. Upon hearing this news, the Major General could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Regardless of the absence of the long-range, more powerful mountain artillery, having over 50 other caliber pieces of artillery meant he need not worry about his forces facing the embarrassment of an attack without artillery support. A formidable army of the Empire of Japan, with over 10,000 troops, could not afford to launch an offensive without artillery cover. If word got out, he would surely be ridiculed by his peers. He could not afford such disgrace. The firepower of the Chinese forces is formidable. We must distribute our artillery across several positions. At this, the Major General turned his icy gaze towards the officers of the artillery brigade and sternly declared, "These cannons are your lives. If we lose them, you need not report to me, simply commit seppuku." Hi. The officers, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, breathed a sigh of relief. For the moment, at least, they were spared from death. Just as the Major General prepared to issue orders for his troops to launch an offensive against the Chinese forces to avenge the annihilation of the artillery brigade, a panicked Japanese captain rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Report, Major General. We have discovered a large contingent of Chinese troops behind us." Narni. The Major General was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning grave. The appearance of Chinese forces at their rear was far from good news. Could it be that the Chinese intend to encircle and annihilate us? The thought crept into the Major General's mind. Barker, impossible. How could the Chinese forces dare to do so? We are advancing with 3 armies against Chufeng. How could Chufeng possibly muster such large forces? Dismissing the absurd idea from his mind, the Major General ordered, "Instruct the troops to maintain close surveillance on this contingent of Chinese forces and ascertain whether they belong to Chufeng or another Chinese unit." Hi. The captain acknowledged and swiftly turned to relay the orders. Meanwhile, at the command center of the North China Front Army, General Torochi Shuichi, initially at ease with the continuous stream of good news from the two armies, received a telegram from the Kwantung Army Command. Narni. General Torochi, who had not been overly concerned, could no longer remain seated after glancing at the telegram. How is this possible? Barker, impossible. Is this definitely from the Kwantung Army Command? Is it confirmed to be a telegram from General Majiji Michijiro? The telegram indicated that the forces from the Kwantung Army and the puppet Mongolian forces near Yungang City had been encircled by Chufeng's troops, and they had sent a farewell message, indicating they were likely in. Initially incredulous, a sense of foreboding began to rise within General Torochi. Order the air forces to swiftly scout towards Yungang City. Instinctively, General Torochi sought to dispatch the air forces to clarify the situation, but he paused mid-sentence, recalling that his two air squadrons had already been decimated. With the airfield also destroyed, even if he issued the order for the air forces to undertake a risky reconnaissance, it would require considerable time he could not afford to waste. Caught in a dilemma while holding the telegram from the Kwantung Army Command, General Torochi pondered, logically, if one of the three armies had been annihilated, it implied that Chufeng possessed the capability to eliminate the other two. Yet, General Torochi could not bring himself to believe that Chufeng truly had such strength. He surmised that the annihilation of the forces near Yungang City was not solely due to Chufeng's aerial superiority and aircraft assistance. He had also drawn significant troop strength away to compel their withdrawal. Suddenly, a realization struck General Torochi. Yes, it is possible this is a ruse by Chufeng. They concentrated their forces to eliminate one army to force my retreat. Chufeng and Wang Taiju could not have anticipated that, in their haste to gain time and prevent the Japanese puppet troops led by the 67th Brigade from fleeing, General Torochi unwittingly provided them with divine assistance. The time taken from the initiation of the battle to its conclusion, and the subsequent gathering of intelligence through telegram communication, was no small matter. It could take anywhere from dozens of minutes to over an hour. By that time, reinforcements from Yungang City would arrive, and once assembled, the general offensive would commence, making it too late for the Japanese puppet troops to flee, even if they regained their senses. Chapter 69 Reinforcements have arrived, Wang Taiju declared. Fire 3 signal flares, commence the attack. Sir Brigade Commander, a telegram from Commander Torochi Shuichi. The telegram swiftly reached the hands of the Japanese Major General commanding the brigade. Narni. The Japanese Major General was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to take a glance at the message, his previously grim demeanor softening considerably. The telegram from General Torochi Shuichi was succinct: order your troops to immediately launch an assault on the enemy in front, and ascertain the specific number of personnel and the quantity of weaponry in Chufeng's unit. While General Torochi's intentions were commendable, his order lacked the most crucial information: the report of the annihilation of the puppet troops in Yungang City. This omission led to a misjudgment of the enemy situation by the Major General at the front. Although Chinese forces had already appeared behind him, he did not dwell on it. After all, there were three routes attacking Yuanyuan County. Even if he were surrounded, there remained two other armies. The Major General had initially intended to report the emergence of Chinese forces behind him and the complete destruction of the artillery units, but the telegram from General Torochi arrived first, prompting him to decide to conduct reconnaissance before reporting back. Both sides had their considerations, and from their respective standpoints, they were not in error. However, the lack of effective communication resulted in a disparity of information. It appears, Commander, that we are indeed on the same wavelength, the Japanese Major General remarked with a hint of nostalgia to his Chief of Staff beside him. Hi. The Chief of Staff nodded in agreement, stating, in my view, the other two routes must be impeded, necessitating that we apply pressure from our side. After about 10 minutes of preparation, in order to accommodate the range of the Type 92 infantry gun, over 4,000 Japanese puppet troops were divided into two groups, gathering at a distance of 1,000 meters from the front line. The artillery units composed entirely of Type 92 infantry guns were stationed approximately 2,000 meters away. To prevent the Chinese artillery from retaliating, the artillery officers issued commands to fire 5 to 6 shells before promptly relocating. Their Type 92 infantry guns, being lightweight and easily maneuverable, executed the orders effectively. Chief of Staff, we have received word from the forward position that over 4,000 Japanese puppet troops are ready to attack, reported a combat staff officer loudly. Understood. Wang Taizhu observed the scene and nodded slightly, instructing, send a telegram to the forward position, advising them to proceed with caution. We must neither allow the Japanese to gain the upper hand nor intimidate them. Our primary objective now is to buy time for the reinforcements. With this thought, Wang Taizhu paused briefly and continued, all artillery battalions and their respective companies must refrain from firing. Let the platoons and squads handle the firepower. Simultaneously, conceal 2/3 of the light and heavy machine guns and half of the personnel, allow the Japanese puppet troops to advance to within 100 to 50 meters of our position. Remember, we must appear weak to the enemy. As he spoke, Wang Taizhu hesitated for a moment before adding, order Artillery Regiment 1, 1st Battalion, to engage the Japanese artillery in a mock battle. To ensure that the puppet troops felt secure in their confrontation with him, Wang Taizhu exerted considerable effort. With Wang Taizhu's orders issued, the forward position became bustling with activity, as relevant personnel led the weapons and equipment in a rapid withdrawal, with the 3rd and 4th regiments each placing a battalion at the first line of defence. The firepower was diminished, yet the squad and platoon firepower remained intact. It was essential to appear weak but not overly so. Soon, the Japanese artillery commenced, and the attacking troops began their advance under the cover of the guns. In Yuan County, Commander Chu Feng, stationed at the brigade headquarters, was in high spirits, receiving a steady stream of good news from the three fronts. Following the victory in Yungang City, he could hardly contain his smile. When asked by Li Mingqiang whether he should issue a public telegram, he waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No rush, the battle is still ongoing. We shall release a statement once it concludes." After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, send a telegram to Commander Yang Wu, reassuring him to clear the main road and allow the Japanese puppet troops to advance boldly, while our main forces establish defenses along the ancient porcelain kill line. Moreover, dispatch 1 or 2 battalions to maneuver to the enemy's rear and prepare to sever the retreat of the Japanese puppet troops." Chu Feng stood up, exuding confidence as he declared, "The Japanese puppet troops in Yungang City have been annihilated, and while the extermination operation against the puppet troops in Guangxian and Yuan County has yet to commence, it will soon follow. Once we eliminate the Japanese puppet troops of the 67th Brigade, the Old Fox, General Torochi Shuishi, will become alert. We must take this opportunity to allow the Japanese puppet troops from Lingqiu and Yuan to enter as much as possible. This is what we call, easy to enter, difficult to exit." With that, Chu Feng paused, took a sip of water, and continued, "Now, issue orders to the motorized battalion, as they are the primary force for transporting personnel and equipment. Once we capture the Japanese puppet troops led by the 67th Brigade, swiftly transport our main forces southward to reinforce the various units in the 1st Military District. Furthermore, instruct the logistics units to ensure the supply of materials, timely transport of the wounded, and replenish ammunition and food for all units post-battle, leaving the battlefield clean up to the new recruits. Order the Yuan Garrison Brigade to depart in 3 hours, and after our main forces neutralize the 67th Brigade, in coordination with Artillery Regiment 1's 1st Battalion and the Reconnaissance Battalion, reclaim Guangxian and Yuan County, then garrison the passes leading from Yuan County to Yangyuan and Zhuxian." Since undergoing advanced infantry command training, Chu Feng's strategic vision and tactical acumen had experienced a remarkable leap. As he surveyed the operational map and progress from his command post in Yuan County, a sense of control and confidence enveloped him. "Yes, Brigade Commander." Li Mingqiang responded, nodding vigorously before turning to issue the orders. As time passed, the battles along the Guangxian and Yuan County front lines persisted for over 40 minutes. With Wang Taizhu's deliberate collaboration, the Japanese puppet troops attempted to launch 2 assaults. During the second attack, they had advanced to within approximately 80 meters of the first line of defense. The Japanese puppet troops and the independent 1st Brigade were now able to see each other. Ultimately, faced with the independent 1st Brigade's tenacious resistance and the firepower support from Artillery Regiment 1, the Japanese puppet troops were pushed back. Yoshi. Upon receiving first-hand intelligence and battle reports, the Japanese Major General wore a triumphant grin, exclaiming, "Although we initially suffered significant losses, losing our main artillery, we have thoroughly assessed the strength of the Chinese forces. The Chinese are merely a paper tiger. Their numbers are few, and their firepower is weak. Our probing attacks nearly breached their defenses. Had it not been for their artillery's covering fire, we would have succeeded." With a confident hand resting on his command sword, he boasted grandly, "It seems we shall be the first among the 3 armies to penetrate Yuanyuan County and capture the Chinese forces led by Chu Feng. Har 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 har." The other Japanese puppet soldiers were similarly influenced, laughing with overwhelming confidence. Chief of Staff relayed this information to the commander, and added a note requesting him to await our good news from the 67th Brigade. The Japanese Major General, now inflated with pride, felt as though Chu Feng had already become his prisoner. "Hi." The Chief of Staff acknowledged and turned to forward the telegram. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the Japanese Major General, who believed he had everything under control, the Reconnaissance Battalion, 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, and Artillery Regiment 2 had already encircled them from both the north and south. As the Japanese Major General awaited a response from the North China Army headquarters while organizing his troops for yet another assault, he committed over half of his forces, preparing to break through the Chinese defenses in one decisive move. "Report, Chief of Staff, our troops are in position." At the front command post, with all units in place, Ji Daong had also met with him a few minutes prior. The opportunity for a major offensive had finally arrived. "Command." Wang Taizhu wasted no time, confidently declaring loudly, "Fire 3 signal flares into the sky, all troops, launch an assault against the enemy before us." Chapter 70. Saturation Bombing 2.0 Annihilating over 14,000 Japanese puppet troops, with a commanding shout from Wang Taizhu, 3 signal flares ascended into the sky. Bang bang bang. The 8th Route Army, comprising 2 regiments, the independent 1st Brigade with 4 infantry regiments, an artillery regiment, a reconnaissance battalion, and a heavy artillery battalion, totaling 7 regiments and 2 battalions, launched an assault on the over 14,000 Japanese puppet troops with more than 31,000 valiant soldiers. At the artillery battalion's position, the moment the signal flare soared, the commander, Little Red Flag, signaled the onset of the barrage. 4863 Type 107mm rocket launchers erupted with a whistling sound, and within mere seconds, 576 107mm rockets soared over 7 kilometers, descending like raindrops upon the ranks of the Japanese puppet forces. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Each rocket's impact unleashed a brilliant flash of fire and a violent explosion, as shrapnel and the force of the detonations ravaged the surroundings, relentlessly claiming the lives of the enemy troops. The 4 infantry regiments of the independent 1st Brigade, along with 4 artillery battalions and Artillery Battalion 1, no longer held back, unleashing a deafening roar as 60 to 70 artillery pieces with calibers exceeding 100mm opened fire. The 92 Type infantry guns, 82mm mortars, and 60mm mortars from each battalion joined the fray, engulfing the battlefield in a cacophony of explosions. As the Japanese puppet troops were disoriented by the relentless bombardment, 10 B-17 bombers, accompanied by 15 P-47 fighters, reached the battlefield 10 minutes after the engagement commenced. Meanwhile, the artillery bombardment continued unabated, as 25 aircraft added fuel to the fire. A barrage of 50 kilograms and 100 kilograms aerial bombs rained down, along with a continuous shower of incendiary bombs. The area occupied by the Japanese puppet forces transformed into an inferno, with each explosion claiming lives and decimating the enemy ranks. If the bombing of Yungang City represented saturation bombing, then, the recent bombardment and shelling can only be described as saturation bombing 2.0, with a density that has escalated several levels. Barker, how is this possible? It cannot be. How could the Huaxia forces possess so many artillery pieces? Help me, I do not wish to die. Quickly, kill me, end my life. Oh. The Japanese puppet army was in utter disarray. Such an intense bombardment felt as if the world was coming to an end. The once spirited and ambitious brigade commander, who believed he was on the cusp of achieving greatness, now wore an expression devoid of vitality, replaced instead by a look of bewilderment, frustration, and despair. Sir Brigade Commander, we have been deceived. Amidst the tremors that shook the ground, the Japanese chief of staff shouted into the brigade commander's ear. Yet, the brigade commander could only see his chief of staff's lips moving, unable to comprehend the words being spoken. Oh my God! In the forward command post, a representative from the 8th Route Army's 120th Division, witnessing the astonishing scene before him, could not help but exclaim, "How many cannons are firing? And those planes, constantly dropping bombs, I have never heard of such an arsenal aboard an aircraft." As he spoke, he leaned against an ammunition crate, feeling the violent vibrations from the explosions reverberating through their command post, a testament to the ferocity of the artillery fire. Har har har. Hearing the representative from the 120th Division, Wang Taizhu and Ji Daong burst into laughter. Wang Taizhu offered no further explanation, merely chuckling, "While we are entertained by the spectacle, we must acknowledge one crucial fact: the value of the shells expended in this bombardment alone amounts to 2 to 3 million silver dollars. If one were to convert that to weight, it would be nearly 100 tons of artillery shells." Wang Jiaju's seemingly casual remark rendered the 8th Route Army personnel speechless. Ultimately, amidst their astonishment, they could not help but reflect, the independent 1st Brigade is astonishingly affluent, capable of deploying 100 tons of shells in a single battle. Of course, they were unaware that in preparation for this battle, Chufeng had committed 2/3 of their ammunition reserves. As one favored by fortune, Chufeng understood that this investment was undeniably worthwhile. With over 50,000 Japanese puppet troops, he could hardly fathom the surprise the system would bestow upon him once the battle concluded. The airfield was relatively close, and as the first wave of 25 aircraft departed, a second wave of 20 planes swiftly followed. This time, all were equipped with LAR-7 fighters, with bombing being a secondary objective. Their primary mission was to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon the Japanese puppet forces, both to inflict casualties and to undermine their morale. The artillery fire ceased as the second wave of aircraft arrived, at which point 6 infantry regiments and 1 infantry battalion, shielded by the aircraft, descended upon the enemy from all directions. The beleaguered Japanese puppet forces, still reeling from the bombardment, were soon faced with a relentless onslaught of machine gun fire, along with the assaults from 60mm mortars and grenade launchers. The fortunate Japanese Major General, who had narrowly escaped death from the bombardment, gazed upon the overwhelming presence of Huaxia troops surrounding him, and suddenly everything went dark. It's over. Completely over. The troops had long been scattered, with the dead and wounded alike. What remained of the forces was divided and isolated. Faced with the high morale of the Huaxia troops, how could they hope to resist? There was no possibility of resistance. In despair, the Japanese brigade commander's voice rang out, "Send a farewell telegram to the commander." With that, he rose from the ground and drew his command sword. His face was etched with determination. Despite the impending defeat, as a Major General of the Empire of Japan, he would die in the charge. "Charge forward!" he roared, surging ahead. Observing their brigade commander's fervor, the soldiers protecting him brandished their bayonets and command swords, following their leader into a final assault against the Huaxia forces. "Charge forward!" Assault! Barker! Armed with a significant array of light and heavy machine guns as well as submachine guns, the troops of the independent 1st Brigade watched the Japanese charge unfold. The leading officers did not hesitate, unleashing a volley of bullets. Tat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The Japanese, attempting to engage in close combat with the independent 1st Brigade, were instantly transformed into a mass of lifeless bodies, unable to survive the onslaught. "Barker, you have no sense of martial virtue." The dying Japanese soldiers, eyes filled with bitterness, uttered their last words. In response, the commanding officer leading the charge scoffed, "No sense of martial virtue, what does the martial virtue of beasts matter to me? Close combat, I have guns and ammunition, why would I engage you in a knife fight? Though in a knife fight, you may claim ancestry, but with superior weaponry, I shall not indulge you. With a disdainful spit, he led his troops onward into the fray. Chapter 71 Total Annihilation. General Torochi Shuichi exclaimed, I deeply regret it, profoundly regret it. The battle progressed smoothly, with the Japanese and puppet troops exhibiting no resistance. The remaining Japanese and puppet forces were scattered and could not mount an effective counterattack. The puppet soldiers, demoralized, opted for surrender, their spirits utterly shattered. Barker. Surrender? How could you possibly surrender? Barker, you're finished. Many of the Japanese soldiers, witnessing the puppet troops capitulating, were consumed by rage, and some immediately raised their weapons to execute the surrendering soldiers. Others fired their guns or used bayonets to stab the surrendered puppets. The puppet soldiers, taken aback by the treachery of their former allies, were thrown into a state of panic. Damn it, brothers, let us fight back against the Japanese. Brothers, if we eliminate the Japanese, we still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we will all perish. Revolt is our only hope. Some puppet soldiers fled to evade capture, while others were killed, yet, a few were incited to fight back fiercely against the Japanese. Internal strife erupted, the forces were too dispersed, coupled with a complete lack of morale and heavy casualties. The Japanese and puppet troops stood no chance against the offensive of the independent 1st Brigade and the 120th Division of the 8th Route Army. Wherever they advanced, the Japanese were eliminated, and those who chose to surrender were captured. Har har har. Wang Taiju and Ji Daong, who had reached the front lines, observed the scene with great delight. This battle is a decisive victory. Wang Taiju could not help but exclaim, the specifics of the combat unfolded as I anticipated. After all, we outnumbered the Japanese and had superior weapons and equipment, not to mention air support. What could the Japanese and puppet forces possibly use to contend with us? Hearing Wang Taiju's words, Ji Daong nodded in agreement, laughing. Indeed, the previous support from the airbase was limited, and we had yet to conduct any large-scale cooperation with them. This battle has truly revealed to me the significance of air supremacy. If it were not for the Air Force decimating the 3 Japanese air squadrons, our pilots would still be engaged in aerial combat with Japanese planes and unable to provide us with such robust fire support. Furthermore, the Japanese anti-aircraft fire was almost non-existent, similar to our own situation. At this point, Ji Daong chuckled, recalling the brigade commander's words, the reason we find it so challenging to engage the Japanese is not due to their prowess. In comparison to first-rate military powers globally, the Japanese, whose weaponry we consider advanced, are, in fact, only at the level of first-rate military powers during World War I. The difficulty we face stems from our nation's weakness and poverty. Lacking industrialization, we are unable to produce weaponry, let alone advanced armaments, and even the most basic conventional weapons are not consistently supplied. In addition to weaponry, our industrial capabilities, as evidenced by steel production and electricity generation, are remarkably lagging behind. We are a populous nation with a vast territory. Now, when we engage the Japanese, we merely employ some foreign trap weapons, and with a roughly equal number of troops, we can easily overpower them. The representative of the 120th Division silently nodded in agreement, not uttering a word. As time passed, over 40 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. The sounds of gunfire on the battlefield transitioned from a cacophony to a sparse echo, eventually coming to a complete halt. When cheers erupted, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. Send a telegram to the brigade commander, stating that over 16,000 Japanese and puppet troops in the Guangxian and Weixian directions have been completely annihilated. Wang Taiju shouted without looking back, continuing, order the motorized battalion and logistics troops to swiftly move in. The logistics troops will be responsible for clearing the battlefield, managing the captured soldiers, and replenishing ammunition for each regiment. The motorized battalion will split into 2, all troops will depart southward after replenishing ammunition, organized by Regiments 1, 2, 3, and 4. Regiments 1 and 2 will advance from the direction of Nanjing towards Lingqiu, while Regiments 3 and 4 will approach Lingqiu from the Jiluo village direction. The Reconnaissance Battalion and the Yuanxian Garrison will coordinate with the Artillery Regiment's 1st Battalion to attack Guangxin and Weixian. Artillery Regiment 2 will accompany the 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army's 120th Division, proceeding towards Lingqiu from the Jiluo village direction. While this battle concluded, the larger campaign was far from over, as over 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops were still entangled with the 5 regiments of the 8th Route Army and the command unit of the independent 1st Brigade in the southern Lingqiu County. Only by annihilating these remaining 20,000 Japanese and puppet forces could this battle be deemed entirely finished. Understood. Upon receiving Wen Qiju's orders, the operational staff responded in unison before swiftly relaying the commands. Soon, numerous communicators raced out to convey the messages on the battlefield. Yuan County, Li Mingqiang burst in with excitement, clutching the telegram from Wang Taizhu, proclaiming, "Brigade Commander, great news, Chief of Staff Wang and Deputy Brigade Commander Ji have sent a telegram stating that the Japanese and puppet troops in the Guangxin and Weixian directions have been entirely wiped out. None escaped. We captured them all." His face radiated with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration as he spoke. This battle commenced early in the morning, around 7 o'clock, marked by the Air Force's unprecedented triumph and the complete annihilation of the Japanese and puppet troops in the Yungan direction, culminating in the afternoon with the total destruction of the forces in Guangxin and Weixian. Victories seemed to cascade one after another, an astonishingly smooth progression. Li Mingqiang, who witnessed the rise of the independent 1st Brigade, felt he was once again a witness to history. Excellent. Splendid. Chu Feng was equally elated, rising in excitement. Now only the Japanese and puppet troops in Lingqiu and Yuanxian remain. It seems we have truly awakened that old fox, Torochi Shuichi. Soon, the Japanese and puppet troops in Lingqiu and Yuanxian will be retreating in haste. Whether we can achieve another complete annihilation depends on Commander Yang's leadership and whether he can guide the 5 regiments of the 8th Route Army to encircle these over 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops, buying time for the main forces. At this juncture, Chu Feng promptly instructed Li Mingqiang, "Convey this message to Commander Yang, so they can celebrate while also preparing themselves mentally." "Yes, Brigade Commander." Li Mingqiang responded and turned to send the telegram. A few minutes later, he returned with a telegram for Chu Feng, saying, "Brigade Commander, Commander Yang has replied, assuring that he will leave no stone unturned, even if it means sacrificing all 5 regiments, to ensure these 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops are captured." Chu Feng had faith in Commander Yang's telegram and assurance. Indeed, he believed that even if this individual were not Commander Yang but any soldier of the 8th Route Army, he would still have faith. The reason Chu Feng maintained relations with the 8th Route Army was twofold. Their bases were in close proximity, and he trusted that the 8th Route Army would not falter at a critical moment or resort to treachery. If it were the Nationalist Army or the Jinsui Army, he would not place his trust in them. However, if it were someone else, such as the leader from Suiyuan province currently in the Hatay region, he would have confidence in them. As the independent 1st Brigade revelled in their triumph, the North China Front Army headquarters was shrouded in gloom. General Torochi Shuichi sat silently, his face etched with regret. "Regret, I am filled with profound regret, oh how I lament." Barker. Chapter 72, Commander Yang Wuxi's desperate struggle, Chu Feng's personal arrival. My goodness, why the hesitation? Why not order the troops to retreat? Why, after receiving the battle reports from the Kwantung Army, is there still confidence? Bakayaro. General Torochi Shuichi found himself in disarray. Initially, upon receiving the battle reports from the 67th Brigade, he had confidently proclaimed, "Gentlemen, it appears our conjecture was correct. The Chinese are indeed attempting to concentrate their superior forces to annihilate one of our units and compel us to withdraw. But they are mistaken. How could the Empire of Japan be so easily deceived? Bakayaro, Chu Feng is underestimating our great Empire of Japan, and he is underestimating me, Torochi Shuichi. Listening to the self-assured words of General Torochi, the other junior officers felt no sense of surprise. Rather, they echoed their agreement. Indeed, Commander, your insight is unparalleled, you see through it all. Commander, the Chinese are merely resorting to bluster. Indeed, they even wish to stage a false city ploy here. Chufeng believes he is Zhuge Liang, while you, Commander, are Sima Yi. As he absorbed the flattering remarks from those around him, General Torochi felt an immense sense of pride. After all, he was a noble of the Empire of Japan, having received a fine education and having studied Chinese culture extensively. How could he be ensnared by such a crude ruse? Yet, the joy that illuminated Torochi's face at that moment would soon be met with a painful reckoning. Shortly after receiving the battle reports from the 67th Brigade, he was shocked to receive a farewell telegram from them, just as the North China Army had finalized their new operational plans. However, before they could be dispatched, they were met with this dreadful news. Upon reading the telegram, General Torochi's body swayed, and he collapsed into his chair, while the once vocal officers fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. There was no remedy, the pain was too acute, especially as the new operational plan included arrangements for capturing Chufeng alive, and provisions for the troops to operate freely for 3 days after taking Yuan County. The champagne celebration that had once brought smiles now felt like a slap in the face, leaving him reeling from the humiliation inflicted by Chufeng. Have we still not established contact with the 67th Brigade? In the silence, General Torochi finally snapped back to reality, his voice heavy with concern. Commander, no, despite our calls, there has been no response. The officer responsible for this report felt a chill run down his spine as he cautiously replied. Bakayaro. After a moment of brooding, General Torochi's frustration erupted. He stood abruptly and commanded, continue to attempt contact, and simultaneously send a telegram to the 57th Division, instructing them to halt their advance and retreat with all haste. Also, provide them with the latest battle updates. As he spoke, General Torochi glared with bloodshot eyes, radiating a fierce determination. Tell the 57th Division that I only wish for their safe withdrawal. They may abandon all weaponry and equipment if necessary. The Empire of Japan can accept defeat, but we cannot allow ourselves to be the first to lose an entire regiment in a single day, alongside a full division. Order the Lingqiu and surrounding units to mobilize swiftly to support the 57th Division. Inform them that no cost is too great for their rescue. The urgency was palpable. General Torochi found himself genuinely anxious. As a noble, the disgrace of this defeat would be a bitter pill to swallow, yet it did not directly threaten his status. However, he could not bear the thought of being labelled as the commander under whose watch the 1st Regiment of the Empire of Japan was entirely annihilated. As long as even one squadron from the 57th Division returned, he could absolve himself of this shameful title. Yes, sir. The junior officers hurriedly turned to relay the orders, while the North China Army headquarters fell into a profound silence once more. Narni. Meanwhile, upon receiving the telegram from the North China Army, the commander of the 57th Division was struck with disbelief. Bakayaro, how could they have been wiped out without my knowledge? Retreat. Bakayaro, where am I to retreat to? The bewildered commander of the 57th Division found himself at a loss. Just hours earlier, he had noticed a sudden decrease in the Chinese forces ahead, allowing their march to quicken. He had pondered what was amiss. Leading his troops, they had advanced several dozen miles in a matter of hours, and now, out of the blue, they were being told to flee, as they were the last remaining force among 3 armies. If they did not retreat soon, their fate would be sealed. This sudden and catastrophic news left the commander of the 57th Division in a stupor, as did it for the others. As mid-ranking officers of the Japanese forces, they had fought in many battles, yet they had never witnessed a scenario quite like this. Commander, what shall we do? As they observed the demise of over 30,000 Allied troops, fear began to seep into the hearts of the Japanese soldiers. They possessed the spirit of the samurai, Yet they were not fools, they knew fear all too well. What to do, Barkayaro? Hearing the inquiry from his subordinate brigade commander, the mid-ranking division commander cursed, "Retreat, retreat quickly. Abandon all supplies and artillery, and hastily retreat towards Lingqiu County." 3 armies, totaling over 50,000 men, had engaged in battle, and now only their 2-man unit remained, which still seemed numerous, yet the Chinese forces were no less formidable. The ability to decimate such a large number of troops in such a short time spoke volumes of their combat prowess. He could not trust that his forces could withstand even a slight delay. What had once been a force advancing boldly now began to retreat in haste following General Torochi's telegram. "Commander, the Japanese forces are beginning to retreat." The news of the enemy's movements reached Commander Yang Wu's ears promptly. Upon hearing this, Commander Yang's spirit surged, a smile gracing his face as he declared, "Good, it seems the Japanese have come to their senses." However, does it matter if they have come to their senses? It is too late to think of retreating now. With that, Commander Yang's determination solidified as he instructed, "Relay my orders, each regiment is to commence executing the prearranged operational plan. Our sole mission is to hold back these Japanese forces while we await reinforcements. Inform our combatants that without our express orders, they are not to retreat a single step, even if it means fighting to the last man. This is our commitment to Brigade Commander Chu Feng. We cannot tarnish the reputation of the 8th Route Army nor that of the Chinese soldiers." As Commander Yang orchestrated the efforts of 5 regiments of the 8th Route Army, along with several units under the independent 1st Brigade and local forces from the 1st Military District, they desperately sought to impede the retreat of the Japanese forces. The 4 main regiments of the independent 1st Brigade, along with an artillery regiment and 2 infantry regiments from the 120th Division of the 8th Route Army, were also en route to provide swift support. Particularly, the 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, and the 2nd Artillery Regiment, though fatigued from continuous combat, were resolute in their commitment to victory. Not long after, Chu Feng, accompanied by a platoon of soldiers, departed Yuan County, heading south. He was determined to witness firsthand the final moments as the remaining 20,000 Japanese forces were captured by the joint troops, eager to bear witness to this monumental occasion, the first large-scale, continuous operation resulting in the annihilation of over 50,000 Japanese troops since his arrival in this era. This was Chu Feng's moment of glory, as well as the finest testament to the growth of the troops under his command, marking the completion of their initial stage of development. Chapter 73, the final showdown begins. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Toot-toot-toot-toot. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. In the southwestern direction of Lingqiu County, a substantial contingent of Japanese and puppet troops was in frantic retreat. The new 2nd Regiment of the 1st Military Division of the Jinchag Military Region, in conjunction with the independent 1st Brigade's Engineer Battalion and the 2nd and 4th Companies of the Artillery Regiment, was steadfastly holding its ground at a defensive position centered around Qingping town, repelling successive assaults from thousands of enemy soldiers. Within a mere hour of combat, the Japanese and puppet forces launched no fewer than 4 attacks, despite the support of 2 battalions of 105mm howitzers and a plethora of light and heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars, and 92 type infantry cannons. Each assault resulted in a staggering 1/3 casualties. Yet, undeterred by their losses, the enemy continued their relentless onslaught. The new 2nd Regiment, having suffered grievous casualties while eliminating over 1,000 enemy troops, also incurred 300 to 400 losses of their own. The regiment's commander, driven by fury, took the initiative to lead a charge during the most arduous moments, successfully driving the enemy back. Report to the commander, the headquarters has sent a telegram stating that our regiment has accomplished its task of holding the enemy and is authorized to retreat. Just as the Japanese and puppet forces were poised to launch their 5th attack, the telegraph operator rushed in, addressing Commander Liu with urgency. "Retreat." Upon hearing this, Commander Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly responded, "Relay to headquarters that the new 2nd Regiment is aware of the situation. However, the enemy is about to mount another offensive. After repelling this attack, we will withdraw on our own accord." Although the troops of the independent 1st Brigade had slaughtered numerous enemy soldiers with apparent ease, the disparity in weaponry and equipment was stark. Their forces totaled just over 4,000, facing more than 10,000 Japanese and puppet troops. This was further compounded by the fact that the 2 artillery battalions of the independent 1st Brigade had, at the outset of the conflict, successfully neutralized the enemy's artillery positions, limiting the support available to the Japanese forces. Otherwise, the battle would have been far more arduous. After the telegraph operator departed, Commander Liu turned to his men and declared, "Headquarters has granted us permission to retreat, but I am unwilling to withdraw so easily. I wish to deliver a decisive blow to the Japanese and puppet forces." Upon hearing Liu's words, the assembled soldiers fell into deep contemplation. "Commander Liu, what if we do this?" proposed the Engineer Battalion's commander with a smile. "We can transform our defensive position into a massive demolition zone. Once we repel this attack, we can immediately commence preparations. Our Engineer Battalion carries 10 tons of explosives, and with the support of the 2 artillery battalions' heavy ordnance, as soon as the enemy breaches our defenses, we can deliver them a devastating surprise. I can't guarantee the exact number, but eliminating several hundred of the enemy is certainly within our grasp." Once the Engineer Battalion commander's proposal was voiced, the eyes of all present lit up with interest. "I think it's feasible. I concur. Let us detonate 10 tons of explosives to obliterate these wretched foes." The proposal was unanimously accepted, and the Engineer Battalion commander added, "However, there is one issue: the setup will require some time." "No problem." Commander Liu immediately grasped the situation and decisively waved his hand, stating, "This is straightforward. From now on, the new 2nd Regiment will handle the combat operations, while the brothers of the Engineer Battalion will take full responsibility for this task." With the plan established, the entire new 2nd Regiment advanced to the front lines, allowing the Engineer Battalion to commence their work of laying explosives and wiring. The battle soon erupted anew, with the Japanese and puppet forces launching a fierce assault, deploying a full company along with a battalion of puppet soldiers as cannon fodder and human shields. Any puppet soldier who dared to retreat was summarily executed by the Japanese. The new 2nd Regiment faced an exceptionally arduous struggle. The 2 howitzer battalions, striving to provide fire support, worked in unison until their barrels were heated from relentless firing. In this desperate situation, the enemy continued to dispatch hundreds of troops, charging fearlessly, trampling over their own fallen comrades in a gruesome display of aggression. Despite this, the defensive position teetered on the brink of collapse, yet Commander Liu of the new 2nd Regiment preferred to deploy his regiment's security company to quell the chaos rather than withdraw the Engineer Battalion. At a critical juncture, the arrival of 15 LAR, 7 fighter planes and 2 B-17 bombers, raining down bombs and unleashing machine gun fire, finally repelled the enemy's advance. Har! Wiping the blood from his face, Commander Liu exhaled deeply. "Those damned little devils, had it not been for..." "We are nearing our conclusion here." The Engineer Battalion commander approached to inform Liu, swiftly orchestrating his troops. Within minutes, as the last explosive charge was successfully laid, Commander Liu led his forces in a quiet withdrawal. However, he did not depart entirely. Instead, he instructed the Deputy Commander and Chief of Staff to quickly move their troops to the next ambush point, while he remained with the Engineer Battalion, eager to witness the spectacular sight of the enemy being caught in their own trap. Huff. Huff. Meanwhile, observing that their casualties had exceeded 2,000, the Japanese Major General in command wore a grim expression. "Barker," he exclaimed, "where are our air forces?" Just as they were on the verge of capturing the Chinese position, they were thwarted at a crucial moment by the arrival of Chinese aircraft, inciting his fury. "Relay my orders." After venting his rage, the Major General's expression grew increasingly sinister. "Instruct the 3rd Battalion to prepare for action. Merge the personnel of the 1st and 2nd Battalions into the 3rd Battalion and mount another assault in 20 minutes. Simultaneously, order the 1st Company of the 91st Regiment to also prepare, ready to join the fray should the attack falter. This time, no matter how many Chinese aircraft arrive, we shall not retreat an inch." With this decree, he turned to the garrison squad, commanding, "You lot, set up machine guns at the rear. Any who dare to retreat shall be executed on the spot." Yes, sir. The Japanese troops snapped to attention, though many wore expressions of dread, yet they had no choice. 20 minutes swiftly passed, and this time, the colonel personally led a force of over 1,600 Japanese soldiers, accompanied by 400 puppet troops, in an assault on the new 2nd Regiment's position. What astonished the Japanese and puppet forces was that as they closed into within 300 meters of the position, the Chinese artillery remained silent. At 200 meters, the machine guns were also conspicuously quiet. Narni! What is happening? Why aren't the Chinese firing? Could it be that they are running low on ammunition? Chapter 74 Annihilate the last remnants of the Japanese puppet army, Chu Feng exclaimed, the rewards are here. At a distance of 100 meters, the rifles of the Huaxia soldiers remained silent, and the battlefield was eerily quiet, as if no one were present. What is happening? The sight bewildered the Japanese and puppet soldiers. The commanding colonel immediately ordered the expendable puppet battalion to hasten forward and ascertain the situation. The puppet battalion commander, cursing under his breath, could only grit his teeth and tremble as he pressed onward, with the barrel of a gun at his waist. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As the puppet battalion surged onto the position, they were met with an empty landscape, devoid of any 8th Route Army or independent 1st Brigade soldiers. Damn it! They fled. The puppet battalion commander sighed in relief, simultaneously unable to suppress an expletive. If they wanted to run, they could have just done so. I nearly had a heart attack. Seeing the puppet soldiers successfully occupy the position, the Japanese soldiers hurriedly followed suit. Before long, over 2,000 Japanese and puppet soldiers had secured the 1st and 2nd defensive positions. Yoshi. Although the reason for the Huaxia soldiers' retreat eluded him, the Japanese Major General finally exhaled with relief and waved his hand, commanding, quickly, our target is Lingqiu County. Consequently, the following Japanese troops surged forward in droves. Concealed in the shadows, Commander Liu watched as the Japanese and puppet soldiers continued to advance, muttering, speed it up, hurry, get in position, so I can blow you all to smithereens. Those treacherous traitors, moving so swiftly to their doom. Finally, as the enemy amassed within the super minefield, the foremost puppet soldiers had already traversed the danger zone. Commander Liu nodded at the engineer battalion commander and ordered, detonate. Without hesitation, the engineer battalion commander produced a signal pistol and pulled the trigger, bang. A signal flare shot into the air. The engineers, lying in ambush with detonators in hand, wasted no time pressing the triggers. The sudden appearance of the signal flare startled the Japanese and puppet soldiers, who instinctively dropped to the ground, yet heard no gunfire. Just as they began to relax, they felt the earth beneath them tremble, followed by bursts of flames erupting from the ground, tearing apart numerous Japanese and puppet soldiers, sending some soaring into the air. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. In an instant, the entire battlefield convulsed, the earth splitting asunder, reminiscent of a dragon rising from its slumber. Countless Japanese and puppet soldiers were engulfed by dust, while others were annihilated or sent flying amidst the chaos. Har 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 har. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Commander Liu was filled with glee. The 10 tons of explosives, combined with hundreds of 105mm shells, had perfectly met his expectations. Let us go. Satisfied, Commander Liu and the engineers swiftly retreated, leaving behind the wailing Japanese and puppet soldiers. Barker! Barker Yuru! The Japanese Major General, who had been advancing with his troops towards the position, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, watching as his 2,000 to 3,000 men were engulfed by explosions and cloaked in dust. When the blasts subsided and the dust began to settle, he could no longer contain his fury. He raged, attempting to vent his anger through curses, but the more he swore, the more frustrated he became. Drawing his command sword, he sought to confront the Huaxia soldiers, yet found not a single one in sight. The exasperated Japanese Major General, after a fit of impotent rage, shouted, quickly assess the casualties and have all units reorganize. We cannot linger here. Anyone hindering our march must be left behind. Soon, the casualty report was compiled. The explosion had claimed over 1,000 of his men, with 400 to 500 dead on the spot, the remainder merely wounded. Assist these brave souls. The Japanese Major General's expression darkened, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he reluctantly issued the order. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of gunfire erupted as the wounded and immobile Japanese and puppet soldiers were executed by their own comrades. Once this grim task was completed, over 20 minutes had passed. At this point, more than 10,000 Japanese and puppet soldiers had been significantly reduced, leaving fewer than 7,000, who abandoned their mountain artillery and marched briskly through the forest towards Lingqiu County. The new 2nd Regiment's situation was not unique. The Japanese and puppet forces had originally split into 2 columns from Lingqiu and other counties to advance into U County. As they retreated, uniting was impossible. However, they were now all heading towards Lingqiu, while another contingent of Japanese and puppet soldiers faced ambushes and skirmishes, severely hampering their advance. Having made little progress in the last 2 hours, covering less than 6 kilometers, their losses were catastrophic. While the Japanese and puppet soldiers endeavored to press on, they remained oblivious to the fact that the main forces of the independent 1st Brigade had already encircled them from various angles. However, the 4th Regiment did not engage in battle, as General Seiki Inoue ordered many of the county's Japanese and puppet troops to mobilize for rescue, diverting the 4th Regiment towards Lai County to intercept the Japanese forces in that direction. As time passed, night fell unexpectedly. With aircraft unable to deploy, the remaining Japanese and puppet soldiers found themselves encircled on 2 high grounds, their forces now consolidated. Upon meeting with Commander Yang Wu, Chufeng arrived at Gaojiaping, where a contingent of over 6,000 Japanese and puppet soldiers had been surrounded. Brigadier! Brigadier! As Chufeng and Commander Yang Wu appeared, all eyes turned towards Chufeng. Are all attacking units prepared? Chufeng inquired, directing his gaze at Wang Taizhu. Wang Taizhu, not daring to be negligent, promptly reported, "Report, Brigadier, all units are in position. Artillery Group 1 has established its artillery positions, and the artillery battalions of the 1st and 2nd Regiments are also combat ready." Wang Taizhu's response pleased Chufeng, who, with a relaxed gesture, declared, "Then let the assault commence." At Chufeng's command, 1 artillery group and 2 battalions, in conjunction with the various regimental artillery, unleashed a barrage upon the Japanese and puppet soldiers atop their high ground. The relentless cannonade battered the Japanese and puppet forces for a full half-hour before finally ceasing. It was at this moment that the troops launched their assault. The Japanese and puppet soldiers fought tenaciously. Although the first wave of attack did not completely secure the position, it succeeded in consolidating the enemy forces. Thus, a second wave of artillery fire followed, again relentless for 30 uninterrupted minutes. After the bombardment concluded, the troops surged forward once more. This time, bolstered by overwhelming firepower, the severely depleted Japanese and puppet soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, allowing the troops to successfully ascend the high ground. The independent 1st Brigade, equipped with automatic weaponry, demonstrated to the Japanese the might of their artillery and machine guns. At 11 o'clock at night, as the cacophony of gunfire at Gaojiaping subsided and the battle cries transformed into cheers, Chufeng, Wang Taizhu, Ji Daong, Commander Yang Wu, and others all wore smiles. Yet, instead of celebrating, they sat in silence, awaiting something. A few minutes later, as a telegram arrived, it was confirmed that the Japanese and puppet soldiers encircled on another high ground had also been completely annihilated. "We have triumphed," Chufeng proclaimed. The others, upon hearing this, were filled with emotion. "Indeed, we have finally achieved victory. 50,000 Japanese and puppet soldiers have truly been eradicated by us. It seems we have made history." Thus, the Japanese puppet army sweep initiated by Chufeng resulted in over 50,000 soldiers, none of whom escaped, all perishing on the soil of Jinbei, marking an astonishing victory. Amidst the celebrations of this grand triumph, the system notification chimed in Chufeng's mind, "Rewards are here." Hearing the system's prompt, the smile on Chufeng's face transformed into one of surprise and anticipation. For this battle, he had expended 80% of his resources, motivated both by the desire to eradicate the Japanese invaders and the hope for a surprise from the system. Now, the moment of revelation had finally arrived. Without hesitation, Jufeng felt a surge of determination and entered the system space. Chapter 75, The Eruption of System Rewards. Jufeng exclaimed, "This reward is simply overwhelming." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving 3 consecutive victories in battle, securing a momentous triumph. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for annihilating 231 members of the Japanese puppet army, earning the following rewards. $2 million, 1 unit of primary Soviet equipment. 100 units of the PM-43 model 120mm mortar. 100,000 rounds of 120mm mortar shells, 1 complete production line for the PM-43 model 120mm mortar. 3 advanced mechanical worker recruitment cards. 2,000 120mm mortar tubes. 100 tons of new explosives. 100,000 multifunctional military shovels. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for annihilating 871 Japanese puppet troops, thus earning the following rewards. $3 million, 2 grand artillery ammunition packages. 150 units of the M1 1675mm light howitzer. 2 million rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. 3 million rounds of 7.92mm ammunition. 10,000 units of the Type 38 rifle. 150,000 rounds of M260mm mortar shells. 100,000 units of 100 kilograms aerial bombs. 300,000 units of Jin-made grenades. 2 intermediate artillery recruitment cards, 1 advanced pilot recruitment card. 300,000 rounds of the 92 type infantry shells. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exterminating 369 Japanese puppet troops, thus receiving the following rewards. 500 units of the Dodge T-234 truck, 1 large automobile repair shop, 2 intermediate aviation mechanic recruitment cards, 1 junior Panzer III assault gun battalion. 1,000 sewing machines, 1 intermediate tailor recruitment card. 100,000 rolls of cotton fabric. 500 tons of steel ingots. 500 tons of iron ingots. 200 tons of copper ingots. 1 medium steel rolling mill. 1,000 complete sets of Liberation truck parts, 2 grand artillery ammunition packages, 5 grenade production lines. 50,000 rounds of 200 kilograms aerial bombs. 5,000 complete sets of military radio components. 10,000 adult illy horses. 5 million ocean dollars. 100,000 units of the Type 63 rocket. Upon entering the system space, the system's notification chimes resonated continuously, the once empty inventory rapidly filled with the sound of rewards. Due to the sheer volume of rewards, the notifications persisted for several minutes before concluding. Gazing at the overflowing inventory, Jufeng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Good heavens! While I anticipated a substantial reward for vanquishing so many Japanese puppet troops, I never imagined it would be this overwhelming. What is this? Striking it rich? No, this is akin to suddenly becoming a nouveau riche. Staring in awe at the system's inventory, Jufeng couldn't help but murmur, his excitement evident in his gleaming eyes. He couldn't help but notice the first 2 rewards. My word, this time the monetary reward amounts to 7 million ocean dollars, with $3 million, which, when converted at a rate of 4-to-1, totals 12 million ocean dollars, culminating in an impressive 19 million ocean dollars. Adding to this the 5 million ocean dollars earned this morning by the victorious pilots, in just one day, I've accrued 24 million ocean dollars. At this point, Jufeng couldn't suppress his joy. Presenting 24 million ocean dollars to Uncle Zhao Wu would surely leave him overjoyed. With this influx of funds, he need not worry about my impending bankruptcy. Recalling Uncle Zhao Wu, Jufeng remembered the immense pressure from the substantial expenses incurred after the temporary super training buff was activated, which led Zhao Wu to frequently lament before him, "Commander, if we continue at this rate, we shall face bankruptcy. We can't sustain this expenditure." Could we perhaps lower the standards of our rations, even with a breeding farm? This is unsustainable. With a smile, Jufeng continued to peruse the subsequent rewards, which only brightened his countenance further. 100,000 rounds of 120mm mortar shells, 5 million rounds of various ammunition, sufficient to replenish our recent expenditures and then some. This battle primarily depleted artillery shells, while ammunition was secondary. With the addition of 5 million rounds, our forces now boast a reserve of over 10 million rounds of assorted ammunition. 10,000 Type 38 rifles is also a commendable reward. While our main forces may not require them, they can be allocated to the garrison regiments in the 7 county towns. The system has generously provided an ample supply of artillery shells. 150,000 rounds of 60mm mortar shells and a combined total of 150,000 aerial bombs, enough to sustain the airbase for a considerable time. With the replenishment of 3. Additionally, acquiring 5 grenade production lines, combined with the production line seized from Dayuan City, will yield around 15 to 16 lines, ensuring our forces are sufficiently equipped while allowing for external sales. After all, grenade production does not require particularly high-quality steel. The Japanese railway tracks serve as excellent raw materials. The system has also been generous with artillery shells, granting 300,000 rounds of the 92 Type infantry shells and 100,000 units of the Type 63 rockets. This batch not only perfectly compensates for our losses but also leaves us with excess. Moreover, I received 2 grand artillery ammunition packages from Soviet sources and 2 from American sources, with each package containing 500,000 rounds, totaling 2 million rounds of ammunition. Calculating in his mind as he reviewed the rewards, Jufeng realized he had indeed profited. Aside from the lack of replenishment for the 82mm mortar shells and the Japanese grenade launcher shells, we have received ample supplies for every other type. Quite satisfactory. Jufeng beamed, reassured that his bold decision to unleash his forces was vindicated by the system's generous returns. The expended ammunition was not only replenished but also significantly augmented. However, there is no urgent need for the replenishment of the 82mm mortar shells and the 12.7mm bullets. As for the 82mm mortar shells, we are fully capable of producing them domestically, without requiring Uncle Zhao Wu's intervention. I shall directly approach the national government for them. As for the 12.7mm bullets, the United States possesses them. Uncle Zhao can simply procure them from the American embassy, and it won't cost much. Several 100,000 rounds would suffice for those B-17 bombers or P-47 fighters. Upon reading this, Jufeng felt overwhelmed by the quantity of items, which hindered his ability to review them effectively. He thus declared, "System, I wish to extract all oceanic currency, US dollars, as well as all shells, bullets, and 10,000 Type 38 rifles along with 10 engineer shovels, utilizing for artillery shell gift packages." As soon as Jufeng's words fell, the system's notification chimed, and simultaneously, a flash of light illuminated the inventory as a multitude of rewards vanished from sight. Ding! The extracted materials will be delivered within 24 hours. Ding, please select the required caliber and model of artillery shells, host. Hearing the system's notification, Jufeng promptly replied, "System, please match according to the calibers and models of the artillery my troops are equipped with." The system remained efficient. As soon as Jufeng finished speaking, another notification echoed. Ding, the 4 artillery shell gift packages have been successfully matched. 2 million assorted shells will be delivered within 24 hours. Please prepare, host. Jufeng was quite pleased with the system's responsiveness. Following the extraction of a batch of rewards, his inventory had diminished by a third, yet due to the sheer volume of rewards, it still appeared brimming with items, instilling a profound sense of accomplishment. With the extraction of what he deemed the least valuable materials from this reward, Jufeng's eyes glistened with anticipation and excitement, as the core of this reward was yet to come. Whether it be mechanical equipment, personnel, or various weaponry, his gaze fell upon several system notifications that materialized, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Incredible, I am striking it rich. Am I about to evolve from pure infantry to mechanized infantry? Har har har. Chapter 76. Chu Feng exclaimed, har har, with such firepower and configuration, even 100,000 enemies could be vanquished. The 3 Assault Gun Regiment, this unit comprises 200 personnel, divided into 2 assault gun battalions, 1 armoured infantry battalion, and a regiment's own armoured reconnaissance company, a radio-controlled company, and a maintenance company. It is equipped with 136 3 assault guns, 36 Leopard command vehicles, 120 Type 251 vehicles, and 23 Type 251-23 vehicles. The entire regiment has undergone 3 years of training and 2 years of actual combat. Note: upon recruitment, 5 basic ammunition stockpiles, fuel, and 30 reserve combat vehicles are provided. As Chu Feng perused the information displayed by the system, after all, the essence of a military unit lies in its combat capability, while vehicles primarily serve to transport troops, artillery, and supplies. Now, with the system bestowing upon me this 3 assault gun regiment, I, Chu Feng, can finally claim to possess a genuine armoured force. This firepower, in the realm of Huaxia, is undoubtedly formidable. Those flimsy tanks of the Little Devils stand no chance against the true 3, 4, Tiger, or Mouse tanks. Even my 3 assault gun regiment could decisively overpower those enemy vehicles. Indeed, indeed. With just this regiment, upon my return, I can easily complement it with a batch of vehicles to establish the 1st Armoured Infantry Brigade. As he spoke, Chu Feng's gaze shifted towards a reward positioned behind him. Dodge T-235 transport truck. The vehicle has a payload capacity of 3 tons, with a maximum power output of 118 horsepower, at 2,800 rpm, a top speed of 64 km per hour, a 5-speed manual transmission, and is equipped with a 5.4-litre 6-cylinder gasoline engine, specifically designed as an off-road truck for the terrain of China. Chu Feng smiled broadly and remarked, with 500 large trucks, if we allocate 150 of them to the 3rd Assault Artillery Regiment, it would be sufficient to establish an armoured infantry brigade. The remaining 350 trucks will be utilised for military and local construction, and the oil refinery will commence production within 2 months at most, ensuring an ample supply of gasoline and diesel. As he spoke, Chu Feng envisioned himself commanding this force, galloping across Chahar, Suiyuan, Ruihei, Hebei Province, and the vast plains of Pingjin. After indulging in this delightful thought for a moment, he gradually regained his composure and shifted his gaze to the series of reward notifications that appeared before him. Junior Soviet Mechanized Regiment. This is a regiment of 3,000 men, fully equipped with Soviet gear, trained for 3 years, with an additional 3 years of combat experience. Note: the entire regiment is supplied with 5 basic units of ammunition and fuel for all weapons and equipment. PM-43 Model 120mm mortar complete production line. This includes 2 artillery production lines and 3 shell production lines, capable of producing 500 units of the 120mm mortar annually, along with the design and production blueprints for the PM-43 model, as well as the manufacturing processes. Senior Mechanic Recruitment Card. Upon use, it summons 100 experienced senior mechanics with over 10 years of experience. Intermediate Artillery Recruitment Card. This comprises 300 intermediate artillery personnel, each trained for 3 years and possessing 2 years of combat experience. Note: the system provides personnel only, without weapons and equipment. Senior Pilot Recruitment Card. This consists of 60 senior pilots, each trained for 2 years, with 3 years of combat experience and a minimum of 500 flight hours, all having achieved at least 1 aerial victory, including 5 ace pilots proficient in operating various aircraft. Observing this array of information, Chu Feng could not help but grin widely. Another Soviet mechanized regiment. Following this battle, the troops will undergo expansion. Supplementing 1 regiment with a fresh wave of recruits equates to an entire brigade. 2 intermediate artillery recruitment cards translate to 600 seasoned artillerymen. The addition of 60 senior pilots will further bolster the capabilities of the flight base. Chu Feng's smile was so broad it nearly reached the back of his ears. Including 1 assault artillery regiment, 1 Soviet mechanized regiment, and these personnel, he had acquired over 7,000 system troops, none of whom were novices. The production line for the 120mm heavy mortars arrived just in time. The munitions factory has already established the production lines for the M260mm mortar and the 56 semi-automatic rifle, which are currently undergoing testing. Once the 60mm mortars commence production, we can gradually phase out the Japanese grenade launchers. The arrival of the 120mm heavy mortars allows me to master the production of regiment-level support artillery, and the munitions factory will now possess a third flagship product, effectively addressing part of the issue of independent artillery production. At this point, Chu Feng glanced at the mechanic recruitment card and stated, 3 recruitment cards will yield 300 experienced senior workers, thereby further reinforcing the personnel at the munitions factory. Without hesitation, he declared, System, I wish to recruit the Junior 3rd Assault Artillery Regiment, Junior Soviet Mechanized Regiment, Senior Mechanics, Intermediate Aviation Mechanics, as well as Intermediate Artillerymen and Senior Pilots. Simultaneously, I wish to extract the complete 120mm heavy mortar production line, along with 500 trucks, 100 units of 120mm heavy mortars, 120mm mortar tubes, and 100 tons of explosives. No sooner had Chu Feng's words left his lips than the system notification chimed in response, emphasizing its time-sensitive nature. Ding! All personnel and materials will be delivered within 48 hours. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Feng nodded slightly. Compared to the first wave of extracted materials, he could accept the slightly longer duration for the second wave, as the arrival of such a substantial quantity of resources and personnel would understandably require time for storage. Observing the diminished rewards in the system's infantry, Chu Feng's gaze first fell upon the artillery. M116 Model 75mm light howitzer, one of the primary artillery pieces of the United States, its advantages include lightweight design suitable for mountainous operations, while its drawback lies in its ordinariness. Weighing merely 653 kilograms, it can be disassembled into 9 major components for airdrops or into 8 parts for transport by mule, making it particularly well suited for long-distance mobility and maneuvering in complex terrains. Its range reaches 790 meters, with an effective range of 900 meters and a firing rate of 6 rounds per minute. Note, each howitzer is provided with 5 basic units of shells. Examining the system's description, Chu Feng was indifferent, ordinary or not, as long as it is functional. This time, the system provided 100 units of the 120mm heavy mortars. With the impending expansion of the troops, numerous new regiments would be established, and the artillery battalion attached to each regiment would now be equipped accordingly. However, while the regimental artillery was secured, the brigade's artillery regiments still required augmentation. These 150 units of 75mm light howitzers would be just right, offering a range exceeding that of the heavy mortars by over 3,000 meters, sufficient for 3 artillery battalions. Moreover, the American artillery shell gift package includes 150,000 rounds of 75mm howitzer ammunition, and considering 5 basic units per howitzer, there is an ample supply for a considerable period. Unavoidably, Chu Feng contemplated the formidable level of firepower and personnel that would result from integrating this batch of weaponry and system troops into the independent 1st Brigade. Unable to contain himself, he boldly proclaimed, "With this firepower, with this weaponry, I shan't boast, but should the Japanese dare to launch a large-scale sweep again, we in the independent 1st Brigade could manage with less than 100,000 troops. Even against 100,000, we could respond with ease. Should the Japanese have the audacity to send multiple armies to attack, they would undoubtedly experience what it truly means to have no return." Har har har. In that moment, Chu Feng could no longer restrain himself, bursting into hearty laughter, his face aglow with pride and exhilaration. Chapter 77, General Torochi Shuishi weeps. It is not Chu Feng's arrogance. Following this battle, the independent 1st Brigade is bound to expand. At that time, he will command a force numbering at least 60 to 70,000 troops. The artillery alone, boasting calibers exceeding 100mm, has already surpassed 200 pieces. In addition, there are several hundred more pieces of artillery ranging from 60 to below 100mm. Coupled with 1,000 light and heavy machine guns, armored tanks, and over 100 aircraft, a mere 100,000 Japanese soldiers will indeed be insufficient to launch a proper sweep. They would require no less than 4 divisions, alongside over 20,000 puppet troops, which together would amount to a total exceeding 100,000. As for aircraft, they would need at least 3 to 500, or else they would merely be delivering supplies to the airbases. Only upon meeting these conditions would Chufeng experience any significant pressure. Highly satisfied with the 150 light howitzers, Chufeng's gaze shifted to the remaining rewards. Large automobile repair factory. This is a vast repair facility equipped with over 600 various mechanical devices and staffed by 1,500 repair workers and technicians. Upon reading the system's description, Chufeng nodded slightly. This reward is commendable. Although the repair factory lacks experience in automobile production, the accompanying equipment and personnel are all dedicated to the automotive industry. A large automobile repair factory, abundant in equipment and skilled workers, combined with a complete set of parts for 1,000 liberation trucks, collectively lay the groundwork for the automotive industry. Though it may not be formidable and lacks a fully integrated automotive production line, we shall not be choosy. By leveraging automotive repairs and assembly, we can cultivate a skilled and capable workforce, gradually evolving our capabilities over time. This adds to my enterprises in aviation, petroleum, military, textile, and pharmaceutical industries, marking yet another nascent automotive industry under my purview, albeit in its infancy. Chufeng was quite pleased with this outcome. In these barren times, his only recourse was to rely on the system's rewards to gradually amass resources and cultivate technical talent. With a substantial amount of funds at hand, I must seek to procure a batch of production lines and equipment from abroad to continually enhance these industrial capabilities. Especially given the absence of a machinery factory, which presents a natural disadvantage. If we could establish such a facility, we could slowly begin production and replication. At this point, the previously joyful Chufeng could not help but exclaim, "The road ahead is long and arduous. The foundation of Huaxier is exceedingly fragile, practically non-existent. I must intensify my efforts to generate revenue, adopting a dual approach. One path relies on the fragmented rewards provided by the system to sow the seeds of various industries, while the other involves purchasing production lines and technology from abroad to nurture and fortify these seeds." After this reflection, Chufeng's attention continued to delve deeper. 1,000 sewing machines, paired with 100 intermediate seamstresses, complemented by the mechanical equipment previously acquired from the small textile factory, will further bolster the strength of the textile industry. This batch of sewing machines, alongside 100 skilled tailors and 100,000 bolts of native cotton fabric, will allow us to commence the production of military uniforms for the troops. Once the new recruits are trained and the sewing machines are in operation, we could easily establish 2 to 3 garment factories. At the very least, the textile industry stands as the first to achieve a complete operational loop. With this thought, Chufeng paused momentarily, directing his gaze towards the final reward of substantial value. Medium steel rolling mill. This facility boasts 14 production lines, over 300 various machines, and a workforce of 5,500 skilled laborists, technicians, research teams, and engineers. Observing the system's provided information, he remarked, "With the establishment of a steel rolling mill, we gain the capacity to process steel, significantly advancing the development of the steel industry." In addition to the machinery and production lines, the 5,500 skilled workers and technicians are invaluable assets. Raw materials are also readily available, as the system has rewarded us with 500 tons of steel ingots, 500 tons of iron ingots, and 200 tons of copper ingots, all of which can be processed immediately. It appears imperative to establish a department to oversee these factories. We cannot allow them to operate in isolation. A preliminary integration is essential to facilitate organized growth. Simultaneously, we must enumerate urgent issues that need resolution and the equipment that requires procurement, while also conducting a comprehensive inventory of all machinery to ensure we are fully informed. With a plan set in motion, Chufeng felt a renewed sense of direction for the tasks ahead. He resolved to take the lead personally, delegating troop-related matters to Ji Daong and Wang Taizhu. System, I wish to extract all rewards. The last 5,000 complete sets of military radio components and 10,000 illy horses were swiftly selected for extraction. The radios were indispensable for ensuring communication within the troops. The 5,000 sets of components necessitated the establishment of a radio factory for assembly. As for the 10,000 illy horses, he intended to form a cavalry brigade. Despite the substantial number of vehicles and assault tanks at his disposal, horses remain an indispensable resource in present-day Huaxia. The cavalry brigade possesses formidable combat capabilities, especially in the vast mountainous and flat regions of Suiyuan Province, Chara Province, and Reihe Province, where mobility and traversability are of utmost importance. Ding dong. Host, all materials and related personnel have been successfully extracted and will be delivered within 72 hours. The system's prompt echoed timely, and as Chufeng listened to the notification, he gazed at the now empty infantry with a satisfied smile, feeling a surge of motivation as he exited the system space. Celebration, securing the battlefield, this was the primary task of the entire independent 1st Brigade, the 120th Division of the 8th Route Army, and the 1st District of the Jinchag military region. Even if the moon chose to hide today, it could not dampen their fervor, as flickering torches illuminated the busy figures throughout the forest. At the headquarters of the North China Army, General Torochi Shuishi slumped in his chair, flanked by numerous senior Japanese and puppet military officers, the room enveloped in an eerie silence. Just moments ago, they had received a farewell telegram from the last contingent of Japanese puppet forces, dispatched by the 57th Division. In the span of a single day, this marked the second farewell telegram they had received. Upon reading this telegram, they understood that the final remnants of Japanese puppet forces had perished, and the 57th Division had met its demise. This division had only recently been formed on home soil and dispatched to the North China Army to participate in the encirclement of Chufeng, only to be obliterated in less than a month. Regret. General Torochi Shuishi was filled with regret. He lamented why he had provoked Chufeng. Why, upon receiving the telegram from the Kanto Army headquarters, had he not taken it seriously and ordered a withdrawal? Had he retreated at that time, despite the heavy losses and the loss of face, at least he would not have faced total annihilation. In the depths of his remorse, 2 tears, akin to those of a crocodile, slipped from General Torochi Shuishi's eyes as he lifted his head, unwilling for his subordinates to witness his moment of weakness. I, Torochi Shuishi, am a noble of the Empire of Japan. I can accept defeat, but I shall not lose my noble honor and dignity. Damn it. Chapter 78. Electrifying the nation, a stunning victory that captivates the world. Esteemed gentlemen. With a swipe to clear the crocodile tears from the corners of his eyes, General Teranishi Shuishi's deep voice resonated within the temple. Swish. In the room, the gazes of all senior officers of the Japanese puppet army converged upon General Teranishi. I take full responsibility for this failure. As soon as these words left General Teranishi's lips, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. They had feared becoming scapegoats, especially the old foxes of the Special Higher Police. Chufu has grown to a point that we can no longer overlook. I shall report this defeat, along with the specifics regarding Chufu's forces, to the military headquarters and His Majesty the Emperor. We cannot allow Chufu to continue to grow unchecked. With over 50,000 troops shattered this time, how many more will we need next time? At this, General Teranishi turned his gaze towards the head of the Special Higher Police. Soto-kun, your Special Higher Police must intensify infiltration into Chufu's forces during this period, gathering as much intelligence as possible to support our next offensive. Upon hearing General Teranishi call his name, General Soto immediately stood up and respectfully replied, Yes, Commander, we will certainly make every effort. Excellent. General Teranishi was pleased with General Soto's attitude. Nodding slightly, he rose from his chair and stated, This defeat means that we will be unable to launch any offensive operations for the foreseeable future. As he spoke, General Teranishi pointed at the map, saying, Current intelligence indicates that Weixian and Guanxin have already fallen to Chufu's forces. Our intelligence reveals that the Huaxia national government has lost the counties of Yuanyuan, Weixian, Guanxin, Yangao, Yanyuan, Tianjin, and Yingxian. Among these 7 counties, Yingxian is crucial for the smooth operation of the northern segment of the Tongpu Railway, while Yangao and Tianjin are vital for the stability of the Pingshui Railway. These two railways are lifelines for us. Losing Yingxian would sever the northern Tongpu Railway unless we circumvent it. If we lose Yangao and Tianjin, the Pingshui Railway would be cut off, not only halting railway access into Shaanxi province but also disrupting supplies and essential. No military action is permitted without explicit orders. With General Terenicia's command issued, the Japanese puppet forces surrounding Chufu suddenly became much more subdued. On December 4, at 7 a.m., Chufu and his entourage had returned to Yuanyuan, to the headquarters of the independent 1st Brigade. "Commander, are we ready to make an announcement?" With casualties and captured materials still being tallied, Li Ming could no longer contain his curiosity. Indeed. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, Chufu smiled and nodded. "It is time to make the announcement. Our independent 1st Brigade, in conjunction with the 8th Route Army, has successfully eliminated a significant number of Japanese puppet forces, and it is essential that our compatriots in Huaxia, as well as our overseas supporters of the resistance, learn of this good news." At this point, Chufu seemed to recall something and turned to Commander Yang Wu and the representative from the 120th Division, saying, "This time, the brothers of the 8th Route Army will have to bear some inconvenience." Although they had collaborated with the 8th Route Army, for various reasons, they could not mention the 8th Route Army in their public announcements, meaning those who had contributed significantly would not receive the glory. Not a problem. Upon hearing Chufu's words, Commander Yang Wu and the 120th Division representative shook their heads. They had agreed to this arrangement, and there was no sense of grievance, especially since it had been their initial suggestion. Old Li, first send a telegram to the 2nd War Zone and the national government to report our achievements. Then, send a clear telegram to inform our compatriots across the nation of this good news. With Chufu's command issued, the independent 1st Brigade sprang into action. In the 2nd War Zone, the retreating Yang Laoku, now stationed in Linfen, finally received the telegram from Chufu. Commander, a telegram, a great victory." The aide rushed in, brandishing a telegram, and exclaimed, "General Chufu has sent a telegram reporting that over 50,000 Japanese puppet troops launched a three-pronged siege on Yuanyuan." He, alongside the local populace, rose in resistance, achieving 3 consecutive victories, annihilating the invading Japanese puppet forces, killing 1 Japanese major general, 4 brigadier generals, and numerous colonels. They seized a vast amount of supplies, as well as 5 flags of the Japanese infantry regiments, and successfully reclaimed Guanxin and Weixian. Upon hearing the aide's words, Yang Laoku leaped to his feet, shock etched on his face as he snatched the telegram and quickly scanned its contents, unable to suppress his elation. "Excellent. They fought splendidly, truly splendid. Undoubtedly, our young men from Shaanxi province have showcased the spirit of our 2nd War Zone and the bravery of the people of Shaanxi." Yang Laoku, self-aware, refrained from mentioning anything about the Jinsui army. "This Chufu is remarkable, truly remarkable. Over 50,000 Japanese puppet troops, along with an armored division, were utterly defeated by him." As he pondered the Shinko campaign and the Daiyuan campaign, and reflecting on the precarious situation now facing the entire Shaanxi province, he could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. Why is it that our Jinsui army, with over 100,000 troops, cannot compete with a rising star like Chufu, who has only emerged in a matter of months? Why do our weapons and equipment not pale in comparison, yet we suffer defeat after defeat? I cannot fathom it. I simply cannot understand. Yang Laoku found himself caught in a whirlwind of joy, surprise, reflection, and melancholy, a sentiment echoed by the national government. At this moment, the clear telegram from the independent 1st Brigade had also been dispatched, and as the news circulated and gained momentum, consulates from various nations in Huaxia received the telegram. Ambassadors and military attaches from various countries were initially stunned and incredulous, but they quickly reported the news back home. Meanwhile, some astute journalists also relayed the information. In an instant, this victory captured the attention of the entire world. Chapter 79, The 8th Route Army Gains Wealth in Silence. With grins crooked in delight, the transmission of news requires time. The announcement was made clear in the morning, and by 10 o'clock, both the national government and the 2nd War Zone convened press conferences to declare the news. Shortly after 11, newspapers in various cities urgently printed additional copies. Countless newsboys waved newspapers, running through the streets and alleys, shouting, "Extra, extra! General Chufeng leads the independent 1st Brigade to a glorious victory, annihilating 50,000 Japanese troops. Great victory! The independent 1st Brigade wipes out 50,000 Japanese puppet soldiers, killing several Japanese generals. Victory in Yuan County, the independent 1st Brigade achieves a great triumph." As the newspapers emerged, the news began to spread widely. Everyone who heard the cries paused in their tracks, purchasing a newspaper to read. Those who could not read gathered around literate individuals, listening intently as they read aloud the contents of the papers. In an instant, the land of China erupted in jubilant shouts, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, showcasing scenes of unbridled joy. Despite the continuous retreats on the front lines and numerous fierce battles, where the Chinese troops bravely resisted and many valiant souls sacrificed themselves, the overall momentum could not be halted. At this critical juncture, General Chufeng led his troops to achieve such a remarkable victory, which invigorated the entire nation's confidence in the war effort. Initially, the compatriots were anxious, knowing that the Japanese were planning to attack Yuan County, where General Chufeng was stationed. They feared that this esteemed general, renowned for his victories against the Japanese, might be vanquished. However, instead of receiving news of General Chufeng's defeat, they were greeted with tidings of a great victory. The tension that had gripped the hearts of the people instantly relaxed. Subsequently, the entirety of China was enveloped in a tremendous excitement. No one doubted the authenticity of the independent 1st Brigade's reported achievements. The series of victories inspired immense trust among the populace. At this moment, the North China Front Army, albeit reluctantly, issued a statement asserting that their losses were minor, amounting to merely 10 to 20,000 troops, far less than reported. The Chinese people had grown accustomed to the Japanese's habitual obfuscation. Seeing the obstinate yet non-committal statements from the Japanese only fueled their excitement and celebrations further. While the rest of China reveled in jubilation, General Chufeng and his comrades in Yuan County gradually calmed down from their victorious euphoria. During lunch, a battle staff officer hurriedly entered and exclaimed, "Report, Brigade Commander, the Japanese puppet troops unexpectedly retreated this morning towards Yangao and Tianjin. Our reconnaissance personnel personally inspected the county town and found not a single Japanese soldier, nor any of their rogue elements or merchants. Moreover, we witnessed them entering the counties of Yangao and Tianjin." Upon hearing this report, General Chufeng and his comrades were momentarily taken aback, slightly bewildered by the news. However, Chufeng quickly regained his composure and chuckled, "Well, it seems the Japanese are not foolish. They realize the national government has assigned Yuan County to my Jinchu Special Zone. Having already captured Guang County and Yuxian, Yuan County becomes somewhat of a burden. Defending it requires substantial manpower, which they currently lack. They likely anticipate that I may make a move on Yuan County. Thus, it is wiser for them to proactively withdraw their forces, concentrating their limited strength in Yangao and Tianjin." As he spoke, Chufeng could not help but shake his head, saying, "The Japanese have a good idea and have correctly guessed my intentions, but once they voluntarily abandon Yuan County, they will no longer have that frontline bastion and will face me directly. I wonder what they are thinking. If it were me, I would never concede, rather, I would bolster my defenses." Hearing Chufeng's words, Commander Yang Wu could not restrain himself and remarked, "General Chu, your reasoning is sound, but to me, there is little difference between holding on and letting go. With the firepower of the independent 1st Brigade, even if they stationed an entire division there, they would still be unable to hold their ground. Instead, they would become easy prey." Yang Wu's candid words left Chufeng momentarily stunned, before he laughed. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, cunning strategies seem insignificant, unless the Japanese exert considerable effort to fortify Yuan County into a military stronghold. They would need to dig deep while constructing numerous permanent military bunkers. Otherwise, they would indeed be unable to impede my advance. Listening to the conversation between Chufeng and Commander Yang Wu, everyone could not help but chuckle. It was not that the Japanese were conceding out of fear, but rather that the intimidation brought by Chufeng was too formidable, compelling the Japanese to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Har 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 har. After finishing their lunch, everyone went to rest, leaving the subsequent tasks to Li Mingqiang and Zhao Wushu. At 9 o'clock that evening, the group reconvened after 6 to 7 hours of rest, feeling significantly rejuvenated. At this juncture, the casualty figures and the statistics of captured materials from various units had been compiled, signaling that it was time to discuss the allocation. Commander Yang Wu, take a look. After sharing a laugh, Zhu Feng handed over a list of supplies, saying, "We are immensely grateful for the 8th Route Army's assistance. Without your help, the independent 1st Brigade would have undoubtedly faced a heavy toll in this battle." Although the independent 1st Brigade had maintained a significant advantage in yesterday's combat, their casualties were not insignificant, amounting to over 1,200 fatalities, with 693 severely injured and 2,578 lightly wounded. Altogether, the casualties reached 4,471. Naturally, this number paled in comparison to the number of Japanese puppet troops eliminated, yet it must be remembered that the independent 1st Brigade had been in a position of strength. This illustrates that in warfare, regardless of the magnitude of advantage, achieving a complete victory without losses is nearly impossible. Of course, the independent 1st Brigade was not alone in suffering such grievous losses. The 8th Route Army had also incurred over 6,000 casualties, among which over 2,600 had perished, equivalent to an entire regiment. Fortunately, thanks to the efficacy of Zhu Feng's field hospital, most of the severely wounded were rescued. In recognition of the gallant support and unwavering commitment of their comrades, Zhu Feng was naturally generous. Wow! When Commander Yang Wu and the representative of the 120th Division glanced at Zhu Feng's list of supplies, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. 30,000 assorted rifles, 300 light and heavy machine guns, 300 grenade launchers, 3 million rounds of ammunition, 200,000 grenade launcher shells, 100,000 hand grenades, and 100,000 grenades. 50 70mm howitzers of the Taisho 11 model. 30 92mm infantry guns, 15 41mm mountain guns, 10 75mm mountain guns of the Meiji 38 model, and 20,000 assorted shells. The supply list was brief, merely one page, yet the value contained within that single page was simply staggering. This batch of weaponry was sufficient to outfit 10 infantry regiments and 2 artillery regiments. While they had suffered significant casualties and ultimately did not bask in glory, the prospect of arming 10 infantry regiments and 2 artillery regiments brought smiles to their faces. In an instant, Commander Yang Wu and the representative from the 120th Division were left with just 2 words in their minds: "My goodness, we've struck it rich." Chapter 80, The Government's Commendation Telegram. Joyfully receiving the Independent 1st Division's establishment. General Chu, what is this? After the initial surprise, Commander Yang Wu gazed at Zhu Feng with a hint of astonishment, unable to refrain from saying, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" This time, the 8th Route Army did indeed contribute significantly, yet the corps lay with the independent 1st Brigade. Not at all. Zhu Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. The reason we achieved such remarkable results in this battle is largely due to the outstanding efforts of your 7 regiments. Had it not been for your relentless commitment to holding back those 20,000 Japanese puppet troops, we would not have been able to achieve complete annihilation. The spoils of this encounter were indeed substantial. For the unwavering assistance and dedication of the 8th Route Army, Zhu Feng was certainly not one to be stingy. Moreover, the enhancement of the 8th Route Army's strength benefited Zhu Feng as well. His juniors were part of the 8th Route Army in the Jinxiehag military region. A powerful 8th Route Army would allow him to engage in battles with peace of mind, without the worry of potential backstabbing. This marked the first occasion for such extensive cooperation, and future collaborations would inevitably arise. Furthermore, all these spoils were from the Japanese puppet forces, and for Zhu Feng, their weapons and equipment were intended for the rearguard, the secondary units. The frontline troops were neither lacking in weapons nor inclined to utilize the substandard gear of the Japanese, having already prepared the weaponry for the 7 county garrison regiments. Yang Wu, along with the representative from the 120th Division, pondered over Zhu Feng's words before ultimately agreeing. After a night's rest, the following day, 2 regiments of the 8th Route Army's 120th Division departed from Yuan County, heading directly southeast to undertake the operational tasks assigned by the 8th Route Army's General Headquarters. During this time, the 8th Route Army's General Headquarters, having received the news, sent a telegram congratulating Chu Feng, indicating that some leaders from the 8th Route Army would visit Yuan County for a meeting with him in the near future. With no immediate battles on the horizon, Chu Feng busied himself responding to various congratulatory telegrams from leaders of the 2nd War Zone, 5th War Zone, and the Sichuan Army, while also organizing the new stationing of his troops. The 1st Regiment was stationed in Yuanyuan County, the 2nd Regiment in Yuxian, the 3rd Regiment along the Yungang Front, and the 4th Regiment towards Yingxian. Meanwhile, supplies awarded by the system continued to arrive, transforming Yuan County into a logistics hub, leaving Uncle Zhao overwhelmed with work. Notably, with 24 million silver dollars deposited, Uncle Zhao, who had incessantly lamented impending bankruptcy, finally ceased troubling Chu Feng. At long last, the commendation telegram from the government arrived. Brigade Commander, oh no, Division Commander, the government has promoted you. Li Mingqiang chuckled as he handed the commendation telegram to Chu Feng, teasing him with a grin. At that moment, Deputy Brigade Commander Ji Daong and Chief of Staff Wang Taiju were fully immersed in the construction of the troops, with no battles to engage in. It was time to re-enter intensive training. Additionally, new recruits needed to be supplemented into the various units, including the newly arrived Soviet mechanized troops, artillery, and pilots, all of whom required registration and familiarization. For the newly arrived Soviet mechanized troops, Chu Feng decided to designate them as the 5th Regiment of the Independent 1st Brigade, leaving only himself and Li Mingqiang in the brigade headquarters. Let me take a look. Upon hearing of his promotion from the government, there was little surprise on Chu Feng's face, as it was entirely anticipated. If the government had failed to promote him, that would indeed have been a tremendous jest. Commendation, in recognition of the Independent 1st Brigade of the 2nd War Zone, under the leadership of Major General Chu Feng, for decisively defeating over 50,000 Japanese puppet troops and achieving a staggering victory, thus enhancing the prestige of our great nation. The Independent 1st Brigade is elevated to the status of the Independent 1st Division, categorized as a first-class division, which now includes the Independent 1st Brigade, Independent 2nd Brigade, Independent 3rd Brigade, and Supplementary 1st Brigade, along with an artillery brigade, an air base brigade, an air defense regiment, and a supply regiment. Major General Chu Feng is awarded the Blue Sky and White Sun Medal and a monetary reward of 200,000 yuan. Please report all personnel who contributed to the Independent 1st Division. The government will reward them accordingly. In addition to rewarding the Independent 1st Division with 1 million yuan, 3 months' worth of military pay, and 50 82mm mortars with 10,000 shells. Gazing at the government's commendation telegram, Chu Feng chuckled softly, remarking, as expected of the government, their commendations remain consistently miserly. It is already the 2nd day, and we had sent out the news of our victory around 7 or 8 yesterday. It took them a whole day to concoct this. As he spoke, Chu Feng could not help but let out a cold laugh, tossing the telegram onto the table. Har har. Hearing Chu Feng's lament, Li Mingqiang also laughed, saying, this reward is quite decent. After all, we are not the government's direct affiliates. One can only imagine how much hair they must have pulled out over this commendation. Be careful, lest the government accuse you of slander. Can hair just sprout from nothing? Chu Feng retorted with amusement. Har 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 har. Li Mingqiang laughed heartily, filling the headquarters of the Independent 1st Brigade with a jovial atmosphere. After their laughter subsided, Chu Feng turned to Li Mingqiang and instructed, Old Li, you can draft the list of meritorious personnel. This time, the government has indeed made a significant effort. Granting us a first-class division structure is typically 3 brigades and 9 regiments. Now we have an additional supplementary brigade and an artillery brigade, which can be considered a satisfactory arrangement. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Li Mingqiang promptly replied, no problem, all the regiments have reported their contributions. We only need to compile them to submit to the government. Indeed. Chu Feng nodded slightly, continuing, when we reply to the government, let's forego the 1.2 million yuan and military pay. It would be too cumbersome to transport. Instead, convert it directly into 82mm mortars and shells, and have Uncle Jia compile a list of necessary supplies we require. Upon hearing Chu Feng's request, Li Mingqiang hesitated slightly, asking, "Division Commander, do you think the government will agree?" "Why would they refuse?" Chu Feng countered, "If the government hesitates, just tell them this is the request of our division commander and the expectation of the thousands of officers and soldiers in the independent 1st Division. Let us not forget, we have just secured a victory. If the government cannot accommodate such a modest request, would that not dishearten those who have contributed? If word spreads to the public, it will not concern me," Chu Feng declared, unwilling to indulge the government. Moreover, he was merely asking for what was rightfully his, not making unreasonable demands. "Understood, Division Commander." Li Mingqiang responded with renewed vigor, his voice noticeably stronger. "Very well." Chu Feng nodded slightly, continuing, "Also, send a telegram to Deyang and Taiju, instructing them to return tonight so we can convene and discuss the new organization of the troops. Since we've been elevated to a division, we should deliberate whether to maintain the regiment structure or elevate the regiments to brigades as well." Upon hearing Chu Feng's statement, Li Mingqiang immediately understood, responding, "All right, Division Commander, I shall attend to it at once." With that, Li Mingqiang strode out purposefully.